Chapter 1. The Ethereal Realm, the Great Li Dynasty. In the Southern Territory, the Duke's residence of Zhennan. Duke Zhennan, the heir has drugged and violated the ninth princess, leading to her shameful suicide, committing an unspeakable crime. By the Emperor's decree, considering the Duke's contributions to the Great Li, as long as you personally execute the treacherous son Jiang Luo, the Zhennan Duke's residence shall be absolved of guilt. A shrill voice echoed throughout the hall. The speaker was a middle-aged eunuch, his appearance sinister, bearing the look of a petty man reveling in his own success. At that moment, a handsome youth, tall yet disheveled, lying on the floor with bloodstains on his garments, wore a befuddled expression. Who are they? How'd I end up here? Where's this place? A classic trio of questions emerged in his mind. Suddenly, a torrent of overwhelming information surged into his consciousness. He had traversed into another realm. He found himself in a fantastical world, where beings flew through the skies and plucked stars from the firmament. He had become Jiang Luo, the only son of Duke Jiang Xiao in the Great Li Dynasty. As the heir apparent, Jiang Luo had entered the capital 3 years prior to pursue his studies. Half a month ago, the ninth princess of Great Li had invited the original owner to partake in a flower viewing and wine-drinking event. After a cup of wine, both the original owner and the ninth princess were engulfed in a feverish haze, losing all rationality and indulging in reckless abandon. Subsequently, news of the ninth prince's shameful suicide spread like wildfire. The original owner was apprehended and imprisoned, his legs broken, subjected to unspeakable cruelty. He was then sent back to the Duke's residence, where Duke Jiang Xiao was compelled to execute his own son. When he opened his eyes once more, he found himself in this dire predicament. An imperial envoy from the Great Li court was coercing Jiang Xiao to slay his own offspring. Through the memories he inherited, it became clear that this frame-up was not aimed at him, but rather at Duke Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao, commanding the elite Zhennan army of 300,000, was renowned for his valor in battle and had become a significant threat to the imperial family. The Duke cherished his only son to an extreme degree. How could he ever bring himself to kill him? To save his son, Jiang Xiao would undoubtedly defy the imperial decree, openly raising an army in rebellion. The Great Li Dynasty would then possess ample justification to eliminate this singular threat. After enduring the trials of rebirth, I find myself in this hellish opening, with broken legs and rendered a cripple, Jiang Luo thought with a bitter smile. After the debauchery with the ninth princess, rather than feeling humiliated, she had coyly expressed her intention to petition her father for marriage. Clearly, if the ninth princess harbored no affection for the original owner, she would not have invited him alone to drink and admire the blossoms. Later, however, the narrative of the ninth prince's suicide due to the Duke's son's drug-induced violation emerged. It was evident that she had been condemned by the Emperor, her own father. The intent was to frame the original owner. The royal family is indeed heartless. To achieve their goals, they would sacrifice their own flesh and blood. A wave of sorrow washed over Jiang Luo, feeling both regret and sadness for the ninth princess. A burly middle-aged man clad in dark armor, with a sword at his side, stood ominously in the midst of the scene. He was none other than Duke Jiang Xiao. A lifetime of warfare, slaying countless foes, he was known as the butcher of the battlefield. His mere presence instilled a sense of dread among the ministers of the Great Li Dynasty. Duke Zhennan, what hesitation remains? Do you truly intend to defy the Emperor's command? The eunuch chastised sharply. What if he was a butcher? Now that he held the imperial edict, would he not bow to it? Ha ha! At that moment, Jiang Xiao threw his head back and laughed. His laughter echoed with an icy chill. The Emperor truly understands me well. Luo is my Achilles heel. To save him, I would spare no effort. Step by step, he advanced toward the eunuch. The eunuch's face paled, trembling in fear, retreating hastily. Jiang Xiao, known as the Butcher, had slain countless enemies on the battlefield, and his aura of menace was palpable. What do you intend to do, Duke Zhennan? The eunuch stammered, pointing at Jiang Xiao. He was astonished. Could it be that the Duke truly intended to defy the Emperor? Dog Emperor, do you not wish to force me into rebellion? Today, I shall rise against you. Jiang Xiao drew his sword, pointing it skyward, his voice booming with authority. In the days to come, I shall march northward, raise the dragon court, and establish a new dynasty. With that, he swung his sword at the eunuch. Blood instantly stained the entire hall. The eunuch's severed head rolled across the floor, coming to a halt against the wall. Ah, spare me, my lord. This gruesome scene terrified the court attendants, who knelt in fear, pleading for mercy. They had never imagined that Duke Zhen Nan would truly rebel. Return and inform the Dog Emperor that I shall soon claim his throne, Jiang Xiao declared, sparing the attendants. He allowed them to return and declare war on the Emperor of Great Li. Luo, you have suffered greatly, he said, gazing at the wretched form of Jiang Luo, his iron-hearted demeanor softening with emotion. At that moment, his hatred for the imperial family burned fiercely within him. He vowed that should he conquer the dynasty, he would utterly annihilate the entire royal family to avenge Luo. My father, why not heed the imperial decree and slay me, preserving the honor of the Zhen Nan Duke's residence? Jiang Luo spoke slowly. Since he was already crippled, living held little meaning. There was no need for the entire Duke's residence to be buried alongside him. Yet he felt profoundly touched. To save his son, Jiang Xiao was willing to risk everything to rebel. Such paternal love ran deep. Luo, do not worry, I received word the moment you fell into trouble and have already devised a plan. The 300,000 Jinnan troops will surely lay waste to the city of Great Li. Jiang Xiao spoke with confidence, radiating authority. As the unique duke whom the Great Li feared, having governed the southern territories for many years, he possessed ample strength. Most importantly, Jiang Xiao's face broke into a reassuring smile. Your sister has written she has become a true disciple of the Ling Xian Sacred Land. Ling Xian Sacred Land, one of the 5 great overlords of the entire ethereal realm, is the oldest of the sacred sects. Becoming a true disciple of the Sacred Land is a matter of great honor. Even the Xuantiangong must show respect. The Xuantiangong, among the finest sects in the ethereal realm, is second only to the 5 great overlords. The Great Li dynasty is but a vassal of the Xuantiangong. The third elder of the Xuantiangong had always been Jiang Xiao's supporter. He had promised that the Xuantiangong would not intervene in the internal strife of the Great Li. With the Xuantiangong abstaining from interference, Jiang Xiao aimed directly for the Dragon Court, filled with renewed confidence. Sister? Jiang Luo was taken aback. At that moment, a surge of memory flooded in. It turned out that she was not the original owner's biological sister. She was an orphan adopted by Jiang Xiao. In a sense, she could be deemed Jiang Luo's betrothed, a childhood bride. From a young age, she had been trained by Jiang Xiao within the military. Later, an elder from the Ling Xian Sacred Land, upon passing through, recognized her extraordinary talent and took her away. Lu Rian? Empress Rian? Jiang Luo recalled the name of his sister. Instantly, an ominous premonition washed over him. That name was too terrifying. If this sister, betrothed, and childhood bride truly was the Empress Rian, then Jiang Xiao's rebellion would not be an easy feat. Of course, it was merely a name. Perhaps he was overthinking it. You need not worry about your injuries. Countless miraculous medicines abound in this world. Your father will spare no effort to heal your legs. With that, Jiang Xiao ordered for Jiang Luo to be taken back to his chambers. He summoned the finest physicians to tend to his wounds. That night, Jiang Luo lay in bed, unable to find sleep. This conspiracy by the Great Li dynasty to force my father into rebellion must have some backing. The outcome is uncertain. Alas, I am but a cripple, powerless to act. Jiang Luo sighed heavily. Having been granted a second chance at life, he fully embraced the identity of the original owner. From this moment forth, he would truly be Jiang Luo, the heir of Duke Zhen Nan, and live on in his stead. Moreover, having completely inherited the original owner's memories, he was essentially no different from him. Suddenly, a brilliant and intense light flashed in his mind. Jiang Luo found himself gazing inward. He beheld a radiant orb suspended within his consciousness. Isn't this the antique I unearthed in Panjiayuan? Jiang Luo was filled with astonishment. He had not expected it to accompany him through this journey. After inadvertently acquiring this sacred orb in Panjiayuan, Jiang Luo had taken it home to study with great curiosity. Suddenly, the divine pearl emitted a brilliant radiance, after which he lost consciousness. Upon awakening once more, he found himself in the residence of the prince of Southern Town. It seemed that his transmigration was inextricably linked to the divine pearl. At this moment, the light emanating from the pearl grew even more intense, resembling a diminutive sun, suspended within Jiang Luo's sea of consciousness. Subsequently, a torrent of information surged into his mind. After digesting this influx of knowledge, Jiang Luo could not help but gasp in astonishment. This golden finger was indeed overwhelmingly powerful. It turns out that there are a total of 7 divine pearls, each corresponding to a different formidable ability. Gathering all 7 dragon pearls allows one to wish for anything. The power of my divine pearl lies in enhancing innate qualities. The energy contained within the pearl can grant the bearer a random, powerful cultivation talent, after which the pearl's strength is depleted, rendering it akin to an ordinary bead. However, once sufficiently replenished with energy, the pearl's abilities can be reactivated, allowing the bearer to acquire a new cultivation talent or upgrade their existing innate qualities. The more energy infused into the divine pearl, the more formidable the acquired talent. From the information received, Jiang Luo comprehended the function of the divine pearl. In essence, it bestows the recipient with unparalleled talent, making the path of cultivation remarkably smooth. As long as the pearl is continuously infused with energy, one can infinitely obtain various talents. If one were to possess thousands upon thousands of powerful talents, who in this world could possibly rival him? This golden finger was truly astonishingly potent. If one divine pearl is so formidable, what if I were to acquire several? Jiang Luo's eyes brimmed with desire. First, I shall utilize the pearl's energy to restore my legs, he declared with palpable excitement. Finally, he would no longer have to endure a life of disability, a fate more unbearable than death. The pearl's energy also possessed another remarkable capability, the regeneration of severed limbs and the healing of injuries. As long as one is not entirely beyond salvation, even the gravest wounds can be mended. The more severe the injury, the greater the energy consumption. Jiang Luo activated the divine pearl, and soon waves of energy flowed into his body like a gentle current. Miraculously, his formerly crippled legs were healed in an instant. Boom! At that moment, a golden light erupted from within Jiang Luo, illuminating the entire room. It coalesced into a powerful aura that pierced through the heavens, soaring into the starry sky. What is happening? Jiang Luo felt an overwhelming shock. Under the nurturing and restorative influence of the divine pearl's energy, golden blood began to course through his veins. Each droplet was entwined with mysterious and potent runes, radiating a dazzling light and emanating an aura that could suppress the heavens. Jiang Luo was completely bewildered, unable to fathom the nature of the events unfolding. He had activated the divine pearl's restorative function, indicating that this golden blood was inherently his own. It had simply vanished for a time, now restored with the pearl's assistance. Could this be the legendary bloodline inheritance? The original owner's identity and background appear far more complex than they seem on the surface. Jiang Luo furrowed his brow. Typically, the descendants of powerful cultivators inherit their ancestors' bloodline, gaining astonishing cultivation talents. If this mysterious blood truly represents a bloodline inheritance, the original owner's lineage is undoubtedly more intricate than that of the prince of Southern Town's son, Jiang Xiao. Subsequently, he chuckled and shook his head, choosing not to dwell on the matter any further. Taking one step at a time seemed prudent. Initially, he believed that restoring his legs would not consume much energy, only to discover that it had reawakened a mysterious bloodline within him. The power of the divine pearl had already depleted half of his energy. Consequently, the innate physical gifts he would derive from the pearl would undoubtedly be diminished. With a hint of regret, Jiang Luo remarked, "Fortunately, I can sense the formidable strength of this mysterious bloodline, and I already possess an extraordinary talent for cultivation. He then activated the Divine Pearl's function to create a gifted physique, his heart brimming with anticipation for the formidable abilities he might acquire. High above in the distant starry sky, a colossal chaotic flying vessel soared at great speed. This vessel was clearly not ordinary. It was reserved for individuals of immense stature within the Xianhuang Chaos Realm. Suddenly, a young couple aboard the vessel froze, as if they had sensed something that the aura of the imperial bloodline of the Jiang family. "Could it be our long-lost son?" exclaimed a strikingly handsome young man clad in a black robe, his voice filled with astonishment. He had not anticipated detecting the essence of their Jiang family's imperial bloodline in such a remote and underdeveloped star domain. Based on his experience, the quality of this bloodline was remarkably high. Years ago, his son had awakened the first-grade imperial bloodline of the Jiang family. Upon thorough analysis, it seemed highly likely that this was indeed his son. Missing for 16 years, my poor lower, could it truly be you? The exquisite woman, resembling a celestial being from the Moon Palace, was now teary-eyed, her emotions surging to last. A glimmer of hope to find their son appeared to be within reach, likely located within this Tianyuan star domain. However, the distance was great, and pinpointing an exact location would require time. The man spoke resolutely. "Even if I must scour the entire Tianyuan star domain, I will find Loa. Anyone who dares to harm my son again will face my wrath." The woman, radiant as a moon goddess, glowered with an intense killing intent in her eyes. She would not allow such a situation to unfold again. Soon, a line of text emerged from the Divine Pearl. Physique. Battle Saint Body, 6 stars. The Battle Saint Body is a physique born for combat, innately endowed with extraordinarily perverse fighting prowess. In its battle form, it can unleash power that surpasses its own limits. The 6 stars indicated the quality level of the physique. The higher the star rating, the rarer and more powerful the physique. Had he not expended half of his energy to restore his mysterious bloodline, he would likely have attained a 7-star physique. Jiang Luo mused. A beam of light shot forth from the Divine Pearl, infusing itself into Jiang Luo's body. A dazzling golden light enveloped him, and soon the Battle Saint Body coalesced within him, as if it were a natural endowment, devoid of any sense of incongruity. Once his energy was depleted, the Divine Pearl's brilliance vanished entirely, transforming into an unremarkable ordinary pearl, quietly resting within Jiang Luo's sea of consciousness. Yet, the method to recharge the pearl remained elusive. Subsequently, Jiang Luo sat cross-legged and began to cultivate the familial secret technique, the Killing Emperor art. The path of cultivation commenced with the foundational stages of refining the physical body. The 5 stages of the physical body included refining the skin, tempering the bones, moving the blood, enhancing the inner strength, and unblocking the meridians. Upon completing these 5 stages, one would begin to cultivate spiritual energy, drawing in the essence of heaven and earth, thus officially entering the ranks of cultivators. The subsequent stage involved mastering combat techniques, capable of injuring foes from 100 meters away, marking the second realm of cultivation, the Gathering Spirit Realm. Jiang Luo was a practitioner at the first level of the Gathering Spirit Realm. At the tender age of 16, he had embarked on the path of cultivation, showcasing remarkable talent. Within the Dali dynasty, he was considered an extraordinary genius. Above the Gathering Spirit Realm lay the Alchemy Realm, divided into 9 levels at 8 this stage. One transcended the mortal coil, with a lifespan extending to 200 years. Jiang Xiao was a formidable warrior at the first level of the Alchemy Realm, standing at the pinnacle of the Dali dynasty. Beyond that, the highest realm known to Jiang Luo was the Celestial Human Realm. It was said that this level no longer feared the strategy of overwhelming numbers, becoming the true sovereign of the entire Lingxian small world. With the passing of a night, the Killing Emperor art reached a state of great accomplishment. Am I truly a practitioner at the 9th level of the Gathering Spirit Realm? Jiang Luo stood rooted in disbelief, astonished at such a miraculous transformation. To ascend 9 levels in a single night was nothing short of astonishing. It seemed that the mysterious bloodline granted him an unparalleled talent for cultivation and remarkable comprehension. Early-stage cultivation had become as effortless as drinking water or eating. Alas, the Killing Emperor art was merely a fragmented tome. Jiang Luo sighed, recognizing that while talent was crucial in the path of cultivation, resources were equally vital. He pondered how he would procure more powerful techniques and combat skills in the future. Concluding his cultivation, Jiang Luo stretched lazily before pushing open the door and stepping outside. "Young master," the maids waiting outside widened their eyes in disbelief as they gazed at Jiang Luo. Just yesterday, he had been a cripple. Today, he appeared completely restored. However, being mere servants, they dared not inquire further into the matter. Perhaps, with the prince's capabilities, he had obtained some miraculous medicine. Jiang Luo inquired, "Where is father?" At that moment, a stunning woman, tall and clad in a flowing red gown, stepped forward, the heir of the Prince of Zhennan. He was naturally surrounded by countless beautiful maidens. These maidens were destined to serve him throughout his life and, when necessary, fulfill the duty of continuing his lineage. This woman was the overseer responsible for managing this group of lovely attendants. "Young master, the prince is in the hall meeting with the head of the Shun family and Miss Shun," the overseer, Jiang Xiao, respectfully replied. Having been trained from a young age, she was unwaveringly loyal to Jiang Luo. The Shin family, Jiang Luo, was momentarily taken aback as memories surged forth. The Shin family was the wealthiest in the Dali dynasty, residing for generations in the southern three provinces. Their business extended not only throughout Dali, but also into other dynasties. Years ago, in an effort to establish a foothold in the southern provinces and secure enough military funds, Jiang Xiao arranged a marriage contract between Jiang Luo and Miss Shun Shui of the Shin family. In this society, polygamy was commonplace. As the heir of the Prince of Zhennan, it was entirely normal for him to have multiple wives and numerous concubines. Thus, he had both Lu Ruyin and Shin Shui as fiancées. How intriguing this world is, Jiang Luo thought, a smile creeping onto his face as he happily left his residence. "Jiang Xiao, how is it that the young master has recovered overnight?" After Jiang Luo's departure, the maids could no longer contain their curiosity. "Mind your own business regarding your master's matters, and do not ask questions that you should not," Jiang Xiao admonished coldly. Yes, we understand, Jiang Xiao." The maids quickly acquiesced. In the hall, Jiang Xiao was entertaining 3 men and 1 woman to tea that moment. This renowned butcher of the Dali dynasty was livid, his face a mask of fury. "Shun Wanqian, how dare you betray our alliance? Today you have the audacity to come and annul the marriage." Humiliating Luo of Jiang Xiao thundered in anger. Moreover, just days prior, he had sent a missive to the Shun family, receiving a response promising their full support in rebelling against the court. Intending to position Miss Shun as the future crown princess. What infuriated him further was that today, Shin Shui had brought along her lover to annul the engagement. This was an egregious insult to the Prince of Zhennan's household. Jiang Xiao had never been so enraged in his life. Shen Wanqian narrowed his eyes and replied with a smile. "Brother Jiang, why such a display of anger? My daughter has already found her heart's desire. And as her father, I cannot force her. You should grant the younger generation their wishes. Merchants, driven by profit, naturally have little regard for promises or sentimental ties. It is evident that the dashing young man clad in a luxurious purple robe, savoring his tea in the grand hall, possesses a remarkable identity. He is none other than the favored companion brought by Shun Xiu. The esteemed position of Empress of the Great lean not sufficient to sway you." "Shun Wanqian," Jiang Xiao remarked coldly, fully aware of the nature of this old scoundrel, no benefit, no early riser. Shun Wanqian smiled as he introduced, I almost forgot to mention, this is His Highness, the 9th Prince of the Xinluo dynasty, the most cherished son of the Xinluo Emperor," and he expressed great satisfaction at his daughter's association with such a high-status individual. Moreover, the 9th Prince, being the most favored royal, is also a disciple of the inner sect of the Lingxian sacred land. With the greatest likelihood of inheriting the throne, in comparison, the position of Empress of the Great Li is but a trifling matter. The 9th Prince of the Xinluo dynasty, Jiang Zhao's heart raced, and his expression changed abruptly. This individual is a formidable ruler of the south, one of the strongest dynasties in the Lingxian little world, commanding vast territories and unmatched national strength, far exceeding that of the Great Li dynasty. Even the Xintian sect would likely treat the Xingluo dynasty with due respect. That it is inconceivable that Shan Wanqian would betray his own. Shen Shui is indeed fortunate to have caught the eye of such a significant figure. My lord, Jiang Luo is now but a mere shell of a man, and under the ninth prince's recommendation, I am about to join the Lingxian sacred land for cultivation. The disparity in our statuses is akin to that of a phoenix soaring high in the heavens and a crawling insect on the ground. He is simply unworthy of me. It is only right that I come to annul our engagement, that I beseech you to relent and allow Jiang Luo to emerge and sign the annulment document. A young lady, beautiful and adorned in a flowing green gown, spoke delicately to it with Shen Shui. Shen Wanqian echoed her sentiment. Jiang, your son is no longer worthy of my daughter. Do not impede Shui's future. Thus, our covenant is hereby dissolved. With the annulment of the engagement, there will be no subsequent rebellion alongside Jiang Xiao. Shen Wanqian, your daughter has a brighter path ahead. I should not obstruct her. But why choose the most humiliating method of annulling the engagement? Jiang Xiao retorted coldly that in the Lingxian little world, the annulment of engagements and divorces is a profound humiliation for both parties involved. Only a separation could preserve the dignity of both. Once Luo signs the annulment, she would be the subject of ridicule, unable to hold her head high. Thus, insisting on separation is Jiang Xiao's final line in the sand. I, Shen Shui, am about to ascend to the heavens, becoming a phoenix above the clouds. Jiang Luo is a mere waste, an insect on the ground. Why should I concern myself with his dignity? Only by annulling the engagement can I erase the disgrace of our past bond. Shen Shui declared haughtily. Relying on her powerful connections, she showed no regard for the dignity of the Great Li. Indeed, the humiliation of the South-Est king was by the ninth prince's design. To curry favor, they dared not refuse his command. Shen Shui's scornful words undoubtedly ignited the wrath of the Great Li's butcher. A terrifying killing intent coalesced, enveloping Shen Shui. This was a murderous aura forged from the slaughter of countless lives. The young girl, Shen Shui, could not withstand it. Her complexion turned ashen, trembling in fear. Jiang Xiao, do you dare lay a hand on me? Are you not afraid of the annihilation of your clan? Shen Shui shouted furiously. Her lover is the ninth prince of Xingluo. Brother Jin, is this truly a prince from a dynasty under the Xintian sect? Such audacity to threaten Shui. At this moment, the previously silent ninth prince suddenly addressed the young man in blue beside him with a cold tone. The young man in blue, his face darkened, quickly reprimanded. Jiang Xiao, retract your killing intent and apologize to Miss Shen. Jiang Xiao replied icily, what if I refuse to retract my killing intent? The young man in blue scoffed coldly. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Jin Yu, son of Jin Yong, the sect master of Xintian sect. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhao's expression shifted slightly, that he had not anticipated that this individual was the young master of the Xintian sect. I command you now to retract your killing intent and apologize. Jin Yu asserted authoritatively, ha ha ha. Jiang Xiao let out a cold laugh. You lack the qualifications to command me. He was the butcher. After all, that a mere child was insufficient to instill fear in him. Moreover, he had his own backing. His adopted daughter, Lu Rian, had already become a true disciple of the Lingxian sacred land. Even Jin Yong would have to treat him with respect. Brother Jin, it seems he does not heed your words. The ninth prince mocked coldly. You dare defy the Xintian sect? Your entire clan shall face annihilation. Jin Yu's fury was palpable, his eyes burning with murderous intent. He longed to slay Jiang Xiao on the spot. Yet he was merely at the 7th level of the gathering spirit realm. No match for Jiang Xiao of the Danding realm, in the face of Jin Yu's threats. Jiang Xiao remained unfazed, chuckling lightly. Boom! The killing intent coalesced into a formidable force, sending Shen Shui flying. Puffed! She spat out a mouthful of blood. Woo-woo, your highness, ninth prince, young master, you must seek justice for me and annihilate the entire clan of the South's king. Shen Shui lamented bitterly. Jiang Xiao, you audacious fool, how dare you harm my daughter? Shun Wanqian's fury reached its zenith. The aura of the Danding realm erupted from him as well, above their heads. A grand cauldron materialized, exuding an overwhelming presence. Boom! After several exchanges, Shun Wanqian was defeated, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Against the valiant Jiang Xiao, he was indeed outmatched at that moment. A powerful aura surged into the hall, forcing Jiang Xiao back several paces. Subsequently, an elderly man in green attire and white hair slowly approached. "Elder Qing, you have come." Upon seeing the newcomer, Jin Yu was overjoyed. Elder Qing was a formidable presence at the pinnacle of the second level of the Danding realm. "Young master, the sect leader is concerned for your safety and has instructed me to protect you from the shadows." Elder Qing smiled gently. The elders of the Xintian sect had intervened. Shun Wanqian and his daughter were both visibly excited. Jiang Xiao's expression, however, turned grave with apprehension that in the military, even higher-ranked Danding realm cultivators posed no threat. Yet he was alone now. With no support from the Southern Army, he could only rely on his individual prowess. Jiang Xiao's greatest strength lay in his command of troops, not in solitary combat. Aware of his disadvantage, his countenance darkened considerably. "I share a bond of life and death with your sect's third elder." Jiang Xiao stated solemnly he and the third elder had grown up as close companions, akin to brothers, having saved each other's lives multiple times. However, the third elder had far greater cultivation talent and had risen to become the third elder of the Xintian sect. Elder Qing scoffed, defying the orders of the Xintian sect. "Even the third elder cannot shield you." He then struck out, aiming a blow at Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao was utterly no match for him. After a few exchanges, he was sent flying by a single palm. A mouthful of blood spewed forth. Jiang Xiao's face turned pale, his fists clenched tightly. He was no match for him. Was it destined that the South King would suffer humiliation today? A flicker of despair and unwillingness ignited within him. "Who dares harm my father?" Just as tensions reached their peak, a thunderous shout echoed, reverberating throughout the hall like a clap of thunder. The sound. All eyes turned toward the entrance that a tall, handsome youth with sword-like brows and starry eyes strode into the hall. Luo, Jiang Luo, in the grand hall, as everyone beheld Jiang Luo moving gracefully on his legs. They were filled with astonishment. Overnight, how could his crippled legs have healed? Even the esteemed leader of the Xintian sect would not possess such remarkable abilities that a profound sense of bewilderment enveloped them. "Luo, are your legs?" Jiang Xiao inquired, astonished and incredulous. "You have truly healed." "Father, I have returned to my former self," Jiang Luo replied with a gentle smile. "Splendid, splendid." Jiang Xiao laughed heartily. The news of his son's liberation from the fate of being a cripple was undoubtedly the greatest joy. As for the miraculous overnight healing, he understood that this was not the moment to question its cause. "Jiang Luo, since you have arrived, hasten to sign the annulment of the engagement, that not keep us waiting." Shun Shui, with an air of arrogance, tossed the annulment document at Jiang Luo's feet, exuding a demeanor akin to that of a queen. She wielded the power of intimidation with aplomb. Previously, Jiang Luo, as the young master of Zhennan, was indeed a prodigious talent in cultivation that he was a source of great satisfaction, considered a worthy match. However, now that she had captured the attention of the ninth prince and was poised to ascend to the heavens and enter the sacred realm of Lingxian, becoming a resplendent phoenix, Su Luo was merely a lowly insect on the ground. Everything about him became increasingly repugnant, inciting a profound sense of disgust. Jiang Luo let out a cold laugh. He had never anticipated that the trope of engagement annulment he often encountered in novels would manifest in his own life. Cunning adulterers, shameless wretches. An annulment poses no issue, but to deliberately insult the Zhen, Nan Wangfu, and humiliate me is something I will not tolerate. He began to berate her, until the marriage contract is dissolved. "You remain my Jiang family's daughter-in-law. Yet, you shamelessly seek out other men outside. Such a wanton woman is unworthy of being my Jiang family's wife. Today I, Jiang Luo, declare our marriage annulled. I cast aside this shameless harlot." As his words echoed through the hall, silence enveloped the room. And no one could believe that Jiang Luo would dare to insult Shen Shui and publicly annul their engagement. Had they not noticed the elders from Xintian's sect present? Even Jiang Xiao seemed at a loss for words. How did he muster such audacity? Shen Shui pointed at Su Luo, fury reaching its zenith, causing her chest to heave violently. Though the world may be mercenary, and the petty may occasionally taste success, her pride was indeed substantial. No doubt he is my son, Jiang Xiao, exuding such dominance. Jiang Xiao laughed, unable to contain his admiration. I shall kill you. Jiang Luo, Shen Shui screeched, drawing her sword. Jiang Luo scoffed dismissively. Do you think you are worthy to contend with me? Upon hearing this, Shen Shui's expression shifted, frozen in place, filled with profound embarrassment. Only then did she regain her senses. Realizing she was no match for Jiang Luo, his talent was unparalleled throughout the entire Duli dynasty. Shen Shui is no match for you, but that does not mean you're truly a genius. At this moment, Jiang Yu stepped forward. Allow me, the true dragon of the heavens, to teach you a lesson, you mere insect of the earth. You will learn that beyond the heavens, there are greater beings. And beyond humanity, there are others. He had been infuriated by Jiang Xiao's lack of respect, burning with rage. Unable to confront Jiang Xiao directly, he sought to vent all his grievances upon Jiang Luo. The aura of the 7th level of spirit gathering erupted forth instantaneously. The young master, merely 20 years old, had already attained the 7th level of spirit gathering. Truly exceptional talent. Shen Wanqian smiled faintly. Unable to hide his admiration, it was said that Jiang Luo had only recently entered the spirit-gathering realm. How could he possibly contend with the young master? He is doomed. Shen Shui's face twisted with malice. Filled with murderous intent, "Oh, not harm my Luo," Jiang Xiao roared, positioning himself protectively in front of his son. Father, allow me to take action. Let you witness who the true dragon of the heavens is. Jiang Luo declared confidently, "Oh, you truly believe so?" Jiang Xiao regarded his son with a hint of skepticism. "Please, father, have faith in me." Jiang Luo earnestly nodded, "Be cautious." Jiang Xiao stepped aside, sensing his son's confidence. "It appears you are quite self-assured. Next, you shall realize how pitiable that confidence truly is." Jiang Yu ceased his chatter. Drawing his treasured sword, he condensed a striking arc of light, attacking Jiang Luo with the speed of lightning. A glint of vicious intent flashing in his eyes. Boom! An unparalleled surge of strength erupted from within Jiang Luo. Under the transformation wrought by his mysterious bloodline, his physical prowess had reached an extraordinary level, akin to a pure-blooded divine beast roaming the earth. This formidable power could subdue the very heavens. "You will learn who the true dragon of the heavens is," Jiang Luo sneered, without any fluctuation of spiritual energy. He swung his fist directly at Jiang Yu. A tremendous force erupted, causing the entire hall to tremble as if 1,000 galloping horses surged forth like a torrent unleashed, the momentum overwhelming. The sheer might generated a fierce whirlwind in the void. That moment, Jiang Luo resembled an ancient ferocious beast, exuding an unstoppable aura. Crack! With one punch, he shattered the treasured sword in Jiang Yu's hand. The immense power penetrated into Jiang Yu's body, injuring his internal organs, resulting in a pained scream. Subsequently, he was sent flying like a kite with severed strings, crashing against a large pillar. Puffed! A mouthful of fresh blood was spewed forth. What? The young master had been defeated with a single blow. At that moment, everyone stood dumbfounded, their faces a mask of disbelief, swallowing repeatedly. Defeat a practitioner of the 7th level of spirit gathering with pure physical strength. How is this possible? This lad is truly monstrous. Could he be the reincarnation of an ancient ferocious beast? Shen Wanqian's eyes widened, struggling to accept the reality he had actually vanquished the young master. Shen Shui stood frozen, a flicker of regret surfacing in her heart. Humph. The 9th prince is a true disciple of the sacred realm of Ling Xian, a future emperor of Xing Luo. His status far eclipses that of Jiang Luo. Even if Jiang Luo is a genius, he is unworthy to carry his shoes. Why should I feel regret? Shen Shui's heart turned cold, solidifying her resolve. It seems Luo has indeed risen from the ashes. Jiang Xiao laughed heartily, never expecting his son to deliver such a monumental surprise. Now, they understood who the true dragon of the heavens was, did they not? Jiang Luo mocked with a grin. Jiang, infuriated, spat out another mouthful of blood. Be defeated by an insignificant ant beneath the Xiantian sect. Such humiliation was unbearable. Just moments ago, he had been brimming with confidence, hardly considering Jiang Luo a threat. This slap to the face came swiftly. Jiang Xiao, you have stirred a great calamity. No one can save you now. Shun Wanxian scoffed. Dare injure the young master of the Xiantian sect. He was truly courting death. A mere child loses a contest, and you seek to involve adults? Do you have no sense of shame? Jiang Xiao remarked coolly. Do not let your words be like daggers, having harmed the young master. You shall pay with your life. Elder Qing stepped forward, unleashing the full might of his pinnacle second-tier cultivation, instilling dread throughout the hall. His terrifying aura locked onto Jiang Luo. Luo run. Jiang Xiao's expression shifted dramatically. He never anticipated that this old man would resort to such underhanded tactics against a junior. If he himself could not contend with the Elder Qing, how could Luo possibly stand a chance? Defeat was inevitable. He could not allow his son to fall into peril. Father, allow me to confront this old scoundrel, Jiang Luo proclaimed, exuding an air of unyielding resolve. If I cannot even engage in a battle beyond my level, how can I claim to be an unparalleled prodigy, a being of celestial grace, an invincible sacred body? In that moment, he appeared as an invincible deity emerging from the realms of myth, gazing down upon the world with disdain. His formidable aura caused the countenances of all present to subtly shift, their hearts skipping a beat. Truly, he was a youth of divine caliber. The entire assembly was taken aback by the overwhelming presence Jiang Luo exuded. Elder Qing was momentarily stunned, realizing he had been momentarily subdued by the aura of a mere child. How astonishing! You have quite the audacity. Young one, your father is no match for me. What makes you think you can challenge me? Elder Qing scoffed with disdain. After all, he was a peak second-tier expert, and there was no reason to regard a mere child with any seriousness. Old man, you have harmed my father. I shall shatter your legs. Jiang Luo glared at Elder Qing, his face brimming with murderous intent. Boom! The aura of the 9th level of the gathering spirit realm erupted forth. What? The realization that Jiang Luo had reached the 9th level of the gathering spirit realm left Shen Wanxian and the others utterly astounded. Previously, Jiang Luo had only demonstrated his physical prowess, and this was the first time he revealed his true cultivation. At merely 16 years of age, he had already stepped into the realm of the extraordinary. It was known that breaking through to the gathering spirit realm at such an age was a mark of outstanding talent, a being of celestial grace. Not to mention, reaching the 9th level of the gathering spirit realm was even rarer. Even the noble 9th prince's expression shifted slightly, his heart racing in shock. Such talent was seldom seen even within the Lingxian Holy Land, and he could easily compete for a position among the true disciples. The most embarrassed individual in the room was Jiang, who had just been defeated by Jiang Luo. His loss could be dismissed as mere luck or the result of consuming some rare treasure. Physical strength was always considered a minor path, not worthy of fear. Only profound cultivation was the true path to supremacy. He still held onto a semblance of confidence, believing he could surpass Jiang Luo in terms of realm. Now, however, that last shred of confidence was ruthlessly shattered. His own talent was completely overshadowed by Jiang Luo. The higher 1S realm, the more arduous the path of cultivation became to break through to the 9th level of the gathering spirit realm within 3 years was already an exceptional achievement. Moreover, he was 20 years old, for years older than Jiang Luo. It was even more absurd that he had just mocked Jiang Luo as a lowly insect, while considering himself a true dragon soaring above the heavens. The mere thought of it made him flush with embarrassment, wishing he could vanish into the ground. Yet, jealousy soon took root in his heart. Why did a mere scion of a dynasty under the banner of the Xiantian sect, a being of such lowly status, possess such formidable talent? It was infuriating. Why did such monstrous talent not belong to him? After all, he was the young master of the Xiantian sect. You think you can defeat me with your 9th level of the gathering spirit realm? Little one, such delusions are laughable. Though Elder Qing was astonished by Jiang Luo's talent, he still breathed a sigh of relief. He is yet to transcend the ordinary. He is not to be feared. The ninth level of the Gathering Spirit realm is still insufficient. Jiang Luo wasted no time in unleashing the power of the Battle Saint body. A resplendent golden light enveloped him, and a colossal divine figure materialized behind him. Resembling a war god descending from the heavens, mysterious runes encircled him, emanating an overwhelming presence that stunned the entire assembly. The difference between the Gathering Spirit realm and the Pill Cauldron realm, though merely one level apart, was akin to the chasm between heaven and earth. One was still mortal, while the other had shed their earthly form, transcending the mundane to defeat him. One must harness the strength of the sacred body. Is this truly the legendary sacred body? The sight rendered Elder Qing utterly astonished. It must be noted that throughout the Lingxian small world, only one sacred body had ever appeared, the founding ancestor of the Lingxian Holy Land. The Lingxian Old Ancestor. The entire world revered him. That it was evident just how formidable a sacred body was. He had only gleaned knowledge of the sacred body as manifestations from an ancient tome, barely discerning that Jiang Luo was indeed a sacred body. The others looked on, bewildered, unaware of what a sacred body entailed. However, seeing Elder Qing's expression of sheer shock, it was clear that this sacred body was no ordinary matter. No wonder Jiang Luo had managed to reach the ninth level of the Gathering Spirit realm at such a tender age. He must be eliminated. The thought of a sacred body maturing instilled a sense of dread within Elder Qing. Such a being would spell catastrophe for the Shintian sect. His murderous intent surged within him. Above his head, two massive cauldron phantoms floated into view. The overwhelming power of the extraordinary erupted forth, causing the entire hall to begin to crumble. The ground fissured with enormous cracks. With a mere gesture, he wielded immense might capable of annihilating the heavens. This was the terror of an extraordinary cultivator. Prepare to perish, little one, Elder Qing bellowed, unleashing his renowned technique, while employing a killing move right from the onset. It was evident just how deeply he feared the sacred body. The two cauldrons fused, forming a colossal hand that surged toward Jiang Luo. The hand obscured the sky, filled with destructive power. The hall could no longer withstand such overwhelming force and collapsed entirely. Jiang Xiao watched in horror, fearing for his son's safety. Old man, the power of the sacred body is beyond your imagination. Jiang Luo let out a cold snort. Fully unleashing the power of the Battle Saint body, he then concentrated all his strength into his fist. Killing Emperor Fist. The Killing Emperor Fist and Killing Emperor Sword were two of the most formidable moves within the Killing Emperor technique. Jiang Luo unleashed his full might, embodying the true dragon descending upon the world. His aura, astonishing. The battle god figure behind him likewise coalesced a punch. His fist radiated with blinding light, akin to a blazing sun in the sky. Kill! Jiang Luo roared. The fist of the battle god figure struck fiercely against Elder Qing's hand. The collision unleashed a cataclysmic force that twisted the very fabric of space. The sheer terror of this power caused Sun Wanqian and the others to involuntarily shudder. Boom! The fist and palm clashed, erupting with a thunderous resonance. In an instant, the massive hand was obliterated. What? Elder Qing's expression changed drastically. Unable to believe what he was witnessing, he hastily gathered a surge of spiritual energy, forming a protective barrier around himself. Yet it was still insufficient to withstand Jiang Luo's divine punch. Crack! The protective barrier shattered. Elder Qing was sent flying. Puffed! A mouthful of blood spewed forth as he knelt on the ground. Boom! The ground fractured like a spider's web. The sounds of bones shattering echoed incessantly. His legs, overwhelmed by the surge of power, had their bones completely crushed, rendering them useless. Jiang Luo had kept his word, shattering the old man's legs. Elder Qing cried out in agony, unable to fathom that he had been defeated by a mere child at the ninth level of the Gathering Spirit realm, and left crippled. Witnessing the pitiful state of Elder Qing, Shan Shui's complexion turned pale, fear gripping her heart. What manner of freak is this, defeating the extraordinary with a mortal body? Heavens! Sun Wanqian felt an overwhelming shock, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. Perhaps supporting Schwerer in her quest to break off the engagement was the gravest of errors. A trace of regret began to surface within him. Elder Qing had also been vanquished. Jiang Yu's eyes widened in disbelief, causing him to slump to the ground, utterly shocked. In stark contrast, the ninth prince wore a faint smirk, showing no signs of fear. Rather, he seemed to relish the triumph of his schemed. It was a plan that had come to fruition. He mused inwardly. That moment, Jiang Luo exuded an overwhelming aura, akin to a true dragon descending upon the world, shaking the very sun and moon, devouring the stars and rivers. The mere presence of a mortal body could stir the extraordinary, an unfathomable spectacle indeed. Jin Yu, Shen Wanxian, and the others were drenched in cold sweat from terror. Could it be that Jiang Luo had become a monstrous aberration? Jiang Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend that his own Luoer had defeated an extraordinary cultivator with a mortal form. "You all should leave," Jiang Xiao proclaimed loudly. Shen Wanxian and the others dared not linger, hastily carrying the crippled Elder Qing away as they fled from the Wangfu of the southern town and the city of Jingzhou. "Father, why do you let them go?" Jiang Luo inquired, puzzled. After all, even if they were spared today, they would surely become enemies in the future. Now was not the time to sever ties with the Xintian sect. "We must buy time until your sister returns. By then, these people will be nothing more than a flock of worthless chickens," Jiang Xiao replied with a cold smirk. Shen Wanxian, he continued, "You will surely regret this. If Jin Yu, the young master, were to perish, the Xintian sect would retaliate without hesitation. My adopted daughter, Lu Ruyan, has yet to return. I cannot take that risk. By the way, Luo, how have your legs healed? Your strength has surged as well." With only the two of them present, Jiang Xiao curiously inquired. Jiang Luo had long prepared a response. "Last night, a mysterious bloodline awakened within me, not only healing my legs but also dramatically enhancing my strength." He had no intention of revealing the matter of the divine pearl to anyone. After all, it was his greatest secret. Subsequently, Jiang Luo demonstrated his bloodline, emanating a vast and overwhelming pressure that made Jiang Xiao's soul tremble. Jiang Xiao's face turned pale, overwhelmed by shock. "Father, could it be that a remarkable figure once emerged from our Jiang family?" Jiang Luo asked. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiao fell silent, grappling with inner turmoil. "Alas," he sighed, "since you have awakened the family bloodline, your future is destined to be extraordinary. This Lingxian small world may no longer accommodate you. Some truths shall no longer be concealed from you." When you tore through the void, I knew your origins were remarkable, and indeed, I was right. Jiang Zhao's words left Jiang Luo in a state of bewilderment. That moment, Jiang Zhao's statement rendered Jiang Luo motionless. "You are not my biological son." After uttering those words, Jiang Xiao felt an indescribable discomfort, as though he had lost something incredibly precious. In truth, after awakening the mysterious bloodline, he had harbored suspicions. Years ago, when my wife and I were pursued by the Divine Wind Knights, Xiao Wei suffered grievous injuries in a great battle, giving birth to a child who soon perished. That moment, you appeared, as if a divine gift had descended. Spare or heartache, I falsely claimed you as our son. Unfortunately, Xiao Wei was ultimately killed by the enemy. Recalling the past, Jiang Zhao's face contorted in pain, his eyes brimming with intense killing intent. "Father, do not be sorrowful. The bond of nurturing surpasses that of blood. You will always be my father. I shall avenge my mother's death," Jiang Luo said earnestly. Jiang Xiao laughed. "Truly, you are my good son." His mood considerably brightened. "Very well. Father must go prepare. What awaits us is a series of bloody battles." Jiang Xiao exited the hall, and Jiang Luo returned to his chamber to cultivate. Outside the city of Jingzhou, the holy body was invincible. If it were to become an enemy, it must be eradicated swiftly. "Quickly, take me back to the sect. I must inform the sect master of this news for him to decide." Elder Qing urged. He had been thoroughly terrified. The Lingxian small world had seen the emergence of yet another holy body. "Rest assured, I have already notified my Shun family. We will send you back immediately," Shen Wanxian assured him. "Brother Jin, this prince has some matters to attend to, so I bid you farewell for now. Please take care of Schwerer in my absence, Jiang Yu said before soaring away, leaving Xin Shui in a state of shock. That moment, a woman's intuition whispered to her that Jiang Yu did not harbor the affection she had imagined. She felt not a shred of love from him. I hope I am merely overthinking this, Xin Shui mused. Having given up on Jiang Luo, she could not afford to lose the ninth prince as well. Under the luminous moon, a breathtaking fairy clad in white stood atop the mountain peak. The moonlight paled in comparison to her radiance. She possessed an unparalleled beauty, her figure tall and graceful, her skin as smooth as jade, exuding an ethereal aura befitting a celestial being. So perfect, so enchanting, she drove countless men to madness. Whoosh! A figure darted up the mountain, none other than the ninth prince of the Jiang Luo dynasty. Also a true disciple of the Lingxian sacred land. Sister Lu, I have completed the task you assigned. The Wangfu of the southern town has thoroughly offended the Xiantian sect and the Shun family. Yet, I did not anticipate Jiang Luo's strength to be so formidable, the ninth prince reported respectfully, bowing low, too intimidated to meet the gaze of this fairy-like woman. It was hard to fathom that such a flawless being existed in the world. With Jiang Xiao's complete rupture with the Shun family and his enmity with the Xiantian sect, his downfall is nigh, Lu Rian remarked coldly. The task of obliterating the Wangfu of the southern town is entrusted to you. I must return to the Lingxian sacred land to assume the position of saintess. Execute it beautifully, and the throne of the Jiang Luo dynasty shall belong to you in the future. Remember, do not act unless absolutely necessary, lest you fall into disrepute. Allow the Xiantian sect and the Dali dynasty to handle the annihilation of the Wangfu of the southern town. If you expose my involvement, you know the consequences. The entire Jiang Luo dynasty will perish alongside you, Lu Rian warned, subsequently handing the ninth prince a method to dismantle the war formations of the southern town army. Indeed, Jiang Xiao has become a ruthless figure, his military might unparalleled. Yes, sister, the ninth prince replied, elated. He understood that the Lingxian sacred land would surely belong to this woman in the future. With just a word from her, his father would have no choice but to pass the throne to him. The ninth prince then departed. The white-clad fairy, Lu Rian, stood atop the mountain, gazing in the direction of Jingzhou city. Foster father. Luo brother, do not blame me for my ruthless heart that I cultivate the supreme forgetting emotion technique. To achieve greatness, I must act thus. You should not be my shackles. Moreover, Luo brother is unworthy of me. How could he ever be my husband? Lu Rian spoke to herself with an air of detachment. Jiang Xiao had shown her kindness in nurturing her, and she found herself unable to voice her intention to call off their engagement. She also wished to avoid being the subject of gossip, secretly branded as an ungrateful person. Such a tarnish on her reputation would become the greatest blemish of her life. Likewise, it was imperative to sever all ties with the Jiang family, as her heart yearned solely for the path of cultivation, aspiring to reach the pinnacle of her practice. Thus, she began to devise a clandestine plan to incite Jiang Xiao to rebel, leading to the annihilation of his clan by the Great Li dynasty. Ultimately, under the pretense of seeking vengeance, she intended to eradicate the Great Li dynasty and even the Xiantian sect. In the eyes of the exalted cultivators, the masses were but mere pawns, insignificant as ants. Subsequently, a radiant divine pearl manifested in the palm of her hand. Ever since its acquisition, my life has undergone a tremendous transformation. I wonder where the remaining 6 divine pearls might be, Lu Rian mused inwardly. Thereafter, she transformed into a fleeting shadow and departed from the mountaintop. Half a month later, Jiang Luo had firmly stabilized his cultivation at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of spirit gathering, coming ever closer to the Danding realm. After all, this was a formidable chasm. Crossing it would mean transcending the mortal realm, doubling his lifespan. Naturally, such a breakthrough would not be easily achieved. Moreover, the incomplete killing emperor technique that Jiang Luo practiced hindered his cultivation speed. Nevertheless, it was anticipated that within 10 days to half a month, breaking through to the Danding realm would pose no significant issue. Such a pace could already be deemed miraculous. Young master, grave news has arrived. Hong Xiu rushed into the courtyard in a flurry. What is it? Jiang Luo furrowed his brow. Reports have come that the Great Li army has already advanced into the southern territories. Jiang Xiao hastily explained. Where's father? Jiang Luo inquired. The king is in the main hall, gathering the various generals. Jiang Xiao replied. Very well. Jiang Luo nodded and proceeded to the hall. In the hall, Jiang Xiao was convening a meeting with the generals of the Southern Guard army. At that moment, Jiang Luo entered as the heir to the Southern king. How could he not be concerned with the outbreak of war? Greetings, young master. The generals promptly bowed as Jiang Luo made his entrance. Lower, you have arrived, Jiang Xiao remarked. Yes, Jiang Luo nodded. Having heard that the Great Li army had mobilized, he came to see how he could assist father. This time, it was not merely the 30,000 troops of the Great Li army. There were also 20,000 heavenly flame troops, 5,000 private soldiers from the Shun family, and 30,000 divine wind knights from the divine wind palace. They truly regard my Jiang Xiao with high esteem. As he perused the intelligence report, the butcher of the Great Li army sneered. Humph, do they really think my Southern Guard army is easy to bully? After 10 years of honing my sword, I shall make my name known across the land today that I have meticulously cultivated the Southern Guard army for over a decade. And today, the world shall witness Jiang Xiao's military prowess. This coalition of several tens of thousands is as good as ours. Jiang Xiao declared with immense confidence, if a formidable battle formation is in place, even the strongest of beings, undeterred by sheer numbers, could be slain in confronting powerful cultivators. The army could rely solely on the battle formation. And Jiang Xiao was a military genius seldom seen in a millennium, having devised invincible formations. This was the foundation of his confidence. The arrival of the Divine Wind Knights is even better. It provides an opportunity for vengeance against your mother. I shall ensure their complete annihilation, Jiang Xiao declared, his face suffused with murderous intent. The Divine Wind Palace, a force that straddles the line between a nation and a sect, boasts strength only a notch below the Xiantian sect and vastly superior to the Great Li Dynasty. These 30,000 Divine Wind Knights are the true adversaries of the Southern Guard army. Lower, after I depart, the rear will be entrusted to you. Jiang Xiao then summoned the generals to join him in battle. Father, take care, Jiang Luo bid farewell, his heart heavy with concern. However, knowing nothing of battlefield affairs, he could not intervene, only striving to stabilize the rear in Jingzhou City. 2 days later. Young master, the king has achieved a great victory. He has decisively routed the 20,000 heavenly flame troops, slaying over 100,000 enemies while sustaining fewer than 5,000 losses. Jiang Xiao rushed in, excitement radiating from her. Father is truly a military prodigy. Jiang Luo could not help but exclaim in admiration. 3 days later, Jiang Xiao hurriedly came to the small courtyard. Young master, urgent news has arrived. The king has suffered defeat. The Southern Guard army has sustained countless casualties. Her face turned pale with shock. To think the tide of battle could shift so rapidly was beyond belief. What? Father has been defeated? Impossible! Jiang Luo sprang to his feet. Father was so confident. Even if he were not a match for the coalition, he should not have been routed so swiftly. This moment, concern for Jiang Xiao's safety surged within him. The next day, Jiang Xiao returned to Jingzhou City under the protection of his personal guards. He was covered in blood and appeared utterly disheveled, a testament to the brutality of the battlefield. Father, are you unharmed? Jiang Luo rushed out to meet him, his voice filled with concern. Impossible. It cannot be true. Jiang Xiao muttered, his expression blank, as though he had not even heard his son's voice. The enemy was exceedingly familiar with the battle formations of the Southern Guard army and had easily unraveled them. Only I, Jiang Xiao, possess such intimate knowledge of the Southern Guard army's formations. How could they have done this? It cannot be. Jiang Xiao shouted in madness. There's one more possibility. He suddenly gasped in realization. In my days in the military, I personally instructed Yenner, with the aim of having her eventually take command of the Southern Guard army. The formations of my Southern Guard army hold no secrets for her. Yenner is my adopted daughter, to whom I owe a debt of nurture. How could she betray the Jiang royal household? Jiang Xiao shook his head repeatedly, unwilling to believe that his foster daughter, Lu Rian, would turn against him. Jiang Luo hastily ordered someone to tend to his father's wounds. Soon after, A scout rushed in with news that my lord, the Divine Wind Knights, the Greatly Army, and the Xin family's private troops have already reached the gates of Jingzhou City. The city is on the brink of annihilation. The scout's demeanor was one of despair. The citizens within the city had already descended into chaos. Lower. When the two armies clash, take advantage of the chaos to escape. Then, seek out your sister in the Lingxian sacred land. Jiang Xiao spoke in a grave tone. As long as his son could flee, he would not mind sacrificing himself in battle. Father, let us escape together and carve a bloody path. Jiang Luo's eyes gleamed with determination. Defeating the coalition was impossible. Only by cultivating to the celestial realm could one withstand the tactics of overwhelming numbers. Otherwise, even a powerful being in the ninth Ding realm would perish under a siege. However, carving a path through bloodshed still held hope. Unable to dissuade his son, Jiang Xiao acquiesced to the plan of fighting their way out. Soon, the coalition had besieged Jingzhou City so tightly that not a single drop of water could pass through. Poised to launch an assault, gazing upon the majestic Jingzhou City, each person felt their own emotions stir. Jiang Xiao and Jiang Luo, the treasonous father and son pair, were on the verge of facing justice. The greatly marshal smiled triumphantly. This would be a monumental achievement. He felt fortunate to have allied with the Heavenly Flame Army and the Divine Wind Palace. Had it been solely the Greatly Army, Jiang Xiao might have successfully rallied his forces. The combat prowess of the Southern Guard Army filled him with trepidation that of my 20,000 Heavenly Flame troops, only 4,000 remnants remained. I must claim Jiang Zhao's head to quell the hatred in my heart. The commander Tian Yin spoke with an air of lethal intent. The Dali Empire acquiesced, agreeing to cede a territory from the 3 southern provinces to the Tian Yin dynasty, only then conceding to dispatch troops to vanquish Jiang Xiao. Had I known this would be the case, I would have refrained from wading into these murky waters. The lives of over 100,000 elite warriors from Tianyin are undoubtedly far more precious than a mere province. Jiang Xiao, your son has humiliated my daughter and cast her aside. I, Shun Wanqian, shall ensure he suffers a fate worse than death. Shun Wanqian's visage was icy. Shun Shui let out a cold laugh. Jiang Luo, you truly are a prodigy, having even bested an elder of the Xiantian sect. However, this world ultimately favors those with backing that a genius who has not yet matured remains as worthless as a mere insect in the presence of formidable power. Blame your unfortunate fate for offending those you ought not to have this moment. She felt an overwhelming sense of triumph. The more tragic Jiang Luo's fate, the closer he drew to death. The more delighted Shun Shui felt. This validated her choices, allowing her to feel justified in her decisions. Ladies and gentlemen, I implore you this time, we must not allow Jiang Xiao and his son to escape. The ninth prince spoke. Should even one of them evade capture, he would be unable to answer to Sister Lu. Fear not, the southern garrison has already crumbled. Jiang Xiao and his son cannot flee. Jin Yu assured with a smile, flanked by several formidable practitioners from the Xiantian sect. Soon, Jiang Xiao and Jiang Luo led the remnants of the southern garrison to the eastern gate. Preparing to confront the allied forces. Jiang Xiao, you have enjoyed the emperor's favor, yet dare to conspire against him. A profound betrayal of his majesty. Why do you not hasten to the city gates and kneel in surrender? Upon seeing Jiang Xiao, the Dali commander bellowed. Jiang Xiao snorted coldly. Hasn't his majesty been urging me to rebel all along? Now that I have complied with his wishes, should he not be more pleased? Do not attempt to intimidate me with that dog of an emperor. If I rebel, so be it. I only regret not being able to storm the Dragon Court and seize the throne from that wretched emperor. At this moment, Jiang Zhao's mind was in disarray. The battle formation he painstakingly crafted had been inexplicably dismantled. The letters sent to his adopted daughter Lu Ru Yin had vanished without a trace, receiving not even a whisper of reply. The situation had turned entirely against him, plunging him into the most perilous depths. Nevertheless, his indomitable spirit remained intact. He could never capitulate. You, the Dali commander, irate, pointed at Jiang Xiao as he uttered such treasonous words. In his eyes, Jiang Zhao's betrayal, fueled by imperial favor, was a grievous sin. Jiang Luo, the humiliation you inflicted upon me that day has led to your dismal fate today. This moment, Shun Shui stepped forward. a triumphant smile gracing her lips as she addressed Jiang Luo. "At long last, I can avenge that grievance. I only regret not having ended your life back then." Jiang Luo's gaze was as frigid as ice, brimming with murderous intent. Had it not been for his father's intervention, he would have ensured her demise. Shan Shui scoffed, "Alas, you shall never have the chance to kill me again. What does your celestial appearance matter in the face of overwhelming power? In this world, it is ultimately about one's background." Her tone was laced with mockery. She, Shan Shui, was the favored daughter of heaven, cherished by the ninth prince. Opportunities would arise. Jiang Luo glared fiercely at Shan Shui. His fists clenched tightly. "Jiang Xiao, do you still remember me?" From within the ranks of the Divine Wind Knights, a robust warhorse emerged. Upon its back sat a formidable general clad in golden armor, exuding an aura of authority. Luo Dao's son. Upon seeing the newcomer, Jiang Xiao's eyes brimmed with uncontainable malice. Years ago, his wife had perished at this man's hands. Jiang Xiao had once been a member of the Divine Wind Knights, rising to the rank of captain commanding 1,000 men. His wife, Jiang Wei, was the saintess of the Divine Wind Temple, and their love blossomed during a chance encounter. However, the saintess was bound to maintain her purity, a requirement not tolerated by the Divine Wind Temple, leading to their relentless pursuit. The couple fled for their lives, but ultimately, Jiang Wei sacrificed herself to protect her husband and son, meeting a cruel demise. This enmity was unforgivable. Jiang Xiao's heart was perpetually consumed by thoughts of revenge. Luo Dao's son sneered. "Allowing you to escape back then was the greatest humiliation of my life. Today, I shall eradicate you." The traitor. "Enough with the idle chatter. Oh, you not seek my life. Jiang Xiao. Come then." Jiang Xiao drew his sword with a commanding presence, directing it toward the allied forces. "All troops advance." The Dali commander, Tian Yin commander, Shan Wan Qian, and Luo Dao, son simultaneously issued their commands. A swarming mass of soldiers, resembling a dark cloud of ants, surged towards Jingzhou city. In response, Jiang Xiao, too, commanded the southern garrison to charge forth. Break through the encirclement. Jiang Luo, clad in heavy armor and wielding a formidable iron spear, led the charge onto the battlefield. The two forces clashed in close quarters. Jiang Luo shouted, swinging the iron spear in a sweeping motion towards the allied troops. Boom! An explosive surge of power erupted, sending blood spraying skyward in a crimson geyser. Witnessing Jiang Luo's valor, the southern prince's heir, eager to make a name for themselves, surged forward to join the fray. Yet they were no match for Jiang Luo's prowess. Once the iron spear was unleashed, it claimed the lives of dozens in an instant. Soon, a mound of corpses accumulated around Jiang Luo, and the battlefield was suffused with the acrid scent of blood. This was the harsh reality of war, merciless and cold-blooded. Utilizing a tactic of overwhelming numbers, they sought to exhaust and overpower the practitioners. However, Jiang Luo's physique, honed by a mysterious bloodline, rivaled that of a divine beast's offspring. His stamina approached infinity, allowing him to sweep through armies with sheer physical might, free from the concern of depleting his spiritual energy. Thus, he was able to carve a path through the chaos, akin to a legendary general renowned throughout history. Yet, Jiang Luo's strength was ultimately finite. He could not sustain himself indefinitely. The formidable Divine Wind Knights exerted immense pressure upon him. Amidst the frenzy of battle, Jiang Luo suddenly felt the blood energy surrounding him being voraciously absorbed by the divine pearl within his mind. I could see that moment. Words appeared within the pearl. Special material, ordinary battlefield blood energy. Charging, 10. Jiang Luo's expression shifted, his heart brimming with elation. He had finally discovered one of the methods to charge the divine pearl, indicating that his golden finger could once again be put to use. Kill! Kill! At this moment, Jiang Luo's ferocity escalated. The charging surged. 20, 50, 80, 100. Jiang Luo lost count of how many allied soldiers he had slain. He had descended into a frenzy, his entire being drenched in blood. Finally, the charge reached 100. Given the circumstances, there was no room for hesitation. He immediately activated the Divine Pearl's ability to forge a talent physique. Soon, the Divine Pearl displayed the words, talent, Master Marksman, 2 stars. In an instant, Jiang Luo felt as if his understanding of marksmanship had ascended to an entirely new realm, as though he possessed decades of experience. This was the miraculous power of the Divine Pearl, transforming Jiang Luo, once ignorant of marksmanship, into a master marksman in the blink of an eye. Who could stand in my way? With the enhancement of master marksman status, Jiang Luo's combat prowess soared. Each thrust of his spear delivering greater lethality at that moment. He resembled a formidable demon king, radiating an aura of slaughter that a cold, indifferent gaze swept across the allied soldiers, causing them to tremble in fear, some hesitating to advance. However, Jiang Luo had no intention of sparing them. Crush them. With exquisite precision, the marksmanship unleashed a barrage towards the front. With a thunderous roar, hundreds were reduced to mere fragments. Special substance, ordinary battlefield blood essence. Charging. 30. The Divine Pearl astonishingly began to charge once more. Roar! Jiang Luo became frenzied, his blood burning with fervor as he fought desperately. This heir, the Prince of Jiang Nan, exhibited such valor. Witnessing Jiang Luo's rampage, Luo Dawson and his companions felt an immense shock. This was nothing short of a legendary warrior of antiquity. To possess such formidable cultivation talent is one thing, but to be so fierce is simply inhuman. If the heir of the Prince of Jiang Nan survives, they could forget about living in peace. The intent to kill within them intensified. Jiang Luo, how valiant you are, yet how many of the tens of thousands can you slay? Shen Shui's gaze was frigid, filled with murderous intent. Soon, the charging completed, and Jiang Luo acquired yet another talent. Bloodthirsty Frenzy. 2 stars blood can ignite the potential within, inciting frenzied slaughter, and absorbing blood essence can swiftly restore one's vitality. This is truly a talent born for the battlefield. General Luo, ordinary soldiers are no match. It is time for your Divine Wind Knights to intervene. Watching their soldiers being relentlessly harvested by Jiang Luo, the Grand Marshal of Dali and his comrades felt profound anguish. A mere youth could be subdued by the Divine Wind Knights in an instant. Under Luo Dawson's command, the Divine Wind Knights, originally besieging Jiang Xiao, turned and surged towards Jiang Luo. Quick! Jiang Xiao urged anxiously. Support the heir. Jiang Luo's eyes turned crimson, his murderous aura palpable, as he wielded the heavy Xiantai spear to confront the Divine Wind Knights. The Divine Wind Temple truly lived up to its reputation as a top-tier force. The prowess of the Divine Wind Knights was overwhelming, and Jiang Luo felt the pressure mount exponentially. He had no choice but to unleash the power of the holy body, enveloped in a brilliant golden radiance. However, Jiang Luo's cultivation was still too low. He could not yet transform into a combat form. Otherwise, sweeping through these Divine Wind Knights would be as effortless as crushing a horde of ants. The higher the cultivation realm, the deeper the development of the holy body's power. Undeterred, Jiang Luo gathered the holy body's energy into a spear, erupting with a terrifying and blazing light. Boom! A sweeping strike tore through a multitude of Divine Wind Knights in an instant. Kill! Kill! Jiang Luo resembled an invincible war god, undefeated in battle, continuously reaping the lives of the Divine Wind Knights. The heir of the Prince of Jiang Nan's ferocity exceeded all expectations, truly deserving the title of the mightiest general in the world. Though it was possible to wear him down, it would inflict heavy losses on the Divine Wind Knights. Luo Dawson felt a pang of sorrow. At this moment, he envied the battle formation created by Jiang Xiao. If they had a formation, they could face the experts without incurring such significant costs. Young master, I implore the experts of Xiantian sect to step in and capture Jiang Luo, minimizing casualties. Luo Dawson called for aid from Jinyu. Initially, they believed capturing Jiang Xiao would be a simple task. They had not anticipated the emergence of the formidable heir of the Prince of Jiang Nan, which led to substantial losses in response to Luo Dawson's plea. Jinyu smiled, his expression brimming with pride. In the realm of battle formations, my Xiantian sect may not excel, but in terms of experts, who in the southern region can rival us? The Lingxian small world is divided into 5 regions: central, eastern, southern, western, and northern. Xiantian sect stands as the overlord of the southern region. The Lingxian Holy Land governs the central region. claiming to be the foremost force in the world. Elders, I request you to take action and capture Jiang Luo. First, cripple his legs and bring him before me. Jiang Yu commanded coldly. On that day, Jiang Luo had humiliated him, and only by personally executing him could he relieve the resentment in his heart. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, three figures appeared before Jiang Yu. They were Elder Mu, Elder Xiao, and Elder Zhou of the Xiantian sect. Three formidable beings of the Four Cauldron realm emerged effortlessly. The strength of Xiantian was overwhelming, sending chills down Luo Dawson's spine. The Four Cauldron realm was extraordinarily rare throughout the southern region. Those in the Danding realm wield the power of heaven and earth, resulting in a complete transformation of the physical body, with a lifespan extended to 200 years. They condense within themselves cauldrons that symbolize strength. Hence the name of the Danding realm, that a practitioner of the Danding realm can condense up to 9 cauldrons. Thus, the number of cauldrons determines the sublevels within the Danding realm. The lower 3 cauldrons signify initial mastery over the power of heaven and earth, allowing practitioners to fly freely and swiftly. The middle 3 cauldrons indicate a more intricate control over this power, enabling a temporary transformation into a stream of particles for short-distance teleportation. The upper 3 cauldrons signify complete mastery of the principles of heaven and earth, condensing this power into formidable attacks. Therefore, the leap from 3 cauldrons to 4 cauldrons, and from 6 cauldrons to 7 cauldrons, represents a significant chasm, exceedingly difficult to cross. However, once crossed, a tremendous transformation in power occurs. Thus, the 3 elders from Xiantian sect arriving this time, each at the Four Cauldron realm, far surpassed Elder Qing in strength. Yes, young master, the 3 nodded in agreement. Whoosh! The 3 elders charged directly into the battlefield. Who would have thought a youth could shatter Elder Qing's legs? Let us 3 act together. It would be beneath our reputation that I alone can capture this brat. Elder Mu sneered, leading the charge towards Jiang Luo. The experts of Xiantian sect finally made their move. Jiang Luo scoffed coldly within in the past 20 days, although he had not made significant breakthroughs in realm. Jiang Yuan had solidified his foundation, and his control over the mysterious bloodline within him had deepened. The Killing Emperor technique had also reached great perfection, leading to a substantial increase in overall strength. However, he refrained from striking hastily, his eyes sharp as he fixed his gaze on the approaching Elder Mu, waiting for the opportune moment. One strike to end it all. This was a strategy he had long devised for dealing with the experts of Xiantian sect. As Elder Mu entered a 3-zhang radius. The time had come. Jiang Luo erupted in an instant, gathering the strongest strike to unleash the Killing Emperor fist. Sensing the overwhelming power, Elder Mu's expression changed. Whoosh! His body flickered and vanished from sight. How is this possible? Had it not been for his ability to teleport, he would have perished. Elder Mu's eyes widened in disbelief. Puffed. A mouthful of blood spewed forth. Although he had teleported swiftly, he was still impacted by the immense force of that punch. His internal energy surged, incurring slight injuries. What a pity, possessing the ability to teleport at the Four Cauldron realm. Jiang Luo's expression was grim. How could this youth have wounded Elder Mu? Elder Xiao and Elder Zhou stood in shock, unable to comprehend. Could the power of the holy body truly be so monstrous? Luo Dawson, Jiang Yu, and Shen Wanqian were equally astonished. Elder Mu of the Four Cauldron realm was injured? Good heavens, am I seeing things? What on earth is this anomaly? They could scarcely believe that this was the battle power unleashed by a practitioner at the 9th layer of Gathering Spirit. It seemed that the 3 old fellows could only join forces to bully a mere child. Subsequently, Elder Zhou and Elder Xiao revealed themselves. The 3 extraordinary practitioners of the Four Cauldron realm surrounded Jiang Luo. Jiang Luo, you truly are a prodigy of a millennium. Perhaps only the old ancestors of Ling Xian could rival you. Alas, you have offended the Xiantian sect, and your rise cannot be permitted. Today marks your demise. The 3 extraordinary Four Cauldron experts unleashed their terrifying power simultaneously, causing the entire battlefield to tremble. Luo Air was in grave danger. Jiang Xiao's complexion was ashen, his face etched with despair. The three extraordinary figures of the Four Cauldrons Alliance were united, leaving Luo with no hope of resistance. Jiang Luo, alas, your demise is imminent. What a pity it is for your talent. Lacking a formidable background, you ultimately resemble a mere insect. In her heart, Sun Shui felt a sense of relief. With Jiang Luo's death, she would no longer regret her choices. The sense of tranquility washed over her. Kill me? Can you? However, Jiang Luo merely scoffed at the notion. He had yet to reveal his final trump card. I could see that moment. The golden blood within him erupted, radiating an unparalleled brilliance. An ancient, terrifying imperial aura began to awaken from within him. His eyes were filled with a chilling fierceness that last. Jiang Luo unleashed the power of his mysterious bloodline. An overwhelming imperial might enveloped the arena, instilling fear and trepidation in the hearts of all present, causing their very souls to tremble. What on earth is happening? Everyone stood in stunned silence. Could this truly be the mysterious bloodline that Luo spoke of? Jiang Xiao's face was alight with joy. Meanwhile, in the distant starry expanse, Jiang Ning and Du Xiao, searching for their son, were frozen in place, sensing this vast imperial presence. This imperial bloodline aura had erupted, locking onto its source within the Ling Xian little world. Jiang Ning's face was brimming with excitement. Jiang Ning, quickly, hurry to the Ling Xian little world. It could very well be our long-lost son. Tears streamed down Du Xiao's face, overwhelmed with emotion. Their child had been missing since childhood, enduring untold hardships. How could this mother not feel heartache? 16 years, the couple had traversed countless star domains. Now, with a glimmer of hope, how could they not be ecstatic? At this moment, Jiang Luo unleashed the full force of his bloodline power. A tremendous pressure radiated from him, making him appear as a sovereign of ancient times. Unparalleled and awe-inspiring, shaking heaven and earth. All present felt their souls quiver in response. What is this? How could Jiang Luo's aura suddenly escalate to such an extent? Shun Wanqian, Luo Daosun, and the others spoke in terror. Under such might, they were engulfed by an overwhelming sense of dread. The Ling Xian little world was merely an ordinary realm within the chaos realm, devoid of powerful beings, and thus, they found it difficult to comprehend the events unfolding around Jiang Luo. The three elders of the Xiantian sect also paled in shock, unable to fathom what had suddenly transpired within Jiang Luo. It is time to send you 3 old geezers on your way. Jiang Luo's gaze was icy, filled with murderous intent that a vast and potent bloodline force coalesced into a sphere of golden light of death. Under Jiang Luo's command, the golden light enveloped the 3 elders of the Xiantian sect. Boom! In an instant, like fragile tofu, it easily shattered their protective spiritual energy. That we can't withstand this. Quick, run. The 3 elders sensed the suffocating grip of death, their fear reaching a crescendo as they desperately attempted to flee. Yet it was too late. The terrifying golden light had already pierced through their bodies. No. The 3 elders of the Xiantian sect, at the pinnacle of the 4 cauldrons, widened their eyes in disbelief as they were slain by a mere youth of the gathering spirit realm. They shrieked in unison as the golden light tore their bodies apart. With a thunderous explosion, the entire void was engulfed in a mist of blood. This scene left the entire assembly in shock. Even halting their very breaths, 3 extraordinary cultivators of the 4 cauldrons had been effortlessly annihilated by a mere gathering spirit realm practitioner. How could this be? It was a reality too astonishing to fathom. The battlefield fell into an oppressive silence. The sound of a pin drop could be heard. Everyone's hearts were in turmoil. The 3 elders of the Xiantian sect had perished just like that. Jiang Luo was merely a gathering spirit cultivator. How had he accomplished this? Had they truly not misinterpreted what they witnessed? The coalition forces gasped in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the situation. Shun Wanqian was pale, drenched in cold sweat, overwhelmed by a whirlwind of emotions, a twinge of regret gnawing at him. With such a monstrous Jiang Luo rising to power, he could very well become another ancestor of Ling Xian. Or the Xiantian sect and the Jiang Luo dynasty. They seemed utterly insignificant in comparison. Regret consumed him. IT must be a trick, A deception. Xin Shui shook her head furiously, her agitation palpable. She could not accept the reality of her misjudgment. Jiang Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend that his son had grown this formidable, with the three elders of the Xiantian sect now dead. What was to be done next? Luo Daosan, his face ashen, questioned anxiously. Would they truly have to retreat? General Luo, we cannot allow Jiang Luo to survive. Otherwise, we shall all face his wrath, the ninth prince declared solemnly. He, too, had not anticipated such a turn of events. Jiang Yu clenched his fists, his face a mask of fury and heartache. The fall of the three elders was a devastating blow to the Xiantian sect. Jiang Luo had committed an unforgivable sin in slaying them. The Xiantian sect would surely not let him go unpunished. This moment, Luo Daosan steeled himself and commanded the Wind Knights to surround and eliminate Jiang Luo once more. Marshal Dilly also issued orders for elite forces to charge at Jiang Luo, a torrent of warriors surging forth like a flood. Who dares approach and seek death? Jiang Luo stood resolutely, a spear in hand, undaunted in the face of the vast army. His powerful shout reverberated, intimidating the soldiers, causing them to cower and hesitate. After all, Jiang Luo had just dispatched 3 extraordinary cultivators of the 4 cauldrons with ease. The pressure was too overwhelming. Jiang Luo, you have slain the elders of my Xiantian sect. Your crimes are unforgivable. Today, I shall come to demand retribution. A voice of immense authority resonated across the battlefield. An extraordinarily terrifying aura descended in the sky. A colossal golden sword manifested, exuding a fearsome presence. Everyone felt a painful sensation as if their faces were being sliced. The sword energy was exceedingly oppressive. This is a manifestation. A powerful being from above the 7 cauldrons has arrived. The crowd gasped in astonishment. From the realm of the 7 cauldrons onward, one could fully harness the power of heaven and earth, manifesting avatars for battle. Thus, their combat prowess was incomparable to that of the 4 cauldrons cultivators. Such a formidable being could annihilate hundreds or thousands with a mere wave of their hand. Throughout the Ling Xian little world, they stood atop the pinnacle of power. The golden sword avatar belonged to the 3rd elder. Jiang Xiao's expression darkened. He recognized the figure. How could he not? The 3rd elder had arrived. Jiang Yu's face was filled with elation. Jiang Luo, you may have defeated me, shattered Elder Qing's legs, and even annihilated 3 elders. But so what? My Xiantian sect has stronger forces coming to claim your life. You cannot escape your fate. This underscored the significance of having a powerful background. Boom! A beam of light descended, and a middle-aged man clad in green appeared, standing in mid-air. He emanated an unparalleled aura, as terrifying as a deity descending to the mortal realm. The 9th stage of the Pill Cauldron, the 7th stage of the 4 cauldrons, was a chasm separating realms. Crossing it meant an insurmountable divide. Such beings were exceedingly rare in the world, regarded as supreme powerhouses. 3rd elder, do you intend to kill me? Jiang Xiao exclaimed in disbelief. They had grown up together. He had even saved the 3rd elder's life. They were like brothers. Jiang Xiao, our bond ends here. Your arrogance has offended my Xiantian sect, and no one can save you now. The 3rd elder spoke with an air of indifference, elevated above all. He had long since forgotten the bonds of yesteryear. Considering the fact that I once saved your life, spare Luo, and I shall willingly forfeit my own, Jiang Xiao declared in a solemn tone. The 3rd elder scoffed. Jiang Xiao, your son possesses extraordinary talent. Do you truly believe he poses a significant threat? Today, both father and son shall perish. Father, cease your idle chatter. He has long forsaken your past camaraderie. Jiang Luo interjected with a fierce tone. I shall see how formidable the 7th pinnacle truly is. With no further words, he took the initiative to strike. The potent force of his bloodline surged forth, enveloping his spear in a divine radiance that surged toward the 3rd elder. An ant dares to challenge an elephant. Utterly unaware of its own limitations, the 3rd elder remarked coldly. He unleashed the golden sword manifestation, hurling it toward Jiang Luo. Boom! Their attacks collided with cataclysmic force, unleashing a tremendous shockwave. The surrounding soldiers were sent sprawling, cries of agony echoing through the air. Poof! Jiang Luo spat out a mouthful of blood, sent hurtling backward. Haha, Jiang Luo has been defeated. Jiang Yu laughed heartily to AT that moment. A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. What of your unparalleled talent, Jiang Luo? Without a powerful backing, you remain but an ant, destined to be crushed. My choice, Shen Shui, is undeniably correct. Shen Shui lifted her head proudly, declaring, Prince of the South, everything is about to come to an end. The Grand Marshal of Dali laughed joyfully, reveling in the prospect of resolving the greatest threat to the court. I could sense your presence just now. Your power emanates from your blood. It appears you possess a rare bloodline, a saint body unlike any other. Killing you and returning your body to Xintian sect will allow for thorough research. The third elder said with a chilling smile. This was his primary motivation for taking action. Studying Jiang Luo's body might elevate his own cultivation. Immediately, a terrifying pressure enveloped Jiang Luo. The golden sword manifestation erupted with dreadful power, prepared to pierce Jiang Luo and claim his life. Jiang Luo offered a wry smile, pondering whether he, having just traversed through time, would truly meet his demise today. Luo, we have finally found you. At that moment, two excited voices rang out that a young couple appeared silently on the battlefield. The man, clad in dark attire, was strikingly handsome and exuded an air of nobility. The woman, dressed in a gown of snow, possessed an ethereal beauty, reminiscent of a celestial maiden descending from the moon palace. Everyone was taken aback, astonished at the sudden appearance of this remarkable pair. The woman's gaze was fixated solely on Jiang Luo, completely disregarding the others. Tears shimmered in her beautiful eyes. He truly is our Luo. Both were unmatched powerhouses capable of obliterating a small world, and they could sense the bloodline connection with Jiang Luo the moment they laid eyes on him. Do you intend to kill him? The man inquired, his expression darkening as he turned to the third elder, rage boiling within him at the thought of someone wanting to harm his newly found son. Who are you? Get lost, or I shall slay you both, the third elder retorted with a huff. The disparity in their realms rendered the young couple little more than ordinary mortals in his eyes. He sensed no formidable aura emanating from them. Their extraordinary demeanor merely piqued his curiosity, preventing him from attacking outright. Ha! Jiang Ning chuckled. It has been years since anyone dared to speak to me thus. Who are you? Jiang Luo asked, puzzled as he regarded the pair. We are your parents. The voice of Jiang Xiao trembled, her tears cascading down her enchanting visage. That moment, she trembled with emotions, excitement, joy, guilt, and a plethora of feelings intertwined. Leaving her heart in disarray, her beloved son, long yearned for over 16 years, finally stood before her. Words could scarcely capture her overwhelming sentiments. Am I truly your son? Jiang Luo stared at them, having fully embraced the identity of the original owner after exhausting all memories. Deep down, he held no doubts regarding their parentage, for the emotions displayed by the woman were undeniably genuine. You were harmed shortly after your birth, and thus we have searched for you for 16 years. You are our son, without question, Jiang Ning proclaimed. Though his outward demeanor remained composed, his heart quaked with fervor, the pulse of a father holding back his emotions, unlike the mother who let them spill forth unabated. Luo, it is all my fault. I failed to protect you back then. Jiang Xiao wept, burdened with guilt for her son in finding her beloved child. She felt an overwhelming sense of remorse. Luo, this is the jade pendant you carried with you, inscribed with the character for Luo. Thus, we named you Jiang Luo. That moment, Jiang Xiao retrieved a luxurious jade pendant from his bosom, feeling a pang of discomfort, as if his long-held treasures were being snatched away. The true parents of Luo had finally returned. Indeed, this is the identity token of the Jiang family, Jiang Ning affirmed with a nod. Father, mother, Jiang Luo acknowledged them, accepting their identities. Having been reborn, he was now the true Jiang Luo. The original parents of his past life were now his own. A bittersweet smile crossed his lips. In his previous life, he had been an orphan longing for the love of parents, and now, in this new life, he had found them. Yet he lamented the lack of time to revel in their affection. Jiang Luo. The couple appeared merely ordinary, incapable of saving him, but he found himself perplexed by the source of his potent bloodline. All right, my dear child, my Luo, I shall never allow anyone to harm you again, Jiang Xiao exclaimed, overjoyed to embrace her son. With unrestrained happiness, she laughed, wiping his face with tender care, wishing to engrave his visage in her heart forever. Jiang Ning approached, offering a gentle smile as he placed a hand on his son's shoulder. After 16 years, our family is finally reunited. In that moment, they experienced an unprecedented bliss, the shadows of their past fully dissipating. Unbeknownst to them, Jiang Xiao was not Jiang Luo's biological father. Yet what difference did it make? Two mere mortals could not alter the fate of Jiang Luo. The crowd erupted in mockery. Ha, Jiang Xiao, who would have thought you raised someone else's child for 16 years? The sudden appearance of Jiang Luo's true parents did not faze the third elder. I have no time for your family reunion tales. Let me send you all to reunite in death. The third elder declared, his murderous intent surging as the golden sword manifestation unleashed a terrifying, potent sword energy. You seek to kill me. Jiang Luo shielded his parents behind him. My son has grown up and must protect us, said Jiang Xiao, her face radiating joy. With her status and strength, she had no need for her son's protection. Yet, the feeling of being safeguarded by him filled her with immense happiness. Lord, your mother has vowed never to allow anyone to harm you again, Jiang Xiao proclaimed, stepping forward to stand protectively behind her son, a gentle smile gracing her lips. How absurd! The third elder scoffed, hurling his golden sword towards the trio. Jiang Xiao's eyes turned icy as she merely snorted in disdain. In an instant, the third elder was obliterated, leaving no trace of his existence, vanishing without a remnant. This spectacle left everyone present utterly dumbfounded. What? They widened their eyes in disbelief, as if witnessing the most terrifying event imaginable. Their expressions frozen in sheer horror. One mere glance had annihilated him. Good heavens, what kind of dreadful being was this? They could scarcely believe it, their hearts trembling in fear. Jiang Luo was equally astonished, realizing that his parents were not ordinary individuals, but extraordinary powerhouses. Did you not just claim my son had no background? That you, Xiantian sect, could trample upon him at will? Jiang Ning's cold gaze fixed on Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu chuckled derisively. Comparing my son's background to yours is the height of absurdity. Now you shall understand how trivial your so-called backgrounds in my eyes, as easily extinguishable as a flicker of flame. Jiang Ning turned to Shen Shui, speaking in a chilling tone. You forsook my son for a man of greater standing. You will soon discover the folly of your choice and the depth of your regret. With a casual gesture, he pointed a finger towards the void that, in an instant, the fabric of space was forcibly torn asunder. The dominion of the southern region, the Xiantian sect, materialized on the other side of the rift. Towering peaks, resplendent palaces, and a multitude of disciples exuded an overwhelming aura. What? How could this tearing of space even be possible? At that moment, Luo Daosun, Jiang Yu, and the ninth prince, among others, were left utterly stupefied. Their perceptions of reality shattered. Good heavens, could a cultivator truly possess such unfathomable power? The terror blossomed deep within their hearts. They finally grasped the sheer terror embodied by Jiang Luo's biological parents. The rift in space laid bare the Xiantian sect, situated thousands of kilometers away, before everyone's astonished eyes. This scene, which defied comprehension, plunged all present into profound shock and dread. This is the arrogance that emboldens the Xiantian sect in the presence of my son, Jiang Ning declared, hands clasped behind his back, his tone dripping with authority. Before me, you are as laughable as ants, easily extinguishable with a flick of my finger. With a mere gesture, he pointed towards the Xiantian sect across the void. A colossal vortex materialized above the sect, radiating an aura akin to divine wrath. The previously clear sky was engulfed in darkness in an instant. Thunderous black lightning crackled ominously in the heavens, creating a scene of unspeakable terror. What on earth is happening? At that moment, the disciples of Xiantian sect looked up in horror at the sky. The oppressive pressure made them tremble uncontrollably. Could it be divine retribution? Questioned an elder. But we, Xiantian sect, have committed no grievous wrongs deserving of such wrath. Just then, Within the forbidden grounds of Xintian's sect, a terrifying beam of light shot skyward, a figure clad in purple robes. The revered ancestor of the sect floated barefoot in mid-air, his gaze fixed upon the massive black vortex. Great-grandfather. Jiang Yu exclaimed in astonishment from the other side of the void. This was the Xintian sect's most formidable entity. The Xintian ancestor, the strongest being in the entire southern region. Luo Daosin and the others paled at the sight. The Xintian ancestor, a pinnacle cultivator on the verge of transcending to the celestial realm, stood as a godlike presence within the southern region. Heaven, have we ever committed acts that would invoke such divine wrath? Why does this retribution descend upon us? The Xintian ancestor cried out to the heavens, his face etched with sorrow. Even he, the mightiest in the southern region, found himself utterly powerless beneath the heavenly might. The elders and disciples of Xintian's sect, now thoroughly terrified, sank to their knees, paralyzed by fear. To harm my son is indeed an act deserving of divine wrath. The Xintian sect has no reason to continue existing in this world. A voice of authority resonated, and from the depths of the black vortex, a blinding light surged forth, enveloping the vast expanse of Xintian's sect. In an instant, the entire sect was reduced to ashes. Over 10,000 disciples, including the Xintian ancestor and the sect leader, were obliterated, leaving no trace behind. The once mighty dominion of the southern region, Xintian's sect, had been utterly annihilated from existence. This scene left Shun Wancheng, Luo Daosin, and others paralyzed with terror, collapsing to the ground in disbelief. The immense Xintian sect was obliterated from a distance of thousands of kilometers. Good heavens! What kind of unfathomable power could achieve such a feat? Shun Wancheng and his daughter, Shun Shui, nearly perished from fright. They were consumed by regret, having once believed Jiang Luo to be a mere pawn of insignificant background. Just moments ago, they had mocked him as an ant devoid of power. Little did they know. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Luo's true lineage had emerged, and it was staggeringly formidable, akin to deities descending upon the mortal realm. Had they not chosen to break the engagement, Shun Shui would have genuinely soared to greatness. Transforming into a phoenix of the highest order, they had willingly cast aside such an opportunity. Shun Wancheng felt as though he were being consumed by despair. After a lifetime of shrewdness in building a vast commercial empire, he had inadvertently condemned the entire Shun family due to a moment of folly. Even a Lingxian saint, a celestial realm powerhouse, could not match the overwhelming might displayed here. What status and power did Jiang Luo's biological parents possess? The ninth prince's face drained of color, his terror reaching its zenith. He completely regretted wading into this turmoil. Jiang Yu wore a mournful expression, having thought Jiang Luo an insignificant figure, only to realize that the true fool was himself, resulting in the downfall of the entire Xintian sect. Even Jiang Luo was taken aback. The concept of obliteration from a distance felt utterly surreal and unfathomable. What kind of terrifying lineage did his biological parents possess? His curiosity surged. With the protection of his biological parents, his path of cultivation would undoubtedly be unimpeded, with a future brimming with potential. Jiang Xiao felt a pang of sorrow that he realized that he would no longer be able to assist his son, becoming a mere bystander. The chasm between him and his biological parents was insurmountable. Yet he felt a sense of relief. With such a powerful backing, Luo would no longer find himself in peril, given his astonishing talent. He was destined to soar to great heights. You all have bullied my Luo for lacking a background. Now, I, as his father, have demonstrated the reality of your arrogance. Before him, you are but ants, easily extinguishable. He declared with unwavering authority, do not underestimate a father's love for his son. The obliteration of the Xintian sect is but a trivial feat for me, with you mere ants daring to surround and harm my son. The gaze of Dugu Xiaoye was as frigid as ice, radiating an aura of lethal intent. A mother bear protecting her cub is the most formidable of existences. Years ago, due to her negligence, her son faced grave peril. She has always felt an overwhelming sense of indebtedness towards him. Now, her mindset is resolutely focused on doing everything possible to atone for her past mistakes. Henceforth, she will undoubtedly be a mother who indulges her son to the utmost, unwilling to let him suffer any further grievances. With merely a sweeping glance across the battlefield, hundreds of thousands of soldiers were reduced to ash, as if they had never existed. Only a few remained. Luo, Daosan, Shun Wanxian, Shan Shui, Jinyu, and the Ninth Prince. Such horrifying prowess seemed almost divine. Brother Jiang Luo, I leave these matters in your capable hands, Dugu Xiao declared. Luo, I was wrong. You must forgive me. We played together as children, shared beds, and bathed together. I was simply confused for a moment. You must pardon me. I will obey you from now on. Whatever you command. Shun Shui knelt before Jiang Luo, trembling with fear as she wept and pleaded for forgiveness. Disgusting, Jiang Luo retorted with disdain. Little did he expect this woman to be so shameless, even now begging for his mercy. In your next life, strive not to be so self-serving. With that, he delivered a single, swift slap, and Shun Shui was struck down, her eyes wide open in death, filled with regret. Why had she chosen to break off the engagement? Jiang Zhen, spare my life, for I possess a monumental secret to reveal. Luo Daosan exclaimed in terror. Jiang Xiao fixed a cold stare upon him. What secret? Speak swiftly. Luo Daosan hurriedly replied. Your wife, Jiang Wei, is not dead. She has been imprisoned for eternity in the Divine Wind Palace. The declaration of her death was merely a facade. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhao's expression shifted dramatically, his body trembling with excitement that Wei is alive. This was the most joyous news Jiang Xiao had received in many years. The iron-willed man, the infamous slayer of 1,000,000 enemies, now found tears streaming down his face that a man does not weep lightly, but only when overcome by sorrow. Can I not kill you now? Luo Daosan cautiously inquired of Jiang Xiao that I may spare you. Jiang Xiao replied after a moment of contemplation. However, at that moment, Jiang Luo suddenly stepped forward. Father, you spared his life once, but I have yet to agree to that. He hunted my mother in the past, and now he seeks to kill me. It is time for me to exact vengeance. How could he allow a foe to escape? Jiang Xiao, you are infuriating. Luo Daosan seethed. This father-son duo seemed to be playing a farcical game. Jiang Xiao responded with a faint smile. I may choose not to seek vengeance, but that does not mean Luo cannot. In an instant, Jiang Luo unleashed a torrent of blood, striking towards Luo Daosan with a fierce blow. Thus fell the renowned commander of the Divine Wind Knights from the southern region. Luo, you must personally venture to the Divine Wind Palace and rescue your mother. Jiang Ning instructed. Duguxia looked at her husband in confusion. Was it not a simple task for the two of them to assist in rescuing Jiang Wei? Why place Luo in jeopardy? Their son was merely in the gathering spirit realm. Her heart ached at the thought. Firstly, it was essential for Luo to rescue his adoptive mother, repaying her nurturing love. Secondly, it served as a trial for him. Jiang Ning conveyed his thoughts telepathically, patiently explaining. Moreover, if he wished to reclaim justice, he must rely on his own strength. Believe in our son. He will not be inferior to that so-called natural-born monarch. Rest assured, with us here, what danger could he face? This realm was but a small world. If their son could not prevail here, he would be ridiculed upon his return. Such was Jiang Luo's fate. As their son, he must never be ordinary. Anyone who dared to mock him would face their wrath. Did that so-called natural-born monarch truly think they would hesitate to kill him? If anyone dares to threaten Luo again, I will not compromise and rivers of blood will flow. Duguxia's gaze was filled with unwavering determination. I know you dote on our son, fearing he suffers, but some paths must be traversed by him alone. We can only provide assistance, not walk the journey for him. Jiang Ning urged with patience, but he understood that his wife felt indebted to their son and would likely indulge him greatly in the future. However, as his parents, they could not allow him to become a mere plaything of privilege. How you train him is your concern, that if he encounters danger, I will take you down with him. Duguxia warned her husband with fierce authority. She was determined to protect her cub, but Luo is my son too. How could I possibly place him in danger? Jiang Ning sighed, realizing once more the ferocity of a protective mother. Unbeknownst to Jiang Luo, his parents were communicating telepathically. With a determined nod, he declared, Father, I will rescue mother myself. Indeed, I shall accompany you when the time comes, Jiang Xiao affirmed. He then turned his attention to the ninth prince. I have heard that you are also a true disciple of the Lingxian sacred land. You know Lu Rian? Jiang Xiao inquired sharply. His battle formations have been easily dismantled by an enemy far too familiar with them, leaving him in a state of profound suspicion. Furthermore, could the esteemed ninth prince of the Xinghua dynasty, a true disciple of the Lingxian sacred land, genuinely be interested in Shen Shui? Although Shen Shui possessed commendable talent and beauty, it was only remarkable within the context of the Dali dynasty, insufficient to attract the ninth prince's attention. Moreover, the letter he had sent to Lu Rian had seemingly vanished into thin air. The astute Jiang Xiao could not help but redirect his suspicions towards her. The ninth prince hesitated, stammering. Speak, Jiang Xiao commanded. Brother Jiang, there is no need for such coercion. Simply read his memories, Jiang Ning suggested, extending a finger towards the ninth prince. Ah! The ninth prince let out a pained scream. Moments later, Jiang Ning's expression darkened. He had not anticipated the depths of treachery harbored by this woman, who sought to harm his father and brother. After extracting the memories, he discovered that the mastermind behind it all was none other than Lu Rian. Subsequently, Jiang Ning relayed the information he had uncovered to Jiang Xiao. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiao was engulfed in a tide of rage. Lu Rian, I treated you like my own daughter, yet you exhibit such inhuman cruelty. Ugh! Jiang Xiao was so enraged that he coughed up blood. Indeed, the mere mention of her name had warned him of her treachery against the Zhen Nan Wangfu. Lu Rian, the Empress of Smoke, was as infamous as her reputation suggested. Jiang Luo's eyes also grew cold. The original owner had perished, and he had nearly met the same fate, all due to this woman's machinations. The most venomous of hearts belongs to women. She is truly a fiend. After eliminating Shen Wanqian and the others, the group returned to the Zhen Nan Wangfu. Following a fierce battle, many matters awaited Jiang Xiao as attention. In the chamber, only Jiang Luo and his biological parents remained. Duguxia looked at her son with affectionate eyes. Lord, Mother has found you. From now on, I will ensure you are never bullied again. Even if you cause a catastrophic disaster, I will protect you. No one can harm you. Whatever you wish to pursue, do it without hesitation. Duguxia currently harbors no ambitions, solely wishing to indulge her son. She pays little heed to the world beyond. Feeling deeply indebted to her child, she believes that only by showering him with affection can she attain peace of mind and true happiness. Jiang Ning, with a resigned smile, sighed inwardly. He certainly does not wish for his son to become, a scion of privilege devoid of virtue. Though your lineage may be somewhat illustrious, I, as your father, hope that you can rely on your own abilities to dominate the world, rather than leaning solely on your background and being complacent. As the son of the exceptional Jiang Ning, you shall not be a coward. A tiger's son cannot be a dog. Jiang Ning refrained from countering his wife's sentiments, but felt compelled to impart some wisdom to his son. The aspiration for one's child to flourish is a universal desire of every father. Dad, what exactly is our background? Jiang Luo inquired with curiosity, eager to uncover the magnitude of their lineage. During his studies in the imperial city, he had stumbled upon ancient texts that hinted at the existence of a vast world beyond the Lingxian small world, known as the Tianyuan Great World. This grand realm, accompanied by countless smaller worlds, forms a star domain. Could his parents be descendants of a prominent family within the Tianyuan star domain? In response to his son's question, Jiang Ning smiled and asked, Have you ever heard of the legend of the emperors? Jiang Luo shook his head vigorously. He was unaware of the realms beyond the human realm, let alone the tales of the emperors. However, the mere mention of the title emperor ignited a fervor within him, suggesting an unparalleled authority and formidable power. Today, I shall enlighten you, my son, Jiang Ning said with a slight smile. The world we inhabit is known as the Xianhuang Chaos Realm, composed of the primordial celestial realm, 3,000 great worlds, and countless smaller worlds. The primordial celestial realm serves as the foundation of the entire chaos realm, a core of immense strength. A great world, supplemented by numerous smaller worlds, constitutes a star domain. Thus, the Xianhuang Chaos Realm can also be described as being formed by the primordial celestial realm and the 3,000 star domains, as he briefly introduced his son to the situation of their world. Jiang Luo's excitement bubbled forth. "Father, are we part of a prominent family within a star domain?" he asked eagerly. The sheer number of beings in a star domain would be millions of times that of the Lingxian small world. To be part of such a family would imply being a dominant force with an extraordinary background. Jiang Ning chuckled, but did not provide a direct answer. Instead, he continued, "Now, I must introduce you to the emperors. The emperor is the most powerful cultivator in the Chaos Realm. Representing the pinnacle of cultivation, an emperor reigns over the vast heavens, revered across all realms, and suppresses the universe. They're the greatest existence in this world. Indeed, those of the emperor's realm are often referred to as divine sovereigns, celestial lords, or sacred ancestors. Throughout the recorded history of the Chaos Realm, spanning over 1,000,000 years, there have been a total of 14 emperors, including 2 ancestors, 3 sovereigns for divine lords, and 5 emperors. My ancestor of the Jiang family was one of the 3 divine sovereigns who founded the Daxia Divine Dynasty, ruling over 13 star domains and establishing the Daxia star system, making it one of the supreme powers of the Xianhuang Chaos Realm, a transcendent divine nation. Upon hearing this, Jiang Luo stood in stunned silence, his heart racing. Heavens! I initially believed my parents' origins were merely that of a prominent family within a star domain. I never imagined they would be so astonishingly powerful, ruling over 13 star domains as a transcendent divine dynasty. His emotions churned, akin to a beggar suddenly discovering that his father is the world's wealthiest individual. "Father, what position do you hold within the Daxia Divine Dynasty?" Jiang Luo asked eagerly. Even being an ordinary royal offspring would signify immense power, for this dynasty is among the most formidable in the entire Chaos Realm. Jiang Ning smiled gently. "Your grandfather is the current human emperor of the Daxia Divine Dynasty, Jiang Lan. Your grandmother is the younger sister of the head of the Supreme Imperial Clan, Yilan. As for me, I have been bestowed the title of Prince Ning, one of the 18 princes of Daxia. Attaining a princely title is no easy feat. Even a human emperor's son would not be easily granted such a title. However, I inadvertently became the peerless genius of my generation. No one among my contemporaries has been able to withstand even a single strike from me, which is why I was conferred the title of prince." Though his tone was calm, pride radiated from him. "What? My grandfather is the human emperor of Daxia. My grandmother is the sister of the Supreme Imperial Clan's leader. Father, you have suppressed an entire generation?" Jiang Luo was utterly astounded, his face a mask of disbelief. This was the little background his father had mentioned. "My goodness, this is undeniably one of the most formidable lineages in the entire Chaos Realm. It is an unparalleled surprise of monumental proportions." Observing her husband's elation, Dugu Xiaoya scoffed disdainfully. She did not wish for her son to idolize only his father while overlooking her as his mother. "Humph, why your Divine Dynasty has a grand lineage. My Dugu family is no trifling matter either." She then turned to her son with a bright smile. "Oh, your maternal grandfather is the Lord of Sword Emperor City. Dugu Baitian, he reigns over Sword Emperor City, gathering fortune, and in this era devoid of emperors, he stands as the mightiest being in the Chaos Realm. One man and one sword. He single-handedly defends Sword Emperor City, preventing 1,000,000 external demons from stepping foot into the Xianhuang Chaos Realm. Although the Dugu family lacks the inheritance of an emperor, in this era where no emperor has emerged for tens of thousands of years, we can still reach the pinnacle of the world. Your aunt, Dugu Mingyue, is a true disciple of the Divine Ancestor Hall. You once had an uncle with greater talent than your grandfather, but unfortunately, he perished in battle against an external demon." Dugu Xiaoya's expression suddenly turned somber. "My brother was exceptionally fond of me. Every time I think of him, it brings me great sorrow." "What?" Jiang Luo was left speechless. Overwhelmed to an extraordinary degree, he had thought that his identity as a royal descendant of the Daxia Divine Dynasty was already significant enough. Little did he know that his maternal grandfather was the most powerful being in the Chaos Realm. What began as a hellishly difficult start had, in an instant, transformed into a stroke of divine fortune. The original background of the protagonist is simply astonishing. Few are aware that I am the daughter of Dugu Batian. Dugu Xiao smiled. And there is yet another layer to our lineage that your father is unaware of. Your grandmother is the sovereign of the heavenly realm, one of the 4 great chaos sacred lands. I, your mother, am the fabled saintess of the heavenly realm. This identity is known to very few. Jiang Luo was yet again left speechless. This is an otherworldly background. The Supreme Divine Dynasty, the Supreme Imperial Clan, Sword Emperor City, the Chaos Sacred Lands. Even the Divine Ancestor Hall has a connection through Aunt Dugamingwe. He is destined to be the most prodigal son in the Chaos realm. Who else possesses such a powerful lineage? I never expected you to be the legendary saintess of the heavenly realm, known as the moon goddess, celebrated as the most beautiful in the Chaos realm. Jiang Ning was equally astonished, standing frozen in place. How about that? Now you see you have struck a great fortune. Dugu Xiao shot her husband a glance. Jiang Ning chuckled foolishly, of course. It's a tremendous fortune. The most beautiful in the Chaos realm is my wife. Who wouldn't be delighted? Dugu Xiao gazed at her son with an air of authority and declared, Lower, now you understand the strength of the forces behind you. Right? From now on, whatever you wish to pursue it boldly and fearlessly. If I ever feel displeased, I could level an entire star domain without a second thought. That incident from years past must never occur again. Understood. Thank you, mother. Jiang Luo nodded slightly, finally grasping the feeling of being cherished by parents. For an orphan like him, this sentiment was invaluable. In terms of innate talent, he possessed the divine pearl, a golden finger of sorts. In terms of background, he boasted the lineage of the Supreme Divine Dynasty, the Supreme Divine Clan, the chaotic sacred land, and a legacy of the strongest being in chaos in this vast expanse of the universe. Amidst countless prodigies and myriad life forms, what could you possibly use to contend with me? I am truly invincible now, with unparalleled talent and an unmatched background, Jiang Luo exclaimed inwardly with immense excitement. In this life, he was determined to ascend to the pinnacle of all realms. Lower, concerning your maternal grandfather and grandmother, unless absolutely necessary, do not disclose anything to outsiders. There exists a rule in the heavenly realm. As a sovereign, one cannot marry or have children. Therefore, initially, I did not even inform your father about your grandmother's situation, admonished Dugu Xiao. After all, as children grow, they deserve to know about their kin. Thus, she chose to confide in Jiang Luo. The reason for keeping even her father Dugu Baiqian's identity a secret from outsiders was the fear of retaliation from external malevolent beings, or the risk of them abducting their family members to threaten Dugu Baiqian. This was also why very few knew she was the little princess of the Dugu family. Understood, Jiang Luo nodded. Lord, although you have a most prestigious background in the Chaos realm, I still hope you can become a true prodigy. Rather than merely a second-generation heir who relies on family connections, Jiang Ning expressed his lofty aspirations for his son. While a background can be advantageous, one must not solely rely on it, lest one be deemed useless. Father, I, at the 9th level of spirit gathering, have slain 3 extraordinary practitioners at the 4th rank, Jiang Luo said with a hint of pride. Such accomplishments were worthy of being recorded in history. However, Jiang Ning merely smiled dismissively. In my day, I could also slay beings at the celestial realm while in the 9th level of spirit gathering. Moreover, the practitioners in this small world are resource poor and their combat abilities limited. Jiang Luo could only smile bitterly, realizing that his proud achievements were insignificant in his father's eyes. Do not be disheartened. Next, allow me to guide you in your training, and your strength will significantly enhance. Jiang Ning said with a smile. This highlighted the vast disparity between ordinary cultivators and the offspring of powerful clans. Father, mother, why was I cast in the Lingxian small world back then? Jiang Luo suddenly inquired. Given his parents' grand backgrounds, how could he possibly have been lost in the outside world? This puzzled him greatly. Dugu Xiaoye's face contorted with hatred, filled with murderous intent as she exclaimed, It was all due to that vile woman. Jiang Ning sighed, explaining, It is because you possess innate imperial blood of the highest caliber, attracting envious eyes. Once you achieve enlightenment and break through to the Emperor realm, your bloodline will undergo a transformation, allowing future generations the chance to awaken this bloodline power. The emperor bloodline is categorized into 9 grades, with the first grade being the most potent. Above the first grade, there exists the pure blood imperial lineage. However, such purebloods have long since vanished from this world. Thus, the first grade imperial blood is the highest caliber of bloodline. Now you understand how precious your awakened first grade imperial blood truly is. The emperor, being the mightiest existence in the world, naturally possesses one of the most terrifying powers. This explains why imperial clans never decline. Why has the pure blood imperial lineage ceased to exist? Jiang Luo queried with curiosity. Only the sons of emperors have the potential to awaken the pure blood imperial lineage in the Xianhuang chaotic realm. It has been tens of thousands of years since an emperor has emerged. Unlike humans, the pure blood lineage of demon beasts can persist, albeit their offspring are exceedingly rare, often producing only one descendant per generation. Such is the fairness of the heavenly Tao, Jiang Ning elucidated. Now I see. Jiang Luo nodded, a question surfacing in his mind. The divine pearl can enhance one's innate constitution and bloodline, that if he were to accumulate enough energy, could he elevate his first grade imperial blood to a pure blood imperial lineage? Jiang Ning continued, you have a cousin named Jiang Xiao, the grandson of my elder uncle, that he is born with the royal Tao sacred body, surrounded by a golden dragon of imperial descent upon his birth. This is akin to the ancestral divine emperor, who possessed an invincible physique that a naturally born human emperor, capable of suppressing the 4 seas and 8 wastelands. Once fully realized, his combat prowess is unparalleled, shaking the cosmos. However, it is regrettable that he has not awakened the imperial bloodline. Thus, upon learning of your successful awakening of the first grade imperial blood, his mother set her sights on you, while your mother and I were away. That venomous woman actually abducted you, employing secret methods to extract your first grade imperial blood and transfer it into Jiang Xiao's body. Fortunately, an elder of the clan intervened just in time, tearing through the void to send you away. Otherwise, you might have suffered a tragic fate, losing your very life. When recounting this event, Jiang Ning's eyes burned with intense killing intent, his fists clenched tightly. Later, upon returning with your mother and hearing of your predicament, I was filled with righteous fury. Not only did I torment that vile woman to death, but I also annihilated her entire clan. The unimaginable pain you must have endured, having your bloodline forcibly stripped away as a young child, is beyond comprehension. Thus, we chose to exact vengeance on that wicked woman. Otherwise, our anger would never subside. Initially, I intended to eliminate Jiang Xiao as well, but you father insisted on intervening. Dugu Xiaoye's face was filled with indignation at the thought of this matter. Alas, Jiang Ning sighed. Your grandfather is the human emperor and must prioritize the greater good. All the royal clan elders jointly protected Jiang Xiao. Even your grandfather could not defy their wishes. Jiang Xiao, possessing both the royal Tao sacred body and first-grade imperial blood, represents the future of the Dashia Divine Dynasty, even being earmarked as the next human emperor. The royal elders would never allow him to come to harm. In this ruthless cultivation world, innate talent and potential dictate everything. After all, he embodies the future of a faction, a clan. I can mobilize the power of the Dugu family to eliminate Jiang Xiao without needing your assistance. Dugu Xiao harbored significant grievances about this matter. Are you not being foolish? Such actions would only lead to a catastrophic conflict between our families, resulting in rivers of blood. Moreover, your father guards the Sword Emperor city against the invasion of external malevolent beings into the Xianhuang chaotic realm, leaving him unable to intervene. Should the malevolent beings invade, it would lead to devastation, turning countless star realms into ruins. Furthermore, your son did not perish. He merely went missing. Otherwise, even if blood flowed like rivers, I would seek justice. Jiang Ning expressed his helplessness. Nevertheless, he admired her resolve to sacrifice her life to forge a brilliant future for her son. She must have known that her actions could cost her life. The clan elders could protect Jiang Xiao, but they would never safeguard her. Dugu Xiaoye scoffed. I believe my Luo will undoubtedly surpass him in the future. Father, mother, rest assured I will personally seek justice, defeating Jiang Xiao and proving to those old fogies who truly embodies the future of the Dashia Divine Dynasty. Jiang Luo declared with unwavering confidence. His self-assuredness stemmed from the power of the divine pearl. Haha, that's my good son, full of ambition. Jiang Ning clapped Jiang Luo on the shoulder, smiling broadly. Yet, deep down, he held little hope for his son. Jiang Xiao was simply too monstrous. Even if he were the unparalleled prodigy of his generation, Jiang Ning still felt a twinge of trepidation in the face of Jiang Xiao. However, this was not the moment to dampen his son's confidence. He needed to provide ample encouragement. Next, allow me to teach you the correct methods of cultivation and lend you my support. Jiang Ning, brimming with anticipation, ascended a grand mountain on the outskirts of Jingzhou City. Accompanied by his son the summit, the father and son, Jiang Ning and Jiang Luo, sat cross-legged in a face-to-face posture. Meanwhile, De Guxia floated gracefully in the air above them, akin to a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. Observing the two as they immersed themselves in their cultivation, her countenance adorned with an excited smile. What could bring greater joy than a family united in such bliss? The path of cultivation begins with the physical body, followed by the gathering of spiritual energy, the alchemical furnace, the celestial human realm, inscriptions, great power, and nobility. Beyond these stages lies the supreme realm, the cycle of life and death, and the unlocking of the body's hidden divine energies. Subsequently, one must comprehend the laws of power to enter the sacred realm. Ultimately, it culminates in the highest human realm, where one grasps the great Tao and attains the status of a great emperor. Each realm is a crucial milestone along the cultivation journey. Mastery of each stage significantly enhances one's combat prowess, allowing one to surpass peers of the same level. With the bloodline of a first-grade emperor as his foundation, Jiang Luo's physical cultivation had reached its zenith. His physique rivaled that of a divine beast's offspring, capable of suppressing those at the gathering spirit stage, far exceeding the strength of other cultivators. This was the boon bestowed by the imperial bloodline legacy upon its descendants. The gathering spirit stage involves the consolidation of earthly spiritual energy, which serves as the source of a cultivator's strength. Thus, the quality of the gathered spiritual energy directly correlates to one's combat capability, influencing each subsequent stage of cultivation. Jiang Ning elucidated the intricacies of cultivation to his son as a cultivator at the gathering spirit stage. He possessed the ability to vanquish those at the celestial human realm due to his mastery of the finest quality spiritual energy. What cultivation method are you practicing, Luo? I sense a formidable killing intent within you. Upon perceiving the nature of his son's spiritual energy, Jiang Ning furrowed his brow. The killing emperor's art, though regrettably, it is merely a fragment. Jiang Luo replied candidly, to Jiang Ning's astonishment. It was indeed the killing emperor's art. You are familiar with the killing emperor's art? He inquired, to which Jiang Luo responded with confusion. Yes, Jiang Ning nodded. This is the technique crafted by the killing emperor. Though he was not a true emperor, he grasped a half-step into the great Tao. He entered the path through the avenue of slaughter, and this technique is renowned for its unparalleled lethality. However, in the end, the boundless slaughter within will consume the practitioner, turning them into a mere instrument of killing. Therefore, you must abandon this path of cultivation. Jiang Ning naturally wished for his son to avoid becoming a machine of slaughter, especially since the killing emperor's art was incomplete, lacking a full version. Understood, Jiang Luo nodded without hesitation. Ultimately, relinquishing the killing emperor's art meant that his father would impart to him a more formidable cultivation method. This illustrates the vast chasm between ordinary cultivators and the offspring of powerful clans in terms of the quality of gathered spiritual energy. Now, I shall impart to you the chaotic heaven technique, which cultivates chaotic spiritual energy that if within 3 days you cannot sense even a hint of chaotic spiritual energy, it will indicate that this technique is not suited for you. And we shall select another method for your cultivation. The chaotic heaven technique was a treasure Jiang Ning had acquired in an ancient secret realm, undoubtedly one of the most elite techniques in existence. He readily bestowed this invaluable gift upon his son. Subsequently, Jiang Ning handed Jiang Luo a weathered ancient tome. First, practice the chaotic heaven technique. Once your strength is sufficient, you may then transition to the imperial canon of our Jiang family. The imperial canon was a technique created by an emperor and represented one of the most powerful cultivation methods in the world. The imperial bloodline, imperial weapons, and the imperial canon are the three foundational pillars of the enduring legacy of emperors. Naturally, the imperial canon is not a path suited for everyone. For instance, Jiang Ning himself was not compatible with it, and had chosen to cultivate other techniques instead. Afterward, Jiang Ning departed, leaving Jiang Luo alone to immerse himself in the chaotic heaven technique. Could Luo sense even a trace of chaotic spiritual energy within 3 days? Jiang Xiao wore a worried expression. After all, if he failed to cultivate the chaotic heaven technique, he would be relegated to practicing inferior methods, drastically diminishing his combat capabilities. She fervently hoped her son would triumph over Jiang Xiao, reclaiming his honor and proving himself. Jiang Ning shook his head, acknowledging the difficulty of the task, estimating a mere 1 in 10,000 chance of success. Among his peers, only a handful had successfully cultivated chaotic spiritual energy. Nevertheless, they would still make an attempt, granting their son a chance. 3 days would not significantly hinder his cultivation time. Though Jiang Ning was his father, he did not blindly place his faith in him. The chaotic heaven technique, being the pinnacle of spiritual energy cultivation methods, undoubtedly presented immense challenges. Let us await the news, Jiang Xiao silently prayed for her son's success. As Jiang Luo perused the chaotic heaven technique, preparing to commence his training, he was suddenly greeted by a line of text emerging from the Divine Pearl. Special Treasure, Chaotic Heaven Technique Manual. Capable of decomposition and charging. Jiang Luo's heart surged with delight. He had finally discovered another means of charging. The battlefield's blood energy served as a special substance for charging. This time, it could be categorized as treasure charging. He was merely uncertain about what kind of treasure would satisfy the charging requirements. Ultimately, Jiang Luo chose not to decompose the technique for charging. After all, this was a gift from his father, and it would be inappropriate to dismantle it. He began to comprehend the chaotic heaven technique, yet he found it exceedingly profound and could not grasp its essence in that moment. A day passed. He had yet to perceive even a hint of chaotic spiritual energy. Observing Jiang Luo's progress, Jiang Ning shook his head. Do not rush. It is only the first day, Jiang Xiao reassured him. Soon, another day slipped by, and still, there was no sign of chaotic spiritual energy emanating from Jiang Luo. Jiang Ning and Jiang Xiao exchanged glances, revealing a hint of disappointment. On the final day, as time gradually waned, Jiang Xiao's anxiety deepened. Luo, if you cannot even condense chaotic spiritual energy, how will you challenge Jiang Xiao? Her expression darkened, fists clenched, filled with unresolved feelings. Jiang Ning merely shook his head, having never harbored high hopes. I could see this moment. Jiang Luo felt equally disheartened. The technique was indeed too profound, and with his current talents, he found it nearly impossible to grasp even a trace of chaotic spiritual energy. Before long, 3 days had elapsed. Jiang Ning sighed wryly. Luo had not succeeded. Sensing his wife's disappointment, he offered words of comfort. The gathering spirit stage is merely one of the phases of cultivation. It does not define everything. In the future, Luo may not necessarily be weaker than Jiang Xiao. Though he spoke these words, Jiang Ning held little hope for Jiang Luo's victory over Jiang Xiao. He only sought to console Jiang Xiao. Alas, I have not succeeded. Father, I am sorry, but I must sacrifice the cultivation manual you gifted me to. In a moment of determination, Jiang Luo resolved to decompose the technique for charging. Soon, a line of text appeared within the Divine Pearl. Chaotic Heaven Technique Manual Decomposition Successful. Charging complete. Without hesitation, Jiang Ning activated the Divine Pearl's function to create a gifted physique. Shortly thereafter, another line of text materialized. Physique, Chaotic Sacred Body. 9 stars. The Chaotic Sacred Body innately masters chaotic power. The higher the realm, the stronger the unleashed chaotic energy. Subsequently, the chaotic sacred body was imprinted within Jiang Luo's being as if it were a natural endowment, indistinguishable from an innate chaotic sacred body. To his astonishment, it was a 9-star reward. Jiang Luo's heart raced with excitement, realizing it was 3 stars higher than his original fighting sacred body. According to the classifications provided by the Divine Pearl, a 1 to 3 star physique is considered ordinary, 4 to 6 stars rare, 7 to 9 stars exceptional and among the world's elite, while anything above 9 stars is unparalleled throughout the ages. The 9-star sacred body and the chaotic sacred body can be regarded as the most supreme physiques within the chaotic realm, directly elevating one into the ranks of the most extraordinary talents in the entire chaos. This is an immeasurable gain. However, Jiang Luo felt a sense of perplexity. How could the disassembly of the chaotic heavenly skill result in the attainment of the 9-star sacred body? At this moment, Jiang Ning and his wife, Dugu Xia, approached him. Lower. Although you have faced failure, do not be disheartened. The chaotic heavenly skill, while formidable, is inherently difficult to cultivate. Rest assured, your father will impart to you other powerful techniques. Jiang Ning comforted, patting his son's shoulder. Dugu Xia smiled gently, her voice laced with affection. Lower, even if you cannot become the most extraordinary talent in this world, with your mother by your side, no one shall dare to bully you. Yet, deep down, she felt a tinge of sadness. As parents, who does not wish for their child to succeed and become a remarkable figure? The failure to cultivate the chaotic heavenly skill signified a fall from the pinnacle of spiritual power, relegating one to cultivate a lesser grade. Father, mother, although I have not succeeded in my cultivation, I have inexplicably gained a surge of immense power within me. Jiang Luo spoke. Jiang Ning and Dugu Xia were momentarily taken aback. Lower, display this power for us to see. Jiang Ning nodded, and subsequently, Jiang Luo unleashed the chaotic power within him. Countless mysterious runes shimmered with golden light, radiating like the sun, swirling around him incessantly, imparting an aura of divine might. The couple's eyes widened in astonishment. This is the power of chaos, they exclaimed in unison, bursting into joyous laughter. It turns out our son is indeed a chaotic sacred body. Our decision to have Lower cultivate the chaotic heavenly skill was simply a stroke of fortune. The chaotic heavenly skill, designed to harness chaotic power and condense chaotic spiritual energy, is a technique of remarkable caliber. Naturally, chaotic spiritual energy pales in comparison to chaotic power. Mastering chaotic power equates to possessing the most potent spiritual energy. Even upon entering the realm of laws, and even the realm of the Tao, chaotic power maintains its terrifying combat prowess, in the spirit-gathering realm. Mastering chaotic power places Jiang Luo ahead of all others at the starting line. This is truly magnificent. With the chaotic sacred body combined with our Jiang family's imperial bloodline, Lower is now qualified to compete with the top-tier talents and to become a formidable figure of his generation. Jiang Ning proclaimed with excitement. From this moment forth, anyone who dares to deem his son mediocre would face his vehement opposition. Although the younger generation boasts a plethora of prodigies, heralding a golden era with numerous exceptional talents, he was certain that his son could rank among the top 30, achieving the highest honor on the young talents list, in comparison to his own generation, where a top 5 rank would be more than sufficient. His son, while still not on par with the royal sacred body, would not fall far behind. The couple finally glimpsed a sliver of hope for their son to triumph over Jiang Xiao. Even if the hope was minuscule, it was still better than having none at all. That at least our son has already surpassed us in the spirit-gathering realm, has he not? Dugu Xia urged Jiang Ning to believe in their son's ability to reclaim justice. Father, mother, how could the offspring of such extraordinary talents as you possibly be lacking? Jiang Luo exclaimed proudly. At last, the two renowned figures of the chaotic realm were taken aback by their son's small yet significant pride. My son, the offspring of Dugu Xia, will undoubtedly excel, she added, equally filled with pride. Lower, since you cannot cultivate the chaotic heavenly skill, kindly return the technique to your father, Jiang Ning stated, acknowledging that it was no longer of use to his son. Well, Jiang Luo chuckled awkwardly. Just a moment ago, the technique suddenly transformed into a beam of light and surged into my body. Following that, I discovered this immense power within me. Therefore, Father, I am unable to return the chaotic heavenly skill to you. It has completely vanished. He chose not to divulge information regarding the divine pearl for the time being. Jiang Ning was taken aback, pondering the implications. Could it be that the technique granted you the chaotic sacred body? He mused in disbelief, as the situation seemed too bizarre. Nevertheless, he resigned to the notion that the world would no longer possess the chaotic heavenly skill. Eventually, Under Jiang Ning's explanation, Jiang Luo comprehended that such supreme techniques were condensed from the laws of the Tao. They could only be cultivated successfully through the technique itself, with no alternative means of inheritance. Once the technique was destroyed, it signified its extinction. Such a precious asset, no wonder the energy from disassembling the chaotic heavenly skill enabled him to manifest the 9-star sacred body. From this moment forth, the world would lack the chaotic heavenly skill, a trade-off for the acquisition of his 9-star sacred body, a considerable price indeed. However, when viewed solely from Jiang Luo's perspective, it represented a tremendous gain. After all, what is a mere broken technique compared to the importance of their son? What? Are you still reluctant? Dugu Xiao chided, noticing her husband's pained expression. Jiang Ning chuckled and promptly replied, "Of course, our son is the most important." "Father, we lack a suitable weapon," Jiang Luo declared without reservation, unencumbered by the stature of his illustrious parents. "What weapon do you excel in wielding?" Jiang Ning inquired. After a moment's thought, Jiang Luo responded, "A spear. Given his innate talent as a spear master, he indeed excelled in spear techniques." In response, a radiant spear crackled with thunder appeared in Jiang Ning's hand. "This is the Thunderbolt Spear, a 7th-grade spiritual weapon, one of the armaments I wielded before the inscription realm that I bestowed upon you for your use. Additionally, I shall impart to you an exceptional heavenly-grade spear technique, the Thunderclap Annihilation Spear Technique. Once your cultivation advances, I will provide you with even higher-grade treasures and martial arts techniques." Jiang Ning handed over the spiritual weapon and technique to Jiang Luo. Along with a spatial ring that, in the entire Spirit Xian small world, there were no treasures quite like a spatial ring that a 7th-grade spiritual weapon, an exceptional heavenly-grade spear technique. Jiang Luo was taken aback. It is noteworthy that the highest grade of weaponry within the Spirit Xian small world is merely a 4th-grade spiritual weapon, while the most advanced techniques are only quasi-heavenly grade. Yet, reflecting upon his parents' background, he couldn't help but self-deprecate that he realized he had been a frog in a well, lacking exposure, as the spiritual weapons and heavenly-grade techniques overwhelmed him. In light of this, he acknowledged that for someone like him, not to mention spiritual weapons and heavenly-grade techniques, even higher-grade spiritual weapons and techniques could be easily obtained, that in the following 3 days, Jiang Ning imparted his combat experience to Jiang Luo. Combat is an exceedingly intricate endeavor. It is not merely a contest of cultivation levels. After all, this is about suppressing an era's unparalleled prodigy. Under his father's direct guidance, Jiang Luo's combat prowess soared. Simultaneously, with his innate talent, Jiang Ning grasped the first form of the Thunderclap Annihilation Spear Technique. Thunder Surge. Within just 3 days, this spear technique comprises 5 forms. The first form, Thunder Surge. The second form, Lightning Dragon. The third form, 9-fold Lightning. The fourth form, 3,000 Thunder. And the fifth form, Thunderclap Annihilation, in conjunction with the purple Lightning Dragon Spear. Each strike possesses astonishing power, capable of annihilating the heavens and earth. At this moment, Jiang Luo is no longer the unremarkable figure he once was, although merely a span of 10 to 15 days has passed. His strength has surpassed his former self by leaps and bounds. Should he encounter the third elder of the 7 tripods realm now, Zhang Yuan could defeat him without even resorting to his bloodline powers. If he were to unleash his full might, no one beneath the celestial realm would stand as his rival. All could be vanquished, of course. He still has a considerable distance to cover before reaching his father's level, who can slay celestial beings in the gathering spirit realm. Furthermore, the resources in the Spirit Xian minor world are scarce, and the combat prowess of its cultivators is relatively weak. Luo, with your significantly enhanced strength, you can now rescue your adoptive mother. It is also a perfect opportunity to validate the fruits of your recent training at the Divine Wind Palace, Jiang Ning remarked with a slight smile. He refrained from intervening directly, intending instead to allow his son to gain experience. Jiang Luo nodded. Subsequently, the 3 returned to the town's South King's residence. Upon arriving, they witnessed a multitude of boxes filled with gold being transported into the estate under Jiang Xiao's command. "Father, where did all these boxes of gold come from?" Jiang Luo inquired with curiosity. "Luo, you're back." Jiang Xiao smiled, that a few days ago, I personally led our troops to assault the Shun family, true to their reputation as one of the wealthiest families. The town South Army will no longer lack military funding. Given that Shan Wanchuan dared to act against him, Jiang Xiao naturally would not show mercy and annihilated the entire Shan clan. It is merely their just deserts, Jiang Luo thought, nodding in agreement that I end this brutal world of cultivation. The plundering of families and their extermination is a commonplace occurrence. To eradicate the roots of weeds is essential, for they may spring anew with the gentle caress of spring. Having faced the battlefield, Jiang Luo's temperament had long since transformed, fully acclimating to this world. Taking a life had become a trivial matter to him. By the way, Father, I intend to rush to the Divine Wind Palace immediately to rescue Mother. With my newfound strength, I feel emboldened to do so. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiao was momentarily taken aback. But soon his face lit with excitement. Excellent. Let us depart at once. He could hardly contain his eagerness to reunite with his wife. Jiang Luo, allow me to accompany you on your journey, Jiang Ning offered with a smile, extending a finger to carve a path through the void. Soon, a rift appeared, leading directly to the Divine Wind Palace. Jiang Luo and Jiang Xiao soared into the rift, arriving in an instant at the Divine Wind Palace. Situated thousands of kilometers away, Jiang Ning and his wife remained hidden, observing from the shadows. Should their son encounter peril, they would intervene in due time. Father, after rescuing Mother, we shall settle accounts with that group at the Divine Wind Palace. Jiang Luo declared, his expression icy. Directing his formidable perception, Jiang Ning sought the location where Jiang Wei was imprisoned. Possessing the imperial vein, his perceptual abilities exceeded those of ordinary individuals. Found it! Jiang Ning's face beamed with joy. They soon arrived at a dungeon nestled within the back mountain of the Divine Wind Palace. A heavy iron door barred their entry. Jiang Luo seized the iron door with bare hands. Exerting force, the indestructible steel door crumbled into dust. The father and son stepped inside. The cold, damp dungeon housed a frail woman, her white hair a testament to her age, shackled by thick iron chains. Is this truly Mother? Jiang Luo's eyes widened in disbelief. Xiao Wei. Upon seeing his wife in such a state, Jiang Xiao's heart quivered, tears streaming down his face. The woman who once radiated beauty and grace now appeared as an old crone, despite being only in her 40s. Heavens, what kind of cruel torment has she endured to age so rapidly? At that moment, the weary elderly woman lifted her head and gazed at the two men who had entered. Ah Xiao, is it really you? Jiang Wei trembled with emotion. Overwhelmed. It is I, Jiang Xiao replied. Tears still flowing, he rushed forward and embraced his wife. The fierce warrior transformed into a figure of tenderness. Xiao Wei, you have suffered greatly. Jiang Xiao gently caressed her cheek with a hand that had once taken countless lives. They forced me to confess. Being with you, Ah Xiao, brings me immense joy. I feel no remorse. Thus, they tormented me, attempting to coerce me into admitting guilt. Suddenly, Jiang Wei's expression shifted as a thought struck her to Ah Xiao. How did you end up here? Do not concern yourself with me. Flee at once. She was acutely aware that the Divine Wind Palace would not spare her husband. Xiao Wei, this is Luo Jiang Xiao said, smiling as he gestured toward Jiang Lu. Luo? Jiang Wei's face lit up with excitement. Father, please take good care of Mother. I must seek justice for her. Jiang Luo's gaze turned steely. Having been reborn, he wholeheartedly regarded both Jiang Xiao and Jiang Ning as his true parents. The sight of his mother so tormented ignited a fierce killing intent within him. Only merciless slaughter could quell his rage. With a swift motion, he vanished from sight. Ah Xiao, quickly, bring Luo back. Jiang Wei cried out weakly. Jiang Xiao supported his wife, whispering, Xiao Wei, trust our son. He is incredibly powerful now. In the Divine Wind Hall, a dozen figures occupied the surrounding thrones, each emanating an aura comparable to that of the four tripods realm. Truly, they were among the overlords of the southern domain. Astonishingly, there were over a dozen extraordinary cultivators above the four tripods realm present. At the head, on a throne of imposing majesty, sat a middle-aged man clad in golden armor, though advanced in years. His aura remained strong, Reminiscent of youth, he was the lord of the Divine Wind Palace, one of the rare 8 tripods extraordinary cultivators in the entire spirit Xian minor world. Why has the Divine Wind Knights, our most elite force, not returned with any news after several days of holding off the Dali? The lord of the Divine Wind Palace inquired, furrowing his brow. Despite the distance of thousands of kilometers and the presence of Jiang Ning and his wife, who had reduced all to ashes, even after half a month, the Divine Wind Palace had received no information that My Lord, the Divine Wind Knights, are among the finest troops in the southern domain. They should not encounter any danger. Moreover, this operation involves the Xiantian sect and even the Jiang Luo dynasty. How can mere Jiang Xiao possibly stand in their way? The Grand Elder chuckled confidently. While that may be the case, to prevent any unforeseen circumstances, let us immediately dispatch spies to investigate the Dali. The Lord of the Divine Wind Palace commanded. Boom! At that moment, a powerful presence enveloped the Divine Wind Palace. Those wretches of the Divine Wind Palace, come forth and face your demise. A resounding voice echoed, shaking the heavens and earth. We have guests at the Divine Wind Palace. Let's go greet them. The Lord of the Divine Wind Palace sneered coldly. Who dares to create trouble at the Divine Wind Palace? Today, I shall flay you alive. An irate elder shouted. Whoosh, whoosh soon, a dozen figures shot forth from the Divine Wind Hall. Confronting Jiang Luo. Who are you? Dare to cause a ruckus in the Divine Wind Palace? Do you not fear for your life? The Lord of the Divine Wind Palace spoke icily. I am Jiang Luo, the heir of the town's South King. Jiang Luo's eyes swept over the assembled figures, brimming with murderous intent. What? You are Jiang Xiao's son. Shouldn't you have been besieged by the coalition forces, with your entire clan exterminated? How is it possible that you are here? The elders of the Divine Wind Palace widened their eyes in disbelief, astonished. The supposed dead heir of the town's South King had unexpectedly appeared before them. Do you think that a bunch of worthless fools could extinguish my clan? Jiang Xiao scoffed. Since you escaped the coalition's siege, you should not have come to the Divine Wind Palace to seek death. Now, I shall escort you on your final journey. At this moment, a red-haired elder made his move. The large blade in his hand coalesced into a streak of sharp energy, aimed directly at Jiang Luo. In the past, he too had been an admirer of Jiang Wei. The fact that a lowly commoner like Jiang Xiao had won the heart of the saintess and even fathered a child filled him with insatiable jealousy. Now, with the emergence of Jiang Xiao's son, he could no longer restrain himself and was the first to act. A worthless wretch dares to strike at me. Jiang Luo scoffed disdainfully. He countered with a single palm strike. To him, dealing with a practitioner of the 4th rank was as simple as slaughtering chickens or dogs. Boom! The overwhelming force obliterated the blade energy, subsequently crashing toward the red-haired elder, Qiu Ran, of the Divine Wind Palace. After a pained scream, Qiu Ran, a 4th rank practitioner, was obliterated without even a modicum of resistance. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Jiang Luo, unable to fathom how a mere gathering spirit realm youth could possess the strength to annihilate him in an instant. It was a death too suffocating, a fate that left him unable to close his eyes in peace. The members of the Divine Wind Palace were utterly astonished at this scene. Qiu Ran was slain just like that. How could Jiang Luo, who was only at the gathering spirit realm, possibly achieve this? What kind of monster was this youth? Reaching the 9th layer of the gathering spirit realm at merely 16 was already remarkable. But to think he could also effortlessly slay a 4th rank extraordinary practitioner. The hearts of the Divine Wind Palace members trembled violently. Jiang Luo, I offer you an opportunity. After a moment of contemplation, the master of the Divine Wind Palace spoke solemnly. You are the son of Xiao Wei. Thus you are considered one of us in the Divine Wind Palace. If you are willing to take me as your master, not only will I release your mother, but I will also establish you as the holy son and nurture you with all my might. The next master of the palace shall undoubtedly be you. Witnessing Jiang Luo's astonishing talent, the master of the Divine Wind Palace chose to extend an invitation. With such talent, should he join the Divine Wind Palace, he would surely trample the Xiantian sect beneath his feet and become the overlord of the southern region, even dominating the entire spirit Xian minor world. Master. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly attempted to refute. It must be noted that the individual most likely to become the holy son of the Divine Wind Palace was none other than his own grandson. If Jiang Luo truly submitted, his grandson would never dream of leading the Divine Wind Palace, and all the years of effort and hope he had invested would dissipate into nothingness. Grand Elder. There is no need for further words. The master of the Divine Wind Palace waved his hand, interrupting him, and then turned his gaze to Jiang Luo. He felt an immense confidence in recruiting Jiang Luo. After all, if he did not accept, it would mean death. He believed that this was a wise individual who would not make a foolish choice. Speaking of which, I might as well be considered your grandmaster. Your mother, Jiang Wei, was once the most cherished disciple of my teacher. Had Jiang Wei not been burdened by personal affairs back then, the master of the Divine Wind Palace today would be her, not me. Ha! Jiang Luo let out a mocking, disdainful laugh. Did the humble, ant-like Divine Wind Palace truly believe they were worthy of accommodating a true dragon like me? The notion that the Divine Wind Palace could recruit a royal descendant of a Supreme Divine Dynasty was nothing short of a cosmic joke. Jiang Luo's words left everyone momentarily stunned, perplexed by his audacity. Was there truly someone unafraid of death? Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder was overjoyed. He had not anticipated that Jiang Luo would be so arrogant and utterly lacking in self-awareness. This was splendid. The competition for the Holy Sun position for his grandson was now devoid of threat, an easy victory within grasp. Be cautious. He hastily sprang forth. Jiang Luo, you are arrogant and ignorant, daring to insult my Divine Wind Palace. What of your astounding talent? Before you grow, even a true dragon must coil before me. Boom! The aura of a 7th-rank extraordinary practitioner erupted forth above him. 7 black cauldrons materialized, exuding an intimidating presence. Slash! The Grand Elder shouted. The 7 cauldrons fused into one, coalescing behind him into a fearsome, grotesque magical avatar that exuded a chilling might. This avatar unleashed a beam of black death energy, directed at Jiang Luo. Old fool, you think you can kill me with such meager strength? Jiang Luo declared with unabashed pride. His talent in the entire chaotic realm was regarded as top tier. Moreover, possessing the talent Divine Pearl allowed him to continuously enhance his potential. The chaotic energy erupted, radiating an overwhelming, supreme authority. This power seemed capable of shattering the very heavens and earth, as if it could crush the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Then, the terrifying chaotic force bore down upon the Grand Elder of the Divine Wind Palace. Boom! The 2 attacks collided, unleashing a tremendous force. It sounded like thunder crashing, echoing deafeningly. The violent energy swept across the landscape, toppling towering trees in the nearby mountains. As the dust from the explosion settled, the Grand Elder's corpse lay motionless on the ground. Meanwhile, Jiang Luo stood unwavering in the void, not a hair out of place. This scene left the members of the Divine Wind Palace in shock, their expressions etched with disbelief. The Grand Elder was a 7th-rank practitioner, a being capable of manifesting a magical avatar. How could he be slain by a mere gathering spirit realm practitioner? This completely upended their understanding of the world. How could a 9th-layer gathering spirit practitioner achieve such a feat? The master of the Divine Wind Palace found it difficult to accept this outcome. At that moment, in the distance, Jiang Wei was equally astonished by the scene unfolding before her. Killing a Danding realm practitioner was as easy as slaughtering chickens or dogs. And no wonder Xiao had such confidence in him. Was this truly her son? Jiang Wei found it hard to believe for a moment. Jiang Luo, at this instant, was filled with vigor and pride, surveying the world with a lofty gaze. Previously, he had been no match for the 3rd elder of the Xintian sect, who was also at the 7th rank. Now, after just half a month of his father's guidance, he had effortlessly slain a 7th-rank extraordinary practitioner. The disparity between ordinary practitioners and those from powerful factions was indeed staggering. In cultivation, talent was crucial, but resources were even more paramount. The master of the Divine Wind Palace gritted his teeth and discreetly shattered a talisman. It transformed into a surge of energy, rushing toward the depths of the Divine Wind Palace. Suddenly, from the depths of the palace, an overwhelming aura surged into the sky, coalescing into a beam of light that shot into the clouds. It resembled an ancient ferocious beast awakening, exuding an aura of immense power. Jiang Luo frowned, gazing toward the source of the explosive energy. Excitement surged within him. Finally, a formidable opponent had arrived, one who could test the extent of his true strength. The other members of the Divine Wind Palace were easily dispatched, providing no opportunity to gauge his real capabilities. Yes, the Old Master. The Old Master had emerged from seclusion. To think the Old Master had successfully broken through, becoming the second ninth-rank practitioner in the southern region. The elders of the Divine Wind Palace were overwhelmed with excitement. Kneeling on the ground, though we bow before the Old Master. The disciples of the Divine Wind Palace all knelt, showing utmost respect. 10 8th-rank practitioners might not even stand a chance against a 9th-rank practitioner. 9 represents the ultimate number, denoting completeness. Although the gap between the 8th and 9th ranks is but a small realm, it signifies the difference between perfection and imperfection. Even the slightest flaw creates a chasm between it and perfection. The Old Master becoming a 9th-rank practitioner meant that the Divine Wind Palace could contend for dominance in the southern region. Each heart raced with exhilaration that It was not merely the status of an ordinary 9th-rank practitioner. He had already stepped half a foot into the human realm. Had he not been compelled to emerge from seclusion, he should be able to break through within 3 to 5 years. He would be an excellent asset for tempering Luo air. In the shadows, Jiang Ning smiled with satisfaction. The others in the Divine Wind Palace were simply too weak, lacking even the qualification to challenge Luo air. Suddenly, a thought struck him. What if Master was involved? Would Luo air be in danger? Jiang Wei's expression shifted slightly, and she couldn't help but feel worried. Jiang Xiao offered a comforting smile. Xiao Wei, Luo air will be fine, with her biological parents around. Who could possibly harm her? Far removed by thousands of kilometers, a rift in the void obliterated the vast Xintian sect, leaving nothing but ashes. Such a terrifying and astonishing display of power was akin to that of a divine being. Whoosh! A brilliant ray of light surged forth. It settled. An elderly man with graying temples and adorned in white robes, exuding an air of ethereal grace, floated into view. He was none other than the venerable master of the Divine Wind Palace. Zhao Suzhen, Master, Jiang Wei exclaimed, her face a canvas of complex emotions. She was raised by him, yet the current calamity was also a consequence of his actions. Son, what is the meaning of this? Provide me with a reasonable explanation, or do not blame me for being merciless, Zhao Suzhen said, his brows furrowing in mild anger. Forced to emerge from seclusion, he anticipated that breaking through to the celestial realm would require several more years. Ouyang's son, the master of the Divine Wind Palace, fell to his knees with a thud, his face etched with sorrow. Master, the Grand Elder has died. Who dares to cause trouble in my Divine Wind Palace? Zhao Suzhen's voice was calm, yet imbued with an icy, murderous intent. Jiang Wei and Jiang Xiao's son, Jiang Luo. Ouyang's son pointed at Jiang Luo, a mere youth in his teens. You cannot be serious. He is capable of slaying a Grand Elder at the 7th Dings? Zhao Suzhen regarded Jiang Luo with disbelief. Indeed, that old fool met his end at my hands, Jiang Luo declared without hesitation. He crossed his arms over his chest, a scornful smile gracing his lips. You old man, barely catch my eye. You are nothing more than a robust ant. Let us not waste time. Attack. His excitement surged, brimming with martial fervor. Since you seek death, old man, I shall oblige. Jiang Luo's arrogance evidently provoked. Zhao Suzhen's eye are in the heavens above. The spectral image of 9 great cauldrons materialized. A powerful energy coalesced into a whirlwind, sweeping everything around it. Have you considered how you wish to die? Zhao Suzhen's voice was chilling. Old fool, do you really believe that being merely at the 9th Ding makes you invincible? Jiang Luo retorted with a cold laugh. Seeking death, Zhao Suzhen exclaimed, revealing a green spear radiating formidable spiritual energy. This was the Divine Wind Palace's treasured artifact, the 3rd-tier spiritual weapon, the Divine Wind Spear. Naturally, Zhao Suzhen would not underestimate an opponent capable of slaying a Grand Elder at that level. The special artifact, Divine Wind Spear, could be disassembled for recharging. In that moment, a line of text suddenly appeared in Jiang Luo's mind. The purple lightning thunder spear's rank far exceeded that of the divine wind spear. Yet it could not be disassembled for recharging. Jiang Luo fell into contemplation. After a while, a hypothesis emerged. The divine wind spear was a spiritual weapon left by the divine wind ancestor, renowned as the foremost divine spear in the spirit Xian realm. Thousands of years ago, when the divine wind palace established its dominance in the central region, it was one of the leading powers in the spirit Xian microcosm. However, with time, it declined and was forced to relocate to the southern region. The celestial realm's divine wind ancestor, wielding the divine wind spear and a unique spear technique, was invincible across the land. It appeared that recharging treasured artifacts required them to possess significant renown. The chaotic heavenly art was indeed well known throughout the entire Xianhuang chaotic realm, and thus met the criteria for recharging a renowned artifact. Of course, this was merely a conjecture that required further verification. Presently, he had discovered methods for recharging with special substances and renowned artifacts. What other means existed to recharge the divine pearl? The divine pearl was his assurance of dominance over a generation. Ah, so you're a master with a spear. How unfortunate, for I am as well. Let us see whose spear skill prevails. Jiang Luo said calmly that compare spear techniques with me is akin to an ant attempting to shake a great tree. Ridiculous and presumptuous. Zhao Suzhen scoffed. He immediately unleashed the divine wind spear technique, and in an instant, a tempest roared through the heavens, forming an exceedingly terrifying tornado that surged toward Jiang Luo. Ant attempting to shake a tree? I shall show you who the true ant is. At that moment, the purple lightning thunder spear appeared in Jiang Luo's grasp. Simultaneously, the power of the holy body erupted, the might of imperial blood surged forth, and the power of chaos exploded, all converging upon the spear. The spear elicited a change in Zhao Suzhen's expression. Although he could not fully comprehend it, he sensed the spear's extraordinary nature. The purple lightning coursing around it instilled a profound sense of dread within him. Then, Jiang Luo soared into the air, executing an unparalleled supreme heavenly spear technique. The first form of the annihilating thunder gun technique, Thunder Surge. This was his strongest strike thus far. He was eager to see if he could annihilate a ninth ding extraordinary being in a single blow. Suddenly, the sky darkened, enveloped by ominous clouds. Terrifying thunderous power surged all around. The elders and disciples of the divine wind palace felt their souls tremble with fear. What kind of spear technique is this? Zhao Suzhen's expression grew exceedingly grave. For the first time, he sensed that something was amiss, his soul quaking in trepidation. But it was too late. An endless torrent of thunder surged forth like a tsunami, crashing toward Jiang Luo. What a powerful spear technique! Such thunderous might can only be possessed by legendary heavenly-grade battle skills. Zhao Suzhen exclaimed in disbelief. How could one so young master heavenly-grade spear techniques? Zhao Suzhen was astonished, unable to fathom the reality that Jiang Luo had employed a legendary heavenly-grade spear technique. Boom! A tremendous explosion resonated. Everything in the vicinity was obliterated by the terrifying power of thunder. Then a massive bolt of lightning coalesced, piercing through Zhao Suzhen's chest. Blood gushed forth in torrents. In a moment of unwillingness and despair, Zhao Suzhen, a ninth ding extraordinary cultivator, collapsed into a pool of his own blood. Master, ancestor, as they beheld Zhao Suzhen's lifeless body, the members of the divine wind palace turned pale, collapsing to the ground that a ninth ding cultivator had been slain in an instant. Today, it seemed the entire divine wind palace would face inevitable doom. If the divine wind knights were still around, with their sea of troop strategy, there might be a chance to fight back. Jiang Ning, what of our son? Jiang Xiao asked with a proud smile. He's holding up reasonably well, having gained some advantages in spiritual weapons and battle skill levels. If he could slay a ninth ding extraordinary being barehanded one day, he would truly enter the ranks of the top-tier prodigious warriors. Jiang Ning remarked, considering he has only been cultivating for half a month. Achieving this level is already quite remarkable. He added that in your day, you too relied on the advantage of spiritual weapons and battle skills to slay a celestial realm being. Jiang Xiao retorted, casting a sidelong glance at her husband. Can't you praise our son just once? Today, the divine wind palace shall be annihilated, Jiang Luo declared, brandishing his spear, suspended in the air, his entire being enveloped in thunder. Resembling a descending deity, Xiao, let Luo ere cease. After all, the divine wind palace has nurtured us. Let there be a remnant of their legacy, Jiang Wei said weakly. Jiang Xiao nodded. He then stepped forward. Luo heir, let us depart. The king has spoken, and Jiang Luo has restrained his murderous intent. Subsequently, accompanied by Jiang Xiao and Jiang Wei, he departed, storing the divine wind spear within his spatial ring as they watched the trio leave. The members of the divine wind palace finally breathed a sigh of relief, as their lives were preserved. The disassembly of the divine wind spear was successful, and the charging was complete at that moment. A line of text appeared within the divine orb. After the charging was completed, Jiang Luo immediately activated the orb's functions. Soon after, another line of text emerged within the orb. Talent. Gun Path Divine Connection. 4 stars. The fact that it was merely a 4-star talent did not bring any surprise or disappointment to Jiang Luo. Although the Divine Wind Spear is renowned in the spirit mystic small world, it is ultimately just a 3rd-grade spirit weapon. Obtaining a 4-star talent is already quite remarkable, and Jiang Luo felt a sense of contentment. A higher star rating does not necessarily equate to a greater enhancement of current strength. What is more vital is its suitability to one's present capabilities. He practices the gun path, and possessing the gun path divine connection talent greatly enhances his current strength. That it is no exaggeration to say that after attaining this talent, Jiang Luo could slay Zhao Suzhen without exerting his full power. Of course, a 4-star talent is rather weak. Once his realm reaches greater heights, it will become utterly ineffective. However, that is a matter for the future. For now, its applicability suffices. Subsequently, Jiang Luo sensed that his comprehension of gun techniques had reached an extraordinary level. Any shot he unleashed bore immense power of the heavens. He even felt gratified as his combat prowess had significantly increased. Jiang Ning once again tore through the void, transporting Jiang Ning and the others back to the town South King's manor. At this moment, Jiang Wei also learned that Jiang Luo was not her biological son. Her expression darkened, as if she aged considerably in that instant. Father, mother, is there a way to restore my mother's youth? Observing Jiang Wei's pitiable state, Jiang Luo felt a pang of compassion and inquired. Of course there is a way, Dugu Xiaoya smiled, extending a delicate, jade-white finger to tap Jiang Wei's forehead. A vast surge of life force immediately flowed into her body. Soon, the once withered visage of Jiang Wei, resembling a woman in her 70s or 80s, reverted to a youthful appearance, looking merely in her 20s. This miraculous scene astonished Jiang Xiao. Such divine prowess. Thank you, sister, Jiang Wei exclaimed with excitement, gazing at her rejuvenated self. Sister, I didn't expect you to possess an innate spiritual body, a water spirit body. Your talents are indeed remarkable. It's just unfortunate that time has slipped away and you've been imprisoned for over a decade, Dugu Xiaoya remarked. She then proceeded to enlighten Jiang Luo and the others. Throughout the myriad realms, there exist countless physiques, which naturally vary in strength and rank. They could be broadly categorized into ordinary physique, innate body, ordinary spiritual body, innate spiritual body, ordinary saint body, innate saint body, and chaotic saint body, 7 levels in total. There are also some exceedingly rare physiques that cannot be categorized, exhibiting both strengths and weaknesses. It is said that there are 3,000 types of innate saint bodies, while only 72 types of chaotic saint bodies exist. The term chaotic saint body here refers to the highest level of physique, not the chaotic saint body possessed by Jiang Luo. Of course, Jiang Luo's chaotic saint body is indeed one of those 72. The water spirit body is already considered an innate spiritual body, making it a formidable physique within a starry domain. Upon hearing this, Jiang Luo gained a clearer understanding of the star-rated physiques classified by the divine orb. A 6-star physique is roughly equivalent to an ordinary saint body, such as his own battle saint body. 7 and 8-star physiques generally correspond to innate saint bodies. A 9-star physique is a chaotic saint body, akin to his chaotic saint body AS for those above 10 stars. They are virtually non-existent throughout the annals of the entire chaotic realm. They are exceedingly rare in innate spiritual body. Jiang Wei's expression darkened, and her heart felt bitter. She should have been a paragon of grace and glory. Yet she found herself in the dismal fate of imprisonment. However, she would not elope with Jiang Xiao. Sister, do not be disheartened that I possess a cultivation method that is exceptionally suitable for your water spirit body. Under my guidance, you shall soon make astounding progress, Jiang Xiao remarked with a smile, sensing Jiang Wei's sorrow and reassuring her. Jiang Xiao and his wife had shown kindness to Luo, and she would naturally not forget this debt of gratitude. Days later, within the Divine Wind Palace. Alas, I never expected that Jiang Luo, a mere 16-year-old youth, could be so formidable, even surpassing the 9 Ding cultivators. Henceforth, no one in the spirit-mystic small world shall be his match. He will become a supreme being, revered by generations. The members of the Divine Wind Palace engaged in fervent discussions. They had yet to recover from their shock. Fortunately, Jiang Luo did not embark on a massacre. Otherwise, our Divine Wind Palace would have faced obliteration. However, it is unfortunate that Xiao Ran, the Grand Elder, and the former palace master were slain by Jiang Luo. Some disciples were slightly injured due to the shockwaves generated during the clash between the former palace master and Jiang Luo. The members of the Divine Wind Palace still felt lingering fears in his battle with the former palace master. Jiang Luo seemed to unleash the legendary power of a saint body, pondered the palace master of the Divine Wind. He recalled the records in ancient texts. Was he akin to the spirit mystic ancestor, possessing a saint body? No wonder he was so powerful at such a young age. He must be endowed with a saint body. The elders of the Divine Wind Palace expressed their astonishment. Just then, a tremendous aura descended upon them. What overwhelming pressure! Could it be that Jiang Luo has returned to exact vengeance? The faces of the Divine Wind Palace members turned ashen. Let us go outside and investigate that. If Jiang Luo truly seeks to annihilate our Divine Wind Palace, we shall confront him. Even if we perish, we will take a piece of him with us, declared the palace master, his countenance grim. Upon exiting the grand hall, they beheld a colossal ship traversing the void. What an immense vessel! It can actually fly. The disciples of the Divine Wind Palace were utterly astonished at the sight of a flying ship for the first time. Is this the legendary void flying ship? A figure of great importance from beyond the spirit-mystic small world has arrived, thought the palace master, his expression changing dramatically in comparison to the chaotic flying vessel piloted by Jiang Ning and his spouse. The so-called void flying ship is akin to the difference between a broken bicycle and a high-speed train. Boom! The void flying ship unleashed a surge of colossal energy as it swooped down. In an instant, numerous structures of the Divine Wind Palace were swept away, sending disciples scrambling to evade harm. Ultimately, the ship came to rest in the sky, revealing a colossal man with green skin. A pair of horn-like antlers atop his head, and a muscular, dragon-like physique standing on the ship's deck. He exuded an awe-inspiring might that sent tremors through the souls of the Divine Wind Palace members, filling them with dread. Who is Zhao Suzhen? Come forth and meet this envoy. The green-skinned giant looked down imperiously. Behind him stood several individuals, exuding equally formidable auras. Reporting, my lord, Zhao Suzhen is my master, and she was recently slain. The palace master of the Divine Wind Palace promptly and respectfully replied. The green-skinned giant frowned slightly. If she is dead, then she is dead, as long as that woman with the innate spiritual body remains. It suffices. Subsequently, the burly man revealed their origins and the purpose of their arrival. It turned out that they were members of the Azure Dragon Demon Palace. The Azure Dragon Demon Saint is a pure-blood descendant of the ancient divine beast. The Azure Dragon he established the Azure Dragon Demon Palace and is known as the Azure Dragon Demon Saint, one of the overlords of the entire Tianyuan Star region. He has a penchant for consuming humans endowed with special physiques, as such flesh is deemed the most delectable. Consequently, a multitude of Azure Dragon orders were disseminated throughout the Star region, why presenting humans with special physiques to the Azure Dragon Demon Palace via the Azure Dragon Order. One could receive substantial rewards. The stronger and rarer the physique, the greater the rewards bestowed. Zhao Su's Azure Dragon Order was a legacy passed down from the Elder of Divine Winds, Jiang Wei. Unyielding in her stance, resolved to forsake her adoptive daughter, who was also her most cherished disciple. Thus, she offered her to the Azure Dragon Demon Palace, which promptly granted her a portion of resources, significantly enhancing her cultivation. Now, the Azure Dragon Demon Palace had finally sent individuals to take away the innate spiritual body of Jiang Wei, while also bestowing the remaining rewards of My Lord. The Master of Divine Winds spoke with palpable sorrow. That person killed my master and subsequently rescued the innate spiritual body. What? The burly man was consumed with fury. The innate spiritual body has been rescued. My lord, there is another piece of information regarding the saint body. The Master of Divine Winds quickly interjected with a solicitous smile. Saint body. The burly man's face lit up with delight. Even the most ordinary saint body is a delicacy amongst delicacies. In the Tianyuan Star region, it is rare to encounter even a few in a century. Once offered, one would receive a personal reward from the Azure Dragon Demon Saint. This was indeed a chance to soar to great heights. The matter of the innate spiritual body was momentarily cast aside. Speak quickly. Where is the saint body? Once captured, the saint body would yield immense rewards, ensuring a breakthrough to the pinnacle of the celestial realm. With even the possibility of ascending to the inscription realm, the burly man made a prompt promise. Upon hearing this, the Master of Divine Winds was elated. Not only could he seek vengeance, but he could also acquire considerable rewards. At the very least, he would become a formidable force at the peak of the celestial realm. Dominating the entire spiritual mysterious small world would be utterly unproblematic, truly a case of killing two birds with one stone. My lord, the saint body is none other than the one who rescued the innate spiritual body. His name is Jiang Luo, the heir of the southern town prince of the Great Li Dynasty. Upon learning of Jiang Luo's identity, the burly man nodded and immediately commanded the void ship to head towards the southern town prince's residence. Jiang Luo continued to cultivate alongside his father. Enhancing his strength, soon he would ascend to the spiritual mysterious sacred land to settle accounts with the venomous vixen, Lu Ruyan. Thus, he must possess the ability to slay beings of the celestial realm. The spiritual mysterious sacred land, as the most powerful sacred site within the spiritual mysterious small world, held unfathomable depths and should not be underestimated. Father, why do you not allow me to break through to the pill cauldron realm? Once I do, I will have absolute confidence in slaying beings of the celestial realm, Jiang Luo inquired, perplexed. Currently, his father was preventing him from advancing in the spirit-gathering realm. The difficulty of further enhancing his strength was exceedingly high. Jiang Ning replied, at present, I lack the resources to facilitate your perfect metamorphosis. Should you break through now, your potential will be significantly diminished. He then elaborated to Jiang Luo. The pill cauldron realm, also known as the extraordinary realm, is so named because breaking through leads to a complete transformation, coalescing into an extraordinary physique. That moment, one no longer belongs to the realm of mortals, and their lifespan is doubled compared to that of ordinary beings. Theoretically, one could live for 200 years. However, due to injuries sustained in battle and various other factors, most individuals pass away by their early hundreds. The extraordinary physique achieved through transformation also possesses various grades of quality: inferior, middle, superior, exceptional, and perfect. Ordinary cultivators typically coalesce an inferior extraordinary physique, while those with slightly better fortune may achieve a middle grade one. Across the entire star region, superior extraordinary physiques are exceedingly rare. However, as Jiang Luo is his son, Jiang Ning naturally wished for him to enter the pill cauldron realm in the most perfect state, forging a flawless extraordinary physique. If it were possible to slay a mature pure blood divine beast descendant and use its essence to facilitate your transformation, combined with your imperial bloodline, crafting a perfect extraordinary physique would not be insurmountable, Jiang Ning stated. Even within the Supreme Divine Dynasty, the Supreme Imperial Clan, and the Chaos Sacred Land, achieving a perfect extraordinary physique is a monumental challenge. I see, Jiang Luo nodded. He then curiously asked, Father, is the perfect extraordinary physique the highest quality? Jiang Ning smiled and replied, beyond perfection, there exists a form of extraordinary physique known as the legendary Supreme Divine Body. Throughout the annals of Chaos Realm's history, only a handful of individuals have forged a Supreme Divine Body across countless epochs. The last person to achieve this feat did so 100,000 years ago. The perfect, extraordinary physique is already a rarity, while the Supreme Divine Body is the stuff of myth. A chapter of nearly 4,000 words. And there exists the legendary Supreme Divine Body. Jiang Luo's heart raced with excitement. Jiang Ning chuckled and said, "Lower, do not dwell too much on the Supreme Divine Body. Even I have yet to succeed. The difficulty is simply immense. Otherwise, throughout the endless ages, only a few have managed to forge a Supreme Divine Body. This is not to discourage you, but rather to convey the impossibility of the endeavor." Understood, Jiang Luo nodded. It had been 100,000 years since anyone had forged a Supreme Divine Body. And how could he possibly succeed with ease? With a bitter smile, he realized he had been overly ambitious. To achieve a perfect, extraordinary physique was already quite an accomplishment. Just then, a tremendous wave of energy swept towards Jingzhou City. A vast shadow loomed as a colossal flying ship traversed the void. Numerous inscrutable figures stood upon the deck, gazing down upon the southern town prince's residence. Heavens, look! A flying ship! What great personage has descended upon Jingzhou City? The citizens of the city, having never seen such a grand vessel, were left in utter astonishment and even fear. The individuals aboard the ship exuded an aura akin to that of deities, sending shivers through their souls. "Where is Jiang Luo?" A booming voice reverberated like thunder across the skies of Jingzhou City. "Get out here and face us, Luo, it seems someone has come to trouble you." Jiang Ning remarked with a cold smile. There stood one being of the inscription realm and 7 of the celestial realm, led by a figure radiating a demonic aura, evidently not a native of the spiritual, mysterious small world. "Is he a demon beast?" Jiang Ning exclaimed in surprise, witnessing a transformed demon beast for the first time. Indeed, it was a bizarre world of cultivation. Upon reaching the inscription realm, demon beasts could take on human form to aid in their cultivation. Jiang Ning explained. Given his status, he had encountered numerous transformed great demons. Humans are the spirits of heaven and earth. Their human form represents the optimal state for enlightenment and cultivation. Thus, demon beasts strive to adopt human forms whenever possible. However, under normal circumstances, their original forms possess the greatest combat prowess. But how have I offended them? Jiang Luo pondered, deeply confused. Moreover, from their tone, it was evident that the visitors bore ill intentions. Why not go and find out? Jiang Ning suggested a demon of the inscription realm. In his presence, they were hardly worth considering, yet they dared to seek trouble with his son. Truly laughable. Very well, Jiang Luo nodded, soon appearing before the void ship. "I am Jiang Luo. What business do you have?" he inquired in a deep voice. "Are you the one who rescued Jiang Wei? And are you also a saint body?" The burly man interrogated, his true form being that of a blue bull, possessing immense strength and terrifying power. "Indeed, it was I who rescued her," Jiang Luo coldly remarked, finally grasping the reasons behind their troubles. Yet he found himself perplexed as to when the Shenkong Palace had forged a connection with the formidable forces beyond the realm. Upon hearing this, a commotion erupted aboard the void ship, as its occupants were struck with immense astonishment. Such youth, merely at the 9th level of spirit gathering, had managed to slay a half-step celestial. Celestial cultivators, upon the enhancement of their spiritual energy, could perceive the realms of those weaker than themselves. However, if one practiced unique secret techniques to conceal their true level, such perception would be thwarted. "Are you a holy body?" the burly man inquired sharply, his mind already leaning toward an answer, yet seeking the ultimate confirmation. "What is it to you whether I am a holy body?" Jiang Ning replied with a cold smirk, refraining from providing a direct answer. "Lord Qingyou, allow me to subdue this brat and test whether he possesses a holy body." At that moment, an elderly man with yellow hair stepped forth, speaking with reverence. Although the Qinglong Monster Palace was a force of the demon clan, it had also taken in many human servants. The yellow-haired elder, once a ruler of a realm, had later become a lackey for the demon clan. At the initial stage of a human realm, this is a perfect opportunity for me to hone my skills. From his father's transmission, Jiang Luo learned of the elder's realm. The celestial realm is divided into 3 minor stages: human realm, earth realm, and heaven realm. In the celestial realm, the celestial and the self become one, transforming the mind into an ocean, cultivating spiritual power. The perception of one's spirit would be unprecedentedly enhanced, enabling the calculation of the world's rules and the creation of unique martial techniques. Spiritual attacks could be executed, and even the soul could leave the body, rendering the cultivator unafraid of being outnumbered. The human realm signifies the elevation of spirit, while the earth realm condenses spiritual force for soul attacks. The heaven realm allows the soul to escape, traversing thousands of miles, striking down enemies from afar. The yellow-haired elder, merely at the initial stage of the human realm, was the ideal opponent for Jiang Luo to test his prowess against celestial beings. "Old man, bring it on. You shall become the stepping stone to my fame." Jiang Luo brandished the purple thunder spear, pointing it at the yellow-haired elder. "You insolent brat, relying on a fine spiritual weapon. You dare to be so arrogant? Once I take you down, that spear will belong to me." The elder sneered coldly. Boom! The aura of the celestial realm erupted, an overwhelming might instantaneously engulfing the vast city of Jingzhou, causing its citizens to tremble in fear, their faces paling. Some were so frightened that they fell to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. This was the spiritual pressure of a celestial being that it was precisely this reason that they no longer fear tactics of overwhelming numbers. A mere wave of spiritual pressure could render ordinary soldiers powerless, but of course, armies with formidable battle formations could still slay celestials, as such forces had undoubtedly forged a powerful military spirit. Spiritual pressure could not shatter their resolve. The yellow-haired elder condensed immense spiritual power into his sword. In an instant, the sword's intent erupted, and a stream of sword energy formed a long rainbow, slashing towards Jiang Luo. When a celestial strikes, their might far surpasses that of the Danding realm. The majority of Jingzhou trembled beneath the weight of this sword's might. Celestials could indeed kill. Jiang Luo, brimming with confidence, charged forward to meet the challenge. His spear technique, now divine, allowed him to wield the purple thunder spear with unparalleled grace. In the blink of an eye, he unleashed hundreds of thrusts, forming an impenetrable wall of spears. Clang, clang. The two engaged in battle, exchanging blows for several dozen rounds, demolishing a vast expanse of buildings. Hidden in the shadows, Jiang Ning and his wife felt immense satisfaction. "Jiang Ning, it seems our son possesses extraordinary talent. In such a short time, he has mastered his spear technique to divine levels," Du Gu Xiaoye exclaimed in astonishment. Just days prior, Jiang Luo had only reached the master level, 2 grades shy of the divine realm. The higher one ascends, the more challenging the breakthroughs become. Achieving such an advancement in mere days was indeed remarkable. It appears we have underestimated Luo heir. Perhaps he is even more gifted than we imagined. His age. I had yet to reach divine levels. Jiang Ning was equally taken aback, his heart racing with excitement. Perhaps his son was not inferior to Jiang Xiao. How could a mere spirit-gathering lad match him in strength? At that moment, a glint of fierce light flickered in the yellow-haired elder's eyes. "Brat, I have only exerted 5 parts of my strength. Let me show you the true might of the celestial realm. Just now, I was merely cautious not to harm a holy body." Jiang Luo stood suspended in the void, for it was said that only those who had broken through to the Danding realm could soar into the skies and stand aloft. However, this rule applied only to ordinary cultivators. For geniuses, breaking conventions was their very nature. The immense chaos energy was sufficient to allow Jiang Luo to ascend into the air, but I have only used 4 parts of my strength. Jiang Luo replied nonchalantly. "You." Seeing Jiang Luo's arrogance, the yellow-haired elder's face flushed crimson with rage. Such humiliation! Without further ado, he bellowed, unleashing powerful energy into his sword. A dragon coiled around the sword's body, exuding an overwhelming aura. "Kill!" With a strike, the dragon was unleashed, its gaping maw rushing towards Jiang Luo. The dragon's slaying technique, a quasi-heavenly grade battle skill. Jiang Luo ceased to hold back. The holy body erupted, the power of imperial blood igniting within him. His aura soared to its zenith, reaching an unprecedented peak. "Indeed, this lad is a holy body." The envoy Qingyo laughed heartily, filled with excitement. Presenting a holy body would yield unimaginable rewards. Jiang Luo concentrated all his strength into the purple thunder spear. then unleashed the second form of the annihilation thunderbolt spear technique, the electric dragon. The divine mastery of his spear not only represented the pinnacle of his technique, but also showcased his extraordinary talent and comprehension in spear arts. Training in spear techniques was remarkably swift. 3 days was ample time for him to grasp the second form. Surrounding him was a formidable aura of purple lightning. With a single thrust, boundless electric light erupted. Dazzling and fierce, roaring, a dragon of thunder soared into existence, its immense power seemingly capable of shattering the endless cosmos. Not good. How could he wield such a formidable spear technique? The yellow-haired elder's expression shifted dramatically. The dragon dared not act recklessly before the true dragon. Jiang Luo scoffed. The thunder dragon roared, charging forth. Boom! In an instant, it pierced through the yellow-haired elder's chest, causing a torrent of blood to erupt forth. I finally became a celestial. How could I die at the hands of a mere spirit-gathering mortal? The yellow-haired elder's eyes widened in disbelief as he succumbed to the depths of despair. Throughout this ordeal, those aboard the ship had no intention of intervening, appearing as if they did not recognize the situation at all. Gazing upon the elder's lifeless body, Jiang Luo revealed a satisfied smile. He had finally slain a celestial, matching his father's record, surpassing 2 major realms. Though his father had vanquished celestials far more powerful than this yellow-haired elder, he had grown up in the unparalleled Divine Dynasty, receiving the finest resources for cultivation. In contrast, Jiang Luo had truly trained for barely over half a month. Achieving such a feat was no less than his father's. Our Luo heir has slain a celestial. Witnessing this scene, the couple was overwhelmed with excitement. This was not merely the death of a celestial cultivator. It represented boundless potential. The power of chaos energy indeed proved to be the strongest spiritual force in the world. It appears that we have truly underestimated Luo heir's innate talent and potential. I have a premonition that he will surprise us countless times in the future, Jiang Ning remarked, revealing a satisfied smile that radiated a father's pride. Of course, how could our child be anything less than extraordinary? Du Xiao expressed with an air of pride, even more delighted than when she herself achieved success. I could see that moment. The Azure Dragon envoy aboard the spacecraft began to clap his hands, wearing a satisfied smile as he proclaimed, "Truly worthy of the sacred body, even slaying beings of the heavenly realm. Such a prodigy of the human race is undoubtedly exquisite and will surely please the Lord of the Hall immensely. However, as mere servants, their demise holds no sorrow for us." Jiang Luo furrowed his brow and inquired, "What do you mean by that?" The Azure Bull envoy with a smile explained, "It is an honor for you. The sacred body to be favored by the Lord of the Azure Dragon Demon Hall, the esteemed Azure Dragon Demon Saint. The Lord is a descendant of the ancient divine beast, the Azure Dragon. A pure-blooded divine beast. Be consumed by, it would be an unparalleled honor for you. Humans consuming the blood and flesh of demon beasts can enhance their cultivation, and likewise, demon races consuming humans can elevate their strength. However, only those with the sacred body can yield effective results from such consumption. Pure-blooded divine beast descended." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning's face lit up with joy. That wasn't he just troubled about finding the pure-blooded divine beast's essence to establish a foundation for Luo heir, crafting a perfect transcendent physique. This was akin to a fortuitous encounter, as if a pillow was delivered right when one was about to doze off. Jiang Ning never expected that the Azure Dragon Demon Saint would come knocking at his door. Even if it were to suffer misfortune, daring to consume my son is truly reckless. Du Xiaoyu's eyes gleamed with a hint of murderous intent. It was at this moment that Jiang Luo comprehended why the Divine Wind Hall had connections with them and why they sought him. It turned out it was to consume him and his mother, Jiang Wei. That a surge of anger bubbled within him upon realizing that Zhao Suzhen had sacrificed his disciple to become another's meal. The Azure Bull envoy looked down at Jiang Luo and declared, "Human brat, surrender without resistance." Jiang Luo let out a cold laugh. "Just you? You think you can take me away? Ha ha!" The Azure Bull envoy laughed heartily. "Do not presume that because you have slain a being of the heavenly realm, you are invincible in my eyes. You remain as insignificant as an ant." Jiang Ning chuckled coldly. "I am aware that you are a great demon of the inscription realm." The Azure Bull envoy was taken aback. You know, I am a great demon of the inscription realm, yet you are not afraid? Jiang Luo scoffed. Why should I be afraid? I'm also a great demon of the inscription realm. You have already unleashed your full power, and at most, you are merely equivalent to a being of the human realm. Before me, you are as insignificant as an ant, easily crushed with a single blow. The Azure Bull envoy sneered, Do not attempt to put on a show before me. Thinking you can scare us off with such theatrics, he believed Jiang Luo was merely posturing. Luo heir, you need not fear them. For we are here. At that moment, Jiang Ning and Du Xiao Yu appeared, casting compassionate gazes upon the pitiful Azure Bull envoy and his entourage. You think you can oppose the Azure Dragon Demon Hall with just yourselves? The Azure Bull envoy scoffed. The sudden appearance of the couple did not instill fear in him. After all, they were backed by the dominion of the Tianyuan Star Domain, the Azure Dragon Demon Saint. Such a formidable background rendered him utterly fearless. Even before Supreme Being, he felt no trepidation in this world. One's background is of utmost importance. He was the sacred body, favored by the Lord of the Hall. Did they dare to protect him? The Azure Dragon Demon Hall? Merely a small power that I have never even heard of, Jiang Ning replied with a sardonic smile. How dare you insult the Lord of the Hall? The Azure Bull envoy retorted angrily. What is insult to me? I am about to take your life. Suddenly, an overwhelming and world-destroying aura erupted from Jiang Ning's being. The sunlit sky was instantaneously engulfed in an abyss of darkness. Before this immense power, all living beings felt as minuscule as ants on the brink of annihilation. The Azure Bull envoy finally displayed a look of terror. He had once sensed the pressure of the Azure Dragon Demon Saint from afar. And this pressure was not at all inferior to that of the Lord of the Hall. It instilled in him an instinctive desire to kneel and worship, devoid of any will to resist. Enough, it is time for you to depart, Jiang Ning stated calmly, then lightly snapped his fingers. The Azure Bull envoy and his entourage disintegrated into ash, as if they had never existed at all. Such was the simplicity of taking a life. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Luo felt a pang of envy. One day, he too would possess such formidable strength, where with a mere snap of his fingers, all would dissolve into nothingness. Subsequently, Jiang Ning and his wife approached Jiang Luo. Luo heir, we will be away for a while, but will return shortly. We will slay the Azure Dragon Demon Saint to obtain its essence to establish your foundation and forge a perfect transcendent physique. Jiang Ning announced he had not anticipated finding a pure-blooded divine beast descendant so swiftly. It was indeed an unexpected delight. Although the Azure Dragon Demon Saint was merely a quasi-saint, its pure-blooded divine beast lineage surpassed that of ordinary quasi-saints. While he could face it alone, slaying it would be exceedingly difficult, hence the necessity for the couple to join forces. Qing Li, come forth. Meet your little nephew, Du Xiao Yu called out. Suddenly, a massive black vortex materialized in the void. From it emerged a girl clad in a black dress, her hair adorned with a crimson ribbon, appearing to be merely 16 or 17 years of age. With jade-like, fair feet, she stepped gracefully upon a black lotus, exuding an aura of ethereal beauty, as if she had stepped out from the realm of mythology, a being of impossible perfection, transcendent and otherworldly. Jiang Ning found himself captivated by her astonishing presence, unable to blink as he gazed at the girl who had suddenly appeared. Yet, it was unfortunate that her true visage remained hidden. Her alabaster face was obscured by a ghostly mask, revealing only a pair of clear, beautiful eyes. It was difficult to fathom the level of beauty concealed beneath that mask. Qing Li is your little aunt, an orphan we encountered during our search for you. She and I have formed a sisterly bond. Du Xiao Yu introduced with a smile. Although they would be departing temporarily, they still had to ensure their son's safety, as long as no Supreme Being intervened. Qing Li would be more than capable of safeguarding Luo heir. Qing Li was a prodigy born of extraordinary circumstances, seemingly burdened by immense karma. For this reason, Du Xiao Yu dared only to forge a sisterly bond with her, refraining from adopting her as a daughter or servant, lest she attract overwhelming karma that could lead to untimely demise or misfortune in her later years. The ghostly mask she wore was a natural endowment. Even Jiang Ning and Du Xiao Yu had never glimpsed her true face. Qingli was indeed a mysterious figure. Qingli, after we depart, Luo heir's safety will be entrusted to you. Dugu Xiao said with a smile. Sister, rest assured, I will protect Luo heir well. Qingli replied with a gentle smile. Her eyes sparkled like autumn waters, and the mere sight of her enchanting gaze could captivate the heart. Who could resist her beauty if her celestial visage were revealed? Perhaps this was the reason she was destined to wear a ghostly mask. Mother, why does my aunt wear a ghost mask? A breathtaking fairy, adorned perpetually with a fearsome and grotesque mask that obscures her stunning visage, evokes a sense of lament in one's heart. The desire for beauty is a universal sentiment, not born of any lewd intentions, but rather a pure yearning to appreciate splendor. I was destined to wear this mask from the moment of my birth, and thus, no one has ever beheld my true form. Consequently, I have been regarded as a malevolent spirit, tragically cast aside by my parents and pursued relentlessly by my it was only through the salvation of my brother-in-law and sister that I preserved my life. Before the timid Dugu Xiao you could utter a word, Qingli spoke first. Her voice, akin to celestial music, was extraordinarily melodious and enchanting. Yet it carried a hint of weariness, as if it had traversed through the endless cycles of time. She possessed an ethereal grace, her figure enchanting, her skin as lustrous as jade, and her voice so captivating that it rendered her a perfect fairy, albeit one whose true appearance remains shrouded from view. One can only wonder at the unparalleled beauty she conceals. "I," sighed Jiang Luo, a tinge of regret in his tone, "it is indeed a pity. Were it not for the overwhelming consequences that might befall one, I would not hinder you from unveiling your mask." Qingli offered a slight smile, her enchanting eyes fixed intently upon Jiang Luo. This startled him, prompting him to shake his head vigorously. He was merely curious and dared not to reveal her face. Even his parents feared the repercussions of such actions, so how could he possibly entertain the thought? It seemed evident that Qing Li's origins were far from ordinary. Isn't it preferable this way? The more extraordinary the kin by one's side, the greater one's own background must be in this world. A formidable lineage is of utmost importance. Jiang Ning, shall we depart tomorrow? I wish to spend the evening with Luo. Dugu Xiao declared. Though their separation would be brief, the joy of finally finding her son left her reluctant to part. As for the reason she would not take him along, it was simply a precaution against potential dangers. This time, they were set to confront a pure-blooded divine beast descendant of quasi-saint caliber, whose might was formidable beyond measure. Even united, they felt confident in their ability to subdue it. But caution was prudent. After all, pure-blooded divine beast descendants were anything but ordinary if it were merely a typical quasi-saint. Jiang Ning could handle it alone. Very well. We shall set forth tomorrow. Jiang Ning nodded in agreement. After all, they were not pressed for time. That evening, Dugu Xiaoyu left her husband to guard the empty house and entered her son's room, intending to spend the night with him. Initially, this made Jiang Luo feel awkward, nervous, and out of sorts, as it was his first time sharing a bed with a woman. Nevertheless, upon recalling that this was his mother, who showered him with affection, he gradually found his composure. In this life, he was fortunate, for he finally had parents who cherished him. The following day, Jiang Ning and Dugu Xiaoyu boarded the chaotic flying vessel, setting their course for the Qinglong Demon Palace. Luo I shall now devote myself to cultivation. Should you encounter any peril, I will surely come to your aid, Qingli announced. Her fervent dedication to cultivation was unwavering. She refused to squander even a moment of time. Deep within her being, she felt an urgent need to grow stronger swiftly. Otherwise, she feared that misfortune would befall her. Hence, she was but a year older than Jiang Luo, yet her power had already reached a level where she was invincible unless a supreme being intervened. Extending a delicate finger, she touched Jiang Luo's brow, instantly forming a black lotus mark. Should he face a life-threatening danger, the protective mark would activate automatically, allowing her to sense his plight. Remember, do not leave the Lingxian small world. For if you do and find yourself in peril, I may not arrive in time to save you. Qingli cautioned before vanishing from sight. Still filled with curiosity, Jiang Luo pondered what extraordinary beauty lay beneath the mask. As he gazed at the spot where Qingli had disappeared, he stroked his chin, his heart brimming with intrigue. Subsequently, he touched the mark on his forehead, and to his astonishment, it vanished without a trace. Unbeknownst to him, the Black Lotus was Qing Li's life essence. She could only materialize one protective seal, and bestowing it upon Jiang Luo was her way of acknowledging him as family. Now, it was time to venture to the Lingxian sacred land and seek vengeance against Lu Ruyan, the venomous woman who dared to harm her foster father, who had shown her kindness. Jiang Ning's gaze turned icy. After resolving this matter, it would be time to return to the Supreme Divine Dynasty with his parents and witness the boundless expanse of the world, competing alongside the unparalleled prodigies of myriad races. However, before proceeding to the Lingxian sacred land, he first intended to visit the great Li imperial city and slay that treacherous emperor. One cannot let the grudge of having one's legs broken go unpunished, Jiang Ning declared coldly. The death of a ninth princess was also a consequence of his actions. Subsequently, Jiang Luo bid farewell to his father, Jiang Xiao, indicating his intention to travel to the great Li dynasty. Jiang Xiao did not impede him. After all, having already defeated the Godwin Palace's lower, what was a mere great Li dynasty? Boarding the void vessel captured from the Qinglong Demon Palace, Jiang Luo soared toward the great Li imperial city. The vessel moved with remarkable speed, traversing several mountains in the blink of an eye. As they neared the great Li imperial city, Jiang Luo reduced the vessel's speed, lest they glide past the city in a flash. The void vessel was designed for interstellar travel, its velocity astonishing. Suddenly, a cacophony of fierce combat sounds erupted. Then, a slender figure clad in purple burst onto the vessel. It was a woman of breathtaking beauty. Her form lithe and graceful, dressed in flowing purple garments, her skin alabaster, radiating unmatched elegance. Yet, she bore the marks of battle, her appearance disheveled, clearly having been pursued. Moments later, several figures surged onto the vessel in pursuit. Jiang Luo frowned, clearly displeased by such reckless behavior. "We're doomed," the purple-clad woman exclaimed, her face pale. Such a precious void vessel had only one young boy aboard. She had been fleeing from her sect and had hoped to find sanctuary aboard the legendary vessel, expecting it to be filled with powerful figures. Luzian, you cannot escape. They taunted, relief washing over them as they saw only a young man on the vessel. "I refuse to return to that old fiend," Luzian retorted through gritted teeth. "Then do not blame us for our ruthlessness." The five assailants launched their attack, all of them extraordinary cultivators at the Danding realm. But Luzian grasped a slender purple sword, its radiant light clashing against her foes. Amid the fray, she cast a glance at the young man, noting his apparent indifference to the conflict. Disappointment flickered in her heart. Jiang Luo stood with his hands clasped behind his back, watching coldly, harboring no intentions of intervening. Heroically rescuing a damsel in distress. What a grand jest. Matters that did not concern him were of no interest to him, besides at his current status and background. If he desired a woman, even divine princesses would willingly approach him. While Luzian was formidable, facing five opponents of equal standing, some even of higher rank, she gradually found herself at a disadvantage, suffering more injuries to her delicate form. "You leave me no choice," she declared, her enchanting eyes turning frigid as a terrifying radiance erupted from her being. "The sun rises, purple mist," she called out, summoning a blazing sun into the sky. Instantly, the heavens were enveloped in a dreamlike purple mist, surging forth with overwhelming power. Such an extraordinary spectacle left onlookers in awe. "This is a natural anomaly." Jiang Luo was taken aback. The body of an innate anomaly is indeed one of the unique constitutions. Observing such a remarkable phenomenon, it is clear that this extraordinary physique is not to be underestimated. He had not anticipated that a chance encounter with a woman would reveal her as a bearer of an anomalous body. Suddenly, a line of text materialized in his mind, emanating from the divine orb. "Fortune bearer, Luzian, capable of devouring or possessing energy." Following this revelation, a torrent of profound information flooded into his consciousness. Fortune energy, fortune child, or daughter. Jiang Luo stood frozen in place, astonished. To his surprise, the divine orb provided further feedback. that moment, he comprehended the entirety of the orb's energy absorption mechanisms. The first method was through special materials, the second through renowned treasures, and the third was through fortune energy. Among these, fortune energy absorption was the most advantageous, guaranteeing the acquisition of a 10-star or higher innate constitution. Within the realms, only a select few individuals are sheltered by the Great Path, possessing immense fortune. Gaining their fortune allows for the divine orb to undergo fortune energy absorption. There are two methods to obtain the fortune from fortune child or daughter. The first is to slay them and devour their fortune, and the second is to possess them through close proximity, siphoning their fortune. However, forcibly possessing or slaying them would invoke heavenly retribution, causing a backlash of fortune energy, rendering the divine orb incapable of absorption. Therefore, prior to any act of slaying or devouring, one must devise ways to diminish their fortune. Once sufficiently weakened, they could be decisively slain. Possession is relatively straightforward, provided the other party does not resist and consents willingly. Naturally, this method is applicable only to the opposite sex. The reasoning is simple. If the fortune child is the protagonist, then their harem of wives becomes the heroines, inherently endowed with fortune. Yet, with the empowerment of the divine orb, Jiang Luo would share the entirety of her fortune with the fortune bearer, thus achieving successful energy absorption. Initially, he intended to create a system-type golden finger, but as it could not be categorized within traditional fantasy, he transformed it into the 7 divine orbs golden finger. For readers who find it confusing, they may simply interpret it as a system golden finger. Ultimately, the goal remains to continuously aid the protagonist in becoming stronger. Consequently, does this mean I am destined to become a great villain? Jiang Luo chuckled lightly. However, he must exercise caution when opposing a fortune child. Those endowed with innate great fortune are not only exceedingly difficult to kill, but also possess countless opportunities and formidable strength. Absent any interference from anomalies, they are bound to ascend to the pinnacle of the world's hierarchy. Of course, the fortune child or daughter, in this context, is far from the protagonist depicted in novels. They cannot be compared. They merely enjoy the protection of the Great Path, possessing greater opportunities than others. If they were of protagonist caliber, Jiang Luo would not dare to confront them lightly, as killing them would be nearly impossible. Sunlight gives rise to purple smoke beneath the blazing sun. A dreamlike purple mist enveloped the entire sky. An overwhelming force surged forth like a torrential tsunami, descending upon 5 extraordinary cultivators. The 5 individuals' expressions changed drastically. Overwhelmed by an acute sense of dread, they hurriedly unleashed their full power to resist. Puffed, puffed. Ultimately, the 5 could not withstand it, coughing up blood that stained the void crimson. However, Lu Zian was also in a precarious situation. Her cultivation level was too low. Forcibly unleashing the sunlight gives rise to purple smoke phenomenon had drained her energy, causing her to spit out blood. Yet she still wore a smile. After all, the injuries inflicted upon the 5 were far more severe than her own, and they had lost their combat effectiveness. Truly worthless at that moment, a burly, middle-aged man with a prominent belly hovered into view. 7th thing extraordinary. The 3rd elder. Lu Zian's face paled. She had not anticipated the 3rd elder's sudden appearance. This was the end for her, Lu Zian. The sect leader has commanded me to bring you back. Will not resist any further, the 3rd elder said solemnly. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Zian was remarkably formidable. Fortunately, the sect leader had dispatched him as a precaution. He had remained hidden, fearing to attract the attention of the Xintian sect, given the sect's past grievances with them. Now, he had no choice but to reveal himself. Even if I die, I will not allow you to succeed. Lu Zian's eyes gleamed with determination. Humph. The 3rd elder let out a cold laugh. Before me, you lack even the qualification to take your own life. A powerful aura completely enveloped Lu at that moment. Jiang Luo realized it was time for him to make his entrance, just as the 3rd elder was about to seize Lu Zian. A figure clad in white appeared before her, draped in flowing robes like a celestial being descended from the heavens, his eyes sparkling like stars, hands clasped behind his back, standing protectively in front of Lu Zian. With an unparalleled grace and striking features, he exuded an extraordinary charisma. "Who are you?" the third elder inquired, furrowing his brow. "Why meddle in matters that do not concern you?" He was momentarily taken aback by the sight of the man riding a celestial vessel, unable to discern his background, and thus hesitated to act. "I had no intention of intervening, but my mind has changed," Jiang Luo replied with a calm demeanor and gentle tone. "I am merely an ordinary cultivator at the 9th level of spirit gathering. Those who bear great fortune are indeed not easily extinguished. I had no desire to interfere, yet here I am, saving her. Had I not come to Dali City today, or if I had not acquired the celestial vessel, Lu Ziyan would undoubtedly be doomed. Such is the serendipity of the world, allowing me to appear at the right moment to rescue the fortune-bearer." "He," the third elder chuckled, "a mere spirit-gathering commoner dares to involve himself in extraordinary affairs." Jiang Luo replied nonchalantly, "Why should I not dare? Even mortals can slay the extraordinary. I advise you to leave at once, or your life shall be forfeit." "What a bold claim," the third elder sneered. "Let us see if you possess the ability to kill the extraordinary." Jiang Luo's expression remained composed, his eyes deep and enigmatic, a slight smile gracing his lips. "If you do not believe me, feel free to act. Very well, let us witness your audacity." The third elder ceased his idle chatter and immediately launched his attack. Above him, 7 great cauldrons hovered, casting forth countless crimson rays that coalesced into a colossal fiery hand. Striking towards Jiang Luo, Jiang Luo's lips curled into a smirk, a disdainful smile gracing his face. He raised his hand and delivered a punch, unleashing a formidable force that caused the void to tremble. The third elder's expression shifted dramatically as his eyes widened in disbelief. Boom! As the punch was unleashed, the third elder was sent flying, blood staining the sky. An extraordinary cultivator of the 7th Ding realm was thus obliterated in an instant, dispatched with a mere casual strike. Such was the terrifying power that Jiang Luo now possessed. "The third elder is dead. Run!" The injured 5, stricken with terror, hastily fled the scene, Lu Ziyan's beautiful eyes fixed intently on Jiang Luo, unable to fathom how a mere spirit-gathering mortal could have truly slain the third elder, a being of the 7th Ding realm, capable of manifesting a Dharma form. "Why did you save me?" Lu Ziyan inquired calmly. She had just seen the cold indifference in his eyes. He did not seem like the type to engage in acts of chivalry. Surely, he had ulterior motives. Jiang Luo smiled, his expression brimming with arrogance and dominance as he nodded in satisfaction. "You, with your innate anomalous body, are quite remarkable. You possess the qualifications to be my woman, a scion of the Divine Dynasty." He naturally had the confidence to speak so boldly. It would be ideal to win over Lu Ziyan, as she could serve as a valuable ally in the future. After all, the fortune child was destined for greatness. Should he fail to win her over, Jiang Luo would not hesitate to employ drastic measures. No one could impede his determination to attain a 10-star innate constitution. "You are rather direct, aren't you? Moreover, I observe that your gaze bears no hint of impurity, nor do you resemble a lecherous individual," Lu Ziyan remarked. Jiang Luo chuckled softly, uttering words of unparalleled arrogance. In my lifetime, I have 2 passions. One is to collect the world's exquisite beauties, and the other is to amass renowned treasures from across the globe. All the rare beauties and famed treasures of this world ought to belong to me. You could be counted among the world's exquisite beauties, and having you by my side in the future would indeed be a delightful prospect. With his extraordinary lineage, he certainly possesses the right to utter such declarations. Furthermore, these 2 desires are precisely what he requires. Lu Ziyan was momentarily taken aback, a chill running through her heart. She did not anticipate such overwhelming arrogance and pride from this individual. "What is his true background?" "Very well, I can agree to be your woman, even if it means being merely a concubine." To her astonishment, Lu Ziyan readily acquiesced, without a trace of hesitation. "However, I have one condition." Jiang Luo nodded. "Speak." Immediately, Lu Ziyan revealed a countenance filled with hatred. "I was originally a disciple of Zhao Wuji, the sovereign of the Day and Moon Divine sect, the overlord of the Eastern domain. When I was but a child, he inadvertently discovered that I possessed the 6-yin body, the finest vessel for cultivation. Upon hearing this, Jiang Luo's heart stirred with surprise that a dual special constitution. Truly, she is the favored daughter of destiny. Women endowed with the 6-yin body are also known as the 6-yin maidens. An exceedingly powerful special constitution. For men, they possess an irresistible allure. It is said that acquiring the 6-yin energy within the 6-yin maiden can significantly enhance one's cultivation. Liu Zian continued. Thus the old scoundrel slaughtered my entire clan, raising me by his side to cultivate me as a furnace for his breakthrough to the celestial realm. Consequently, I managed to escape. That my request is simple. Help me annihilate the Day and Moon Divine sect. That place is already tainted, filled with filth and corruption. Her eyes brimmed with murderous intent. The enmity of my clan's extermination is a debt that must be repaid. Very well, Jiang Luo smiled. Not expecting such a straightforward request, I agree. After the destruction of the Day and Moon Divine sect, I shall offer you the 6-yin energy within me. Liu Zian stated respectfully to that moment. She resigned herself to her fate. If she did not agree, not only would she be unable to seek vengeance, but she might also lose her life. Moreover, this young man, despite his tender age, has reached the spirit-gathering stage and has slain 7 extraordinary beings, displaying unparalleled talent. Why should she not serve as his female servant? What girl does not yearn for love? All expect their partner to be a paragon of greatness, a remarkable figure of the highest caliber. It is settled. However, before we head to the Day and Moon Divine sect, I must first eradicate the Dali royal family. Jiang Luo chuckled. He was no fool like Liu Xiaohui, who would remain aloof upon acquiring such a stunning woman while neglecting to enhance his own power. In his previous life, as an orphan without wealth, he had never even touched a woman's hand. That in this life, with the most prestigious background in the world, why should he live like a monk? All the exquisite beauties of the world shall belong to him. What of it? Soon, the two arrived at Dali City. After parking the void-flying ship outside the city, Jiang Luo promptly stored it within his spatial ring. This treasure was gifted by his parents, boasting a remarkably high rank, and was exceedingly precious with vast space. Accommodating the massive void-flying ship was but a trifling matter for the spatial ring. Upon entering Dali City, Jiang Luo did not rush to the royal palace, but instead headed to the nearest tavern. He pinned Jiu in his previous life while studying in the imperial city. The original owner had often dined here. Subsequently, he ascended to the finest private room on the 9th floor and ordered a sumptuous feast of fine food and wine. Your Highness, the young master. The waiter recognized Jiang Luo, astonished. It was rumored that the young master of the Town South King had been imprisoned in the celestial dungeon. How could he possibly be here? Perhaps, considering the Town South King's tireless contributions. His Majesty had pardoned his offenses. Be gone, Jiang Luo said nonchalantly. Yes, young master. The waiter quickly nodded. After the waiter left, Liu Zian anxiously inquired, why not simply storm the royal palace? She was consumed by a thirst for revenge. Completely devoid of the appetite to eat. If the Dali royal family were eradicated swiftly, they could then set off for the Day and Moon Divine sect. Patience, Jiang Luo replied. He awaited the opportunity to catch them all in one fell swoop. The original owner had spent many years in Dali City and certainly knew when court meetings were convened, he intended to wait for the Dali court assembly to ensnare all the civil and military officials along with the emperor in one go. Do not rush. First, let us satisfy our hunger, Jiang Luo smiled, then unceremoniously seized a roasted chicken and began to devour it. The finest enjoyment in life is to indulge in a delectable feast. After a considerable time, a cacophony erupted outside the door of the Tianzi private room. The young master of Tianzi really here? The boss's voice sounded exasperated. Who dares to seize my place in the capital? A young man's disdainful voice echoed. Subsequently, his bodyguards forcefully pushed open the door. The boss cast a regretful glance at Jiang Luo, full of apologies. Your Excellency, the boss had not finished a sentence when Jiang Luo coolly interjected. You may leave. Yes, the boss wiped the sweat from his brow, visibly relieved, and hurriedly departed. Both were individuals he could not afford to offend. To his astonishment, there was such a stunning woman in Dali City. Upon entering, the young man grinned broadly, his eyes fixated on Lu Zian. She was undoubtedly the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. "You may leave, and I shall allow you to keep your life. For I am in a good mood," the young man arrogantly proclaimed. Jiang Luo let out a cold laugh and replied indifferently, "All I know is that if you do not leave, you shall meet your end." "Do you know who my father is?" "The newly appointed Minister of Revenue, Li Gang. Furthermore, the head of the 4 great families of the Li clan, is my uncle that I am to meet my end." "Ah, that is the most amusing joke I have ever heard," Li Tianyi boasted with unrestrained arrogance. Clearly, the newly appointed Minister of Revenue, Li Gang, was a high-ranking official overseeing a region, recently transferred to Dali City. Otherwise, Li Tianyi would not have been unaware of Jiang Luo. Yet, Jiang Luo paid no heed to this clown, but lifted his gaze towards the direction of the royal palace. The time had come. They had just sent them on their way, including your father. Li Gang. A chill glimmered in Jiang Luo's eyes. Boom! He then soared into the sky, directly shattering the roof of Pinju, stepping on the void. He gazed towards the royal palace. The purple lightning thunder gun appeared in his hand as he unleashed the first strike. Thunderstorm surged towards the royal palace in an instant, torrents of thunder surged forth like a tsunami. Crashing towards the royal palace, in the central hall, the Emperor of Dali sat high upon his throne, surveying the civil and military officials. "Your Majesty, we have received news from the spies we sent to the Xintian sect." The commander of the Golden Blade Guard trembled as he reported. The Golden Blade Guard is the Emperor's personal army, the most powerful institution in Dali. "Speak quickly. Did the Xintian sect agree to send people to eliminate Jiang Xiao?" The Emperor of Dali inquired urgently. He had long been informed that the 30,000 troops dispatched to annihilate Jiang Xiao had been completely wiped out. Now, all hopes rested on the Xintian sect. "Your Majesty," the commander's face turned ashen. The spies reported that the Xintian sect had become a wasteland, and all its members were dead. Uttering these words seemed to drain him of all strength. It was inconceivable that the Xintian sect could have been obliterated so easily. What? How could this be? The Xintian sect is the overlord of the southern domain, who possesses the strength to reduce it to ruins. Upon hearing the news, the court was instantly filled with a cacophony of disbelief and uproar. The Xintian sect, with its millennia-long heritage and profound foundation, could not possibly be so easily obliterated. "This is dire," the Emperor of Dali suddenly exclaimed, his countenance shifting as he felt a tremor in his very soul. That moment, the ministers sensed a peculiar disturbance, turning their gazes toward the sky beyond the Grand Hall. A multitude of purple lightning bolts surged toward the imperial palace, startling them immensely. Soon after, amidst their terror, an endless torrent of lightning descended, producing a thunderous explosion that reverberated across the heavens. The central hall, along with the nearby palaces, was instantly reduced to ruins. The Emperor of Dali and hundreds of civil and military officials perished beneath the relentless annihilation of the lightning. Even many of the imperial consorts met a tragic fate under the storm. Suspended in the heavens, Jiang Luo glanced toward the ancestral hall, then brandished his thunderous spear once more, unleashing the thunder annihilation technique. Within the ancestral hall resided numerous venerable elders of the Dali royal family, most of the royal offspring dwelling therein. The might of a single strike transformed the entire ancestral hall into rubble, with all royal members meeting a gruesome end. Witnessing this scene, Li Tianyi, who had previously exuded arrogance, was now rendered speechless, collapsing in terror and losing control of himself. With just 2 strikes, he had witnessed the palace and ancestral hall reduced to mere debris. Such a formidable figure. He had just dared to offend him. Overwhelmed by sheer dread, he fainted. "Let us proceed to the eastern domain, to the Sun and Moon Divine sect," Jiang Luo declared. There were surely some remnants left, but he could not be bothered to pursue them. To eliminate the roots of a problem only to have them spring back to life with the spring breeze. What a ludicrous notion, not to mention his invincible background, given Jiang Luo's talents. Any attempts at revenge would be nothing short of a pipe dream. "Very well, let us depart at once," Lu Zian replied, her face alight with excitement. This day had been long awaited. Jiang Luo, eager to secure Lu Ziyan, aimed to complete the acquisition of fortune and attain at least a 10-star talent physique. He thus pushed the speed of the void ship to its utmost limit. The vast distance of tens of thousands of kilometers was traversed in no time. Arriving at the Sun and Moon Divine sect, "We have arrived," Lu Ziyan announced, pointing down from the void ship. Through the thick clouds, a series of majestic mountains came into view, among which one peak loomed particularly high and steep, atop which resided the overlord of the Eastern Domain, the Sun and Moon Divine sect. Indeed, Jiang Luo nodded as he gazed down at the sect's gate. Boom! The void ship plunged downward, unleashing immense pressure and waves, directly hovering over the Sun and Moon Divine sect, causing a stir within the sect. Is this a flying ship? It was the first time they had encountered a void ship, leaving them utterly astonished. Who might this esteemed individual be visiting our Sun and Moon Divine sect? Boom! Boom! At that moment, 3 figures soared into the sky, approaching the void ship. They were none other than Zhao Wuji, the sect master, along with the first and second elders. Their demeanor was exceedingly respectful. As leaders of a top-tier sect in the Lingxian small world, they had certainly heard of void ships. Anyone with the privilege to board one must be an extraordinarily significant figure. Thus they dared not show any negligence. Observing the imposing and magnificent vessel, their hearts trembled. It seemed that a person of great stature from beyond the realm had descended. Curiosity arose within them. What business could such a figure have with the Sun and Moon Divine sect? Senior, should you have any instructions, our Sun and Moon Divine sect shall spare no effort to fulfill them, Zhao Wuji said respectfully. At that moment, Jiang Luo and Lu Ziyan stepped forth together. Lu Ziyan? The 3 men revealed expressions of astonishment, not expecting the person aboard the ship to be the traitorous Lu Ziyan. Zhao Wuji, you old rogue, today I shall avenge my entire clan, Lu Ziyan declared. Her eyes filled with murderous intent and fury. You traitor, do you think you can slay your master? Zhao Wuji scoffed coldly. At this juncture, Jiang Luo, with his hands behind his back, stood calmly on the deck and spoke plainly. I promised Miss Lu to annihilate the Sun and Moon Divine sect and avenge her. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuji and the others retorted, You are using your might to intimidate the weak. Do you not fear the ridicule of the world? Besides, this is a matter between our master and apprentice. Please do not interfere. Although Zhao Wuji felt some anger at the mysterious Jiang Luo, he still managed to suppress it. Jiang Luo smiled lightly. I am but 16 years old, merely a mortal at the 9th level of spirit gathering. How am I intimidating anyone? He then voluntarily revealed his cultivation level. You would have the protector behind you intervene. Is that not indeed using your might against the weak? The first elder interjected. What difficulty would there be in me alone wiping out your Sun and Moon Divine sect? Is there really a need to summon a protector? Jiang Luo sneered dismissively. Lu Ziyan, ha ha ha. I thought you had found some powerful ally to return with that. It turns out you have brought back merely a boy at the spirit gathering level, and a wildly arrogant one at that. Zhao Wuji laughed heartily. Without a protector, a mere mortal at the 9th level of spirit gathering seeking to destroy the Sun and Moon Divine sect is a most absurd joke. Do you truly intend to act alone? With no formidable protector behind you? Lu Ziyan expressed her shock. She had assumed Jiang Luo possessed a powerful background and a protector for support. Regrets surged within her. Had she not effectively walked into a trap? Though Jiang Luo's talents were indeed extraordinary, having slain the 3rd elder, the idea of him toppling the Sun and Moon Divine sect with merely his 9th level of spirit gathering was utterly far-fetched. It is just me alone, Jiang Luo affirmed with unwavering seriousness. Lu Ziyan was left utterly speechless, and her expression darkened. We're doomed to encounter a madman. Frustrated to the extreme, Jiang Luo turned to her. Lu Ziyan, I shall now annihilate the Sun and Moon Divine sect. Tonight, we can revel in our newfound world together. He gazed at the stunning Lu Ziyan, a smile gracing his lips, eagerly anticipating the 10-star talent physique he would acquire. A 9-star Chaos Saint body would elevate him to the pinnacle of the Chaos realm, placing him among the most illustrious figures on the heavenly rankings if he were to obtain a 10-star talent physique. Might he ascend into the top 10 of the heavenly rankings? Young man, while women may be delightful, They're also poison that can lead to your demise. Zhao Wuji sneered. It became evident to him that this youth was driven by lust for Lu Xian's beauty. Forcing himself into confrontation, his murderous intent surged. Lu Xian had been cultivated by him for 20 years, breaking through to the heavenly human realm, and no outsider dared to covet her. Death, Jiang Luo, brimming with confidence, replied imperiously, "In this world, there is yet to be a soul worthy of speaking the word death before me." With an invincible background and unparalleled talent, he believed he ought to be a bit more audacious in his words and deeds. Befitting his status in his past life, as an orphan, he had been bullied and lived meekly. Now, with a top-tier background, why should he still remain humble? The experiences he had been denied in his previous life, he vowed to savor fully in this one. "That you are far too arrogant. Allow me to teach you a lesson," the second elder bellowed. "Enough noise," Jiang Luo replied indifferently, his gaze sweeping over the second elder. He then raised his hand, channeling chaotic energy to suppress the elder. The very air trembled violently. Puffed. The second elder, at the 8th level of the Cauldron realm, was instantly obliterated, offering no resistance whatsoever. It was known that even heavenly human experts have been slain by Jiang Luo. Killing a Danding cultivator was as effortless as slaughtering a chicken. What? The onlookers were aghast. What immense power was this, to have annihilated the second elder on the spot? Upon witnessing this scene, many disciples of the Sun and Moon sect erupted in exclamations of shock. Simultaneously, confronted by Jiang Luo's overwhelming presence and intimidating aura, their minds were unsettled, a chilling sensation creeping into their bones, causing them to tremble. Indeed, there is some merit to his abilities. However, you, a mere mortal, wish to annihilate my Sun and Moon sect. Such delusions are unfounded. Zhao Wuji, enveloped in an aura of frost and brimming with murderous intent, commanded the elders, "Let us confront the enemy together." Instantly, dozens of elders of the Pill Cauldron realm soared into the sky, encircling Jiang Luo alongside Zhao Wuji. "Today allow me to showcase the realm of genius, an unimaginable power," Jiang Luo stated indifferently. The thunderbolt spear appeared in his grasp, surrounded by endless purple lightning, transforming him into a titan of thunder. The very void trembled, and the mountains beneath him quaked violently. Jiang Luo, amidst the crackling lightning, resembled a sovereign presiding over vast territories, gazing down upon the heavens with unmatched might. Thunderclap Annihilation Spear Technique, second form, Lightning Dragon. With a resounding roar, an infinite torrent of lightning coalesced into a magnificent dragon, stretching 100 feet in length, exuding an overwhelming pressure. After unleashing a mighty roar, it charged towards the elders of the Sun and Moon sect. The sheer force of the impact reverberated through the air, directly crushing all in its path. One by one, the extraordinary practitioners of the Pill Cauldron realm disintegrated into clouds of blood mist, suffusing the void. How can this be possible? He is merely a lowly mortal, Zhao Wuji exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Even a powerful figure of the 9th Cauldron realm felt a chill in his heart. The might of the lightning dragon was insurmountable, sweeping away all opposition. Countless elders of the Sun and Moon sect fell. "Damn you, Lu Xian! I should have killed you back then." Zhao Wuji's voice echoed with despair and resentment. Moments later, the lightning dragon pierced through his body. The ruler of the eastern region, Zhao Wuji, a 9th Cauldron powerhouse, met his demise. Father, mother, Lu Xian knelt upon the deck, tears streaming down her face. "I have finally avenged you." With that, she soared into the air, her sword materializing in her hand, directing her gaze towards Zhao Wuji's corpse, determined to rend it into pieces. Soon, all the elders of the Sun and Moon sect had perished at Jiang Luo's hands. He then turned his attention to the disciples of the Sun and Moon sect. He unleashed the first form of the Thunderclap Annihilation Spear Technique. Boom! Boom! In an instant, numerous disciples of the Sun and Moon sect met a tragic fate. Buildings crumbled, reduced to ruins, possessing the chaos sacred body, which could continuously generate chaotic power. Jiang Luo's internal chaotic energy was vast as the starry sea, boundless and infinite. Thus, he could relentlessly unleash the surging thunder, striking down upon the sun and moon sect without fear of depleting his spiritual energy. His greatest fear was never being overwhelmed by numbers. With a single thrust, he could sweep away a multitude. After unleashing dozens of thunderous strikes, the once grand sun and moon sect had been transformed into a desolate wasteland. All the elders and disciples lay in pools of blood. Even a peak heavenly realm powerhouse could not obliterate the tens of thousands of disciples of the sun and moon sect. This was the terror of the chaos sacred body, an unending source of chaotic energy, a veritable instrument of slaughter. After eradicating the sun and moon sect, Jiang Luo seized its treasured relic, the twin swords of sun and moon. Indeed, a line of text materialized within the divine pearl. Special artifact, twin swords of sun and moon, can be charged and decomposed. These twin swords are renowned even in the spirit profound small world. Coupled with the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra, the founding couple of the Sun and Moon sect once swept across the world. The decomposition of the twin swords of Sun and Moon was successful. Constitution, innate sword body, 4 stars. A 4-star talent, though modest, is still commendable. With the innate sword body, Jiang Luo possessed remarkable aptitude in the sword path. He then returned to the void airship. Thank you, my lord, for avenging Xian's deep-seated grievances. Lu Xian expressed with gratitude, kneeling before him. Jiang Luo smiled faintly. The best way to repay me is to bathe and prepare to serve me well this evening. He then proclaimed with authority, from this day forth, you, Lu Xian, shall be my woman, Lu Xian. With unwavering determination, declared from this day forth, I shall be solely yours, my lord, forever unfaithful. She did not even seek a title. She understood that such a prodigy was bound to have an extraordinary background and that she could not aspire to such recognition. My lord, I will go bathe now. Please wait a moment. Lu Xian said, a hint of shyness coloring her cheeks. She was aware of what was to come. Wait a moment. Jiang Luo suddenly interjected, let's go together. Lu Xian nodded gently, her head lowered in modesty, almost brushing the floor. The void airship, vast beyond measure, contained numerous chambers, naturally equipped with bathing facilities. This was no ordinary bath. It was a spacious hot spring, surrounded by spiritual trees bearing abundant spiritual fruits. Moreover, the hot spring was intricately designed with a spirit-gathering array, rich in spiritual energy. Not only could one bathe in the hot spring, but one could also cultivate within it, enjoying the refreshing fruits while receiving attentive service from enchanting maidens. A true earthly delight. At this moment, Jiang Luo was already immersed in the hot spring, eyes closed in bliss. Just then, Lu Xian approached, her form unadorned, her delicate figure and snowy skin fully revealed before Jiang Luo's gaze. Usually cool and ethereal, Lu Xian's enchanting eyes now glimmered with allure, her cheeks flushed. With a lithe waist and long, graceful legs, she stepped into the hot spring, her bare feet and dainty toes exuding irresistible charm. Petals from a spiritual peach tree fell gently, cascading onto Lu Xian, sliding down her smooth skin, painting a breathtaking scene. This moment left Jiang Luo momentarily entranced. My lord, Xian has come to serve you. She said, a radiant smile illuminating her face, her cheeks blooming with color, exuding the essence of spring. She had fully surrendered to her fate. After all, being near such a remarkable prodigy was indeed a stroke of fortune. With delicate hands, she gently massaged Jiang Luo's shoulders and body as he closed his eyes, relishing the exquisite service of the stunning beauty. Truly, this was a tender haven, a grave for heroes, a pleasure he had never experienced in his previous life. This was his first time, and he felt himself on the brink of complete surrender, yearning to dwell in this bliss forever. In a wonder throughout history, many monarchs favored beautiful women over their kingdoms. The allure was simply irresistible. Enough, let us attend to business, Jiang Luo urged, eager to complete the energy charging. From this day forth, Xian shall be yours, my lord. I beg you not to forsake me, Lu Xian said, her voice tinged with vulnerability. Such a peerless beauty, how could I ever abandon you? Jiang Luo replied with a smile. Time passed, and a line of text appeared within his mind's eye. destined to possess the woman of fortune, Lu Ziyan. Fortune charging complete, Jiang Luo felt an exhilarating surge of power coursing through him. Without hesitation, he activated the function of a divine pearl. Soon, another line of text emerged: talent, supreme divine body. In an instant, Jiang Luo felt his physical form undergoing a monumental transformation. As if he were being reborn, he had indeed acquired the legendary supreme divine body. Throughout the boundless ages of the Xianhuang Chaos Realm, only a handful of individuals had forged such an unparalleled divine body. Jiang Luo was engulfed in profound astonishment. With a wry smile in his heart, he reflected on how his parents had sought to forge a perfect, transcendent physique by slaying the Azure Dragon Demon Saint. Little did they know, he had undergone a complete metamorphosis, attaining an unparalleled divine body. He pondered how astonished they would be upon discovering this. A single divine pearl had granted him such monumental achievements. How grand would his accomplishments be if he were to acquire a few more? In that moment, Jiang Luo's yearning to locate the remaining 6 divine pearls intensified. Having forged the supreme divine body, he had fundamentally transformed, experiencing an earth-shattering change. Jiang Luo had grown increasingly formidable. It is worth noting that the supreme divine body is an extraordinary constitution, unparalleled throughout the ages. And its immense power is self-evident. At that moment, he had attained a profound elevation. Finally, he stirred the 6 yin veins within the body of the 6 yin maiden, catalyzing a surge of 6 yin energy. Boom! In an instant, a vast and boundless energy surged into Jiang Luo's being, causing him to feel as if he might explode. Fortunately, with the blood essence and the supreme divine body, he was spared from such a fate. Had he been an ordinary person, he would have surely perished on the spot. The 6 yin maiden was indeed extraordinarily powerful, far beyond the grasp of an ordinary individual. Now that Jiang Luo had forged the supreme divine body, he had no lingering concerns as he aimed to transcend the Danding realm, that he resolved to harness this immense 6 yin energy to aid in his ascension. Jiang Luo mused silently. Subsequently, his entire being erupted in a blaze of radiant light, and his aura began to ascend continuously. The young master is about to break through, Lu Ziyan exclaimed in astonishment. She had not anticipated such a breakthrough at this moment. And her cheeks flushed crimson. With the formidable assistance of the 6 yin energy, Jiang Luo effortlessly manifested a grand cauldron above his head, successfully breaking through to the Danding realm, transcending the realm of mortals to become a transcendent being. Although he had reached the Danding realm, the vast 6 yin energy remained unconsumed. Jiang Luo continued to push the boundaries of his cultivation. Soon, he summoned yet another grand cauldron above him. It was only upon the successful manifestation of the third cauldron that the 6 yin energy was temporarily depleted. Remarkably, he had ascended to the third cauldron realm in one breath. The 6 yin energy was indeed astonishingly potent. Naturally, the 6 yin energy within the 6 yin maiden was a ceaseless and inexhaustible source. The energy Jiang Luo had consumed was merely what had been generated, thus as the 6 yin maiden's cultivation level increased. The 6 yin energy she could produce would only grow more formidable. At that moment, Qing Li, who was in seclusion, suddenly sensed this occurrence. Her exquisite features concealed beneath a mask, furrowed slightly. My sister has yet to return. Why is Luo so eager to break through to the Danding realm? With that, she vanished from her location. In an instant, she appeared before Jiang Luo, startling Lu Ziyan. Upon seeing her, Jiang Luo awkwardly smiled. At that moment, he was overwhelmed with embarrassment. He had not anticipated Qing Li's sudden appearance. Qing Li, however, felt no embarrassment whatsoever. Regarding matters between men and women, she remained entirely unfazed, unable to stir even the slightest emotional fluctuation. It was as if she were born solely for the Tao, devoid of any desires or wicked thoughts. The young master's aunt? Lu Ziyan's cheeks flushed with heat as she hurriedly fled the bathing room. Feeling utterly mortified to have encountered the young master's elder in such a situation, Jiang Luo hastily donned his attire. And no wonder you couldn't control your breakthrough to the Danding realm, Qing Li remarked, her expression turning icy as she regarded Lu Xian's retreating figure. She was well aware of the terrors of the Six Yin Maiden. That Jiang Luo had not met a catastrophic end was a stroke of incredible fortune. Luo, due to your indulgence and desires, you have hastened your entry into the Danding realm. Consequently, a significant disparity has emerged between you and the top prodigies of the Chaos realm. Confronted with her little nephew, she bore a look of disappointment. They had entrusted Luo to her care. How could she explain this to her brother-in-law and sister? Observing Qing Li's displeasure, Jiang Luo refrained from offering an explanation, instead releasing the pressure of the Supreme Divine Body. Having forged the Supreme Divine Body and transcended the Danding realm, was this not a natural progression? Initially, he expected Qing Li to be astonished. However, she merely responded nonchalantly with an "Oh, you forged the Supreme Divine Body. That's fine then." This left Jiang Luo perplexed, prompting him to inquire, "Aunt, I have forged the Supreme Divine Body, an unparalleled, transcendent physique. Should you not feel a twinge of surprise?" Qing Li, in turn, appeared puzzled. "Why should I feel surprised? I was born with a legendary Supreme Divine Body. Jiang Luo was taken aback that be reborn with a Supreme Divine Body. Good heavens, what sort of anomaly was this? No wonder she felt no surprise at his achievement. In fact, Jiang Luo began to harbor doubts about Qing Li's true identity. Could it be that she was a remarkable figure of great renown in her past life? He chuckled to himself, thinking that if this were the case, he ought to cling to this powerful ally. Once Qing Li regained her past memories, he could traverse the realms with impunity. "You are quite astute. I have a sense that my past life was anything but ordinary." Jiang Luo's thoughts were instantly laid bare, and Qing Li revealed a smile that was both enigmatic and knowing. This caused Jiang Luo's face to flush with embarrassment. Simultaneously, a cold sweat broke out over him, and he was taken aback. Good heavens, what manner of creature was Qing Li that she could perceive his innermost thoughts? Faced with such a terrifying presence, he felt his hair stand on end. "However, it seems I have formidable adversaries, which is why I diligently cultivate, not daring to waste a moment at AS for our association. I wonder if it will be beneficial or detrimental to you. Should my troubles ensnare you, it could lead to dire consequences." Qing Li spoke softly. Beneath her mask, her striking eyes reflected a weariness that suggested she had endured countless ages, since our fates are intertwined in this life. "And you have become my little nephew. I am not afraid of being drawn into your troubles. Once I grow strong enough, I may even stand beside you against our common foes," Jiang Luo declared with resolute determination. Some karmic ties, once formed, could not be retracted. One must bravely confront them. Qing Li smiled, exuding a captivating charm. "Little nephew, given your obedient demeanor, I shall share with you a secret, one that could illuminate your path and earn you renown throughout the realms." Jiang Luo was taken aback, his expression tinged with skepticism. "What is it? Do you doubt my words?" Qing Li inquired with a smile. Jiang Luo quickly responded, "What is this secret?" Qing Li's demeanor turned serious as she stated, "The true method of cultivating the Supreme Divine Body. Ordinary Danding realm practitioners merely condense a single grand cauldron. Those with superior talent may imbue their cauldrons with elemental attributes, while prodigious geniuses can manifest 2 or 3 attributes. In contrast, the cultivation method of the Supreme Divine Body allows each grand cauldron to cultivate a powerful attribute of its OWN in battle. This means the enemy faces multiple versions of oneself, creating a significant advantage in numbers. This is the genuine strength of the Supreme Divine Body. While the world acknowledges it as unparalleled, few understand how to fully exploit its potential. That IT represents not merely a potential talent, but a formidable path of cultivation. How did you come to possess this method of cultivation?" Jiang Luo inquired with curiosity. "I was born with this ability. Do you believe it?" Qing Li responded with a mysterious smile. "Of course I believe it. Your very being is shrouded in secrets, so the occurrence of extraordinary events is entirely normal." Jiang Luo nodded earnestly. "All right, I shall not waste words with you any longer. I will now impart to you the true method of cultivating the Supreme Divine Body. This technique is known as the Supreme Sutra, the most formidable technique across the realms, capable of bestowing one with profound truths that lead directly to invincibility. Qingli gently placed her finger upon Jiang Luo's forehead. In an instant, a torrent of overwhelming information surged into his mind, causing an excruciating sensation akin to a tearing headache. However, this pain swiftly dissipated. The Supreme Sutra, he mused, captivated by its formidable name, the mightiest technique across the realms, leading directly to invincibility. Upon receiving the inheritance of the Supreme Sutra, Jiang Luo felt a surge of fervor and excitement. Luo, from now on you may cultivate the Supreme Sutra without the need to practice any other techniques. He then glanced towards Lu Ziyan and added with a sly smile, consider yourself fortunate. Cherish the 6th maiden well, for she shall greatly aid your future cultivation. After uttering these words, Qingli vanished without a trace, unwilling to squander her precious training time. Once Qingli departed, Lu Ziyan emerged with a look of astonishment etched upon her face. Young master, I suddenly feel as though a technique has manifested in my mind, the 6th Heart Sutra, which perfectly aligns with my constitution. Jiang Ning interjected, it must be the gift from Aunt Qingli. Dedicate yourself to its cultivation, and you shall surely achieve great things. Indeed, Lu Ziyan nodded earnestly, I will not be a hindrance to you. Young master, ever since her fortune had been shared with Jiang Luo, her heart had become solely entwined with his. For him, she would sacrifice everything. Their fates appear to be irrevocably bound together. Hin, guard me as I enter seclusion to cultivate. Jiang Luo commanded. Yes, young master, Lu Ziyan replied respectfully. The void ship docked amidst a grand mountain range. Jiang Luo settled upon a massive rock, beginning to absorb the celestial energy of the heavens and the earth to cultivate the Supreme Sutra. Mastering the Supreme Sutra enables each cauldron to coalesce into a unique attribute cauldron, referred to as the spirit cauldron or divine cauldron. Most cultivators can only forge a spirit cauldron, while only those with extraordinarily powerful attributes can claim the title of divine cauldron. To successfully forge a divine cauldron marks one as an unparalleled prodigy. Even the mightiest of prodigies typically manage to forge only 2 or 3 divine cauldrons. Yet, through the cultivation of the Supreme Sutra, Jiang Luo could transform each of his cauldrons into divine cauldrons, thereby gaining a significant advantage over his peers. And of course, the factors determining combat prowess are myriad. The strength of the cauldron is but one aspect and does not guarantee victory over all cultivators of the same realm. Jiang Luo concentrated all his chaotic power into a single cauldron, refining it into the chaotic divine cauldron, a divine cauldron of exceptional quality. In his second cauldron, he infused imperial blood, crafting the emperor's divine cauldron. In the third cauldron, he channeled the destructive force of thunder, resulting in the thunder divine cauldron. With the chaotic divine cauldron, the emperor's divine cauldron, and the thunder divine cauldron, Jiang Ning had successfully refined all 3 cauldrons into divine cauldrons, amplifying his strength manifold. His power surged dramatically, and with each movement, he felt as though he could shake the very heavens and earth. How formidable would he be once he reached the 9-cauldron realm and forged 9 divine cauldrons? Jiang Luo's eyes glimmered with longing. He concluded his training and piloted the void ship towards the Lingxian Holy Land, feeling increasingly confident in his ability to suppress the entire sacred land through his own strength after mastering the Supreme Sutra. Lu Rian, you treacherous woman, I come on behalf of my father to seek justice. Are you prepared? A cold, sardonic smile graced Jiang Luo's lips, and a glint of murderous intent flickered in his gaze. The void ship sped swiftly, traversing towering mountains and spanning hundreds of thousands of kilometers, ultimately arriving at the Lingxian Sacred Mountain in the Central Domain. The Lingxian Sacred Mountain, the foremost mountain range of the Lingxian Small World, is rich in spiritual energy, making it a coveted sanctuary for all practitioners across the realm. Let us first visit Lingxian Sacred City. Jiang Luo suggested. At the foot of the Lingxian Sacred Mountain stood a magnificent city, thriving with commerce and prosperity. Even spiritual weapons could be procured here for those with sufficient wealth, attracting countless individuals to settle. Lu Ruyan, unwilling to bear the infamy of being ungrateful and fratricidal, would soon find herself disgraced. Subsequently, the pair descended in a desolate forest, stowing the void ship within a spatial ring before entering Lingxian Sacred City. The city was grandiose, sprawling across vast expanses, established 3,000 years prior, and enduring the test of time without succumbing to destruction. It is one of the oldest cities in the world. Once inside, Jiang Luo was struck by its opulence. Streets crisscrossed, bustling with activity, lined with shops, and filled with the sounds of vendors hawking their wares. For the first time, Jiang Luo beheld such a vast and prosperous city. If Lingxian's sacred city was this grand, how magnificent would the Daxia divine capital of the Daxia Divine Dynasty be? It was almost beyond imagination, and he felt a flicker of anticipation. Upon his parents' return, they would surely embark on a journey to the Daxia divine capital, allowing him to witness the true pinnacle of prosperity within the chaos realm. As he wandered, Jiang Luo sensed numerous powerful auras. It seemed that many strong individuals had converged upon the Lingxian Holy Land in recent days. He wondered what events had transpired when they strolled onto the main street. Throngs of people filled the space, a sea of faces. With his keen senses, Jiang Luo caught the sound of a storyteller's voice and couldn't help but smile. Xian, let us head to that inn. His gaze fixed upon an establishment bearing the sign Tianxia. Upon entering Tianxian, Jiang Luo discovered it already bustling with patrons. At the front of a massive stage stood an elderly gentleman in a blue robe, passionately recounting the deeds of the Lingxian ancestor with a folding fan in hand. Below, animated discussions erupted among the audience. Jiang Luo took a seat at a table, pricking up his ears to listen intently. The Saintess Rian is the strongest talent in the Lingxian small world, her celestial beauty surpassing even that of the Lingxian ancestor in his prime. The Saintess Rian? Jiang Luo scoffed coldly, unable to believe that this treacherous woman had ascended to the status of a saintess within the sacred land. No wonder the ninth prince of the Xinhua dynasty would heed her commands. Her astonishing talent had indeed caught the attention of the formidable Tianyuan divine sect from beyond the realms, which sought to recruit her as a direct disciple. Are you aware of why the star field in which the Lingxian small world resides is called the Tianyuan star field? It is because the Tianyuan divine sect holds dominion over the Tianyuan great world, reigning as the paramount power of the Tianyuan star field. They need only send a common elder to obliterate the entire Lingxian holy land. Tomorrow marks the grand ceremony where the Saintess Rian shall join the Tianyuan divine sect, with significant figures arriving to escort her. The Lingxian Holy Land has invited numerous powerful factions to witness, showcasing their might and the formidable backing they possess. This explains the influx of strong auras within the sacred city. The Tianyuan divine sect? Jiang Luo furrowed his brow slightly. He had not anticipated that Lu Ruyin would find herself in such an astonishing predicament. However, upon reflecting on his own background, a smirk graced his lips, and he dismissed the matter entirely. Although the Tianyuan divine sect held dominion over a star domain, it was utterly insignificant in the presence of the Supreme Divine Dynasty. Moreover, his lineage was far more complex than merely being associated with the great Xia Divine Dynasty. He resolved to defeat Lu Ruyin before the Tianyuan divine sect, shattering her myth in the process. Jiang Luo decided to rest for a night in the holy city before heading to the Lingxian sacred ground the following day. He had heard that many young talents had arrived, eager to catch a glimpse of the divine maiden. Frankly, despite having surpassed 70 years of age, he too wished to behold her ethereal beauty. He was determined to engrave her visage in his memory, so that during sleepless nights, when discomfort enveloped him, he could indulge in fantasies of her countenance for solace. An elderly man with white hair chuckled lewdly, embodying the notion that while one may age, the heart remains youthful. You old lecher! Are you not afraid that your lascivious words will reach the ears of the Lingxian sacred ground, leading to your untimely demise? Someone remarked, "To die for the divine maiden is a fate I would accept without regret." The old man retorted nonchalantly at our yin. The holy maiden is unparalleled in grace, a rare prodigy of the Lingxian microcosm. Draped in white garments, resembling a celestial being from the moon palace, breathtakingly beautiful, she appears as though she has stepped forth from a mythological realm. Who could resist such extraordinary beauty? Who would not yearn to witness her in person? One can only wonder who will be fortunate enough to bask in her radiance in the future, provoking envy among many. The crowd displayed an endless admiration for her, Rumors circulated that the venerable ancestor of Ling Xian had become an elder of the Tianyuan divine sect. Impossible! The venerable ancestor was a significant figure 3,000 years ago. How could he still be alive? I know not. Merely hearsay, the crowd debated, sharing tidbits of gossip regarding the Holy Maiden. Enough of this chatter. I can hardly bear it any longer. I shall return to my quarters to sleep. The old man declared, I possess a portrait of the Holy Maiden, rumored to be authentic and crafted by a disciple of the sacred ground. Available for a modest price. Interested? Deal. The elder took the dubious portrait and retreated to his room. Jiang Luo cast a disdainful glance at him before securing a room for himself and Lu Ziyan. In the Ling Xian sacred ground, the stunningly beautiful Lu Ruyin, clad in flowing white robes, finally emerged from her seclusion. Suddenly, 10 resplendent cauldrons materialized above her head. Had anyone witnessed this spectacle, they would have been utterly astonished and found it hard to believe. The pinnacle of the pill cauldron realm is known to condense 9 cauldrons. It was unimaginable that Lu Ruyin had manifested 10, a resplendent divine pearl hovered in her palm. With this pearl, I shall attain the true zenith of the pill cauldron realm, condensing 10 cauldrons. Additionally, there are 6 more pearls I must acquire by any means necessary at that time. Who among the heavens could rival me? Lu Ruyin, I shall become the unparalleled divine maiden, revered by countless beings. Lu Ruyin declared with an air of dominance. That evening, Jiang Luo stealthily entered the storyteller's chamber. Who goes there? The storyteller was startled. Possessing the cultivation of the 9th level of spirit gathering, he attempted to retaliate, but Jiang Luo merely released a flicker of his aura, rendering him immobile. The storyteller was taken aback. How could someone so youthful possess such strength? With just his pressure, he was rendered defenseless. My young friend, what brings you to me? The storyteller managed to force a smile. Take this. Jiang Ning tossed him a storybook he had penned. Dawn. You shall recount the tales within, divided into 9 segments, without pause, so that all in the Ling Xian holy city may hear. The storyteller hurriedly examined the book. His face blanched. Go slander the Holy Maiden is a capital offense. I cannot dare. The book recounted how the Holy Maiden had betrayed her benefactor and conspired against her kin. Slander? Jiang Luo scoffed. All the tales are grounded in truth. This venomous woman, Lu Ruyin, cloaks herself in virtue, seeking to deceive the world. Should you refuse, I will end your life this very instant. Furthermore, your family has been located. Should you decline, they shall share your fate. Rest assured, if you comply, I shall ensure your safety, Jiang Luo asserted confidently. Under his coercion, the storyteller reluctantly acquiesced. The following morning, he trembled as he ascended the platform. With a nervous tap on the wooden stand, he stammered, It is said that the Holy Maiden, Lu Ruyin, was an orphan adopted by the southern king of the Greatly Dynasty, Jiang Xiao, and was betrothed to the heir Jiang Luo from a young age. This woman, with a heart as venomous as a viper, upon becoming the Holy Maiden, has forgotten her benefactor and plotted the demise of her family. Such explosive revelations instantly captivated the patrons of the inn. What? The Holy Maiden is a hypocritical, venomous woman. No way. They gasped. Is this not slander? Does that old man not fear for his life? The inn's patrons began to murmur among themselves. You old fool, have you a death wish, daring to tarnish the Holy Maiden's reputation? A youth who idolized Lu Ruyin drew his sword, charging at the storyteller. Stop! At that moment, Jiang Luo intervened, merely uttering a command, and a tremendous force surged toward the youth. Puffed. Blood stained the ground in an instant. What? Is there a murder? The bystanders were left in shock at the youth's overwhelming strength. The commotion quickly attracted the city guards. A multitude of armored soldiers stormed in, their formidable presence palpable. To slander the Holy Maiden is a grave offense. Seize them all, Commander Jean bellowed. Subsequently, the guards lunged forward, intent on apprehending Jiang Luo. With a cold smile, Jiang Luo raised his hand, unleashing a formidable aura that suppressed the guards. Ah! The cries of despair echoed as blood stained the skies. The guards fell before him, and even Commander Jean, an extraordinary cultivator, was annihilated with a single strike. Then, Jiang Luo summoned a bolt of purple lightning, hurling it toward the city lord's estate, with a thunderous roar. The entire estate, including the lord and numerous experts, was obliterated before they could escape. Such ruthless slaughter instilled fear in the hearts of all who beheld Jiang Luo. Who exactly was this youth, daring to create chaos within the confines of the Ling Xian sacred ground? Could he truly be the protagonist of the story, Jiang Luo, the heir of the Southern King, and the betrothed of the Holy Maiden? Speculation filled the air, but none could fathom such extraordinary power at such a tender age. This moment, doubts began to arise regarding the veracity of the story's content. Was it truly factual? To murder one's father and husband is the gravest of sins in this world. Ziyin, remain here to protect the storyteller and ensure he shares the tale of Lu Ruyan's treachery with the entire holy city. I shall venture alone to the Dong Xian sacred ground, Jiang Luo instructed. Understood, my lord. Liu Zin nodded slightly. Subsequently, Jiang Luo soared into the sky, transforming into a streak of purple lightning that rushed toward the Lingxian sacred land. Situated atop the mountain peak, the Lingxian sacred land, the premier cultivation sanctuary within the Lingxian microcosm, was bustling with guests from various formidable factions, filling the spacious plaza to capacity. The atmosphere was vibrant and lively. Filled with the clamor of voices, the disciples of the sacred land stood proud and self-assured, their faces reflecting a sense of accomplishment. This moment, the Lingxian sacred land had become the object of envy throughout the entire Lingxian microcosm. As their saintess, the divine Lu Ruyan, was about to ascend to the Tianyuan divine sect, becoming an esteemed disciple. The Tianyuan divine sect, a supreme power dominating the grand world and traversing the vast starry realms, lent immense prestige to the Lingxian sacred land, effectively overshadowing the other four major hegemonic forces: the Dajin dynasty, the Tianma sect, the Xingyan pavilion, and the Thunder clan. Henceforth, the disciples of the Lingxian sacred land could roam freely without restraint within the Lingxian microcosm. Jiang Luo mingled among the crowd, awaiting the arrival of those from the Tianyuan divine sect to escort Lu Ruyan. Brother, you too have come to witness the unparalleled beauty of Saintess Ruyan. Have you not? A youth clad in purple robes smiled slightly, revealing his notable identity as Jiang Yi, a disciple of the Xingyan pavilion, one of the five hegemonic forces. Noticing Jiang Luo's remarkable demeanor, he approached to strike up a conversation that I am here to defeat her. Jiang Luo replied with a smile. Brother, you cannot be serious, Jiang Yi exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. I appear to be jesting, Jiang Luo replied earnestly. Is this not a delusion? The Saintess Ruyan is a paragon of elegance, possessing strength that surpasses many of the older generation at such a tender age. To challenge her is akin to a fledgling attempting to shake a great tree. Utterly presumptuous. Jiang Yi scoffed, having initially sought to befriend Jiang Luo, only to discover he was a deluded fanatic. Jiang Luo merely smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. Jiang Yi, feeling disdain, distanced himself from Jiang Luo. Before long, the day's protagonist, the divine Lu Ruyan, finally made her appearance, captivating the attention of the entire assembly and leaving them in awe. Clad in a flowing white gown, with skin as smooth as jade, she radiated an ethereal beauty, as if descending from the heavens. She hovered in the air, her presence exuding an unparalleled grace, rendering all present feeling inadequate by comparison. Lu Ruyan gazed upward toward the starry sky, awaiting the arrival of the Tianyuan divine sect's celestial vessel. Thoughts of various experiences flooded her mind. She pondered whether the ninth prince had succeeded, having remained secluded and thus unaware of the news. The images of Jiang Xiao and Jiang Luo surfaced in her mind, and she coldly reflected, Father, Luo brother, do not blame me for my ruthlessness if blame is to be assigned. Let it fall upon your mediocrity that obstructs my path to the unparalleled. In her eyes, Jiang Xiao, Jiang Luo, and all other insignificant lives were indistinguishable. Jiang Xiao, who had adopted her, was merely reaping the consequences of his altruism. They were far too inconsequential, akin to a speck of dust in the vast cosmos. Why should she be burdened with a mediocre father and a husband akin to an ant, hindering her path to cultivation? They deserve their fate. In her callousness, Lu Ruyan felt no hint of remorse. Indeed, she was born a being of selfishness and indifference. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed as a massive rift tore open in the sky above the Lingxian sacred land. At a grand, resplendent celestial vessel adorned with golden patterns emerged, cutting through the boundless waves of energy. The vessel was replete with various palatial structures, resembling a small city, and was truly a magnificent sight, in comparison to Jiang Luo's acquisition from the Qinglong Monster Palace. This celestial vessel was of a far superior grade and decoration, for the Qingyo messenger held a lowly position within the Qinglong Monster Palace, while the individuals arriving from the Tianyuan divine sect were of elevated status. Entirely on a different level, the great figures of the Tianyuan divine sect have arrived. The once boisterous plaza fell into a profound silence as all gazes turned skyward, filled with awe, the rulers of the Tianyuan star realm. The indomitable sect, in the presence of such a colossal powerhouse, the Lingxian microcosm appeared as insignificant as mere ants. An inner disciple could effortlessly sweep across the entirety of the microcosm. This illustrated the vast disparity. The Lingxian microcosm, when viewed in the context of the entire chaotic realm, was exceedingly minute, like a single grain of sand in an endless desert. Finally, they have arrived. Lu Rian's face flushed with excitement as she gazed at the celestial vessel. Overwhelmed with anticipation, the Lingxian microcosm felt too constricted for her. With her current strength, conquering the entire microcosm posed no challenge. Only the vast cosmos could serve as her true stage, possessing the divine pearl in hand. Alongside the Tianyuan divine sect as a stepping stone, she believed she could contend with the top talents across the heavens. Her future was destined to be resplendent. Henceforth, the name Lu Rian would surely resonate throughout the chaotic realm. As the celestial vessel hovered in midair, a dozen or so cultivators descended gracefully, their powerful auras unfathomable. The foremost among them was especially remarkable. Despite appearing youthful, even a mere hint of his aura sent tremors through the hearts of all present. Goodness, I cannot discern their realms. They all exceed mine. Zhang Dongxian, the Lingxian sacred lord, stood astounded at this spectacle. The display of power from the rulers of the star realm was simply grand. Welcome, esteemed guests of the Tianyuan divine sect. Under Zhang Dongxian's guidance, all present bowed deeply in respect. The leading youth beamed with warmth and enthusiasm. Who is Lu Shimi? He inquired hastily. On the youth's forehead glowed a fiery mark, radiating a fierce light, unmistakably marking him as a prodigy of extraordinary caliber. I am Lu Rian, honored to meet my senior from the divine sect. Lu Rian replied respectfully. Huh. The fiery youth chuckled heartily. I am a scion of the Yenshin clan. Having joined the Tianyuan divine sect as an esteemed disciple, I have come at the behest of my master to escort Shimi Rian. His voice was gentle and amiable. Thank you, senior brother. Lu Rian expressed her gratitude. Little Shimi, no need for formalities. From now on, I shall be your third senior brother. This was a prodigy personally chosen by their master to be a direct disciple, and he would certainly not treat her lightly. Turning, Huiyun inquired, Who is the sacred lord of Lingxian? I am Zhang Dongxian, honored to meet the esteemed guests of the Tianyuan divine sect. Zhang Dongxian replied respectfully. The path of cultivation reveres the strong. Huiyun smiled. Despite being older than Zhang Dongxian, he bowed like a junior. You are too courteous, sacred Lord Zhang. Huiyun continued. In truth, we share the same lineage, as my master is the Lingxian ancestor of your. Now the second elder of the Tianyuan divine sect. Zhang Dongxian was taken aback by this revelation. The ancestor is truly alive? He exclaimed, incredulity evident in his voice. This was a figure from 3,000 years ago, and he found it hard to believe anyone could live for such an extended period. Master is a celestial body of the heavens, and through fortunate circumstances, he joined the Tianyuan divine sect. Now, having glimpsed a fragment of the laws of power, he is on the brink of attaining the quasi-saint realm. Living for 3,000 years is no great feat, Huiyun said, pride evident in his expression. Typically, those in the quasi-saint realm had a lifespan of 3,500 years. Quasi-saints were formidable beings capable of dominating a star realm. Indeed, the Lingxian ancestor has not perished, Lu Rian thought to herself. Elated, She had braved the trials of the Lingxian sacred land before receiving the admission notice from the Tianyuan divine sect. It was evident that the trials were left by the Lingxian ancestor. Her heart swelled with excitement at having a quasi-saint as a formidable backing, ensuring her path to growth would be significantly smoother. This is a reward bestowed by my master, Sacred Lord Jiang. Please accept it. Huiyun directly tossed a spatial ring to Zhang Dongxian. Upon receiving the ring, Zhang Dongxian felt his hands trembling. He was unaware of the treasures it contained. However, the mere existence of such a spatial ring was a rarity even in the entire Lingxian small world. Junior sister, it's time to go. Our master is waiting for us, Huiyun said with a gentle smile. Yes, third senior brother, Lu Ruoyan nodded. Just as she was about to board the vessel, a deafening roar erupted. Suddenly, purple lightning surged into the sky, illuminating the entire sacred ground. The thunderbolts streaked across the heavens, evoking a terrifying apocalyptic scene. What is happening? At that moment, everyone was taken aback, their hairs standing on end, their souls trembling at the sight of the world-ending thunderclouds. Lurun, our matters remain unresolved. How can you leave? A chilling voice resonated from the firmament. The it was then that everyone noticed a figure appearing in the sky, enshrouded in purple lightning, resembling a divine being descending from the heavens, exuding an air of majesty. Who are you? Lu Ruoyan furrowed her brows, a familiar sensation washing over her. When she departed, Jiang Luo had not yet turned 10. In that fleeting moment, she naturally failed to recognize him. I am your Luo brother, your fiancé. How could you fail to recognize me? Jiang Luo chuckled, his gaze fixed intently upon her. Lu Ruoyan displayed a look of utter astonishment. Are you surprised that I did not perish and have appeared here? Jiang Luo inquired. Is this truly the fiancé of the Saintess Ruoyan? How could that be? I have never heard of such a thing. Jiang Luo's sudden emergence stirred a commotion among the crowd, who began to murmur amongst themselves. Lu Ruoyan, you conspired to commit patricide and fratricide. Today I, Jiang Luo, have come to demand justice. Will you confess your crimes before the world? Jiang Luo bellowed. Lu Ruoyan's countenance turned ashen. She never anticipated Jiang Luo would publicly accuse her of such deeds. Could it be that the Saintess Ruoyan is indeed such a person to commit patricide and fratricide? To be ungrateful is an unforgivable sin. With such a malicious heart, how could she be the goddess we revere? Soon, tales of the Lingxian sacred city began to circulate among the crowd. Hearing the unfavorable discussions, Lu Ruoyan's eyes turned icy, a murderous intent brewing within her. Her meticulous plans aimed to avoid the stigma of patricide and fratricide. Little did she expect Jiang Luo to have survived and come forth to expose her crimes. At that moment, Huiyun stepped forward, directing his gaze at Jiang Luo. That I cannot ascertain the truth of your claims. However, it is undeniable that junior sister has plotted against you. Your weakness and ordinariness obstructed her path to greatness. You are merely stumbling blocks on her journey and deserve to perish, you, a mere third-tier cultivator. Do you presume to be worthy of being junior sister's fiancé? How utterly laughable. You deserve to die. His tone dripped with disdain and mockery, causing Lu Ruoyan to breathe a sigh of relief. As long as the Tianyuan sacred sect remained indifferent, why should she care about the opinions of these insignificant insects from the Lingxian small world? The crowd that had been discussing Lu Ruoyan quickly fell silent. The influential figures of the Tianyuan sacred sect, Lu Ruoyan remarked with indifference, I practice the Taishang Wuqingju. You have obstructed my path to cultivation, and thus you must perish. She boldly admitted her intentions, her face devoid of any shame. Junior sister is correct. You are merely ants. What gives you the right to be her fiancé? What gives you the right to impede her path to enlightenment? Huiyun sneered. They high and mighty only valued talent, cultivation, and strength. Any obstacle to their ascent could be eradicated without a second thought. Naturally, they would not care if Lu Ruoyan sought to eliminate two insignificant insects. Now that you have survived, why would Luo brother venture forth to seek death? At your age, breaking through to the Danding realm is already commendable. What a pity. Lu Ruoyan fixed her murderous gaze upon Jiang Luo. Dressed in flowing white, she appeared as an ethereal being, exuding unmatched beauty that left the onlookers feeling inferior. Yet this exquisite beauty concealed a heart as venomous as a serpent's. Lu Ruoyan, you are overly confident. Believing I am not your match? Jiang Luo retorted with a cold laugh. Today, it may well be you who meets your demise. He radiated an aura of unwavering confidence and dominance. Such arrogance. You are not yet worthy to challenge Ruoyan. Allow me to handle you like tea that moment. A venerable elder of the sacred land, at the 7th-tier realm, bellowed. Lu Ruoyan's ascent to the Tianyuan sacred sect had indeed garnered him immediate favor. Begone! Jiang Luo roared. Standing firm as a terrifying energy surged forth towards the elder of the sacred land. Puffed. In an instant, the elder was torn asunder, transforming into a mist of blood, dead beyond resurrection. What? The elder of the 7th-tier realm was thus slain in an instant. What kind of formidable power was this? Witnessing this scene, the crowd erupted in exclamations, feeling a chill seep into their bones. Even Huiyin, a prominent disciple of the Tianyuan sacred sect, displayed an expression of disbelief. Luo, brother, it seems I have underestimated you. And no wonder the 9th prince and his companions failed, allowing you to survive. Your talent astonishes even me. However, this ends here. Let me demonstrate the vast chasm that lies between you and a true prodigy. Lu Ruoyan spoke with overwhelming confidence that a powerful aura erupted from her being, creating a tempest that swept across the arena. Peak Danding realm, half a step into the celestial realm. Sainus Ruoyan, you are merely 19 this year. Correct? Such talent is truly astounding. The crowd gasped in shock. The light of a firefly cannot hope to compete with the brightness of the moon. Lu Ruoyan declared coldly, brimming with pride that a long sword manifested in her hand. Slicing through the air towards Jiang Luo. Let us see who truly is the firefly that overestimates itself. Jiang Luo chuckled. Boom! Enveloped in terrifying lightning, the thunderbolt spear appeared in his grasp, crackling with raw power. A majestic strike surged forth, aimed directly at Lu Ruoyan. The overwhelming force reverberated throughout the arena, causing the onlookers to shudder and tremble at a 7th-grade spiritual weapon and an unparalleled heavenly spear technique. It appeared that this young man possessed great fortune. Huiyun's eyes darkened. Boom! The terrifying spear shattered Lu Ruoyan's attack, causing her expression to shift in disbelief. Subsequently, she was launched backward, crashing through numerous structures. Now, do you comprehend who the true firefly is? An aura of unparalleled dominance radiated from Jiang Luo, instilling fear in the hearts of those present. How could a mere youth exude such a commanding and powerful presence? He had even defeated the renowned Ruoyan, hailed as the strongest prodigy in the Lingxian small world. A glimmer of coldness flashed in Lu Ruoyan's beautiful eyes. Though she had been sent flying, she remained unscathed. This revelation startled Jiang Luo. He had previously slain beings of the celestial realm while in the gathering spirit realm, although the powers of the sacred body and imperial blood had yet to fully manifest. He was now at the 3rd-tier realm. That Lu Ruoyan had survived a blow from him indicated her extraordinary prowess. Luo, brother, do not presume you have won. I admit I underestimated you. But this battle ends here. I shall send you on your way. The chilling murderous intent was etched upon Lu Ruoyan's porcelain-like face that, oh, Jiang Luo smiled. Feel free to reveal any hidden cards you possess. I am eager to witness them. As you wish, Lu Ruoyan spoke coldly. Boom! Lu Ruoyan hovered in midair, gazing down upon the world with an air of imperiousness, reminiscent of an unparalleled empress, clad in white as snow. Her long skirt billowed gracefully. Her tall and exquisite figure captivating all who beheld her. In an instant, 10 resplendent purple cauldrons appeared, levitating above her head and beginning to spin. A terrifying pressure shook the heavens and the earth. The formidable force conjured a fearsome tempest, sending many flying, unable to withstand such overwhelming might. 10 cauldrons, how could this be possible? Everyone was struck dumb, their eyes wide in disbelief. Was it conceivable that last night, in a fit of debauchery, I had indulged excessively, causing my mind to swirl and conjure such illusions? A young man with a protruding belly exclaimed in astonishment, dark circles under his eyes and a pale complexion. The legendary realm of the 10 cauldrons. No wonder the junior sister was so highly regarded by her master. Her talent is truly staggering. Firecloud was also left dumbfounded by the spectacle. There exists a realm of 10 cauldrons? Jiang Luo was equally astonished. No longer holding back his strength. 3 cauldrons materialized before him. 1 exuded an ancient chaotic aura. Another radiated supreme imperial might, and the last crackled with the power of devastating lightning. The terrifying energy of the 3 cauldrons surged forth, leaving everyone feeling as if their bodies might split apart. Though Jiang Luo was only at the realm of 3 cauldrons, each cauldron appeared formidable and not to be underestimated. Zhang Dongxian said, his heart racing. Even he at the celestial human realm felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation in the face of these 3 cauldrons. Intriguing, it seems this young man is far from ordinary. Fire Cloud thought grimly, casting a dark glance at Jiang Luo. As Jiang Luo raised his hand, the 3 cauldrons simultaneously descended with a crushing force, compelling everyone to retreat in haste. Lu Ruyan's white garments danced as she let out a sharp command. Summoning her 4th-tier spiritual weapon, the Lingxian's sacred sword. The power of the 10 cauldrons surged into the sword, erupting in a blaze of brilliance that illuminated the skies. With a graceful lift of her hand, she brandished the sword to confront Jiang Luo. Boom! Boom! The two engaged in a fierce battle, an awe-inspiring spectacle that defied belief. This was no mere clash between 2 Danding realm cultivators. Even battles among celestial humans did not possess such overwhelming might. In the heat of combat, Jiang Luo wielded the purple thunder spear with fervor. His spear technique was divine, each thrust brimming with immense power. Lu Ruyan found herself forced to retreat repeatedly. She firmly believed that her eruption of 10 cauldron strength would secure her victory. Yet she found herself at a disadvantage. Lingxian's sword technique, Wind Slash, Lu Ruyan called out. Instantly, dozens of wind sword shadows materialized around her, their sword chi soaring skyward, sending shivers through the onlookers. The crowd gasped in surprise. Astonished to witness the young saintess mastering the Lingxian sword technique to such profound depths at her age, her comprehension truly remarkable. Within the Lingxian sacred land, many elders hung their heads in shame, realizing they were outdone by a mere 19-year-old junior. The Wind Slash was something they had not fully comprehended even after a century of cultivation. Jiang Luo scoffed dismissively as the power of the battle saint body surged forth. The lightning enveloping him intensified. He swung the purple thunder spear, unleashing the 3rd form of the annihilation thunder spear technique, ninefold thunder. Thunder rumbled as 9 bolts descended from the heavens, creating a formidable electric field around him. With a single thrust, he channeled the boundless might of heaven and earth, suppressing his opponent. Firecloud was astounded. What had transpired in this small world to give rise to 2 monstrous prodigies? Boom! The powerful lightning obliterated dozens of wind sword chi in an instant, then barreled towards Lu Ruyan, sending her hurtling backward. Puffed! She spat a mouthful of blood, her long skirt torn in several places, exposing ample fair skin, a sight that drove the onlookers wild. Jiang Luo, I shall make you pay. Upon realizing her grievous injury, Lu Ruyan descended into madness, her voice a furious howl. She understood that if she did not personally slay Jiang Luo today, he would become her inner demon, severely impacting her future cultivation. Thus, she prepared to unleash her strongest card, the power of the Divine Pearl. The Divine Pearl Lu Ruyan possessed held 3 functions. First, to condense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, accelerating her cultivation speed. Second, to refine each realm to its utmost limit. Third, to instantly amplify her strength several-fold, though it required a month of automatic charging before it could be used again. Boom! The Divine Pearl in her mind glowed brilliantly, unleashing boundless power that surged into her body. That moment, as the Divine Pearl's power erupted, Jiang Luo sensed something amiss. His expression won a profound shock. The aura of the Divine Pearl. Could it be that Lu Ruyan possessed a Divine Pearl? No wonder her strength was so formidable. She had a Divine Pearl in her possession. Ha! What a stroke of luck. I have stumbled upon the whereabouts of a second Divine Pearl without any effort at all, Jiang Luo thought, elated beyond measure. With one Divine Pearl, he could soar to the pinnacle of genius. What might 2 divine pearls bring? The prospect was exhilarating. No matter the cost, he had to acquire this second divine pearl. At that moment, empowered by the divine pearl, Lu Rian's strength surged 5-fold. The overwhelming force caused even Fire Cloud's expression to shift in disbelief. Jiang Luo must die. The enhanced Lu Ruyan slashed her sword at Jiang Luo that he could not afford to be careless. He unleashed his most potent strike. Boom! The clash of their ultimate attacks generated a powerful shockwave, devastating a significant portion of a Lingxian sacred land. What? Jiang Luo's face paled as he realized his strength was utterly inferior to Lu Ruyan's at that moment. His attack was instantaneously neutralized. Lu Ruyan bore a charming smile, convinced that Jiang Luo was finally doomed. The torrent of power coursed in her sword, aimed directly at Jiang Luo. He could not possibly withstand this blow. Indeed, Jiang Luo could not block her strike. The 3 cauldrons were obliterated, and the protective aura surrounding him shattered. The might of her blade pierced straight toward his heart. Lu Rian's triumphant smile radiated as she believed Jiang Luo was assuredly doomed. However, just as her sword was less than an inch from Jiang Luo, a radiant light erupted from the black lotus seal on his forehead. It materialized into a massive black lotus phantom, enveloping Jiang Luo in its protective embrace. Lu Ruyan's powerful strike met the black lotus and was instantly obliterated. How could this be? Lu Ruyan's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to accept such a turn of events. Though the divine pearl could exponentially enhance her strength, its effects were fleeting. Now, the divine pearl in her mind had dimmed, entering a month-long charging phase. Lu Ruyan, you have been defeated. Sensing Lu Ruyan's aura weakened dramatically. Reverting to her previous state, Jiang Luo recognized it was time to retaliate. Perhaps this brief surge in power was indeed the essence of the divine pearl, further solidifying his resolve to seize it. Jiang Luo unleashed all his might, channeling his entire essence into the purple thunder spear. Instantly, brilliant arcs of electricity illuminated the surroundings. Boom! In his grasp, the long spear surged forth, aimed directly at Lu Ruyan with lethal intent. With a single thrust that cleaved through the air, the very heavens dimmed, and the sun and moon lost their radiance. The entire void trembled as if the gods and demons of the celestial realms were lamenting. Lu Ruyan's countenance paled, and she hastily raised her sword in defense. Yet stripped of the power bestowed by the divine pearl, she stood no chance against Jiang Luo's formidable strike. Boom! The sheer might of the spear sent her hurtling through the air, staining the sky with crimson. Her once white gown was now entirely drenched in blood. "This is bad," exclaimed Huiyun and Zhang Dongxian, their expressions shifting dramatically as they rushed to her aid. Puffed. However, Zhang Dongxian, a peak human realm practitioner, was sent flying the moment he came into contact with Jiang Luo's overwhelming aura, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. His eyes widened in disbelief. How could he have been defeated solely by a mere display of power? This youth was truly monstrous. Only Huiyun, a formidable being of the great ability realm, effortlessly raised a hand to completely deflect Jiang Luo's assault. How could I, who have cultivated to the unparalleled 10 cauldron realm, possibly be bested by Jiang Luo? Lu Ruyan's face turned ashen, her gaze vacant, shaking her head repeatedly as she struggled to accept the reality before her. The Saintess of Mist defeated, the legendary figure she had been revered as had truly fallen. The onlookers were struck with profound shock, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding. Just moments ago, Jiang had scorned him as being out of his depth. He had adamantly refused to believe that this youth could ever triumph over the Saintess. He had thought Jiang Luo mad and had distanced himself from him. Yet, he had indeed vanquished Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan, did you see me as an ant? Now do you realize who truly shines like a firefly? You stand before me, utterly fragile. It is not that I do not deserve you, but rather that you are unworthy of me, Jiang Luo declared, his tone dripping with confidence and authority as he looked down upon Lu Ruyan. This venomous woman, who had repeatedly claimed that he was merely an insect unworthy of her, now found her confidence shattered in the public. A wave of satisfaction washed over Jiang Luo. In response to his mockery, Lu Ruyan's face darkened, leaving her speechless. That moment. Huiyun cast a disdainful glance at Jiang Luo. Young man, as a disciple of the Tianyuan divine sect, I am not one to be trifled with. As a practitioner of the great ability realm, he regarded Jiang Luo with indifference, seeing him as inconsequential. You truly wish to interfere in our grievances? Are you not afraid of incurring my wrath? Jiang Luo smiled faintly, showing no hint of fear in the presence of such a powerful being. Even if I intervene, what can you possibly do to me? I acknowledge that your talent is unparalleled, and among the younger generation, few can rival you. However, you have yet to rise to your full potential and should not be so arrogant or dismissive. In this vast world, lineage is also a measure of strength, and my background as a disciple of the Tianyuan divine sect is formidable enough to shield me from your bullying. In my eyes, you remain as insignificant as an ant. Yin hovered in the air, enveloped in flames, resembling a deity as he declared with domineering confidence. Jiang Luo shook his head, a smirk of derision gracing his features. Originally, I had no intention of meddling, but now that you have taken a stand, your life is forfeit. With Huiyun backing her, Lu Ruoyan straightened her posture. Jiang Luo, your exceptional talent has taken me by surprise. However, you are woefully inept at concealing your brilliance without a powerful background. You are ultimately not much different from an insect. Lu Ruoyan replied coolly. Regardless of who intervened, as long as Jiang Luo perished, her inner demons would vanish. Today, I shall slay you in place of my junior sister, removing the obstacles on her path to cultivation. With those words, Huiyun's flames surged with renewed vigor, a terrifying killing intent enveloping Jiang Luo. That moment, a clear and enchanting voice descended from heavens, akin to a celestial melody. You are right. Lineage is indeed a part of strength. The sudden appearance of this ethereal voice astonished the crowd, drawing their gaze upward, but a stunning figure descended from the sky, revealing a woman clad in a snow-white gown. Her beauty was breathtaking, her demeanor extraordinary, as if she had stepped out from the annals of myth. Transcending the world, she seemed almost unreal. The onlookers stood frozen in place, completely captivated by the unparalleled grace of the woman in white. Even Huiyun, who had seen much of the world, was taken aback, astonished to encounter a woman of such ethereal presence. Lu Ruoyan, renowned throughout Lingxian, appeared as a mere mortal compared to this goddess. Yet, regrettably, the woman wore a terrifying mask that concealed her stunning visage. Who are you? Do you intend to rescue Jiang Luo? Huiyun questioned, arms crossed behind his back, his tone indifferent. If you seek to harm Luo, you cannot take him away. I must kill you. Qingli responded, her voice calm yet laced with a chilling murderous intent. You are merely at the peak of the inscription realm. Ha! What audacity, believing you can kill me upon realizing the visitor's cultivation level. Huiyun let out a sigh of relief and laughed arrogantly. I am Qingli, a woman born with immense karma. You, a minor practitioner of the great ability realm, dare to threaten my nephew. You will meet your end. Qingli's words were filled with unparalleled authority. Looking down upon the world, a shock coursed through the hearts of the crowd. Presumptuous, arrogant, and ignorant, Huiyun was nearly consumed with rage. A mere girl of the inscription realm dared to act so imperiously before him. Ignorant? Qingli chuckled coldly. The truly ignorant one is you. She then turned her gaze to Lu Ruoyan, smirking disdainfully. You just pressed down on Luo with your lineage. Now, let me show you how laughable your so-called background is before him. I assure you, you will eventually regret this. It will be the gravest error of your life. Furthermore, the supreme emotionless technique you cultivate is utterly laughable in the face of Luo. It is not worth mentioning. Originally, as Luo's fiancé, your future was limitless. Yet, you have made the most grievous choice. Truly ridiculous. Lu Ruoyan retorted coldly. The one who should regret is you, daring to stand against me. Both you and Jiang Luo will die. She was equally astonished. When had Jiang Luo acquired a niece of the inscription realm? Enough of this chatter. Allow me to subdue you and witness your true power. Huiyun laughed arrogantly, condensing a stream of energy into a flaming great sword. Cleaving toward Qingli, intent on splitting her mask in two to reveal her astonishing beauty. A true disciple of the Tianyuan divine sect, with a master who was a quasi-saint, he looked upon the stars and saw only top-tier prodigies. Naturally, he would not regard a practitioner of the inscription realm as a threat, regardless of her extraordinary talent. As Huiyun struck, the flaming sword surged towards Qing Li. This was no ordinary flame. It was the sacred fire of the Yin god clan, Tian Yin, imbued with terrifying power. However, the ensuing scene left the confident Huiyun wide-eyed in disbelief. As the flaming sword approached Qing Li, it seemed to be frozen in time, halting in the air, unable to advance a single inch. Then, with a soft hiss, the flaming blade shattered, transforming into countless embers that scattered across the ground. Throughout the entire exchange, Qing Li remained utterly still, having subdued Huiyun's attack solely with her imposing presence. Huiyun's heart raced with shock. His Tian Yin had failed to inflict even the slightest harm upon her. How could this be? It is essential to understand that even among the most formidable adversaries, facing his blazing celestial flame demands utmost effort to merely withstand it. How could this enigmatic woman with the ghostly mask achieve such a feat? How could you possibly withstand the celestial flame? Huiyun exclaimed. Your perception cannot fathom the true terror of an unparalleled prodigy. Unfortunately for you, I, Qing Li, am precisely such a prodigy. You have made your move. Now it is my turn to strike. Her words radiated an aura of dominance and disdain. Qing Li appeared as cold as ice, akin to a millennium-old shard of frost. Yet, in her every gesture, there emanated a forceful, tyrannical confidence, transcending the ordinary, a veritable embodiment of dominion over this realm. Beneath her mask, her pair of enchanting eyes flickered, unleashing a blinding purple radiance. With a mere glance, the heavens roared, and the earth trembled, as her awe-inspiring might bore down upon Huiyun. This is not good. Huiyun's countenance changed dramatically. Sensing the chill of impending death, he hastily summoned a treasured artifact, a golden bell. Positioning it defensively before him, in an instant, a resplendent light enveloped the area. Boom! Qing Li's gaze collided with the golden bell, resonating like the clash of golden blades. Subsequently, this remarkably robust, innate treasure was reduced to mere powder in an instant. A mouthful of fresh blood erupted from Huiyun's lips. Fortunately, the golden bell had absorbed the brunt of the attack. Otherwise, a single glance from Qing Li would have obliterated him. Witnessing this scene, all present became increasingly unsettled, utterly astounded by Qing Li's overwhelming display of power. Who is she? With a mere glance, she has defeated a true disciple of the Tianyuan divine sect. It's utterly unfathomable. Especially considering her seemingly youthful age, the atmosphere was charged with astonishment, resonating with exclamations of disbelief. Zhang Dongshuan's face turned pale, his heart racing uncontrollably. This is the true essence of a prodigy. Even Jiang Luo felt an immense shock. Overwhelmed with incredulity, his curiosity about Qing Li's origins intensifying. Lu Rian's heart skipped a beat, her complexion ashen. Huiyun was her greatest support, and she had not anticipated such a complete defeat, with not a shred of resistance. It was evident to any discerning observer that the disparity between them was vast, akin to a chasm. Indeed, you possess a high-grade innate treasure for self-preservation, yet you remain alive. Qing Li smiled softly, her voice resonating like celestial music, profoundly enchanting. All weapons, including imperial artifacts, are forged for postnatal US. In contrast, innate treasures are birthed from the essence of the sun and moon, nurtured by the heavens and earth. Endowed with boundless power and unique abilities, the worth of a high-grade innate treasure rivals that of a quasi-supreme divine weapon. However, you are limited to but one innate treasure, and thus cannot escape the clutches of death. Qing Li declared. Jiang Luo chuckled. This the exhilarating sensation of having a powerful backing, to be sheltered by formidable figures, sweeping away all opposition. Of course, while an invincible background is advantageous, one's own strength must not be neglected. Ultimately, it is one's personal power that reigns supreme. Even with protectors, there are moments of vulnerability. Just as Qing Li prepared to deliver a fatal blow, a colossal spatial vortex materialized above the sacred ground. You dare harm my disciple, a voice steeped in authority and age, resonated from the depths of the vortex. "It is the master," Hui Yun exclaimed. Overwhelmed with excitement, he was drenched in sweat, finally feeling a sense of relief. Salvation had arrived. "Ancestor, we pay our respects." The gathered individuals of the Lingxian sacred land knelt in fervent reverence. Of their astonishment. After 3 millennia, they were graced with the presence of their founding ancestor, the quasi-saint. Is this the terrifying power of a quasi-saint? Even from countless kilometers away, the potency of their presence could be felt. Lu Ruyan's face flushed with excitement, her yearning for power reaching its zenith. Low, "My dear disciple, in the realm of influence, I still hold the upper hand." Jiang Luo's heart raced with trepidation. After all, his parents were not present, and should a quasi-saint intervene, they would be utterly powerless to resist. However, Qing Li remained unfazed, calmly stating, "With your capabilities, you can only take one person. Here are your 2 disciples. Choose whom to take." After all, separated by vast cosmic distances, even a quasi-saint's power would significantly diminish. "Are you not afraid that I will descend in my true form and slay you?" This unparalleled prodigy, the cold, wrathful voice reverberated throughout the cosmos. Think that he would personally intervene, yet desire to slay his own disciple. Qing Li scoffed disdainfully, "Old fool, if you have the courage. Come down yourself, a quasi-saint." She harbored no fear that Luo's parents were currently within the Tianyuan star domain, ready to arrive at any moment. An ordinary quasi-saint would be inconsequential before them. "You seek death." The terrifying voice shook the very fabric of the universe. "I have no desire to waste words with you. Today, you must make a choice," Qing Li declared coldly. Boom! A formidable wave of power erupted from her being. Her entire form was enveloped in boundless divine light. Then she surged forth towards Hui Yun and Lu Ruyan. "Our enmity is now irrevocably sealed," the Lingxian ancestor bellowed in fury. Subsequently, from the spatial vortex emerged a colossal hand, reaching for Lu Ruyan and whisking her away in an instant. This left Hui Yun in a state of shock, disbelief etched across his face. How could it be that the master chose not to save me? Hui Yun was engulfed in confusion and resentment. Lu Ruyan was merely a newly initiated disciple, whereas he had accompanied the master for many years, earning deep affection. Surely the sentiments were not the same. Why, in the end, did he not choose to save me? His heart was shrouded in despair. Boom! Ultimately, Hui Yun was torn asunder by Qing Li's strike, reduced to a mist of blood, his remains obliterated. Even those who had accompanied him were mercilessly slaughtered. Jiang Luo's father, Jiang Ning, had once stated that as long as the Supreme was absent, Qing Li would remain invincible. There could be no error in that assertion. And here was Qing Li, at the pinnacle of the inscription realm, wielding such astonishing combat prowess. It was beyond belief. Jiang Luo was profoundly shaken. Soon after, disappointment welled up within him. The Lingxian ancestor had chosen to save Lu Ruyan. He would temporarily be deprived of acquiring a second divine pearl. Were they all mad? The Tianyuan divine sect was a superpower in the starry skies, and Jiang Luo's aunt had slain their true disciple, forging an unending enmity. Regardless of where they fled to, they would find no sanctuary. Witnessing the massacre of Hui Yun and his companions, an icy dread gripped the hearts of all present. This act had undeniably provoked the Tianyuan divine sect, inviting catastrophic retribution without any chance for reprieve. Listening to the murmurs of the crowd, Jiang Luo could not help but smirk disdainfully. Who in this world possesses a greater background than mine? Though the Tianyuan divine sect may be a hegemon of the starry realms, they are utterly insignificant before the Supreme Divine Dynasty. Gazing upon the field littered with corpses, Qing Li smiled. All has been resolved. Luo, the remaining matters are for you to handle. With that, Qing Li vanished from sight, unwilling to waste a moment of her training time. Annie, take care, Jiang Luo replied with a smile. He then aimed his spear at Zhang Dongxian. His icy gaze directed towards the individuals of the Lingxian sacred land. Jiang Luo, this matter has nothing to do with our Lingxian sacred land, Zhang Dongxian hastily asserted, with the demise of even the prominent figures of the Tianyuan divine sect. Should Jiang Luo unleash his wrath, the entire Lingxian sacred land would face annihilation. Jiang Luo chuckled coldly. My enemy, Lu Ruyan, is the saintess of your sacred land. Now, you have also offended the founding ancestor of the Lingxian sacred land. If you do not kill them, it is likely to cause quite a bit of trouble. Naturally, Jiang Luo of the Lingxian sacred land does not take this to heart. However, he is concerned about potential retaliation from the Zhun Nanwang mansion. Thus, it is imperative to eradicate any threats completely. Although he is yet to consult Jiang Xiao, Jiang Luo can sense that he is reluctant to return with him to the great Supreme Divine Dynasty. Therefore, every factor that poses a threat must be resolved. Thunder surges forth. Jiang Luo holds no pity in his heart. He is not a saint, overflowing with compassion in his dealings and actions. He seeks only clarity of mind and spirit. Kindness must be repaid, and enmity must be avenged. His slaughter is decisive. The boundless power of thunder descends upon the Lingxian sacred land like a cataclysmic divine punishment. Form the formation. Repel the enemies. Zhang Dongxian exclaimed in panic. Yet, even the combined strength of the entire Lingxian sacred land cannot withstand it. It must be noted that prior to his breakthrough, Jiang Luo was capable of slaying celestial beings. Let alone now, as he has advanced to the third tier and cultivated the supreme scripture, condensing 3 divine cauldrons. The roar of thunder signals a massacre devoid of any resistance that it is over. It is over. The sacred land, standing firm for 3 millennia, is destined to vanish into obscurity. Zhang Dongxian, with disheveled hair, laughed despairingly, believing that accepting Lu Rian as a disciple would elevate the glory of the sacred land. Fate plays tricks, for her presence has led to the ruin of the entire Lingxian sacred land. His face is etched with profound despair. Today was supposed to be a day of triumph for the Lingxian sacred land. Yet it has turned into an apocalyptic event. Bang! In despair and reluctance, the relentless thunder surged in, causing Zhang Dongxian's entire body to explode, transforming into a rain of blood. Soon, the vast sacred land was strewn with corpses. Rivers of blood flowing. Many spectators from other factions met their demise as collateral damage. Those who survived dared not display any discontent. With the Lingxian sacred land annihilated, how could they possibly offend Jiang Luo? This harbinger of death, filled with fear and terror, they gazed at Jiang Luo, who loomed in the air like a descending demon king. Subsequently, Jiang Luo collected his spoils of war and departed with an air of nonchalance. The void ship of Huiyun became his trophy, promptly replacing his previous vessel. It was akin to upgrading from a Wuling Hongwang to a BMW or Mercedes. Another prize was the Lingxian sacred sword, the treasured artifact of the Lingxian sacred land, which fell into his hands after defeating Lu Rian. The Lingxian sacred sword was successfully refined and charged. Talent. Sword Heart Clarity, 5 stars. Sword Heart Clarity possesses an exceptionally high talent in the sword path, making the cultivation of sword techniques remarkably effective, with astonishing insight. Although the talent level is not particularly high, it is more than sufficient for Jiang Luo at his current realm. Additionally, being proficient only in the Thunder Annihilation Spear technique feels somewhat inadequate. Should he encounter a practitioner capable of countering his spear technique, his combat effectiveness would be significantly diminished. He must learn more combat skills to enhance his advantages in battle. Once his parents return, he will request a sword technique from them that he cannot afford to squander his talent for Sword Heart Clarity. Boarding the Void Ship, Jiang Luo and Lu Zian set course for the Zhun Nanwang mansion. Now that all matters in the Lingxian world are resolved, his parents' training for him can be deemed a perfect success. There is nothing left worth reminiscing. Once his parents return, he can embark on the journey back to the great Supreme Divine Dynasty with them. That is where his true grand stage awaits. After all, with Jiang Luo's current talent, even among the prodigies of a star domain, there are few who could rival him. Only by looking across the entire Chaos realm will he find formidable opponents. On the ship, a voice piped up, "Young master, after such an intense battle, you must be weary and drenched in sweat. Why not take a bath in the spirit spring, allowing Zian to attend to you and alleviate your fatigue?" Lu Zian's cheeks flushed slightly as she spoke, helping Jiang Luo remove his garments. She completely embraced the role of a maid, without demanding a formal acknowledgement from him, as long as she could remain by his side. She would be utterly satisfied. She possesses a clear understanding of her own status. Jiang Luo offered no resistance, closing his eyes to enjoy Lu Xian's ministrations. Soon, in the spirit spring, the two found themselves entangled together. Time passed, though they could not tell how long had gone by. Jiang Luo looked at the bashful and beautiful Lu Xian and smiled gently, recognizing that the allure of affection is indeed no illusion. Xian, you are aware of my interests. One is to collect the world's beauties, and the other, renowned treasures that in the future, there will be many enchanting figures by my side. Would you mind? He inquired. If you do mind. You may leave now. He could never forsake the fortunes of other women for the sake of one, and no matter how many beauties accompany you in the future, I will never leave your side. Lu Xian declared with unwavering determination. Unbeknownst to Jiang Luo, after sharing fortunes, Lu Xian had become deeply bound to him, forever loyal, in her eyes. Amidst the myriad of people and affairs, nothing holds greater significance than Jiang Luo. Even if it meant sacrificing her life for him, she would not hesitate in the least. The power of the divine pearl had subtly influenced Lu Xian. Henceforth, her vision would be solely fixed upon Jiang Luo. With everything else rendered inconsequential, Jiang Luo smiled with satisfaction. I shall not mistreat you either. Tea that moment. The ship hovered above the Zhen Nanwang mansion. As they entered the mansion, someone rushed forth in a panic, kneeling and crying, "Young master, dire news! The prince and princess have been captured. Who dares to be so audacious as to abduct my father and mother?" Jiang Luo's eyes widened in fury, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent radiating from him, causing those around him to involuntarily spit blood. The onlookers were utterly astounded, never expecting such a remarkable transformation in the young master. In just under a month, he exuded an aura of unrivaled supremacy, akin to a true dragon gazing down from the heavens. The steward quickly explained, just moments ago, a terrifying vortex appeared in the sky, from which a colossal hand emerged. This hand seized the prince and princess, instilling fear throughout the entire capital city. After all, such a horrifying occurrence was unprecedented. Damn it, it must be that old scoundrel of the Lingxian ancestor who made his move. Jiang Luo instantly deduced the culprit. Though the Lingxian ancestor could not directly harm Qingli, dealing with Jiang Xiao and his wife would be effortless for him. With Lu Rian already rescued, acquiring information about his identity would be a trivial matter. I will not rest until this grudge is avenged. Jiang Luo's fists clenched tightly, his face contorting with rage. If his father and mother were to perish because of him, he would carry that guilt for a lifetime. Just then, Qingli reappeared. Luo, do not worry. Your adoptive parents are merely ordinary cultivators. They're insignificant compared to a quasi-saint. The Lingxian ancestor abducted them primarily for your sake. They are not in immediate danger. Once your parents return, you can go to Tianyuan Divine Sect to rescue them. Qingli reassured the agitated Jiang Luo, whom Jiang Luo could only nod helplessly, and he must make a trip to the Tianyuan Divine Sect, not only to reclaim the divine pearl from Lu Ruyan, but also to rescue his parents. Will father and mother be back soon? Jiang Luo inquired. Qingli replied, given their strength, they should return shortly. Though Jiang Luo was quite anxious, he understood that he must wait for his parents' return before he could rescue them from the Tianyuan Divine Sect. During the ensuing time, Jiang Luo did not slacken his efforts. He entered a state of seclusion to enhance his strength. Within the Supreme Scriptures, there existed a formidable secret technique known as the 9 cauldrons suppressing heaven. By condensing 3 divine cauldrons, one would meet the criteria for cultivation. The highest realm was to summon all 9 cauldrons to suppress the entirety of heaven and earth. Jiang Luo sat cross-legged, his entire being suspended in mid-air, radiating an overwhelming aura. He resembled a blazing sun, hanging in the sky, exuding an intense and powerful presence. Above him, the Emperor's divine cauldron, the Thunderbolt divine cauldron, and the Chaos divine cauldron materialized, each towering 10 zhang high, akin to a divine mountain, exuding an air of unparalleled majesty. This was the might of the divine cauldrons. Ordinary cauldrons and spirit cauldrons existed only as ethereal shadows. Only the divine cauldrons could coalesce into a tangible form. Time passed unmeasured, and finally, Jiang Luo grasped the essence of the 9 cauldrons suppressing heaven. He fused the three divine cauldrons into a singular cauldron, reaching a height of 100 zhong. Thunder crackled, and imperial might surged, as chaotic energy enveloped him. The amalgamated cauldron harmonized the three powers. Jiang Luo's face radiated joy. He had successfully completed his cultivation. The nine cauldrons suppressing heaven represented the fusion of all divine cauldron powers, unleashing the most potent blow. With this technique mastered, he possessed a formidable trump card. 3 days had elapsed during Jiang Luo's training. Although Jiang Ning and his wife had yet to return, members of the Tianyuan divine sect had already arrived at the Lingxian little world. Above Jingzhou City, an immensely large void divine ship hovered, blocking out the sun. The once bright day was suddenly shrouded in darkness. Among the vessels traversing the starry realms was a void ship. The void divine ship, the chaos flying boat, and the chaos divine vessel, with the void divine ship being the least advanced and the chaos divine vessel the most supreme. The latter was comparable to the finest innate treasures. Boasting not only remarkable defensive capabilities but also offensive prowess, on the deck of the void divine ship stood several figures with unfathomable auras, looking down upon the Zhun Nanwang mansion. The citizens of Jingzhou City were so frightened that they cowered to the ground, trembling in chaos. They had not expected the Tianyuan divine sect to come knocking first. Jiang Luo's gaze turned icy. On the deck, a girl with purple eyes and a flowing purple gown, her hair, also a striking violet, exuded an unusual beauty. "Jiang Luo, come out," the purple-eyed girl shouted, her voice reverberating throughout Jingzhou City. Jiang Luo emerged from his courtyard, soaring into the air to face the void divine ship. "Are you Jiang Luo?" The purple-eyed girl regarded him with a haughty glance. She was tall and stunningly beautiful, her eyes flickering with purple light, radiating an imposing presence. "I am Jiang Luo," he replied, his tone solemn. "I am the seventh disciple of the Lingxian old ancestor, and the wine master has said that if you can defeat me, I may spare your parents' lives. But if you lose, you must choose. Shall your father die, or your mother?" The purple-eyed girl wore a radiant smile, for Qingli had instructed the Lingxian old ancestor to choose only one person to save. And she intended to make Jiang Luo suffer a painful decision. Her face was alight with overwhelming confidence as she sneered, "You might as well make your choice. You are not my opponent at all. I was born with purple eyes, possessing astonishing might, and after 23 years of cultivation, I have already reached the pinnacle of the celestial realm. Your talent is indeed impressive, and I am quite satisfied. I shall subdue you and make you my mount, my servant. Just imagine having a sacred body prodigy as my steed." Jiang Luo chuckled coldly. "How unfortunate for you, for I have never made a woman my mount. Perhaps it will be my first experience." "Humph, arrogant and ignorant," the purple-eyed girl scoffed, transforming into a streak of light and charging at Jiang Luo. Her afterimage lingered, revealing the astonishing speed she possessed with a frigid gaze. Jiang Luo unleashed the power of his battle saint body, enveloped in golden light, and surged forward. Boom! The two collided, unleashing a tremendous force. Thunder roared. The purple lightning spear was thrust forward with great ferocity. The crackling energy was astonishing. "What a powerful strike! It seems I have underestimated you," the purple-eyed girl remarked as she evaded the attack with a swift motion. She then began her counterstrike. Starfall, a long sword materialized in her hand, and with a single swing, it cleaved through the heavens. Countless meteors rained down from the sky, crashing down upon Jiang Luo. Ninth thunder movement, surrounding him, lightning surged, transforming him into a colossal thunder giant. The spear in his grasp whirled with ferocity, creating an impenetrable wall of spears that deflected the descending meteors. The sheer force shattered the surrounding structures, reducing them to ruins. "Remarkable. I did not expect that a Danding realm cultivator could withstand my lethal strike," the purple-eyed girl exclaimed in astonishment. "However, this battle can come to an end. Allow me to demonstrate my true power." The purple-eyed girl exuded unmatched confidence, a smile gracing her features. "Kneel down and let me ride you for a while." "Ha! What of your sacred body? You will still be my mount, my male servant." She laughed triumphantly. I could see this moment. The purple-eyed girl, Li Qingwei, unleashed her full strength. Her beautiful purple eyes emitted blinding light, resembling a radiant sun and moon. Surrounded by countless runes, exuding an imposing aura, Qingyue finally showcased the power of her purple eyes. You are the only one younger than me to compel me to unleash the power of my purple eyes. That is something to take pride in. With a thunderous roar, the power of her purple eyes fully erupted. Her gaze transformed into a vast starry sky, within which 360 stars danced. Thunder and lightning clashed, creating an overwhelming force, enveloped in blinding purple light. Boom! The immense might surged forth towards Jiang Luo. Crack! The void trembled violently, the entire world seeming to plunge into an apocalyptic scene. Striking terror into all, boom! Jiang Luo also unleashed his full power, emitting a dragon's roar. For the first time, he revealed the might of his supreme divine body, standing firm in the void, surrounded by boundless seven-colored divine light. The power of the divine body exploded, making him appear as a god descending to the mortal realm, exuding an unmatched grandeur. What kind of extraordinary physique is this? To unleash such tremendous power. The members of the Tianyuan divine sect aboard the Void divine ship were utterly astonished. The supreme divine body was a rarity in the history of the chaos realm, and they could not immediately recognize that Jiang Luo had forged a supreme divine body. Boom! Boom! The three cauldrons appeared in the air, their overwhelming might suppressing heaven and earth. The three cauldrons rapidly fused, forming a towering giant cauldron. The giant cauldron bubbled and emitted a dazzling brilliance, radiating intense heat. Clang! The resonant clang of the cauldron echoed, deep and profound, as if resonating through the ages. 9 cauldrons suppressing heaven. Slash! With a mighty shout from Jiang Luo, the giant cauldron condensed a beam of golden divine light, akin to divine retribution, piercing the void and traversing the eons, directly striking towards Qingyue. Boom! The clash of their attacks unleashed an unfathomably massive shockwave. The surroundings trembled, and all beings quaked in terror. The members of the Tianyuan divine sect on the deck also displayed expressions of shock. Jiang Luo is merely 16 years old. His talent is astonishing. If it weren't for offending the second elder, we would have sought to recruit him into the Tianyuan divine sect without hesitation. Their hearts were gripped by a profound astonishment. For the first time, they beheld a 16-year-old youth possessing such astonishing prowess. Elder Tianlong, the strength of this Jiang Luo has completely surpassed our expectations. Should we intervene? Inquired an elder with golden hair. You are not unaware of Qingyue's temperament. Should we choose to meddle, she would lose face and hold a grudge against us. With her innate talent, it is utterly effortless for her to ascend to the status of supreme. It is best that we refrain from action. For Jiang Luo poses no threat to her life. Spoke to Tianlong in a grave tone that he was the mightiest among those sent by the Tianyuan divine sect, a formidable marquis known as the Marquis of Heavenly Butchery. You still possess hidden cards? Qingyue's face turned pale with fury that moment. She felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation at her inability to subdue a mere 16-year-old in the Danding realm. What a shameful disgrace! You thieving woman, did you not wish to capture me as your mount? Then allow me to first experience what it is like to ride a woman. Jiang Luo laughed heartily, unleashing his physical might as he lunged towards Qingyue. This pushed her to the brink of fury, having never before endured such a profound insult. In response, she was enveloped in a surge of purple light, wielding her sword as she charged at Jiang Luo. Now is the moment. Observing Qingyue drawing ever closer, Jiang Luo revealed a sly smile, having only just feigned weakness to create an illusion of safety regarding her life. Thus, the elders of the Tianyuan divine sect would not intervene. Once he drew near, he would deliver a fatal blow, leaving them no time to act. With a cold smirk, he resolved that if his life was to be claimed today, he would ensure that he took someone down with him. This was Jiang Luo's determination. Even in death, he would take a piece of flesh from his foe as the two drew close enough for their bodies to nearly touch. Jiang Luo ceased concealing his true power, fervently igniting the imperial blood coursing through his veins. In that moment, he resembled a true dragon soaring through the sky, exuding an unmatched aura. The formidable power of his imperial blood coalesced upon his spear. Due to the absence of spiritual fluctuations, the elders of the Tianyuan divine sect failed to perceive the imminent threat. By the time they realized the gravity of the situation, it was far too late. This is bad. Li Qingwei is in danger. Suddenly, Tu Tianlong's expression shifted dramatically, filled with urgency. Regrettably, it was too late for him to offer assistance. Boom! The distance was too short. Li Qingwei had no time to evade. She was directly pierced by Jiang Luo's long and robust spear, which was impervious to damage. Vivid crimson blood flowed forth, staining the void with marks reminiscent of plum blossoms. How could this be? Li Qingyue's purple eyes widened in disbelief. She felt her body growing colder, an icy chill coursing through her, never having imagined that death was so near. The proud daughter of the Tianyuan divine sect began to weep in terror. Then, with a resounding explosion, her body erupted, blood splattering in all directions. The once great prodigy, Li Qingyue with her violet pupils, had fallen as Li Qingyue perished. Jiang Luo was astonished to discover that the divine pearl suddenly flickered with brilliance, spinning rapidly as it voraciously absorbed the surrounding energy. Soon, a line of text emerged within the pearl. Special material, purple eye. Charge, 100. Physique, purple gold thunder eye, 6 stars. Purple gold thunder eye, a naturally mutated eye. Exhibiting a purple gold hue. With a mere glance, it possesses an extraordinarily terrifying destructive power. 6 stars, equated to the level of an ordinary sacred body, on par with the battle-hardened sacred body he had acquired at the start. Although the power of an ordinary sacred body no longer significantly enhanced his innate talents, potential of combat prowess, accumulating thousands of ordinary sacred bodies would inevitably lead to a qualitative transformation. Thus, reaching the standard of an ordinary sacred body, 6 stars, was a commendable achievement for Jiang Luo. The fact that he could attain a 6-star physique indicated that this young woman was extraordinary. No wonder she was so self-assured. Had he not cultivated the Danding secret method, 9 tripod, suppresses the heavens, he might not have been her match. However, what astonished Jiang Luo was that he could manipulate the purple gold pupils at will. When he concealed the purple gold thunder eye, his eyes appeared no different from those of an ordinary person. Consequently, no one noticed the transformation occurring within him. With Li Qingyue's demise, the remaining members of the Tianyuan divine sect were engulfed in unbridled fury. How would they report to the second elder? Jiang Luo, how dare you slay a disciple of the Tianyuan divine sect? Such a heinous crime cannot be atoned for, even if you were to die 1,000 times, the enraged members proclaimed. Jiang Luo scoffed derisively, as if not killing Li Qingyue would spare me from your sect's wrath. Tu Tianlong sneered, his words sharp as he declared, I shall no longer concern myself with the reputation of bullying the weak. I will personally suppress you, you mad butcher. The might of his marquis status erupted, shaking the very earth for miles around. The wrath of a marquis was a terrifying spectacle indeed, especially one who had lived for millennia. Old man, are you tired of living? How dare you lay a hand on Luo? At that moment, the stunningly graceful Qing Li appeared. Upon seeing the woman with the ghostly mask approaching, Tu Tianlong chuckled. My true target has always been you. A mere youth in the Danding realm was hardly worth the effort of a marquis. Qing Li regarded him with disdain. You're not even worthy to engage me in battle. Furious, Tu Tianlong retorted, you are nothing but a peak-level inscription realm cultivator, not even a formidable opponent. How dare you look down upon a marquis? Boundless spiritual power coalesced into a blood-red greatsword, standing 100 feet tall, poised to cleave towards Qing Li. Yet, she remained unmoved, standing her ground. As the sanguine blade approached, a radiant glow enveloped her entire being. Clang! In an instant, the overwhelming blade disintegrated into nothingness, as if it had never existed. Throughout the entire exchange, Qing Li had not even shifted her position to block a strike from the marquis. Impossible! Tu Tianlong exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief. Old fool, you are not qualified to capture me, Qing Li coldly stated. With a single finger extended, an overwhelming force descended upon Tu Tianlong. Instantly, he felt an agonizing tearing sensation throughout his body, emitting a terrified shriek. No, Following that, his entire form detonated. The Marquis was thus effortlessly slain by Qing Li. Her overwhelming and astonishing power left the remaining members of the Tianyuan divine sect in utter terror. Jiang Ning had aptly remarked that she was invincible beneath the Supreme. Tu Tianlong had only just stepped into the Marquis realm, making it impossible for him to contend with Qing Li. The heavens rumbled violently as an immense pressure descended, enveloping the entire Ling Xian small world in an atmosphere of impending doom. This force was terrifying beyond measure. The very fabric of the void tore apart, revealing a figure of incredible might, advancing with measured steps. This individual appeared remarkably youthful, their gaze fierce and their attire white as if a celestial had descended. They radiated an aura of unfathomable terror. Those who kill my Tianyuan divine sect shall perish. The dreadful intent reverberated throughout the cosmos. The Supreme had finally made their move. Qing Li's expression shifted slightly. Boom! The overwhelming pressure bore down upon Qing Li and Jiang Luo. While Qing Li could fend off some of it, how could Jiang Luo, a mere cultivator in the Danding realm, withstand the might of the Supreme? Crack! The protective black lotus seal shattered instantaneously. For the first time, he felt death was so achingly close. Starry Sky Supreme, I alone am supreme. The power was astonishingly overwhelming. Suddenly, far away on the other side, the couple Jiang Ning sensed something. Their expressions changed drastically. Luo was in danger. Although she was protected by the prodigious Qing Li, they could not possibly leave behind their precious son without some contingency plans. Taking advantage of the moments spent sleeping beside her son, Dugu Xiaoyu inscribed her mark within him. As soon as he faced true life-threatening peril, she would sense it immediately, in the Ling Xian small world. Within Jingzhou City, a colossal Dharma form of supreme power manifested in the sky, resembling a deity. Confronted by the terrifying majesty of the Supreme, Jiang Luo found himself utterly incapable of resistance. Even Qing Li could only barely withstand a fraction of it. This was merely the pressure emanating from the Supreme. Without any direct attack, it was already overwhelmingly formidable. It was evident just how fearsome the Supreme's power truly was. Fortunately, Jiang Luo had forged an unparalleled divine body and possessed the imperial pulse, supplemented by the protection of the Black Lotus mark to withstand some of the onslaught. Otherwise, a mere drop of the Supreme's pressure would shatter him to pieces in an instant. Nevertheless, under the immense weight of the Supreme's aura, he could not endure for long. Just as Jiang Luo was on the verge of collapse, the entire Ling Xian small world was engulfed in darkness. The sun and moon lost their light, casting a horrifying scene. Boom! Following that, a spatial rift stretching billions of kilometers tore open in the boundless starry sky. An incomparably powerful pressure radiated from this rift, rendering all living beings in the world as insignificant as ants. Under this oppressive force, all creatures were compelled to kneel, their souls trembling in fear, as if the apocalypse were upon them. Luo, your parents have returned. Qing Li exclaimed with excitement. They've come back at last. Jiang Luo felt utterly exhausted, collapsing to the ground with a smile gracing his lips. Finally, he no longer had to bear the weight of the Supreme's might. This time, Jiang Ning and his wife were thoroughly enraged. The entire world was shrouded in their overwhelming presence. If Jiang Ning so desired, he could obliterate the entire world in an instant. The first to suffer would be the practitioners of the Tianyuan divine sect, who faced the most brutal fate. The practitioners of the Tianyuan divine sect aboard the void divine ship screamed in agony, pushed to the brink of despair. Their flesh was mercilessly torn apart under the immense pressure. Then, with a resounding crash, all the practitioners on the void divine ship were crushed and exploded into a mist of blood, leaving no trace of their existence. No. The Supreme of the Tianyuan divine sect emitted a terrified roar. He was unwilling to bow before such pressure, not wanting to submit without even having faced his opponents. However, how could he possibly resist such overwhelming might? In a desperate attempt to fight back, he felt his blood surge, spewing forth a mouthful. In that moment, he could no longer withstand it. His physical body completely betrayed his will. Uncontrollably, he bent his knees and knelt before the 16-year-old Jiang Luo. who appeared as insignificant as an ant to it, was as if a sinner of unparalleled guilt was confessing before the statue of a divine being. This deeply humiliated the Yuntian Supreme of the Tianyuan Divine Sect. He was a supreme being, moreover, an elder of the Tianyuan Divine Sect. When had he ever endured such humiliation, crawling like a dog before a junior? Two beams of divine light descended from the heavens. As they landed, two figures of astonishing might appeared, their overwhelming presence causing time and space to seem to freeze. Witnessing their son once again in danger, the couple swore not to let the tragic events of the past repeat. Feeling an immense rage surging within them, their terrifying killing intent could obliterate vast expanses of star domains. For the first time, they unleashed such potent pressure. I am the supreme of the Tianyuan Divine Sect. Do you not fear everlasting retribution for such actions? The kneeling Yuntian Supreme bellowed in fury to control a great world and become the overlord of a star domain required immense strength. Even a supreme being would be like a moth to a flame before him, swiftly reduced to ashes. Thus, relying on this status, the Yuntian Supreme felt no fear. Yet he remained oblivious to the astonishing background of Jiang Ning and his wife. The Tianyuan Divine Sect? Ha! Jiang Ning scoffed. From this moment forth, its existence is no longer necessary in this world. With a single phrase, he determined the rise and fall of a powerful force dominating a star domain. Arrogant, the Yuntian Supreme retorted angrily, you truly believe yourself to be the Emperor of the Divine Dynasty, or the Lord of the chaotic sacred land, or perhaps the Patriarch of the Supreme Imperial Clan? He could not have imagined that the person before him was the son of the Emperor of the Divine Dynasty, with a mother who was the Lord of the Sacred Land, and an uncle who was the Patriarch of the Supreme Imperial Clan. Jiang Ning, why waste breath on such trivial figures? If they wish to harm my son, they shall pay dearly. The furious Gu Xiao acted without hesitation. Extending a delicate finger, she pressed down upon the Yuntian Supreme. That moment, the Yuntian Supreme, who had previously believed he was untouchable, finally panicked. Why you? He screamed, and with a single shriek, a supreme being was reduced to dust, vanishing completely from existence. Although they were all supreme beings, the gap in strength was monumental. The Yuntian Supreme was but a one-turn supreme, whereas Jiang Ning was an 8-turn supreme, and Gu Xiao a 9-turn supreme, and older than Jiang Ning by a considerable margin. Luo, are you all right? Gu Xiao rushed to her son's side, concern etched across her face. That I'm fine, mother, Jiang Luo replied with a smile. A single finger from a supreme crushed him. Indeed, having a powerful background is crucial when navigating this world. Without such backing, even possessing a divine pearl as a golden finger, I would have likely been extinguished in its infancy. With unmatched talent and a formidable background, one could truly be regarded as an extraordinary prodigy. Mother, father, shall we proceed like this? Shouldn't we gather reinforcements? Jiang Luo inquired, puzzled. Despite his parents being unparalleled figures capable of subduing a generation of prodigies, could they truly contend with the overlord of a star domain? I've already sent word to your grandfather. He will intervene at a critical moment. Jiang Ning replied with a smile, but he certainly would not be foolish enough to rely solely on himself and his wife to annihilate the Tianyuan Divine Sect. After all, the sect had 4 quasi-saints, not to mention the possibility of hidden saints lurking in the shadows. Thus, he had already sent a message back to the great Xia Divine Dynasty, seeking aid from his father. As the Emperor of the Supreme Dynasty, he wielded power that stood at the pinnacle of the entire chaotic realm. Even without manifesting his true form, his could easily annihilate anything as long as your grandfather intervenes. Regardless of how strong the Tianyuan Divine Sect is, they will be reduced to ashes, Jiang Ning declared confidently. Gu Xiaoyu's face was filled with a chilling aura and murderous intent. The Tianyuan Divine Sect wishes to harm my son. This time, I shall eradicate their lineage completely. Even the smallest ant or worm within their ranks, even the most fragile egg, shall be obliterated. None shall escape. The breathtaking celestial beauty spoke with an air of lethal determination, refusing to allow any harm to befall her beloved child. Sister, now that you have returned, my task is complete. I shall not participate in the assault on the Tianyuan Divine Sect, Qingli stated before vanishing from sight. Sigh. This sister of mine is relentless, unwilling to waste a moment on cultivation. Dugu Xiao, you remarked with a smile of helplessness. It was as if she was born solely for the path of the Tao. By the way, Luo, how did you manage to break through to the Danding realm? Were you not tasked with awaiting our return, to forge a flawless and extraordinary physique using the pure blood of divine beast descendants? At this moment, Jiang Ning finally realized that his son had already attained the realm of the three cauldrons that lower. Your haste to break through will hinder your ability to compete with the top prodigies. Dugu Xiaoya said anxiously. Jiang Luo smiled reassuringly. Father, mother, there is no need for concern. I am not one to act rashly. With that, he unleashed the formidable power of the Supreme Divine Body. This is the Supreme Divine Body. The couple stood rooted to the spot, astonished, their eyes wide with disbelief. Ha ha! Splendid! He truly is our son, they exclaimed, filled with excitement. This marked the emergence of the first Supreme Divine Body from the Jiang family. My son Jiang Luo possesses the bearing to suppress the ages, akin to an emperor. Jiang Ning laughed proudly. What parent does not aspire for their child to achieve greatness? The excellence of their son brought them more joy than their own breakthroughs. Curiously, Dugu Xiaoya inquired, Luo, how did you forge the Supreme Divine Body? After all, creating a flawless, extraordinary physique requires the pure blood of divine beast descendants as a catalyst. Jiang Luo, with a perplexed expression, replied, I am unsure. It just happened while I was cultivating alongside Xian. The matter of the divine pearl was not to be disclosed to anyone for the time being. They both questioned, puzzled. Subsequently, Jiang Luo introduced Lu Xian to his parents. Greetings to both esteemed elders, Lu Xian said nervously, bowing respectfully. She had not anticipated that the parents of the young master would be so powerful, capable of annihilating a supreme being with a mere gesture. It was unfathomable how strong they were, a commendable young lady. Indeed, beyond the extraordinary physique, she is also a daughter of the 16, thus worthy to accompany Luo, Dugu Xiaoya remarked with a smile. Yet even the daughter of the 16 could not forge a supreme divine body. However, they did not delve further into the matter, as it was undoubtedly a stroke of good fortune. Besides, the supreme divine body was exceedingly rare. Throughout history, only a handful had succeeded in achieving it. It was entirely reasonable that they could not comprehend it. Luo, your grandfather and father were the sole heirs of their lineage. The glorious task of ensuring the prosperity of your branch now rests upon your shoulders. Your mother has many charming friends, all extraordinary beauties, whom I shall introduce to you in due course. Should you encounter any princesses or holy maidens, I shall immediately seek their hands for you. Dugu Xiao said with a playful smile. Xiaoya, you are being rather selfish, are you not? My father has arranged several matches for me with daughters of imperial clans, princesses of divine courts, and holy maidens. Yet you have muddled the waters, insisting that a man should have but one woman to be considered a good man. Jiang Ning pouted, feeling wronged as he observed his wife attempting to orchestrate numerous matrimonial prospects for their son. Upon hearing this, Dugu Xiaoya's eyes widened in fury as she exclaimed, Jiang Ning, do you wish to have other women? Witnessing the fierce demeanor of the mother tiger, Jiang Ning shook his head vigorously. Denying, no. Dugu Xiaoya declared with authority, you may only have one woman because you are my Dugu Xiaoya's man. Luo, I may take several wives, for he is my my son is a peerless prodigy, unmatched in the world. It is only fitting that he be accompanied by several extraordinary women. Besides, do you not wish to have more grandchildren? At her words, both Jiang Ning and Jiang Luo nodded repeatedly, not daring to refute her. Their son had already forged the supreme divine body. This time, their efforts seemed to have been in vain. The Azure Dragon Demon Saint had an unexpectedly pure bloodline, second only to that of genuine divine beast offspring that if given time, he would undoubtedly become a true demon. Saint kill him. Your mother and I went to great lengths, Jiang Ning lamented. Had they known this, they would not have put themselves through the ordeal of hunting the Azure Dragon Demon Saint. Father, I require the essence blood of the Azure Dragon Demon Saint for my cultivation. May I have it? Jiang Ning inquired, harboring a suspicion that needed confirmation. Of course, he replied that it was prepared specifically for you. Jiang Ning then transferred the corpse of the Azure Dragon Demon Saint into Jiang Luo's spatial ring. I shall enter seclusion for a time, then proceed to the Tianyuan divine sect, Jiang Luo declared. Within the secret chamber, he retrieved the corpse of the Azure Dragon Demon Saint. The massive body, spanning 100 zhang, was covered in azure dragon scales, with a pair of dragon horns atop its head. A dragon. This was Jiang Luo's first encounter with a genuine dragon. Special substance, pure blood azure dragon lineage, charging 100. Upon extracting the essence blood, words began to materialize within the divine pearl. It is as I suspected. The essence blood of the Azure Dragon Demon Saint is a special substance, Jiang Luo remarked with a smile. This time, he chose not to enhance a talent or physique, but to test whether he could upgrade his imperial bloodline. Shortly thereafter, words appeared within the divine pearl. Upgrade successful, bloodline, pure blood imperial lineage, 9 stars. He had succeeded. Haha, my bloodline has now transformed into a pure blood imperial lineage. Jiang Luo was undeniably elated. It is known that, theoretically, only the offspring of emperors can awaken a pure blood imperial lineage. To his astonishment, he had achieved this through the power of the divine pearl. Subsequently, Jiang Luo dedicated 3 days to elevating his cultivation to the 4 cauldrons, acquiring the ability to teleport. Moreover, as Jiang Luo practiced the supreme scripture, the most powerful technique, his teleportation ability was tenfold that of other Danding cultivators. Typically, a Danding cultivator could teleport only 100 meters, while Jiang Luo's teleportation distance exceeded 1,000 meters. The greater the teleportation range, the more significant the advantage in combat, enhancing his ability to evade harm. The leap from 3 cauldrons to 4 was a qualitative transformation, substantially boosting his strength. Jiang Luo clenched his fists in excitement, feeling the immense and powerful energy within him. Soon after, he exited his seclusion, but he decided to retain the body of the Azure Dragon Demon Saint, as the flesh of a quasi-demon saint was an exceptional nourishment. Not to mention that of a divine beast remnant. Luo, you have emerged from seclusion. Let us proceed to the Tianyuan divine sect and seek retribution, but I should make it clear to some that my son Jiang Ning is not someone whom any dog can bully. Jiang Ning proclaimed with a domineering attitude. With a swift motion, Jiang Ning tore through the celestial expanse, leading Jiang Luo and Lu Zian into the void, traversing directly to the Tianyuan divine sect. Such a capability was beyond even that of a quasi-saint. Jiang Ning had mastered the remnants of the Void Emperor's scripture, allowing him to control the void with a proficiency rivaling that of a saint. Upon learning of their intent to eradicate the Tianyuan divine sect, Lu Zian was filled with exhilaration. Obliterate a supreme sect that dominated an entire star domain with such ease was indeed awe-inspiring. Jiang Luo's eyes grew cold as he thought. Lu Ruyan, the divine pearl in your possession shall be mine. Although Jiang Ning had merely acquired the remnants of the Void Emperor scripture, his extraordinary talent had brought his comprehension of the void to unfathomable depths. Time flowed swiftly, the sun and moon rotated, and the starry river surged with a magnificent aura, an astonishing spectacle. The Tianyuan divine sect, located billions of kilometers away from the Lingxian small world, was the destination Jiang Ning led Jiang Luo and the others towards. Tearing through the starry sky. Soon after, with a wave of his hand, the starry sky trembled, time glittered, and the void was rent asunder. He then stepped through with the 3 of them, emerging before a colossal planet. Its size dwarfed the Lingxian small world by 10,000 times. This was the Tianyuan Great World. The entire Chaos Realm housed 3,000 such great worlds, forming 3,000 star domains. Among them, the Tianyuan Great World was of a lower tier, ranking around 2,000th. Gazing at the immense world, Jiang Ning chuckled coldly. To dare bully my child, you truly seek death. Subsequently, Jiang Ning led the 3 individuals into the Tianyuan Great World. Arriving at the Tianyuan divine sect, we have arrived, Jiang Luo exclaimed in astonishment. Surely it must be at least 100 light years away, yet they reached it in an instant. The prowess of top-tier cultivators is truly terrifying. At this moment, he looked down and beheld, shrouded in mist, a series of mountains that resembled true dragons coiling, vast and serpentine that a total of 99 colossal mountains converged, forming a peak teeming with experts. Atop the peak, ethereal purple mist swirled, celestial fog enveloped the area, and spiritual energy surged skyward. Auspicious spiritual beasts and birds circled gracefully in the surroundings. Towering spiritual trees were abundant, and the entire peak was bathed in radiant light. Emanating a sacred and serene aura, at the summit stood the Tianyuan Divine Sect, boasting 1,000,000 disciples, unmatched in strength. "Who goes there?" a thunderous voice inquired, daring to intrude upon the Tianyuan Divine Sect. As Jiang Luo and the others approached, the voice rang out. Then a giant, wielding a massive warhammer, stood before them, towering 100 feet tall with a fearsome visage. This sight startled Jiang Luo. He had never anticipated the existence of such a colossal being in the world. The grand stage beyond the Lingxian little world was indeed extraordinary, housing myriad races and beings. "We have come to settle accounts with the Tianyuan Divine Sect," Jiang Ning declared with fierce intensity. "How audacious to disturb the Tianyuan Divine Sect! Are you tired of living?" The giant roared in wrath, swinging his massive hammer down upon Jiang Ning. The ignorant abyss giant, with a simplistic mind, was no wonder reduced to a mere gatekeeper. Jiang Ning smirked mockingly. Clearly, the Tianyuan Divine Sect had formidable strength. How could he possibly contend? With a mere flick of a finger, he unleashed a tremendous pressure that bore down upon the giant. At that moment, the abyss giant's expression shifted dramatically as he finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Heavens, what kind of terrifying powerhouse is this? A suffocating sense of impending doom enveloped him, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. Boom! As the finger descended, the formidable Supreme Abyss Giant was sent flying, his body splitting open, blood gushing forth. It was a death beyond redemption. Such overwhelming might naturally stir the entire Tianyuan Divine Sect. The surrounding formations were triggered instantly. Jiang Ning let out a cold snort, waving his sleeve as his immense power shattered the surrounding formations. Thunder roared, darkening the sky, while bolts of lightning, like divine punishment, rained down ceaselessly. Below the surface, torrents of magma erupted from the ground, painting the landscape in a fiery crimson, a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse that, in an instant, several disciples of the Tianyuan Divine Sect perished beneath the divine wrath. Though possessing merely the 8th turn of Supreme, Jiang Ning's strength was terrifyingly unparalleled. Otherwise, he would not have slain the Azure Dragon Demon Saint. This was a divine beast's remnant with a formidable bloodline, a being of quasi-saint caliber, who dares to cause trouble at the Tianyuan Divine Sect. The disciples of the Tianyuan Divine Sect wore expressions of bewilderment and confusion. What manner of place was this? The hegemon of the Tianyuan star domain, boasting the might of 4 quasi-saints, who would dare to act recklessly. It was simply unfathomable who possessed such audacity that a colossal vortex materialized in the heavens. And from within emerged 3 venerable elders, their white hair flowing and exuding powerful auras. They were indeed all 9th turn Supremes. What audacity to challenge the Tianyuan Divine Sect's divine might. Do you truly wish for death? A voice thundered, reverberating like a clap of thunder. Bring out the Lingxian old ancestor. Otherwise, I shall unleash a massacre, Jiang Ning declared with overwhelming authority, despite his claims of crushing any ant of the Tianyuan Divine Sect. The notion of slaughtering 1,000,000 disciples was unrealistic. Eliminating the root of the problem, the Lingxian old ancestor and Lu Ruyan, would suffice. The second elder is not someone you can meet at will. A Tianyuan Divine Sect elder scoffed. Then I shall kill until he appears, Jiang Ning retorted with a chilling laugh as he charged forward. Boom! Instantly, a brilliant radiance engulfed everything. His formidable might shook the entire great world. Puffed! Puffed! The 3 9th turn Supremes were directly repelled by Jiang Ning, spewing forth blood in shock. They were utterly horrified. 3 of them united, and yet they could not contend against a mere 8th turn Supreme Junior. It was truly hard to believe. Witnessing this scene, the disciples of the Tianyuan Divine Sect were equally struck with shock and fear, their faces turning pale. What manner of powerhouse and prodigy is this? With a mere gesture, he defeated 3 venerable elders of 9th turn Supreme. Heavens, it was unfathomable. These ninth-turn supremes were regarded as divine beings in their minds, unshakable pillars of strength. Who else can stop me from seeking the Lingxian old ancestor for retribution? Jiang Ning proclaimed with unparalleled dominance. Since you seek the old man, what harm is there in making your presence known? Suddenly, an aged and imposing voice echoed throughout the heavens and earth that it was the voice of the second elder. How imposing. Boom! At that moment, a celestial palace appeared out of thin air above them. Following closely, a venerable elder with flowing white hair and an awe-inspiring presence emerged from the palace. Behind him trailed a chillingly beautiful woman with an elegant figure. Regardless of your grievances with me, daring to harm others within the Tianyuan divine sect shall result in your suppression today, the Lingxian old ancestor declared with fierce authority, his voice laced with profound anger. Master, that person is Jiang Luo. This moment, Lu Rian caught sight of Jiang Luo behind Jiang Ning, her eyes flashing with a cold glint of murderous intent. Inwardly, she sneered, Jiang Luo, I never imagined you would dare to deliver yourself to us. This time, your fate is sealed. Despite the opponent's impressive strength, the Tianyuan divine sect boasted overwhelming numbers and 4 quasi-saints in residence. What could 2 mere supremes stir up against such might? The Lingxian old ancestor's icy gaze also turned towards Jiang Luo. Indeed, it is him. The voice brimmed with murderous intent. This boy had slain Huiyun, killed Li Qingwei, and destroyed the Lingxian holy land he had once established. With his vengeful nature, he had long desired to eliminate Jiang Luo. Had it not been for his inability to leave the Tianyuan divine sect, he would have personally descended upon the Lingxian little world. The ultimate goal of quasi-saints was to comprehend the realm of laws and become saints. Thus, they spent their days either in solitary meditation or seeking opportunities. However, the Tianyuan divine sect required a quasi-saint to maintain order, preventing them from departing. With 4 quasi-saints, one must always remain to oversee the situation. Now, it was the Lingxian old ancestors' turn to preside over the Tianyuan divine sect, quelling all malicious forces. This moment, Jiang Luo's gaze also fell upon Lu Ruyan, his heart racing with excitement. She possessed the second divine pearl he had long coveted. Surely, Lu Ruyan's rapid ascension to the 10th Ding realm and her sudden surge in power must be attributed to the pearl's influence. You wish to kill my son? Jiang Ning spoke coldly. So, it is your son. The Lingxian old ancestor replied icily that it appears that not only must I eliminate this young one, but also his parents. Jiang Ning mocked with a smile. You truly possess confidence. The Lingxian old ancestor asserted, though I am not a true saint, I have touched upon the realm of laws as a quasi-saint, a being far beyond that of supreme. What do you possess to contend with me? Is being a quasi-saint truly that impressive? It is not as though I have not slain one before. Jiang Ning's words were filled with brazen audacity. His arrogance suggested he believed himself to be the prince of the great Xia divine dynasty. Lingxian Laozu let out a cold chuckle. The renown of King Ning had long since spread throughout the Chaos Realm, and it was only natural that Lingxian Laozu, not being deaf, had heard of it. He was acutely aware of Jiang Luo's background and was incredulous that such a seemingly inconspicuous figure could possess a remarkable backing. Moreover, the Tianyuan divine sect was formidable enough. Why would they fear anyone? Was he to forfeit the dignity of a quasi-saint? Upon hearing King Ning mentioned, Jiang Ning merely smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. Let us put to the test, how does my strength compare to that of King Ning? As he spoke, Jiang Ning made his move that he specialized in the way of the sword, having reached an unfathomable level of mastery. An overwhelming sword intent enveloped the arena, instilling terror in all present. With his fingers poised like a blade, he unleashed a sword chi directed at Lingxian Laozu. Arrogance and ignorance shall witness the might of the realm of laws. Boom! The surrounding void seemed to freeze in time, ensnared within an endless realm of laws. Everyone felt as though they could not control their own bodies. Such was the power of the laws. Lingxian Laozu gathered formidable law energy, condensing it into a beam of light that surged towards Jiang Ning, radiating a dazzling brilliance, exuding an awe-inspiring might. Boom! The attacks of the two collided instantaneously, The astonishing power of the laws was swiftly obliterated by the overwhelming sword qi, reduced to nothingness in the blink of an eye. Impossible! Lingxian Laozu was utterly astounded, unable to comprehend it. He was a quasi-saint. After all, while his opponent was merely an 8-turn supreme, Jiang Ning did not relent. His powerful sword qi continued its relentless assault. Lingxian Laozu, the quasi-saint, was unable to withstand it. Sent flying through the air, he coughed up copious amounts of blood, a massive hole appearing in his chest, blood gushing forth. Were it not for the robust vitality of a quasi-saint, he would have surely perished by now, but a quasi-saint is hardly formidable. What right do you have to act so arrogantly before me? Jiang Ning proclaimed with undeniable dominance he was the unparalleled prodigy of his generation, unmatched by any of his peers. Ordinary quasi-saints were no match for him. At this moment, all the disciples of the Tianyuan divine sect were left dumbfounded. How could the invincible second elder be defeated in a mere encounter? This was simply unfathomable. None dared to believe or accept such an outcome. Who are you? Lingxian Laozu stammered in fear, finally realizing he had kicked a steel plate. At such a young age, possessing such astonishing combat power at the 8-turn supreme level, this prodigy was a rare sight throughout the chaos realm. You need not concern yourself with my identity. If you wish to harm my son, you shall pay with your life. Jiang Ning's gaze turned icily frigid. Humph. Do you really think you can trample over the entire Tianyuan divine sect? Witnessing the resolve to kill in his opponent's eyes, Lingxian Laozu was filled with rage. After all, the Tianyuan divine sect was a dominant force within a star domain. Did they not deserve any respect? Subsequently, he directly sent out a distress signal. Although the other 3 quasi-saints, the sect leader, the Grand Elder, and the Third Elder, were either in seclusion or traveling afar, they would undoubtedly make their presence known at the first sign of danger threatening the sect. Indeed, not long after, 3 massive spatial whirlpools appeared in the sky. Following that, 3 imposing figures, akin to deities descending from the heavens, stood tall above the firmament. Second Elder, what is happening? The Tianyuan sect leader, clad in a purple-gold robe and bearing a countenance of immense authority, inquired in a grave tone that he seeks to annihilate my Tianyuan divine sect. I am no match for him, Lingxian Laozu replied. The sect leader coldly regarded Jiang Ning, asking, do you truly intend to destroy my Tianyuan divine sect? If you are determined to interfere, what would it matter if the Tianyuan divine sect were to be obliterated? Jiang Ning let out a soft, disdainful laugh, showing no regard for the sect leader and his companions. Arrogance! Do you truly believe that a mere supreme can contend against 3 quasi-saints? At this moment, the 4 quasi-saints made their move simultaneously, surrounding Jiang Ning. If a junior were to suppress them, how could the Tianyuan divine sect ever maintain its reputation? Therefore, they could not allow Jiang Ning to kill the second elder. Since you 4 old geezers wish to outnumber me, I shall not hold back either, entered the fray, standing beside her husband. She was the saintess of the heavenly realm, the most beautiful woman in the chaos, and also a prodigy who towered over her peers, possessing unparalleled combat prowess. I care not who you are. Those who dare to look down upon the Tianyuan divine sect shall face the fate of suppression. The 4 quasi-saint warriors were all enveloped in the radiance of laws, exuding a terrifying power akin to deities. Their every gesture seemed to rend the very fabric of space and time asunder. Suppress me? Ha! Jiang Ning laughed, declaring, there is yet to be born a being in the chaos realm capable of suppressing me. Throughout his journey, countless formidable foes had sought to eliminate this prodigy of the divine dynasty, yet none had succeeded in thwarting his rise. Heaven above, for quasi-saints have simultaneously revealed themselves. Humph! Let us see how arrogant he remains. With the sect leader and 4 quasi-saints intervening, anyone would be subdued. Witnessing this scene, the disciples of the Tianyuan divine sect were overwhelmed with excitement and fervor. The 4 saints soaring through the skies was a sight they had never witnessed before. It was magnificent. It was astonishing. Jiang Luo, with the combined might of 4 quasi-saints, I refuse to believe your parents can come to your aid. Lu Rian chuckled coldly. Jiang Luo had become a heart demon in her pursuit of the Supreme Forgetting Emotion Sutra. She must be eliminated. Boom! Boom! At this moment, all 6 individuals launched their attacks, the eye in the sky. Laws, runes, lightning, and light intertwined, creating a breathtakingly powerful spectacle. The ferocity of the battle was terrifying, even causing the Supreme to feel a tremor in their hearts. Good heavens, it feels as if the very heavens are about to shatter. How can this be so strong? Someone exclaimed. This scene ignited a fervor within Jiang Luo. How long until he could wield such tremendous power? Only then could he truly look down upon the universe. Boom! At this juncture, Jiang Ning summoned his sacred sword. An immense sword intent enveloped the entire arena, transforming into 36 golden sword chi that surged towards the four quasi-saints. What? This is the sword intent of a saint. How can a mere Supreme unleash the sword intent of a saint? The Tianyuan sect leader was struck with terror. In an instant, two of the quasi-saints were overwhelmed by the saintly sword intent, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. Behind Thugusya, a resplendent moon manifested, its formidable power descending like stars. Utterly terrifying. Boom! The remaining two quasi-saints were also sent flying. United, Jiang Ning and his wife proved unstoppable. Even the four quasi-saints could not withstand their brilliance. How could they be so powerful? Who exactly are they? Blood trickled from the Tianyuan sect leader's lips, his face etched with fear and disbelief. Reveal all that your Tianyuan divine sect has to offer. Do not let it be said that I bullied you. Jiang Ning chuckled coldly. What unparalleled arrogance! Such overwhelming might left the entire Tianyuan divine sect's people with grim expressions. This is utterly outrageous. If they were capable of defeating him, they would have acted long ago to suppress him. Young man, your arrogance knows no bounds. This is ill-advised. I advise you to leave the Tianyuan divine sect at once. And I shall act as though you were never here. Just then, an immensely oppressive voice resonated throughout the air. The entire realm was enveloped in an overwhelming saintly aura. Indeed, the Tianyuan divine sect still possessed a true saint. Jiang Ning's expression grew solemn. This was precisely why he had sought help from his father. Against a genuine saint, he was not yet a match. Beneath the saint, all are but ants, a saying that had echoed through countless ages. At last, his master had made a move. The venerable Ling Xian was filled with astonishment. In his youth, as the son of the sacred body, he had taken the esteemed master of the former Tianyuan sect as his mentor. Now, having fully comprehended the realm of laws, he had ascended to the status of a saint of the starry sky, reigning supreme and earning the title of the Qingyuan saint. Our Tianyuan divine sect actually boasts the existence of a true saint. The elders and disciples of the Tianyuan divine sect were utterly ecstatic at this revelation. Suddenly, the void split open, and a figure emerged. Contrary to expectations, he was not a frail old man with white hair, but rather appeared remarkably youthful, exuding an immensely powerful aura. Clad in azure robes, each step he took seemed to create a new world. His presence was so terrifying that it felt as though a divine being had descended, enveloping the entire cosmos within his domain, that if you do not retreat swiftly, I shall immediately subdue you here. The Qingyuan saint's authoritative voice resonated. Had it not been for a lack of understanding of Jiang Ning's background, he might have already acted to suppress him. What a saint! Does that grant you the right to be arrogant? Jiang Ning scoffed before signaling for help from the emperor of the Great Xia. This was, after all, an existence perched at the pinnacle of the entire chaotic realm, capable of exerting true pressure across the universe, surpassing all living beings. The Qingyuan saint furrowed his brow, his face clouded with anger. Who was he? A genuine saint of the starry sky, a supreme powerhouse who had mastered the realm of laws. To be mocked by a mere junior was a blow to his dignity. Young one, do not be foolish. Although your talent is remarkable, the gap between you and a true saint is insurmountable. You are no match for me. The Qingyuan saint intoned, radiating boundless divine light, appearing godlike and exuding an overwhelming pressure that could suppress the entire starry expanse. Jiang Ning chuckled. I apologize, but I am rather obstinate. When others bid me to do something, I tend to refuse that. I strongly advise you to surrender Ling Xian and Lu Ruyan, or calamity shall befall you. With his status, having witnessed countless beings far more powerful than the Qingyuan saint, Jiang Ning was hardly intimidated by an ordinary saint. You are ignorant and arrogant to dare converse with a saint in such a manner. The might of a saint is not something you, a mere insect, can even hope to touch. The Tianyuan sect master bellowed, his face twisted in fury as he glared intensely at Jiang Ning. At last, the fury within the Qingyuan saint ignited fully. You have successfully provoked a saint. Regardless of who you are or the strength of your identity, today I shall subdue you here, so you may understand that the wrath of a saint is not to be trifled with. Boom! In an instant, the Qingyuan saint unleashed a tremendous force of his domain, his entire being radiating with brilliant azure light, the brilliance overwhelming. His form expanded rapidly, towering like a great mountain in the void. An overwhelming divine might suppress the very fabric of time and space. Beneath a saint, all are but insects. Even the once great Jiang Ning felt discomfort under such immense pressure. Jiang Luo was engulfed in profound fear, her heart racing with terror. Was this the might of a saint? It was overwhelmingly powerful, beyond imagination. Young man, do you now comprehend the vastness of a saint's might? I shall subdue you here. Your foolishness and arrogance have sealed your fate. The Qingyuan saint proclaimed, high and mighty, enveloped in the radiance of the laws, exuding an aura of sanctity. That's so. Do you truly believe that a lowly saint can suppress my descendants? At that moment, a voice resonated throughout the vast world, calm yet filled with an undeniable dominance. Who? The Qingyuan saint's expression shifted dramatically, his body trembling. Just the sound of this voice instilled fear in him. How powerful could this being be? Father Emperor, the Emperor has arrived. Jiang Ning and Dugu Xia exchanged smiles. This my grandfather, the Emperor of the Great Xia, one of the most formidable beings in the entire chaotic realm. Jiang Luo exclaimed in delight. Indeed, only with such a background could one navigate the treacherous waters without being bullied. Given your arduous path to becoming a saint, if you kneel and apologize to my descendants, I may choose to overlook the past. The authoritative voice echoed once more throughout the world. Though you are strong, you are separated by countless starry realms. How could you interfere with matters here? The Qingyuan saint sneered. As a saint, he possessed his own dignity. How could he kneel and apologize to a junior? Moreover, he did not believe that anyone could, from such a distance, suppress a saint like himself. It seems you are the one who insists on tasting punishment for refusing a toast. In my eyes, you are utterly trivial, pitiful, and insignificant, like dust clinging to clothing, easily brushed away with a mere flick of the sleeve. The tone was indifferent, serene, yet carried an air of supremacy that seemed to overshadow the entire universe. You are so tyrannical and arrogant. If you possess the capability, then attempt to subdue me. The Qingyuan saint laughed in anger, deeply agitated by being so looked down upon, though separated by countless light years. He believed he could crush you with a mere gesture. The domineering voice fell. A colossal vortex appeared in the starry sky. Amidst a tempest of brilliant light, a massive golden hand descended, filled with an overwhelming pressure that seemed capable of annihilating the entire cosmos. That I do not believe that you, from millions of light years away, can truly suppress me. The Qingyuan saint roared. Above him floated 36 divine swords, while behind him stood a towering manifestation of the laws. The 36 swords formed a formidable array, creating an indestructible barrier that enveloped him within. The Qingyuan sword array was the Qingyuan saint's signature lethal technique. Boom! The massive hand descended, shattering the Qingyuan sword array as easily as one might crush tofu or tear a sheet of paper. The entire starry expanse fell into utter destruction, life extinguished, and the overwhelming might was so terrifying that it seemed to rend the souls of all present, plunging them into panic. Poof! The Qingyuan saint was sent flying, spitting a mouthful of blood, his body drenched in crimson, a testament to the severity of his injuries. This scene left all witnesses aghast. Heaven above. What immense power! From millions of light years away, a single hand had defeated a saint. Grandfather is truly formidable, utterly invincible. Jiang Luo stood in a daze, disbelief etched across her face. Lu Xin gaped in shock, utterly astonished. She had thought that the young master's background was that of a noble family in a certain star domain, but it had turned out to be beyond her wildest imagination. so vast that even a saint could be vanquished from afar. How could Master, the ancestor, be so easily defeated? He is a saint. The members of the Tianyuan divine sect turned pale, disbelief flooding their expressions, terror gripping their hearts. Lu Rian's face was one of sheer fright. Her heart filled with resentment. Why was Jiang Luo's grandfather so powerful, easily crushing even a saint? Was he truly the greatest stumbling block on her path of cultivation? Neither Jiang Ning nor Jiang Xiao displayed any signs of surprise. After all, they were acutely aware of the true extent of the Emperor of the Great Xia's strength. Who exactly are you? The Qingyan saint inquired, trembling with terror to be defeated from such a distance. Few could be found in the entire chaotic realm. The Emperor of the Great Xia, Jiang Lan, the authoritative voice resonated once more. What? The Emperor of all? At that moment, the Qingyuan saint was gripped by an indescribable fear, his entire being quaking. For the first time in his life, he encountered such profound terror. Boom! A magnificent and overwhelming force descended, freezing the vast expanse of space for billions of kilometers. An unparalleled pressure enveloped all, causing a deafening roar in their minds, plunging them into darkness and rendering them unconscious. Gradually, they regained their senses, only to gaze upon the distant starry sky. There, a towering figure stood, shrouded in golden radiance. A colossal five-clawed golden dragon circled around him, accentuating his imposing and invincible presence. The powerful aura melted the surrounding void, creating streams of particles. This was the unmatched might of the Emperor of the Supreme Divine Dynasty. Is this the might of the Emperor? Heaven above, though we are supreme beings, we seem no different from insignificant dust. It is said that the Emperor of the Divine Dynasty suppressed the Chaos realm, his power having reached unparalleled heights, capable of annihilating an entire star domain with a mere gesture. The members of the Tianyuan divine sect were filled with trepidation, witnessing for the first time the legendary Emperor of the Divine Dynasty. Beholding the terrifying and formidable Emperor of the Great Xia, who is also his grandfather, Jiang Luo clenched his fists, exhilarated. With such a formidable protector, who would dare to bully him? He could truly roam freely within the Chaos realm. With such a top-tier background and the divine artifact Shenju in hand, if he could suppress an era, it only underscored his own inadequacy. Father, I never expected grandfather to descend personally, Jiang Luo remarked. Jiang Ning smiled. Your grandfather, as the Emperor of the Great Xia, must oversee the fortunes of a nation. His true form does not leave easily. What has come now is merely an incarnation upon entering the realm of laws. One can create their own incarnation. When the true form cannot act, it is entrusted to the incarnation, an incarnation. Jiang Luo was taken aback. If an incarnation possesses such astounding might, how formidable must the true form be? It is unfathomable. We pay our respects to your majesty the emperor. Saint Qingyan hastily bowed in reverence. The members of the Tianyuan divine sect quickly knelt in submission, exclaiming, we pay our respects to your majesty the emperor. They trembled uncontrollably, for the figure before them was none other than the emperor of the divine dynasty, one of the paramount figures in the chaos realm. Humph! The emperor's incarnation let out a cold snort. I have given you a chance. Since you do not cherish it, the entire Tianyuan divine sect shall cease to exist. The intense aura of slaughter rendered the faces of all Tianyuan divine sect members pale. Some were even so frightened that they fainted. You, as the emperor, cannot indiscriminately kill the innocent and bring ruin to living beings. This tarnishes the emperor's reputation. Saint Qingyan said in a panic. He had not anticipated that the emperor would seek to annihilate the Tianyuan divine sect. Preposterous! Do you think your Tianyuan divine sect is worthy to bargain with me? In the past, I charged into the abyss, blood flowing for hundreds of millions of kilometers, with mountains of corpses and countless lives lost. Without so much as a blink, to become the emperor, who among them has not been resolute in slaughter, stained with countless blood. When the emperor is enraged, corpses shall float for billions of miles. I beseech your majesty to spare us. Allow the legacy of the Tianyuan divine sect to endure, Saint Qingyan pleaded, overwhelmed by the emperor's fierce intent. If my grandson had no background, would you have spared his life? Ah, you grow arrogant when you can win, And you grovel when you cannot. There's such good fortune in this world. The emperor's incarnation sneered, showing no hesitation and an utterly indifferent gaze that a colossal hand, obscuring the sky, gathered and struck down upon the entire Tunyuan divine sect. Wherever it passed, all was obliterated. The void shattered, mountains collapsed, and the earth cracked in a horrifying spectacle. No, with a cry of despair from Saint Qingyuan. Under a single strike, the formidable Tunyuan divine sect, the overlord of the star domain, was reduced to ashes. This was the might of the emperor. Only the utterly stunned Lu Ruyan remained, her face pale, frozen in terror. Perhaps at this moment, a tinge of regret began to surface in her heart that, of course, before the destruction of the Tianyuan divine sect, Jiang Xiao and his wife had already been rescued by the emperor. Jiang Luo watched this scene, swallowing hard. It was terrifying. Over 1 million cultivators, just like that, gone, with merely a single palm in the presence of such powerful cultivators, ordinary ones truly seem as mere blades of grass, liable to be trampled at any moment. This further solidified Jiang Luo's resolute determination. He was unwilling to remain an ant in this world. Even though he felt invincible in the Xianhuang chaos realm, it did not mean there were no greater beings and powers beyond the chaos realm. Good grandson, I have finally seen you. The once intimidating and bloodthirsty emperor's incarnation now wore a warm smile. After all, this lineage was one of singular descent. Jiang Lan had only one son, Jiang Ning, who in turn had only one son, Jiang Luo. With only one grandson, how could he not dote upon him? Had he not been in seclusion at the time, his beloved grandson would not have encountered such calamity. Grandson greets grandfather the emperor, Jiang Luo said respectfully. The emperor of the Divine Dynasty. This is a leg he must hold tightly onto. In this manner, he could walk freely throughout the entire chaos realm. I have also heard about your matters. Not only have you reawakened the imperial lineage, but you also possess the chaos sacred body, forging an unparalleled divine body. Haha, splendid, splendid. My grandson possesses the bearing of an emperor, and I eagerly await the day you suppress an era. The emperor's incarnation laughed joyfully, highly satisfied with the performance of this only grandson. Though this lineage was one of singular descent, each member was endowed with extraordinary talent. Yet the emperor's incarnation remained unaware that Jiang Luo's bloodline had already evolved into a pure-blood imperial lineage. Subsequently, the emperor's incarnation waved his hand, bringing Lu Ruyan before him. Grandson, did this woman not wish to kill you? Now, I leave her fate in your hands, the emperor's incarnation declared. This was also the reason he spared Lu Ruyan's life. Brother Luo, once we were as close as siblings. In light of our past bond, can you spare my life? Lu Ruyan, pale-faced and under the threat of death, lowered her proud head and pleaded for mercy. Jiang Luo let out a cold laugh. Did you spare my father and me? You venomous woman. Beside him, Jiang Xiao sighed. After all, he had truly regarded Lu Ruyan as his own daughter, seeing her on the brink of death. He felt a twinge of pity, yet he said nothing more. Everything was to be decided by Luo. For the sake of my father, I will temporarily spare you. Jiang Luo noticed Jiang Xiao's reluctance. He was certainly not being overly compassionate, nor was he acting as a saint. Rather, he wished to keep the matter of the divine artifact a secret. If he were to kill Lu Ruyan now and seize the divine artifact, it would inevitably reveal its existence to his grandfather and parents. Thus, he pretended to spare Lu Ruyan's life for his father's sake, planning instead to find an opportunity to eliminate her later and take the divine artifact. However, while she may be spared from death, she must endure a living fate. A smile crept onto Jiang Luo's lips. You must remain by my side like a loyal dog. Rin, do you understand? This woman who looks down upon me? Feeling unworthy and insignificant compared to her, he contemplated taking his own life. Yet before doing so, he resolved to humiliate her thoroughly. Indeed, Jiang Luo possessed a rather vindictive nature, harboring grudges with great intensity. Lu Ruyan seethed with fury, reduced to a mere dog. Nevertheless, thoughts of survival compelled her to grit her teeth. If she lived, with the divine pearl in her possession, she would one day avenge herself upon Jiang Luo, for the sake of revenge. She had to endure the humiliation of the present. However, just as Lu Ruyin was on the verge of shedding tears of disgrace, preparing to kneel before Jiang Luo like a dog. A tremendous rumble echoed through the sky. Suddenly, a colossal vortex appeared, and from within it emerged a gigantic hand, reaching out for Lu Ruyin. Imperial Palace of the Infinite. The Emperor's voice thundered. Dare you rescue one I intend to punish? Do you not fear my wrath upon your immortal sect? The Emperor was furious. It was akin to extracting a tooth from a tiger. Yet, it seemed this young girl was not as simple as she appeared. Otherwise, the Imperial Palace of the Infinite would not intervene so brazenly. Dear fathers, please consider this as a plea for sustenance for a humble author. If you support me, I shall provide additional updates tomorrow, at least 2, with more if possible. Faced with the Emperor's wrath, the colossal hand continued its pursuit of Lu Ruyin. The Emperor raised his hand, condensing a brilliant golden light that froze the very void before striking at the gigantic hand. Boom! Although the Emperor's strike destroyed the hand, Lu Ruyin had vanished without a trace. What a clever ruse! The Emperor scoffed, realizing the assailant was not a single individual, but 2. One to divert his attention and the other to effectuate the rescue. Father, how did the Imperial Palace of the Infinite intervene? Jiang Ning inquired, bewildered. This young lady must have ties to them. Perhaps this is why the Heavenly Origin sect has been so protective of her. The Emperor replied solemnly, feeling his reputation tarnished by the loss. What shall we do, grandfather? Shall we allow Lu Ruyin to roam free? Jiang Luo expressed his anxiety, eager to obtain the divine pearl. Fear not, my dear grandson, and one can snatch away what belongs to me, that I shall personally demand her from the Imperial Palace of the Infinite. They daren't refuse, the Emperor declared with unyielding confidence. Father, the Imperial Palace of the Infinite is a formidable immortal sect. Do you truly intend to confront them alone? Moreover, this is merely your avatar. Your true self must remain in the capital, Jiang Ning cautioned. The Imperial Palace of the Infinite was renowned throughout the chaotic realm, its power immense, suppressing entire star regions. The only one I must regard with caution is the ancestor of the Infinite. The others are but insignificant beings, hardly worth mention. With the ancestor currently beyond the heavens and unable to return, none can prevent me from taking Lu Ruyin. With but an avatar, I can subdue an immortal sect. The Emperor's voice, though calm, resonated with an air of supreme authority. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning's face lit up with newfound joy. Congratulations, Father! Your realm has once again ascended, and your power has significantly increased in this chaotic realm. Few can rival you. Should you solidify your position in the capital and unify the supreme fortunes of the empire, no one would dare to provoke us. The Emperor's greatest strength lay not solely in his cultivation, but in his ability to consolidate the supreme fortunes of the entire dynasty. This was why he wielded such fearsome renown, suppressing the chaos itself. Why, dear grandson, I shall retrieve Lu Ruyin for you. The Emperor's avatar smiled, then tore through the void, stepping into the spatial passage. Luoer, we shall await good news from your grandfather, Jiang Ning remarked to him. Jiang Luo nodded, then approached to express concern for his father and mother, who had likely endured great suffering during their captivity by the Heavenly Origin sect. The Imperial Palace of the Infinite was situated upon a vast chaotic continent. Within the chaotic realm, apart from the great and small worlds, akin to floating celestial bodies, many exposed plains existed, lacking atmosphere protection. The larger ones were termed chaotic continents, while the smaller were chaotic islands. Together, the great and small worlds, chaotic continents, chaotic islands, and chaotic secret realms constituted the prosperity of the chaotic realm. Suddenly, an immense pressure descended, sweeping across the entire chaotic continent. Shortly thereafter, the Emperor's avatar descended upon the Imperial Palace of the Infinite like a deity. A 5-clawed golden dragon coiled around him, enhancing his majestic presence. The Emperor of Summer has arrived. Gracing the Imperial Palace of the Infinite, the palace's master, aware of the Emperor Zhonglan's impending arrival, greeted him in the starry sky with a smile, clad in white robes, exuding an ethereal aura. Enough of this idle chatter. Surrender the young lady you rescued, or you shall bear the brunt of my wrath. The Emperor declared in a deep voice. Be frank. Lu Ruyin is the reincarnation of my disciple. The emotionless sage. Once her heart swayed, and she cultivated the supreme heartless technique, giving rise to a formidable inner demon. Thus, she resorted to a secret method, risking her very existence to reincarnate. I implore the Emperor of Summer to show mercy and spare her this once. As for your grandson, Jiang Luo, the Imperial Palace of the Infinite is willing to offer generous compensation. The palace master pleaded. So, Lu Ruyan's past life was that of the emotionless sage from the Imperial Palace of the Infinite. This explained why the ancestor of Ling Xian had chosen to save Lu Ruyan over the one with whom he shared a deeper bond, Fire Cloud. But he had no choice. He could only opt to rescue Lu Ruyan. Had she perished, he would have lost the opportunity to ally with the Imperial Palace of the Infinite. However, he never anticipated that the entire Heavenly Origin sect would be obliterated because of Lu Ruyan. The Emperor pondered this revelation, refraining from making an immediate decision. Instead, he communicated with Jiang Luo from afar. Luo, the Imperial Palace of the Infinite is willing to offer substantial compensation for Lu Ruyan's release. Do you accept? The sudden voice startled Jiang Luo. He had not expected his grandfather to reach out from such a distance. Grandfather, I only wish to capture Lu Ruyan. I seek no compensation. Jiang Luo hurriedly replied. Nothing could be more precious than the divine pearl. Understood, my grandson. Since you have made your choice, the Emperor shall support you unconditionally. He turned to face the palace master, a cold smile gracing his lips. My great Xia dynasty possesses boundless star domains and unimaginable depth. Does my only grandson truly lack resources for cultivation? Enough of this nonsense. Either hand over Lu Ruyan willingly, or I shall raise the Supreme Palace and take her by force. In that moment, the Emperor displayed his resolute dominance. Roar! The five-clawed golden dragon echoed in unison, unleashing a roar that reverberated throughout the universe. Emperor of Summer, I recognize your strength, but you are merely an avatar. Do you truly believe you can rescue her? As the Emperor's resolve solidified, the palace master's expression darkened, and he retorted coldly. Regardless, the Imperial Palace of the Infinite remained a formidable immortal sect. The Emperor's actions were exceedingly disrespectful. An avatar is sufficient to subdue you, the Emperor replied, his demeanor exuding an air of superiority. Should the Emperor's true self descend, I would naturally not dare to intervene. But as it stands, I implore your majesty to enlighten me. Surrounding the palace master, thousands of sword shadows enveloped him, forming a circle that emanated an overwhelming, tearing intent. Your understanding of the infinite sword path is indeed impressive. Well done, the Emperor praised without reservation. However, it ends here. An avatar is more than adequate to subdue you. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the mighty and terrifying imperial might erupted from the body of the Emperor of Humanity. Truly, as expected of the Emperor of the Divine Dynasty. Even a manifestation of his essence possesses such formidable power. The Lord of the Infinite Palace, with a grim expression, spoke solemnly. At the same time, he unleashed the most powerful strike of his infinite sword Tao. Preparing to confront the Emperor's manifestation, the Lord of the Infinite Palace concentrated all his formidable sword law power into the infinite sacred sword. Subsequently, he unleashed dozens of terrifying sword energies. Cleaving towards the Emperor's manifestation, the essence of infinite signifies the void. All is ephemeral, and the myriad things of heaven and earth can be transformed into one sword. Your swordsmanship remains rudimentary, merely an application of the blade. You have yet to grasp the true profundities of the infinite. You are utterly unworthy and lack the qualification to stand against me. Boom! A colossal surge of imperial power erupted forth, in an instant. The Lord of the Infinite Palace's strongest strike was obliterated. Puffed. He was further sent flying by the Emperor's overwhelming might, spitting out a mouthful of blood. How is it possible to be unable to withstand even a single strike? The Lord of the Infinite Palace's countenance changed dramatically. Unable to accept such a reality, he was aware that the Emperor of the Great Xia was formidable, but he never anticipated such an outrageous level of strength. A mere manifestation could suffocate him, effortlessly defeating him. What now? Do you still wish to prevent me from taking Lu Ruyan? The Emperor's voice was chillingly indifferent, with the absence of the ancestral figure. There was no one to withstand the Emperor's might. The Lord of the Infinite Palace's face turned ashen, deeply troubled. Compared to the infinite ancestral master, the others of the infinite heavenly palace were significantly weaker. The formidable reputation of the infinite heavenly palace, which once shook the entire chaos realm, was solely upheld by the infinite ancestral master. He then furiously declared, "Emperor, do you not fear incurring the wrath of the infinite heavenly palace with such humiliation? Wrath? Do you truly believe your infinite heavenly palace is worthy?" The emperor scoffed disdainfully. Although the infinite heavenly palace is strong, it pales in comparison to the divine dynasty, which has inherited the legacy of great emperors. Seeing that the infinite ancestral master could not quell the emperor, he invoked another figure that Wu Qing's reincarnation had entirely entangled with that individual emotionally. That individual, known for his disregard for rules and fearsome strength, harbored profound feelings for Wu Qing. Are you truly unconcerned about that individual? Emperor, that person undoubtedly stands at the pinnacle of the chaos realm that he once shared a romantic past with the former incarnation of Lu Ruyan, the saint of Wu Qing. Ultimately, the saint of Wu Qing chose his path of indifference over love and the great Tao, reincarnating and forgetting that emotional bond, recultivating the supreme heartless technique. Has our great Xia Divine Dynasty ever feared anyone? The emperor appeared to recall someone, speaking nonchalantly. Luo Heir's backing is not solely reliant on himself. Should that individual truly intervene, it would not be impossible to suppress him. The Lord of the Infinite Palace's astonishment. The emperor exhibited no apprehension towards that individual, leaving his expression grim. Xia Huang, are you not concerned for your grandson, Jiang Luo? Do you not fear for his potential demise? With no other recourse, the Lord of the Infinite Palace could only threaten this younger generation. After all, one must choose the softest targets to squeeze. The emperor chuckled coldly. In a confrontation among peers, according to the rules, I should not intervene. However, should an elder dare to act against my grandson, I would not hesitate to incite a chaotic war, bathing the entire chaos realm in blood. Engagement among peers serves to temper our younger generation. Without experiencing life and death battles, how could they ever grow and support a realm? Only when the younger generation matures can the longevity of a power be assured. Thus, if it is a conflict among peers, even with deep affection for my grandson, I would refrain from interference. This world of cultivation, where the weak are devoured by the strong, is merciless that I cannot tolerate those stagnant and inept. Xia Huang, you're overly confident. Do you truly believe your grandson can dominate his peers? This generation is a golden age where prodigies abound, unlike your son Jiang Ning's era, which was barren of talent, with none able to withstand a single blow from him. In this generation, the infinite heavenly palace has also produced numerous prodigies. Among them, one possesses astonishing talent, ranking upon the celestial list, capable of suppressing his peers. Named Infinite, his potential is evidently immense. Smack! The emperor did not respond directly, but instead delivered a resounding slap to the Lord of the Infinite Palace, sending him flying and spitting blood, landing far away. Then, with an air of authority, he declared, "You dare to threaten me. This is your punishment. Bring forth any prodigy from the infinite heavenly palace. My grandson shall withstand them all." With the supreme divine body and the imperial bloodline, does the chaos saint body truly think my grandson easy to bully? Just wait. It will not be long before my grandson Jiang Lan's name resonates throughout the chaos. The public humiliation left the Lord of the Infinite Palace's face flushed with rage. After all, he was the headmaster of an immortal sect. The emperor had gone too far. Quickly hand over Lu Ruyan. My patience is limited. Otherwise, I shall take matters into my own hands, and blood will flow like rivers, the emperor stated calmly. Despite his immense reluctance, the Lord of the Infinite Palace had no choice but to comply with the emperor's overwhelming power. He subsequently ordered for Lu Ruyan to be brought forth at that moment. Lu Ruyan's face was ashen, filled with despair. She had believed herself safe upon being rescued by the infinite heavenly palace. Little did she know that even an immortal sect could not protect her. Falling into Jiang Luo's hands, even if she preserved her life, she would suffer the fate of becoming a mere dog to him, enduring immense humiliation as long as the green mountains remain. One need not fear the lack of firewood. I shall play the role of the good dog, deceiving Jiang Luo, with the divine pearl in hand. Given time, I shall inevitably stand atop the chaos realm, but vengeance against Jiang Luo can wait. Lu Rian resolutely resolved in her heart. Upon the return of the infinite ancestral master, he informed her that should she wish to avenge her disciple, she could seek him out at any time. However, should he dare to act against my descendant, he shall surely understand the wrath of an emperor. Countless corpses will float upon the waters. After uttering these words, the emperor grasped Lu Ruyin and vanished into the starry sky. You have all heard it. The Xia emperor is exceedingly overbearing that if you still possess any face, then seek justice for the infinite heavenly palace. Whoever defeats the Xia emperor's grandson Jiang Luo shall be the future heir of the infinite heavenly palace. The lord of the infinite palace, with a face ashen with fury, declared vehemently. Boom! The void exploded, and a tall, magnificent figure appeared before the lord of the infinite palace, bathed in divine light. He stood like a celestial being, his aura akin to that of a true dragon, unparalleled in strength. His long purple hair made him stand out even more that he was the most powerful disciple of the infinite heavenly palace. Wu Ji, Master, I will defeat the emperor's grandson and restore honor to the infinite heavenly palace. Wu Ji declared with unwavering confidence. This was a testament to his belief in his own talent and strength. Very well, I shall await your good news. I could see that moment. The lord of the infinite palace finally smiled with satisfaction, inwardly vowing, Emperor, the humiliation you have inflicted upon me today shall surely be repaid through your grandson in the future. In the ruins of the Tianyuan divine sect, a swirling vortex of time and space appeared in the sky. Grandfather has returned so soon. Jiang Luo felt a twinge of anxiety, uncertain whether his grandfather had successfully captured Lu Ruyan. This was vital for his acquisition of the second divine pearl. His heart raced with tension. Haha, Luo heir, I have brought back Lu Ruyan. The emperor's laughter echoed. He then tossed Lu Ruyan directly before Jiang Luo. This brought immense joy to Jiang Luo, as the second divine pearl was now within his grasp. All he needed was to find a private moment to eliminate Lu Ruyan. Once the master is dead, the divine pearl shall become unclaimed, thud, to one as astonishment, the ethereal and unworldly Lu Ruyan, akin to a fallen celestial being, unexpectedly knelt before Jiang Luo. Gone was her previous air of superiority and imperiousness. Luo Di, I was wrong. Misled by others, I sought to eliminate both my father and you in pursuit of cultivation. For the sake of our past bond, I implore you to forgive me this once. Lu Ruyan knelt before Jiang Luo, her demeanor one of pitiful fragility that would soften the heart of any normal man. However, observing the theatrics of Lu Ruyan, Jiang Luo merely scoffed. What sort of sycophant was he? When a woman admits her faults, he would forgive without hesitation. Such individuals are fools. Father, I have wronged you, and Luo Di. My actions were driven by necessity. Had I not sought to eradicate my inner demons, the practice of the supreme forgetting emotion art would have led me to madness. Jiang Ning remained unmoved, prompting Lu Ruyan to turn her hopes towards Jiang Xiao. Knowing well the depth of their father-daughter bond, perhaps he would advocate for her. This matter is entirely in Luo heir's hands. You need not plead with me. Some actions, once taken, must be accepted along with their consequences, and one cannot blame others, Jiang Xiao stated coldly. Despite his reluctance, he was, after all, the ruthless human butcher of Dali, having slain millions. How could he possibly show mercy to this venomous woman? Upon hearing his words, Lu Ruyan's complexion paled. Her teeth clenched as she steeled herself with a grim resolution. If Luo Di deemed this leniency insufficient for her satisfaction, she would willingly become his pet, obedient to his every whim, without daring to resist in the slightest. Become a mere pet was the ultimate humiliation. Yet, for the sake of survival and future vengeance, she must embrace such degradation. A cold smile crept upon her lips. What did it matter to be his pet? Was it not merely a desire for her beauty? Otherwise, the daughter of 16 would not have been so closely associated with Jiang Luo. Lu Ruyan held a profound confidence in her celestial beauty. Any normal man would find it difficult to resist. It was hardly surprising that Jiang Luo desired her form. Lu Ruyan, since you were so shameless, remain by my side for now and act as my pet. Jiang Luo chuckled. He had never intended to publicly execute Lu Ruyan for the Divine Pearl. After all, it was a matter of great importance. His greatest trump card. Until he had matured, he would not divulge this secret to anyone. That if you wish to be a pet, let me hear you bark twice, Jiang Luo jested. Having almost perished due to this woman, he felt compelled to humiliate her first. Wang Wang. Lu Ruyan shed tears of humiliation. Jiang Luo nodded with satisfaction. I could see that moment. The emperor's true form prepared to depart. Luo heir, grandfather's true form, is leaving. Your parents will escort you to the divine capital of Daxia. We shall meet again, the emperor smiled. Farewell, grandfather, Jiang Luo bowed. Since you have become the supreme divine body, you must have cultivated the supreme scripture. Correct? The emperor smiled, clearly aware of Qing Li's circumstances. Before departing, he bestowed upon Jiang Luo a surge of imperial energy to aid him in solidifying the imperial divine cauldron. He extended a finger towards Jiang Luo. And with a resounding boom, a torrent of majestic imperial energy surged into Jiang Luo's body. Immediately, Jiang Luo crossed his legs to cultivate the supreme scripture. Not long after, a resplendent golden cauldron, entwined by a five-clawed golden dragon and emanating a formidable imperial aura, floated above his head. Jiang Luo successfully entered the realm of the five cauldrons, solidifying 5 divine cauldrons. Each cauldron represented immense power, making his advancement by a minor realm significantly more potent than that of an ordinary alchemist. Such formidable power! Clenching his fists, Jiang Luo reveled in the overwhelming strength coursing through him, laughing with excitement. Luo heir, grandfather is leaving. The emperor's true form tore through the starry sky and vanished without a trace. Father, mother, let us proceed to the divine capital of Daxia, where the cultivation environment is superior, Jiang Luo declared. He understood that it was time to return to the Daxia Divine Dynasty. Jiang Xiao smiled. We shall not go. The Supreme Divine Dynasty is among the strongest forces in the world. It is more reassuring for your mother and me, insignificant figures, to remain in the Ling Xian small world and reign there. He recognized their own weaknesses and did not wish to become a burden to Jiang Luo. The larger the force, the more complex the circumstances within. After multiple pleas from Jiang Luo, Jiang Xiao remained resolute in his decision, prompting a resigned sigh from Jiang Luo as he chose to concede. Since Jiang Xiao has made up his mind, we shall first escort you back to the Ling Xian small world. Subsequently, Jiang Ning tore through the void, returning everyone to the town's South Wang mansion. Jiang Luo resolved to accompany his father and mother for 3 days before departing the Ling Xian small world. After all, he did not know how long it would be before their next meeting. Jiang Xiao was the first to make Jiang Luo feel the warmth of paternal love, leaving him with a sense of reluctance. In the town's South Wang mansion, within Jiang Luo's chamber, he dismissed everyone, leaving only Lu Ruyan. It was time to eliminate Lu Ruyan and obtain the second divine pearl, with no one else around. Lu Ruyan's heart raced, realizing what was about to transpire. This lascivious man could no longer contain himself and was eager to claim her body. She resolved to serve Jiang Luo well, lowering his guard and numbing him, thus securing her chance for revenge in the future. Lu Ruyan, come here, Jiang Luo said indifferently. Lu Ruyan lifted her foot to approach him. Jiang Luo frowned in displeasure. Shouldn't you, as my pet, come crawling before her demise? He intended to humiliate her thoroughly. Lu Ruyan hesitated, then scoffed internally. She would comply with Jiang Luo for now, but once her strength was sufficient, she would return the humiliation tenfold, ensuring he would find no respite. Positioning herself on all fours, she crawled towards Jiang Luo, her face adorned with a sycophantic smile. Master. She had cast aside all shame and self-respect. Speak. I shall willingly remove my garments. However, the next word from Jiang Luo left her utterly astounded. Lu Ruyan, I now realize you're so despicable that you do not even deserve to be a pet. I can only kill you. Jiang Luo's smile concealed a blade. Lu Ruyan felt as if struck by lightning, letting out a cry of disbelief, her beautiful eyes widening in shock as she gazed at Jiang Luo. Was it not a desire for her beauty? She had been so proactive, so enchanting. Why was there no spark of interest? And master, you cannot be jesting. Lu Ruyan's face turned ashen, her body weakening. The fear that Jiang Luo would truly kill her gripped her heart. If he did, her humiliation of becoming a pet would have been in vain. She was on the verge of tears, desperate and anxious. Had Jiang Luo truly turned his back on her? Did she possess no allure whatsoever? Jiang Luo chuckled coldly. When have I ever joked with you? Today, you shall die. With no one around, no one will learn of the secret of the divine pearl. I am willing to serve you. To do as you please it. Oh, you not fancy a stunning beauty? Lu Ruyan implored incredulously. As for women, especially unparalleled beauties, I certainly have an affinity for them. The more, the merrier. However, you, Lu Ruyan, do not yet qualify to be counted among the ranks of the extraordinary. Jiang Luo derisively remarked. Only the daughter of fortune is worthy of being the unparalleled beauty worth cherishing in my heart. The very notion of absorbing the fortune of the daughter of fortune inevitably leads to the establishment of a harem, albeit a limited one, typically not exceeding 10 individuals. For readers unable to accept the concept of a harem, the author is rendered helpless. Haha! Suddenly, Lu Ruyan erupted into a fit of manic laughter, realizing she had been deceived. The claim that Jiang Luo would spare her life in exchange for servitude was merely a ploy to humiliate her in her final moments, and she felt foolish for falling for it. Anguish filled her heart, a burning desire to see Jiang Luo torn to shreds. Lu Ruyan, meet your demise. Jiang Ning showed no mercy, channeling his power to suppress Lu in a desperate bid for survival. Lu Ruyan unleashed her full strength, driven by primal instincts. Yet, the disparity in power between her and Jiang Luo was insurmountable. She could not withstand it, and blood gushed from her mouth in the throes of life and death. A flicker of memory awakened within her. She finally comprehended her true identity. And oh wonder, the Wuji Heavenly Palace had intervened to rescue her. After acquiring the Divine Pearl, she had merely awakened the memory of the Taishang forgetting emotion technique. Now, under the duress of imminent death, she completely awakened the consciousness of her past life as the emotionless sage. Jiang Luo, I have awakened the memories of my former life. I am the emotionless sage of the Wuji Heavenly Palace. In my past, I fell in love, allowing emotions to cloud my judgment, which led to the creation of inner demons and the cessation of my path to greatness. Unwilling to accept this fate, I chose to reincarnate. The one I loved was a madman. Upon learning of my death at your hands, he will undoubtedly seek revenge, pursuing you relentlessly. Even if you possess an overwhelming background, it will be difficult to prevent his assassination attempts. Lu Ruyan spoke weakly, her words a final lifeline about a madman. Jiang Luo chuckled dismissively. Let him come if he dares. He remained unperturbed, resolute in his determination to acquire a second divine pearl. With the pearl in hand, he would rapidly enhance his strength, rendering himself invincible. With that, Jiang Luo unleashed the power of 5 divine cauldrons, ruthlessly suppressing Lu Ruyan, intensifying her suffering as her body began to tear apart, her life force swiftly draining away. Jiang Luo, you will pay for this. Lu Ruyan screamed defiantly, her heart filled with resentment. The divine pearl was still in the process of cooling and recharging. Otherwise, even in death, she might have taken Jiang Luo down with her. Ultimately, amidst despair and overwhelming hatred, Lu Ruyan collapsed into a pool of her own blood. The divine pearl within her, now a formless entity, soared from her lifeless body, hovering in midair. The second divine pearl. Jiang Luo trembled with excitement, but he swiftly grasped it and sat cross-legged to begin refining it. Before long, he successfully assimilated the second divine pearl, a torrent of vast knowledge flooding into his mind. He finally understood the purpose of the second pearl. First, it could assist him in cultivating each realm to its pinnacle. Indeed, Lu Ruyan had achieved the 10-cauldron realm as a result. Second, it could instantaneously enhance his strength severalfold, albeit with a cooldown period of 1 month. Acquiring the second divine pearl was akin to gaining wings. He laughed heartily. He designated the second pearl as the limitless divine pearl. Suddenly, the 2 pearls hovering his mind erupted with a brilliant divine light, intertwining and rotating rapidly. Another wave of information surged into his consciousness. It became clear that the pearls could mutually enhance each other. Jiang Luo was overjoyed, never expecting that obtaining the second pearl would yield such immense benefits. With the augmentation of the limitless divine pearl, the talent divine pearl significantly boosted his comprehension to a terrifying degree. He could see this moment. As he examined other techniques and combat skills, he found them markedly more comprehensible, making cultivation considerably easier. It stood to reason that the more divine pearls he acquired, the greater his innate understanding would become. With the support of the talent divine pearl, the instantaneous enhancement provided by the limitless divine pearl increased to tenfold. And the cooldown period was shortened to 20 days. The more divine pearls acquired, the stronger he became, a true prodigy. This was an unexpected delight. An instant tenfold surge in power served as his trump card for a critical counterattack, one he would not easily reveal. Jiang Ning exited the courtyard to inform Jiang Xiao of Lu Ruoyan's demise, stating that she had attempted to assassinate him and was subsequently killed in the process. Jiang Xiao sighed, offering no further comment, simply instructing that Lu Ru would be given a proper burial. After all, they were connected by blood, and he was not devoid of compassion. 3 days swiftly passed, and it was time for Jiang Ning's family to embark on their journey back to the great Supreme Divine Dynasty. "Father, mother, do you truly wish to remain behind?" Jiang Luo inquired once more. Jiang Xiao chuckled. "In the Supreme Divine Dynasty, we would be but insignificant beings. Is it not better to reign supreme in the Lingxian small world? From here on, I shall unify the Lingxian small world. I do not wish to be a burden to you, nor do I desire to be the one needing protection. That I aspire to carve out my own legacy. Unifying the Lingxian small world is merely my starting point." "Indeed," Jiang Luo nodded, no longer pressing the matter. "Brother Jiang, these resources are my gift to you. I am eternally grateful for your nurturing of Luo for the past 16 years. Jiang Ning presented a spatial ring to Jiang Xiao. He smiled and replied, "Luo is also my son. There is no need for such formality." He accepted the spatial ring without hesitation, recognizing the necessity of resources for cultivation. As the chaos flying boat set sail, departing amidst the reluctant farewells of Jiang Xiao and his wife, it soared toward the vastness of the starry sea. Jiang Luo felt an exhilarating thrill coursing through him. He would finally witness the top-tier geniuses of this chaotic realm, competing alongside them in the same era. How exhilarating and invigorating that would be. Within the chaos-flying boat, Jiang Luo retrieved the Tiang Yuan sacred sword, his sole trophy from the Tiang Yuan divine sect. This was an indestructible holy weapon, renowned throughout the Tiang Yuan star domain. Upon disassembling and recharging it, he would likely acquire a 7 or 8 star innate sacred body. Once he embodied a myriad of sacred bodies. Who among the heavens could rival him? With a whoosh, the chaos-flying boat swiftly traversed the star domains, heading towards the distant great Xia divine capital. The disassembly of the Tiang Yuan sacred sword was completed, and the recharging was successful. Physique: innate primordial sword body, 7 stars. The innate primordial sword body possesses an extraordinarily remarkable talent in the path of the sword, naturally mastering the primordial sword chi. Glancing at the inscriptions on the divine orb, Jiang Luo could not help but smile. As anticipated, he had acquired an innate sacred body. His strength and hidden cards had thus been augmented. Currently, he had obtained several gifted physiques: the ordinary sacred body, the battle saint body, 6 stars, and the purple gold thunder eyes, 6 stars. The innate sacred body included the innate primordial sword body, 7 stars, while the chaotic sacred body boasted the chaotic sacred body, 9 stars. His talents encompassed the supreme divine body, 10 stars, the clear sword heart, 5 stars, the divine spear path, 4 stars, and the bloodthirsty frenzy, 2 stars. His bloodline was that of the pure blood emperor lineage, 9 stars. There were 6 gifted physiques and bloodlines above 6 stars, each capable of producing an unparalleled genius. It was unfathomable that such power could manifest within a single individual. With only 6, one could only imagine the strength he would wield upon acquiring thousands more. Who could then rival him among all the realms? Jiang Luo's face beamed with joy as his mind began to envision the arrival of that day. "Father, I wish to pursue the path of the sword." Jiang Luo sought out Jiang Ning, requesting a swordsmanship manual. The potential of the innate primordial sword body and the clear sword heart could not be squandered at Luo. Are you not cultivating spear techniques? You should understand the principle of not overextending oneself. Jiang Ning reminded his son that I merely wish to try and see if I possess any talent in swordsmanship, that if so, I could switch to the path of the sword. Jiang Luo replied casually. Very well, Jiang Ning nodded, saying, the Void Sutra contains a fragmented sword technique. Through my exploration and comprehension, I have created the Void Sword Cannon. Today, I shall pass it on to you. Upon receiving the Void Sword Cannon, Jiang Luo eagerly entered seclusion to cultivate. The Void Sword Cannon, derived from the Emperor's Sutra, was undoubtedly an exceedingly formidable and terrifying sword technique. 3 days later, with his enhanced comprehension. Along with the innate primordial sword body and the clear sword heart talent, Jiang Luo successfully cultivated the Void Sword Cannon to its initial stage. Such speed would surely astonish Jiang Ning. Should he learn of it? Jiang Luo formed a sword with his fingers, condensing sword chi. With a clang, a dark sword chi coalesced upon his fingertip. This was the Void Sword Chi he had cultivated. Subsequently, he gathered another azure sword chi on the fingertip of his other hand, which was the primordial sword chi. He then fused the two sword chis together, unleashing a single strike. The entire void was rent asunder, erupting with an exceedingly terrifying force. What a powerful strike! Jiang Luo exclaimed exuberantly. The combined sword chi was named the primordial void sword chi. Its power was not merely doubled, but multiplied several times over. In addition to the thunder annihilation spear technique, he had acquired yet another formidable killing move. In combat, one must not only contend with cultivation, talent, and treasured weapons, but also with the techniques they had mastered. A potent killing move could exponentially enhance a cultivator's combat prowess. Just as Jiang Luo continued to delve into the Void Sword Cannon, Jiang Ning and Dugu Xiao summoned him. Father, Mother, what is it that you wish to discuss? Jiang Luo inquired. Jiang Ning replied, the star domain we're traversing is known as the Skywind Star Domain, the territory of the Swift Wind Sword sect. Coincidentally, the Wind Realm has opened, and I wish to take you there to test our luck. Hoping to condense the Wind Divine Cauldron. The Wind Realm is a chaotic secret domain, rich in exotic winds. These winds contain immense energy and are exceedingly rare treasures. The Wind Realm, exotic winds. A smile crept upon Jiang Luo's lips. Perhaps these exotic winds were special substances capable of energizing the divine talent orb. He nodded eagerly. Let us proceed. Jiang Ning smiled. Then I shall first present the door plaque. The Swift Wind Sword sect was the supreme overlord of the Skywind Star Domain. Originally named the Three Sword Sect, it was established by the Swift Wind Sword Saint, the Seal Heaven Sword Demon, and the Peerless Sword Maiden, three powerful figures who had entered the realm of loss. However, for reasons unknown, the legacies of the Seal Heaven Sword Demon and the Peerless Sword Maiden vanished, leaving only the inheritance of the Swift Wind Sword Saint. Thus, the Three Sword Sect was renamed the Swift Wind Sword Sect. In the Wind City, situated at the foot of the Swift Wind Sword Sectus Mountain Gate, numerous factions converged, creating a vibrant atmosphere. There were immortal sects, imperial clans, families created by quasi-emperors, with those established by true emperors referred to as supreme imperial clans. Ancient royal families and even divine beings from the demon tribes, all dispatching their younger generations to enter the Wind Realm. The Swift Wind Sword sect typically chose to grant free access to top-tier forces, thus fostering connections with them that they asked for other factions. Such connections were of little use. They naturally had to pay a hefty entrance fee to gain entry. The entrance fees alone provided substantial profits for the Swift Wind Sword sect. Those cultivators practicing wind attributes had no choice but to submit to the sect's demands to obtain the exotic winds. That moment, everyone's attention was drawn to the sky. An elderly man clad in a green robe, accompanied by a group, hovered in midair as if awaiting the arrival of some esteemed guest. The leader was none other than the master of the Swift Wind sect, a peak quasi-saint powerhouse. Observing the attire of the others, they were all influential elders of the Swift Wind Sword sect. It appeared they were welcoming someone grand. Who could this esteemed figure be that warranted such a significant display from the Swift Wind Sword sect? The crowd in Wind City was taken aback by the spectacle. Soon, a massive chaotic flying vessel tore through the air. Subsequently, four figures emerged, a handsome man and a woman of ethereal beauty. Leaving everyone in awe, the arrival of Prince Ning from the Great Xia dynasty brought immense glory to the Swift Wind Sword sect. The master of the Swift Wind sect welcomed him with a smile, while the other elders bowed in greeting. Heavens, it is indeed a member of the royal family from the Great Xia Divine Dynasty. Prince Ning, goodness, it is the black-clad Divine King, Jiang Ning, the one who had suppressed an entire era, who had consistently held the top spot on the heavenly rankings since his debut, rendering others unable to challenge him, was indeed the legendary black-clad Divine King. The crowd was utterly astonished, with many being fervent admirers of Jiang Ning. His legendary invincibility and astonishing talent had long since spread throughout the chaotic realm, becoming a monumental figure worthy of reverence. After all, no other generation had ever produced a peer capable of matching his prowess. The excitement was palpable as many fans lost themselves in their admiration for the black-clad Divine King, who was always seen in black attire. Divine is a term of utmost honor, and coupled with his status as the king of the Great Xia Divine Dynasty, he was thus dubbed the black-clad Divine King. The master of the Swift Wind sect responded courteously, "I have come with my wife and child to intrude." Jiang Ning smiled graciously in return. It turned out that the woman in white was the wife of the black-clad Divine King, and many women who admired Jiang Ning were green with envy. They lamented internally, why was it not they who stood beside the black-clad Divine King? Had they known that Duguxia was the renowned beauty of the chaotic realm and the celestial saint of the moon goddess, they would have felt no jealousy at all. Her excellence inspired admiration rather than envy. She and Jiang Ning were truly a match made in heaven. The young man accompanying them was undoubtedly the son of the black-clad Divine King, was he not? He is indeed a striking figure, reminiscent of the youthful grace of the black-clad Divine King. Yet, one cannot help but wonder about his innate talents. It would be a shame if he were to tarnish the illustrious reputation of the black-clad Divine King. How enviable it is that he has been reborn as the son of the black-clad Divine King. When it comes to the art of reincarnation, I must concede that he stands unrivaled. Due to Jiang Ning's influence, even Jiang Luo, who has just emerged from the Spirit Xian small world and has yet to make a name for himself, has attracted considerable attention. Haha, congratulations to Prince Ning for finding his beloved son. This is indeed a cause for celebration, chuckled the master of the Swift Wind sect. The events that transpired in the divine capital of the Great Xia have long since spread as the head of a venerable sect. How could he be unaware of the mysterious disappearance of Prince Ning's son? At that moment, a young man clad in blue stepped forward, accompanied by a youth of tender years. The boy possessed a wild, explosive mane of hair that set him apart. The blue-clad youth approached with a smile, saying, "Prince Ning, it is a pleasure to see you again." He was none other than Zhou Long, the strongest prodigy of the previous generation from the Swift Wind Sword sect. Jiang Ning shook his head in confusion and asked, "My good sir, do we know each other?" He genuinely had no recollection of the man. Zhou Long was momentarily taken aback, his face flushing with embarrassment, as he forced a laugh. Internally, he seethed with rage. Although he had suffered defeat in their last encounter, Jiang Ning's utter disregard for him felt excessively disdainful. After a moment's reflection, Jiang Ning seemed to recall something. "Ah, I remember now. You are Zhou Long. I truly apologize. I do not retain many memories of opponents I have dispatched with a single casual strike." Jiang Ning's expression was one of sincere regret. Yet Zhou Long perceived this as a blatant mockery and humiliation. "Prince Ning," Zhou Long declared, "after losing to you back then, I resigned myself to the fact that I would never surpass you in this lifetime. However, I am not one to back down easily. While I may not be your equal, if my son can best your son, I shall consider it a victory." He then smiled and introduced the young man beside him. "This is my son, Zhou Yasu, AT-18. He has already reached the pinnacle of the celestial realm and is the most gifted prodigy of our Swift Wind Sword sect, having mastered the Swift Wind Sword technique to an extraordinary level. I wonder if he might be so fortunate as to receive some guidance from Prince Ning's son." Prince Ning's son had already lost his imperial bloodline and had grown up in the outside world, possessing merely the cultivation of the pill furnace realm. Should he publicly defeat Prince Ning's son, he could avenge the humiliation of years past. Back then, When he challenged Prince Ning, he was dismissed as unworthy of such a challenge. In a fit of determination, he had forced the issue, only to be sent flying with a single blow. It remained the most humiliating moment of his life. Unable to reclaim his lost honor, he could only place his hopes on his son. Zhou Long admonished, it would be most discourteous to challenge Prince Ning's son, who is merely at the pill furnace realm. Would this not be an act of bullying? His words, while seemingly reproachful, subtly implied that Prince Ning's son was inferior to Zhou Yasu. Zhou Long smiled, stating, a tiger begets no dogs. Your Highness, Prince Ning, once fought opponents of greater caliber with the ease of one consuming a meal. I believe Prince Ning's son will not disappoint out of course. If the young prince fears a confrontation, consider my words unspoken, Zhou Yasu declared, pointing at Jiang Luo with a cold demeanor. I challenge you. Do you dare to face me? Should Prince Ning's son publicly decline, he would lose all face. Observing the condescending tone of Zhou Long and Zhou Yasu, Jiang Luo merely smiled faintly. Your father lacked the qualifications to challenge my father. And today, you too lack the qualifications to challenge me. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yasu sneered, are you afraid, resorting to such grandiloquent words? Jiang Luo shook his head dismissively, responding, you would not even be able to withstand a single strike from me. What? Zhou Yasu erupted in anger. You dare claim I cannot endure a single blow. How arrogant. He drew his sword, directing it menacingly at Jiang Luo. Jiang Luo smiled calmly. Since you insist, I must oblige, with a simple yet powerful punch aimed at Zhou Yasu. An overwhelming force distorted the air around them. The sheer might of the strike caused Zhou Yasu's expression to shift as he realized the extraordinary prowess of Prince Ning's son. Reacting swiftly, he unleashed the furious gale, severing strike from the swift wind sword technique, enveloping Jiang Luo in a tempest of sword energy. With a resounding crash, Zhou Yasu found himself soaring through the air like a kite severed from its string. Cough, cough, he spat a mouthful of blood, thoroughly injured and in disarray. This, just one strike, the onlookers were left in shock. Zhou Yasu is truly overestimating himself, daring to challenge the son of the black-clad divine king. Only to suffer such a fate. A tiger begets no dogs. The son of the black-clad divine king is indeed an exceptional talent. Laughter and excitement filled the air. Jiang Luo remarked, I told you. You cannot withstand even a single blow from me. What a waste of time. Dugu Xiaoya chimed in, mocking, you are absolutely right. A tiger begets no dogs. You are no match for my husband, and your son is no match for mine. Zhou Long's face turned ashen, utterly humiliated. Zhou Yasu, consumed by rage, coughed up another mouthful of blood, his fury reaching a boiling point. This moment was nothing short of a complete loss of face. Prince Ning, our sect has prepared splendid accommodations for you. Please, allow us to host you. The master of the Swift Wind sect interjected, sensing the awkward atmosphere. Thank you kindly, Jiang Ning replied with a smile, before departing with his family. Just before leaving, Jiang Luo's gaze inadvertently fell upon a youth clad in black, whose striking features bore an expression of steadfast resolve. He carried a massive axe upon his back, within the divine pearl of fate. A line of text materialized, child of fortune, Xiaofeng, capable of devouring and empowering. Jiang Luo was taken aback. It was indeed the emergence of the child of fortune, that a smile spread across his face as he contemplated ways to absorb this fortune for himself, thus acquiring an extraordinary talent. Prince Ning's son was truly formidable. Even the most gifted disciple of the Swift Windsword sect could not withstand a single strike from him. Such exceptional talent paired with a powerful lineage was truly enviable. Observing Jiang Luo's retreating figure, Xiaofeng felt a pang of envy. An ordinary person like himself, lacking any background, had to endure countless trials to attain what was effortlessly accessible to those born into wealthy families. Fortunately, he had encountered enough opportunities to achieve his current success. The imperial family of the great emperor's divine dynasty was certainly not without merit. At that moment, an ancient voice echoed in Xiaofeng's mind. However, you need not belittle yourself. With the wind god sect's legacy of the devouring wind technique, you will one day stand shoulder to shoulder with these imperial prodigies. The opening of the wind realm presents a chance for your eyes. As you consume sufficient The devouring wind technique will grow, and your cultivation will continuously ascend. Among the treasures of the wind realm, the rarest is the legendary heavenly extremity wind. It remains to be seen if you will have the opportunity to obtain it. Understood, Xiao Feng nodded, glancing at an ancient ring adorning his finger, embossed with a grand wind insignia. Master, I will strive diligently. What a Prince Ning's son! I, Xiao Feng, will certainly not fall short in the future. With clenched fists and a resolute expression, he embraced his unwavering spirit. These heirs of great powers merely enjoy a head start. With tenfold effort, I too can catch up. Excellent. The Wind Elder laughed. Now that is the spirit of my esteemed disciple. Feng Lao, the last patriarch of the Wind God sect, found himself in a dire predicament. The sect had been obliterated, leaving him with naught but a remnant of his soul and the Wind God ring as his only means of escape. He placed all his hopes for vengeance upon the shoulders of his disciple. The Swift Wind Sword sect had prepared their finest accommodations for Jiang Luo and his companions. Young master, please enter. Lu Zian gracefully extended her jade-like hands, gently pushing open the door. Clad in a flowing purple gown, she exuded an ethereal elegance, reminiscent of a delicate breeze swaying through slender bamboo. Upon entering the chamber, Lu Zian began to prepare a warm bath for Jiang Luo. Shortly thereafter, both shed their garments and settled into the bathing tub. Jiang Luo closed his eyes, reveling in the exquisite service provided by the enchanting maiden. Alas, it was a pity that he was the son of destiny, not a daughter. He must be eliminated, Jiang Luo mused inwardly. Though the son of fate had emerged, he did not rush to slay him. He believed that their paths would inevitably cross within the realm of wind. Moreover, one could not simply strike down their foe upon first encounter. It was imperative to gradually deplete the foe's fortune until reaching a critical juncture, at which point he could strike and allow the divine pearl to harness the energy of fate. Zian, shall we commence our cultivation? Jiang Luo inquired with a smile. Lu Zian shyly nodded in agreement. Possessing a body of 16, she could swiftly enhance her cultivation while practicing the unique techniques, yielding significant benefits. After a session of cultivation, Lu Zian made substantial progress, having one foot firmly planted in the realm of celestial beings. Meanwhile, Jiang Luo merely solidified some of his foundations without any notable advancement. This was the cost of cultivating the supreme scriptures. Ordinary methods of cultivation proved utterly inadequate for him to successfully condense the divine cauldron. He required exceptionally potent materials or energies as conduits to smoothly break through his current realm. Hence, Jiang Ning had urged Jiang Luo to enter the realm of wind in search of opportunities to condense the wind god cauldron. The realm of wind would officially open in 3 days. According to the regulations of the Swift Wind Sword sect, only those under the age of 30 from the younger generation of cultivators were permitted entry. This was precisely why various factions sent forth their prodigies. After all, the younger generation possessed limited strength and would not inflict significant losses upon the realm of wind. The Swift Wind Sword sect could safeguard this golden opportunity, continuously profiting from it. Young master, it is rumored that within Wind City, there exists a delicacy known as wind spirit fish. While other fish mature in water, the wind spirit fish thrives in the wind. Boasting remarkably delectable flesh, tonight, I shall prepare a braised fish for you, Lu Zian said sweetly as she dressed Jiang Luo. Very well. Go ahead. Jiang Luo nodded in approval. Upon arriving at the market, Lu Zian made a beeline for the Wind Spirit Fish Shop, the sole establishment of its kind in Wind City. The Wind Spirit Fish was known for its incredible speed, making it exceptionally challenging to catch, and thus, it was exceedingly rare and costly. However, for Jiang Luo, no matter the price, he could afford it. Today, only the last fish remained. As Lu Zian negotiated the price and was about to make the purchase, a group of individuals approached. At the forefront stood a young man, exuding an air of arrogance and authority. This wind spirit fish is mine. Scram, he declared, his demeanor brazen and overbearing. Lu Zian furrowed her brows, displeased as she regarded the youth. Do you not understand the principle of first come, first served? Ha ha, the young man laughed as if he had heard the grandest joke. First come, first served? In my worldview, such a concept does not exist. Whatever I desire is inherently mine. His arrogance was palpable. "Who do you think you are?" Lu Ziyan nearly exploded with indignation at his audacity. I am Jiang Xiao of the non Imperial clan. He proclaimed, "I shall take this wind spirit fish. Do you dare to object?" Being from a family with imperial lineage, he felt emboldened that I am a maidservant of the Prince of Ning. This wind spirit fish is for my master. Oh, you dare to obstruct me. Do you wish to court death? Lu Ziyan spoke coldly. Ha ha ha. Jiang Xiao continued to laugh arrogantly. You are merely a lowly maidservant, daring to act fiercely in front of my imperial family. With that, he delivered a resounding slap to Lu Ziyan's face. Infuriated that a mere maid would challenge him, thus severely damaging his pride. You. Lu Ziyan's eyes turned crimson as she covered her cheek, seething with fury. Blood trickled from her lips. Yet, she chose to endure the humiliation and walked away, knowing she was no match for this group and would only suffer further disgrace by remaining. "Pah!" Jiang Xiao disdainfully spat, scoffing at the thought of a mere maid daring to defy him. Clearly, he had lost all patience. Upon her return, Jiang Luo's countenance darkened at the sight of the mark left by the slap on her face. "Ziyan, what on earth transpired?" he asked, his heart aching as he gently caressed her cheek, instantly healing her injury. "Damn it, who dares to strike my woman? They are courting death." "Young master," Lu Ziyan recounted the events, her voice tinged with grievance. Jiang Luo spoke softly. "Do not feel wronged. I shall stand up for you. But he is of the imperial family. I fear it may bring trouble to you." Lu Ziyan expressed her concern. Jiang Luo scoffed with a hint of arrogance. "The non Imperial clan is nothing but trifle in my eyes. He is but a speck of dust." Without heeding Lu Ziyan's protests, he took her hand and departed the room, fiercely protective of those he cared for. Tea the Wind and Rain Pavilion. Jiang Xiao had invited several friends to savor the delicacies of Wind City, boasting about his exploits. "That I slapped the maidservant of the Prince of Ning. A mere maid dares to be so insolent in front of me." Utterly blind to her own status, yes, he drank. The atmosphere suddenly trembled violently. "What is happening?" Alarmed expressions spread across the faces of those present. They looked up to see a colossal hand descending from the heavens, poised to strike the Wind and Rain Pavilion with tremendous force. "Run!" The crowd fled with all their might. With a thunderous crash, the entire pavilion was reduced to ruins. Shortly after, Jiang Luo descended from the sky, his tall and elegant figure radiating an otherworldly grace. "Jiang Xiao, do you dare to strike my maidservant?" Jiang Luo's voice was icy, laced with murderous intent. "She is merely a maidservant. Does the Prince of Ning truly refuse to grant my non-imperial clan any face?" Jiang Xiao's expression soured. "Even a dog by my side is more treasured than anyone from your clan," Jiang Luo retorted indifferently. Jiang Xiao was on the verge of exploding with rage. "You struck her, and I shall return the favor. Let fate decide our lives." Without further ado, Jiang Luo conjured a golden hand, ready to strike Jiang Xiao. Though Jiang Xiao was not particularly young, he paled in comparison to Zhou Yasu and stood no chance of resisting. "Prince of Ning, cease this at once." An elderly voice, filled with fury, rang out. It was an elder from the non-imperial clan. "Ha ha ha, my uncle has arrived. I need not fear for my life." Jiang Xiao exclaimed with excitement. The pressure from the Prince of Ning had been overwhelming, leaving him drenched in sweat. "Those I wish to kill are never able to escape." Jiang Luoshan's expression was icy, devoid of any hesitation, as she struck Jiang Xiao with a resounding slap. "You dare, Junior!" Her voice was laden with fury as she made her move. "What is it to you, an elder, to intervene in the matters of the younger generation? Do you truly believe that the imperial family of Xia is bereft of capable individuals?" At that moment, Jiang Ning intervened, deftly blocking the attack. "No." Jiang Xiao cried out in terror, unable to fathom that he might pay with his life for the transgression of bullying a mere maid. With a thunderous clap, Jiang Xiao was reduced to a mist of blood. "Very well, Prince Ning, you stated that the disputes between juniors should remain unchallenged by their elders. Just you wait." The ancient voice was seething with rage. To slay a direct descendant of the non-imperial clan for the sake of a maid was utterly intolerable. This grievance was one that could not be easily swallowed, in the realm of peers. It was natural for elders to refrain from intervening. Bring forth your talents from the non-imperial clan, if you dare, Jiang Luo declared with overwhelming arrogance. Thus, this affair drew to a close. The heir of Prince Ning, in a fit of rage over a maid, had slain a direct descendant of the non-imperial clan, becoming a celebrated tale in the Wind City. Many women envied Lu Zian immensely. Finally, 3 days had passed. The chaotic secret realm of the Wind Domain was set to open. In the room where Jiang Luo resided, Jiang Ning spoke. Luo, the Wind Domain is about to commence. Your mother and I shall accompany you. The Wind Domain was a chaotic secret realm, suspended among the stars. Naturally, one must first depart from the Tianfeng great world, be cautious in all matters, if danger truly arises. Du Gu Xiaoye's face was etched with concern. The moment her son vanished from her sight, a mother's worry was inevitable. Father, mother, I bear the black lotus mark on my forehead, as long as it is not a supreme being that acts against me. I shall have no issues with survival, Jiang Luo replied with a smile. Moreover, the prodigies entering the Wind Domain were not particularly formidable. He was confident in his ability to surpass them all. The Black Lotus Mark is indeed formidable. Even I cannot achieve such a feat, Jiang Ning praised. However, the chaotic secret realm was undeniably a perilous place. Remember, do not be greedy. Simply focus on condensing the Wind Divine Cauldron. Understood, Jiang Luo nodded, smiling. Rest assured. Father, I cherish my life more than anyone. Young master, may I accompany you inside? At that moment, Lu Zian inquired. Zian, you should remain behind. There may be those who will target me this time. Accompanying me would place you in danger. Moreover, without the cultivation of a celestial, it would be arduous to withstand the rampant winds within the Wind Domain. Jiang Luo declined. Having slain Jiang Ao, the non-imperial clan would undoubtedly seek retribution, sending their own prodigies into the Wind Domain to confront him. Lu Zian's expression turned sorrowful as she lowered her head, feeling powerless to aid her master. Despite being the daughter of destiny with great potential, she was still at the beginning of her journey, lacking the resources of those from powerful factions. Likewise, she did not possess the extraordinary advantages that Jiang Luo enjoyed. Yet, given time, as someone imbued with great fortune, she would surely rise above her peers and ascend to the ranks of the most exceptional prodigies. Zian, you shall train alongside me from now on. With your talent, I guarantee you will make remarkable progress in a short time. And then you can assist Luo. Du Guxia quickly reassured her upon noticing Zian's distress. Thank you, madam. Lu Zian beamed with excitement. I in the Wind City, at the residence of the non-imperial clan. Zhang Lin coldly remarked, we are relying on you, Wei to restore honor to the non-Li clan this time. He was the supreme elder of the non-imperial clan. Zhang Wei confidently replied, though the heir of Prince Ning is powerful. He is but at the Danding realm. While I have already entered the inscription realm, having condensed the fire Dao patterns within me, my purpose in entering the Wind Domain is to condense the Wind Dao patterns. How could the heir of Prince Ning possibly be my match? Dressed in a flowing green gown, she appeared ethereal and graceful, her figure tall and lithe. Let Prince Ning be aware that the non-imperial clan is not to be trifled with. Zhang Lin's gaze turned frigid. The lord of the city dispatched dozens of disciples from the Swift Wind Sword sect to venture forth. Although Zhou Yasu possessed the greatest talent, his youth rendered him less capable than some of the elder disciples. Thus, amongst the assembled disciples were 2 inscription realm cultivators. The heir of Prince Ning has humiliated us. This grudge must be avenged. Although we cannot kill him due to his status, we must do everything in our power to prevent him from acquiring any unique wind. Zhou Long proclaimed publicly. Even if they could not slay him, making life difficult for the heir of Prince Ning would provide some satisfaction. Surely, the Supreme Divine Dynasty would not hold the Swift Wind Sword sect accountable for such matters. Understood. The disciples responded respectfully in unison. Meanwhile, Xiao Feng was also prepared, boarding the flying vessel arranged by the Swift Wind Sword sect. He was overwhelmed with excitement and anxiety. The Wind Domain was destined to be the stage for his rise. The name Xiao Feng would one day overshadow those of the imperial clan prodigies, including the heir of Prince Ning, Jiang Luo. Whoosh, whoosh. Countless void ships, celestial vessels, and even chaotic flying boats departed from the Wind City, making their way to the Wind Domain. Soon, they all gathered before the entrance to the Wind Domain. The Secmaster of the Swift Wind sect produced a token and executed a series of hand seals. Causing a brilliant light to erupt, the starry sky trembled, and a spatial vortex appeared. This was the passageway into the Wind Domain. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the passage opened, a fierce gale surged forth, stinging the faces of those present. The Wind Domain has opened. You may all enter. Life and death are fated, and wealth is decreed by the heavens. Whether you can seize the opportunities you desire depends solely on your own fortunes. The sect master declared loudly that in that moment. All the young cultivators rushed toward the passage, as if the first to enter the Wind Domain would be granted immense fortune. Father, mother, I am entering with that. Jiang Luo transformed into a streak of light and dashed inside. Upon entering the Wind Domain, he was met with an expanse of unending winds. The gales whipped against his face, making it painful, and his eyes struggled to remain open, rendering movement exceedingly difficult. His mind buzzed with the howling winds that filled the air. Upon entering the Wind Domain, the group quickly dispersed. After all, the Wind Domain was home to various unique winds, and there was no need for them to cluster together. Each would seek their own fortune. Jiang Luo had good fortune. Not long after, he encountered a mid-grade unique wind known as Qinglian Storm. This wind resembled a blue lotus, and when unleashed, it would summon a tempest that could sweep away all in its path. For other cultivators, acquiring it would prove to be a significant challenge. Yet, with Jiang Luo's current strength, he easily subdued and tamed it. Unique substance, unique wind, charging. 1. After the divine pearl devoured the Qinglian Storm, a line of text materialized. I surmised. Unique winds are considered special substances and can be charged. However, the efficiency of this charging is rather dismal. To charge, just one unique wind yields only 1%. How many unique winds must I collect to complete a full charge? Jiang Luo mused to himself. Just as he planned to leave and continue searching for unique winds, a multitude of fiery runes appeared in the sky, shimmering and glowing, forming a cage that ensnared Jiang Luo. From the swirling winds emerged a figure clad in a green gown, enveloped in blazing runes, exuding an overwhelming and powerful aura. Jiang Luo, I am Zhang Wei of the Nanli Imperial clan. You dare to slay my clan Jiang Ao for the sake of a mere maid. Today, I shall subdue you and demonstrate that the Nanli clan is not to be trifled with. Zhang Wei spoke with an air of pride, her voice cold and detached, embodying an ethereal yet formidable presence. There are indeed many who wish to subdue me, yet you lack the qualification to do so. Jiang Luo retorted frostily. As expected, the Nanli Imperial clan had come seeking trouble, but he was unperturbed. Observing her lost in thought, surrounded by runes, it was evident she had entered the realm of inscriptions. During his time in the Lingxian little world, he was capable of slaying the peak of the celestial realm, Li Qingwei. Now, with his strength significantly increased, he was eager to see if he could suppress someone at the inscription level. Even if he were to falter, he still possessed the divine pearl that could unleash a tenfold surge of power in an instant. Suppression! With no further ado, Zhang Wei uttered a soft command, her eyes igniting with a murderous intent as she launched an attack on Jiang Luo. A torrent of fiery Dao patterns coalesced into a blazing spear, radiating resplendent light as it hurtled towards Jiang Luo. Alas, it appeared another prodigy of the Nanli Imperial clan was about to be lost. Boom! Jiang Luo unleashed all his might, transforming into the battle's same body. Instantly, golden light erupted forth, unmatched in brilliance, as he morphed into a towering Tinzhong golden figure, standing majestically in the air like a deity. His fingers curled, forming a colossal golden fist that struck forcefully at Zhang Wei. Within the fist, a massive blood-red light surged forth, instantly piercing through the void, causing the surroundings to tremble violently with resounding booms. Emperor's fist. A single punch, infused with all his power, possessed devastating lethality. Boom! The fist collided with the fiery spear, creating an explosion in the sky akin to a fireworks display, dazzling and beautiful. The overwhelming force obliterated the omnipresent gales, creating a rare moment of calm. "You've done well to withstand my strike," Jiang Wei remarked indifferently. The fiery spear, shattered by his blow, scattered into a constellation of radiant Tao patterns, which soon began to coalesce once more. This time, they formed a massive mountain of flames, descending with tremendous might to suppress Jiang Luo, who stood as a Tenjiang golden figure. Around him, a raging sea of fire ignited, encircling him and severely limiting his evasion, and no longer concealing his strength. Jiang Luo summoned 4 great cauldrons that floated above him, exuding an aura of unmatched power. The thunderbolt spear appeared in his grasp. Instantly, boundless thunder circled around him, obliterating everything in proximity. 9th layer Thunderstrike. The terrifying power of lightning coalesced upon the spear, which he then swung with might, piercing through the mountain of flames. Boom! The explosive force shook the heavens and the earth, gazing up at the fiery mountain. Jiang Luo's eyes suddenly transformed into a vibrant purple gold, crackling with lightning. Subsequently, 2 bolts of purple gold lightning shot forth from his eyes, hurtling towards the fiery mountain. The mountain erupted into fragments, transforming into a sky full of Tao patterns. Akin to a starry expanse, 2 types of sacred body powers. Jiang Wei was taken aback. "This is my final move. Brace yourself." Realizing she could not subdue Jiang Luo, she prepared to unleash her ultimate technique. In her hand appeared an extraordinary, radiant sword, gleaming with an impressive aura. Her delicate hand concentrated profound sword intent, releasing a formidable sword chi. Heavenly Toad, swallowing the moon, the surroundings erupted into dense, awe-inspiring runes. Soon, an enormous toad coalesced, surrounded by countless sword shadows. The toad opened its massive jaws, seemingly prepared to devour the moon itself. "Kill!" With Jiang Wei's thunderous shout, the gigantic maw of the toad lunged toward Jiang Luo. "Ning Wang's heir, your spear technique has been displayed. Now let us see how you contend with my heavenly toad." The hint of triumph curled at the corners of Jiang Wei's lips, confident in her imminent victory. Jiang Luo chuckled coldly. "Who said I only wield spear techniques?" Jiang Wei remarked. "At your age, mastering spear techniques to such an extent is truly extraordinary. Cultivate in other aspects to surpass your spear prowess is no easy feat. It is but a delusion." With a sly smile, Jiang Luo replied, "Then let us test my swordsmanship and see if it matches the might of my spear. For an ordinary individual, it would indeed be impossible. However, for one who possessed the golden finger of fortune, anything was conceivable." Boom! At that moment, he held nothing back, unleashing the power of the innate primordial sword body. Instantly, formidable primordial sword chi enveloped him. Innate chaos sword body. 3 sacred bodies in one. How could this be? What sort of prodigy was Ning Wang's heir? Jiang Wei was utterly astounded by the spectacle before her. For an ordinary person to possess even one sacred body was a stroke of fortune from their ancestors. Yet, Ning Wang's heir wielded 3. In no wonder he exhibited such formidable strength even at the Danding realm. Her discerning eye, she failed to recognize Jiang Luo's chaotic power. Otherwise, she would have been even more astonished to see 4 sacred bodies united. Void sword technique. Jiang Luo wielded his fingers like a sword, merging 2 types of sword chi to form the primordial void sword chi. He condensed it into 100 Jiang sword light, cleaving towards the toad. The force was terrifying, as if it could split the chaotic secret realm in 2. With a thunderous roar, the heavenly toad exploded into a shower of starlit particles. "What?" My sword technique was shattered. Jiang Wei's face turned pale. Unable to comprehend the situation, it was no wonder she remained astonished. Amidst the clash with the heavenly toad, the primordial void sword chi transformed into a torrential rain of swords. Surging towards her, crack, crack, the enchanted garments on her body were continuously shredded, revealing inch after inch of her smooth, luminous skin. Jiang Luo noted that he had not slain her. He had gained a clearer understanding of his own strength. Employing a few more hidden cards, defeating Jiang Wei would not prove difficult. However, slaying her seemed nearly impossible, that if Jiang Wei were merely an ordinary practitioner at the initial stage of inscriptions, Jiang Luo would certainly have the power to eliminate her in an instant. Yet, she was a prodigy, her combat prowess vastly surpassing that of typical cultivators. Generally, practitioners who entered the realm of inscriptions condensed runes within, while exceptionally gifted individuals could cultivate higher-tier Dao patterns. Although Zhang Wei had just entered the realm of inscriptions, she had already condensed the fire Dao patterns within her. Above those Dao patterns, there existed even more potent divine patterns, attainable only by unparalleled geniuses. Thus, Jiang Luo's strength could easily dispatch an average practitioner of inscriptions. Ningguang's heir, your prowess is commendable. We shall battle again in the future. With that, Zhang Wei prepared to depart. Who said you could leave? Jiang Luo scoffed. What now? Do you wish to continue fighting? Neither of us can best the other. Persisting would merely waste time. She had not forgotten to condense a second inscription, Wind Dao pattern. The moment you struck at me, your fate was sealed. Having played enough, it is time to send you on your way. A chilling murderous intent erupted from Jiang Luo's eyes. Anyone who harbored ill will against him would find no mercy if he seized the opportunity. Zhang Wei's expression shifted dramatically, fear etched upon her face as she looked at Jiang Luo. What hidden cards do you possess? The card to kill you, Jiang Luo replied. Within his mind, the ultimate divine pearl erupted with an indescribable brilliance. In an instant, Jiang Luo felt his power surge tenfold. So powerful! He raised his hand, preparing to crush Zhang Wei. How is this possible? Zhang Wei exclaimed in terror, unable to believe the sudden amplification of Jiang Luo's strength. In that moment, regret flooded her heart. She should never have provoked the prodigious heir of Ningguang. Yet, it was too late for regrets. Under his overwhelming power, she possessed no means of resistance. Her physical form was obliterated in an instant, the exquisite beauty reduced to a mist of crimson. Nanli Imperial Clan. I shall see how many prodigies you can send forth. I wonder if it will be enough to quench my thirst for blood. Jiang Luo let out a cold laugh before departing from the spot. Continuing his quest for the extraordinary winds, special substance, light rain, and gentle breeze. Charging. 2. Special substance, heavenly flame and fierce wind. Charging. 10. Special substance, divine earth wind. Charging. 95. In a mere span of time. Jiang Luo had swept through dozens of exotic winds. If the disciples of the Swift Wind Sword sect were to discover this, one could only imagine their astonishment. After all, acquiring one type of exotic wind makes it exceedingly difficult to subdue another. The fact that one individual had amassed such a multitude of exotic winds would surely incite their wrath. The completion of his charging was imminent, having consumed such a plethora of exotic winds. The gifts from the Divine Pearl should not disappoint, should they? A slight smile graced the corners of Jiang Luo's lips. Meanwhile, upon entering the Wind Realm, Xiao Feng thrived as if in his natural habitat. Utilizing the wind-devouring technique, he continually absorbed the exotic winds, significantly elevating the technique's level and swiftly advancing his cultivation realm. Both he and Jiang Luo were capable of devouring exotic winds, rampantly sweeping through the wind realm. Should the Swift Wind Sword sect become aware, one could only speculate the extent of their anguish, perhaps even harboring thoughts of eliminating the two, after years of the Wind Realm's existence. Such a colossal loss had never been witnessed. Master, I have successfully broken through to the pinnacle of the celestial realm. The next step is to challenge the inscription realm, Xiao Feng proclaimed, his face alight with excitement. For someone of his humble origins, reaching the pinnacle of the celestial realm by the age of 20 was indeed a tremendous fortune. Next, your task is to seek out the celestial extreme wind, the only supreme exotic wind in the wind realm. Once you obtain it, you will soar to great heights. The voice of Feng Lao resonated in Xiao Feng's mind. You are the embodiment of the wind god, naturally attuned to all winds. It will aid you in locating the celestial extreme wind. Nodding at the words, Xiao Feng replied, Master, I shall find the celestial extreme wind in another part of the realm. Jiang Luo encountered yet another exotic wind. This wind, howling fiercely, manifested a moonlit white hue, emanating an intensely frigid aura. The bone-chilling cold was such that any cultivator of lesser strength would likely succumb to frostbite on the spot. Moon Shadow Cold Wind. An exotic wind? Jiang Luo chuckled. As soon as the divine pearl absorbed the moonshadow wind, the charging would be complete, marking the moment for him to reap the rewards. Exotic winds encompass all manner of rare treasures, classified into tiers: inferior, medium, superior, supreme, absolute, and divine. Just as Jiang Luo prepared to subdue the moonshadow cold wind, disciples of the swift wind sword sect surged forth, encircling him. The moonshadow cold wind is ours. Prince Ning must relinquish it, Zhou Yeso declared loudly. Beside him stood a man and a woman, both radiating an exceptionally formidable presence. None other than the prodigious disciples of the swift wind sword sect, Lung Qingfeng and Feng Lan. They had essentially acquired all the exotic winds they desired and now had the leisure to entertain Prince Ning, ensuring he left the wind realm empty-handed. Glaring at Zhou Yeso, Jiang Luo frowned. Did you claim it simply because you laid eyes on it? Zhou Yeso scoffed. Even if you have subdued it, as long as you have not exited the wind realm, we can seize it from you. His tone was undeniably arrogant. The wind realm served as their trump card. Within its confines, even dragons must coil, rendering them formidable opponents. The disciples of the swift wind sword sect cultivated wind-based techniques and combat skills. Their combat abilities significantly enhanced in such a tempestuous environment. In contrast, other cultivators found their strengths somewhat hampered by the fierce winds. This interplay of strengths meant that the disciples of the swift wind sword sect would not regard the prodigies of other factions with any semblance of respect. Are you intent on opposing me? Jiang Luo's gaze turned icy. Ha! Zhou Yeso laughed heartily. You speak truly. We have indeed come to provoke you. Prince Ning, with us around, you shan't obtain any exotic wind within the wind realm. Were he to learn that Jiang Luo was not empty-handed, having already devoured dozens of exotic winds, one could only imagine the fury that would ensue. Jiang Luo's expression darkened. They had deliberately sought him out. Prince Ning, I wish to challenge you once more. Zhou Yeso initiated, eager to redeem his prior humiliation. What qualifications do you possess to challenge me, having been defeated once? Jiang Luo replied coolly. Here in the wind realm. With its relentless gales, my strength will be greatly enhanced. How could I lack the qualifications to challenge you? In the unique environment of the wind realm, Zhou Yeso brimmed with confidence, without granting Jiang Luo a moment to respond. He unsheathed his sword and lunged at him. Fierce wind, severing, slash. Zhou Yeso bellowed as a powerful vortex of sword energy coalesced around him. Hurtling toward Jiang Luo, a defeated subordinate is ultimately a defeated subordinate. Hardly worthy of mention. The purple lightning thunder spear was unleashed. The terrifying power of lightning swiftly obliterated the howling winds. Boom! Zhou Yeso, brimming with confidence, was flung backward, crashing violently against a massive boulder. Crack! The rock shattered into powder. Buffed! Zhou Yeso spat out a mouthful of blood, his face a portrait of shock and disbelief. How could I, in the wind realm, be defeated by you in a single strike? His face flushed with humiliation. Having been bested by Jiang Luo twice, what right did he have to call himself the strongest prodigy of this generation in the swift windsword sect? Following Zhou Yeso's defeat, Jiang Luo did not hesitate to subdue the Moonshadow Cold Fire. Brothers, let us join forces and seize the Moonshadow Cold Fire, Zhou Yeso shouted. And no matter what, they were determined to ensure Jiang Luo left the wind realm empty-handed. Your Highness, relinquish the Moonshadow Cold Fire. Or do not blame us for taking action, urged Lung Qingfeng and Feng Lan, two formidable figures in the inscription realm, leading their fellow disciples to surround Jiang Luo. Jiang Luo's expression turned cold, his fury palpable. You seek death, faced with the dual threat of two inscription realm prodigies and a throng of celestial realm cultivators. He dared not underestimate them. 4 divine cauldrons hovered in the air. The power of the 4 sacred bodies erupted, and the strength of the pure-blooded imperial lineage surged forth. In that moment, Jiang Luo transformed into a war god descending from the heavens, with every blink of his eyes. A terrifying aura radiated, capable of obliterating all that he even possessed the sword Tao's sacred body. The disciples of the Swift Windsword sect felt an overwhelming shock at the terrifying sword intent emanating from Jiang Luo. Altogether, Lung Qingfeng and Feng Lan, the two prodigies of the inscription realm, were the first to strike, surrounded by resplendent and intense runes. The energy they harnessed was merely runes, not Dao patterns, indicating that even compared to Zhang Wei, they still had significant gaps. Boom! Boom! Jiang Luo's entire being was ablaze with electric light, the primordial sword body coalescing into a long sword. With every swing, the might of annihilation was unleashed. Puffed! Puffed! Numerous disciples of the Swift Wind Sword sect were injured by the sword energy, blood spattering from their mouths. However, relying on their numerical advantage and the tumultuous winds, Jiang Luo felt considerable pressure. Jiang Luo, having forged an unparalleled divine body, possessed the four sacred bodies along with a pure-blooded imperial lineage, wielding unimaginable strength. Nonetheless, he still held the upper hand. The battle between the two sides was exceptionally fierce, shaking the very heavens and earth. Great Void slash. Jiang Luo unleashed his mightiest strike at Lung Qingfeng. Lung Qingfeng countered with the Gale sword technique. Puffed. After their sword clash, Jiang Luo sent him flying, blood gushing from his mouth. What powerful swordsmanship! Is this truly a 16-year-old boy? Lung Qingfeng was utterly astounded. Before him, Jiang Luo resembled an invincible war god. Form a formation, whirlwind sword array, Zhou Yeso called out urgently. Subsequently, the disciples of the Wind Blade Sword sect formed a circle, establishing a formation. With the enhancement of the formation, their combat strength surged, successfully blocking all of Jiang Luo's assaults. Jiang Luo let out a loud roar, unleashing the full power of the mixed Yuan sword body, condensing a colossal sword over 100 feet long. Striking towards the disciples of the Wind Blade Sword sect at that moment, Zhou Yeso and the others launched their attacks simultaneously, and the sky was immediately engulfed in a violent whirlwind. Boom! The strongest strike from both sides collided, causing a violent tremor in the surroundings. The entire world seemed on the verge of collapse. The ground shook violently, fracturing and cracking. Countless streams of magma erupted from beneath the earth at this moment. Everyone was utterly astonished to discover that amidst the spewing magma, there lay a magnificent and ancient palace. What could this possibly mean? The disciples of the Wind Blade Sword sect were all left dumbfounded. Even Jiang Luo stood frozen in place, filled with curiosity. The Three-Sword Hall, the legendary temple built by the Three-Sword Dao Saints. It was said that the highest Sword Dao inheritance of the Three-Sword sect was concealed within. How could the long-lost Three-Sword Hall possibly reappear? Feng Lan recalled a record from an ancient tome. Feeling an overwhelming shock, the son of a Ning king possessed the innate mixed Yuan sword body. And it was this connection to the Sword Dao Saint body that allowed the Three-Sword Hall to manifest. Zhou Yeso spoke solemnly. Only the Sword Dao Saint body could summon the Three-Sword Hall. It was a pity that the Wind Blade Sword sect had long been bereft of talents, and no Sword Dao Saint body had emerged in ages. The legendary Three-Sword Hall, housing the supreme Sword Dao inheritance. The disciples of the Wind Blade Sword sect were filled with excitement and fervor. Some, unable to resist temptation, rushed towards the Three-Sword Hall, eager to enter. However, as they approached, countless sword energies surged towards them. Cries of agony erupted as these disciples fell into a pool of blood. Everyone, do not rush, Feng Lan shouted loudly, preventing others from attempting to enter. The Three-Sword Hall is accessible only to those with the Sword Dao Saint body. Forcing your way in will lead to certain death. Zhou Yeso pondered, his heart filled with frustration. After finally encountering the legendary Three-Sword Hall, it was unfortunate that he was not a Sword Dao Saint body and could not gain entry. Only those with the Sword Dao Saint body may enter. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Luo resolved to take the plunge. Whoosh! He transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the Three-Sword Hall. Indeed, because Jiang Luo possessed the Sword Dao Saint body, the Three-Sword Hall did not attack him. Instead, it opened its grand doors wide. Zhou Yeso was not deceiving me after all, Jiang Luo smiled. Just moments ago, he was concerned that Zhou Yeso had deliberately misled him into entering the Three-Sword Hall to eliminate him under the guise of the hall's protection. It seems he had overthought it. Ning Wang's son, the Three-Sword Hall is the supreme inheritance hall of our sect. You, being an outsider, are not permitted to enter. Seeing the doors of the hall swing open, Zhou Yeso grew increasingly anxious. Jiang Luo chuckled. The three-sword hall has manifested in response to the mixed yuan sword body. This is my opportunity. I shall enter first, and you may wait outside. He then dashed into the three-sword hall. With the doors now ajar, some disciples, still unwilling to relent, surged forward once more. Before long, they were pierced by a myriad of swords, paying the ultimate price with their lives. Gradually, the doors of the three-sword hall began to close. Damn it, an outsider has entered the three-sword hall. I cannot accept this. Our sect's inheritance is falling into foreign hands. Zhou Yeso ground his teeth in fury. Yeso, we shall wait outside. Once Ning Wang's son emerges, we will act together to seize him and interrogate him about the inheritance he obtained within the three-sword hall. Lung Qingfeng proposed gravely. Zhou Yeso nodded. Thus, all the disciples of the Windblade Sword sect remained vigilant outside. Inside, the atmosphere was dim. Jiang Luo immediately activated his purple gold thunder eye, and beams of light burst forth from his gaze, illuminating the entire hall. He pressed forward, soon arriving at a vast plaza. In the center stood three colossal statues. Could these be the three-sword Dao saints of the ancient three-sword sect? Jiang Luo mused. Boom! At that moment, one of the blood-colored statues emitted a brilliant light from its brow, which shot directly into Jiang Luo's mind. This was the long-lost demon summoning sutra, the inheritance of the celestial sword demon. Jiang Luo felt an uncontrollable force enveloping him, compelling him to sit cross-legged and automatically begin cultivating the demon summoning sutra. His entire being was shrouded in a fierce bloodlight, as if he were a demon emerging from hell after slaying millions. This instilled a profound sense of fear within Jiang Luo. After all, cultivating the demon summoning sutra involuntarily raised questions about its nature. If the condensed spiritual energy were to clash with the chaotic energy within him, he could find himself in peril. Fortunately, his fears did not materialize. Time passed, and with his formidable comprehension and innate talent, Jiang Luo successfully grasped the basics of the demon summoning sutra. Above his head, the fifth divine cauldron began to coalesce, radiating a blood-red hue. Jiang Luo had successfully stepped into the sixth cauldron realm, significantly enhancing his strength. Moreover, due to his cultivation of the demon summoning sutra, the power of the sixth divine cauldron far exceeded that of the other five. Ha ha! Jiang Luo laughed heartily, realizing that the divine pearl could assist him in harmonizing the disparate spiritual energies within him, allowing him to cultivate multiple techniques, by practicing techniques corresponding to the divine cauldrons. He could substantially amplify their power. Typically, cultivators were limited to practicing a single technique, for if two forms of spiritual energy collided, it could lead to rejection, resulting in severe injury or even death. Thus, even when switching techniques, one must adopt a technique of a significantly higher level than their own. This way, the cultivation of more potent spiritual energy could absorb the previously cultivated energy, preventing any adverse reactions that might harm oneself. Jiang Luo then discovered that the extreme divine pearl could prevent the rejection of different spiritual energies within him. This meant he could simultaneously cultivate multiple techniques, thereby augmenting his own power. This revelation thrilled him. Had it not been for the statue compelling him to cultivate the demon summoning sutra, he would never have unearthed this secret. This was an enormous gain. Each divine cauldron, when paired with its corresponding technique, would unleash several times the power. The enhancement of his strength would be unimaginably vast. Realizing he could cultivate multiple techniques simultaneously was the greatest reward of Jiang Luo's journey. This would allow him to unleash the maximum energy from each divine cauldron. For instance, he could cultivate a technique centered on defense, forming a defensive divine cauldron. He could also cultivate a technique focused on speed, creating a speed divine cauldron. Thus, in battle, he would be able to navigate with ease and seize the upper hand. When Jiang Luo concluded his cultivation, the statue of the celestial sword demon began to tremble violently. And then it began to shatter. As the statue completely crumbled, a sword bathed in bloodlight, surrounded by a formidable demonic aura, materialized before him. Boom! The sword emitted an extraordinarily terrifying sword might, sending shivers through Jiang Luo's very soul. Is this the heavenly wrath sword? Jiang Luo exclaimed in astonishment. The heavenly wrath sword was the sacred weapon wielded by the celestial sword demon in ancient times. Whoosh, as he stood in a daze. The heavenly fury sword transformed into a beam of blood-red light, piercing directly into Jiang Luo's body, recognizing its new master. This, Jiang Luo, was astounded. Within the heavenly fury sword lay a fragment of sword intent left behind by the legendary sword demon of the sealed heavens. He dared not hesitate for a moment, and immediately sat cross-legged, striving to comprehend the sword intent bestowed by the sage of that moment. Jiang Luo was enveloped in a surge of bloodlight. As if he had emerged from a mountain of countless corpses, exuding an insatiable thirst for blood. This ancient sword intent from the sage era continuously tempered his flesh, spirit, sword intent, and spiritual power, causing his entire being to undergo a profound metamorphosis. Days passed in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, Jiang Luo opened his eyes, unleashing an astonishing and terrifying sword aura from his gaze. The radiant sword light illuminated the entire hall in an instant. With a single strike, the heavens and earth dimmed, the sun and moon vanished, and gods and demons fell, a spectacle of unparalleled terror. The three-sword hall seemed on the verge of being cleaved in two by this strike. This was the terrifying technique Jiang Luo had comprehended over the past few days. The sage sword intent, heavenly fury slash. What an extraordinary sword. It pierced through the cosmos, annihilating all in its path. It was only natural, for this was a technique birthed from the condensation of sage sword intent, and its power was indeed formidable. Jiang Luo chuckled lightly. Having concluded his training, he turned his gaze towards the other two statues. Certain that the legacies of the Gale Sword Saint and the Peerless Sword Maiden lay hidden within them. However, as he approached the statues, a powerful and direct sword intent sent him flying back. I am fated to have no connection. Jiang Luo sighed ruefully. It appeared he had only gained the recognition of the sealed heaven's sword demon and obtained the legacy of the demon summoning scripture. The other two legacies were beyond his reach. Nonetheless, the rewards he had reaped within the three-sword hall were substantial. He had uncovered the hidden secrets of the extreme divine pearl, obtained the demon summoning scripture, wielded the heavenly fury sword, and comprehended the sage sword intent, cultivating a terrifying technique, the heavenly fury slash. Moreover, he had refined the sky-devouring demon cauldron, stepping into the realm of the six cauldrons. He then pushed open the grand doors, preparing to depart the three-sword hall. Though less than 10 days had passed, Jiang Luo's strength had undergone a dramatic transformation. The realm of cultivation was not the sole measure of power. Before the supreme level, top-tier prodigies rarely regarded cultivation realms, and some even deliberately suppressed their levels, continually solidifying the foundation of each realm, mastering every level to its fullest. Thus, their combat prowess would be unparalleled, and their future potential maximized. Alas, the heavenly fury sword was a sacred weapon, second only to imperial artifacts, and as a mere cultivator of the Danding realm, he could hardly wield its power. As the doors of the three-sword hall swung open, the crown prince of Ning emerged. The disciples of the Gale Sword sect, stationed outside, erupted into shouts, intent on seizing the legacy he had acquired from the hall. This legacy belongs to my Gale Sword sect. No outsider shall take it away. Zhou Yeso clenched his fists tightly. Whoosh! As Jiang Luo stepped out of the three-sword hall, he was immediately surrounded by the disciples of the Gale Sword sect. You truly are relentless. Jiang Luo's gaze turned icy as he regarded them calmly. Crown Prince of Ning, hand over the legacy you obtained from the three-sword hall. It belongs to my Gale Sword sect. Zhou Yeso stated resolutely, his voice imbued with an unassailable authority. Very well. I shall relinquish it to you, Jiang Luo replied nonchalantly. This left Zhou Yeso and the others utterly bewildered. When had the Crown Prince of Ning become so accommodating? Should you fail to receive it, do not blame me, Jiang Luo declared with a sharp voice, unleashing a torrent of blood-red light from within. In the void above, he coalesced a blood-red divine sword. Sage sword intent, heavenly fury slash. Under Jiang Luo's command, the blood-red divine sword erupted with earth-shattering might. The sword intent soared into the heavens, stirring the starry rivers. What sort of sword technique is this? The disciples of the Gale Sword sect trembled in fear, their faces ashen. The might of this strike was overwhelming. Boom! The terrifying sword aura of the heavenly fury swept across them like a cataclysmic tsunami, instantly engulfing everyone. Puffed, puffed. All, including the engraved realms Lung Qingfeng and Feng Lan, were blasted away, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. They gazed at Jiang Luo in terror, unable to fathom how, in just a few days, his strength had surged so dramatically. "This is impossible," Zhou Yeso roared. Jiang Luo replied coolly, "A bunch of useless fools. I have handed over the legacy obtained from the Three-Sword Hall to you. Yet you cannot even grasp it." Faced with such ridicule, the disciples of the Gale Sword sect grew even more incensed. Ultimately, Jiang Luo chose not to slay them. After all, this was the territory of the Gale Sword sect, and they bore him no ill will. However, he did seize their acquired anomalous winds, including the Moon Shadow Cold Wind, as a form of retribution. "If you wish to leave me empty-handed, then I shall ensure you gain nothing as well." With that, Jiang Luo took to the skies and departed. Special material, Golden Flame Gale, charged. 100. Charge complete. Jiang Luo still had 3 types of anomalous winds yet to be assimilated: Moon Shadow Cold Wind, Thunderous Gale, and Ice Storm. With time running short, he decided to retain them for his own use. Unable to withstand the power of all 3 anomalous winds, he abandoned the Thunderous Gale and Moon Shadow Cold Wind, opting for the Ice Storm instead. Jiang Luo did not intend to use it for himself. Rather, he planned to bestow the Ice Storm upon Luzi as his ally. The stronger she became, the greater her assistance would be to him. He needed to devise ways to enhance her strength. After all, as a young master of the highest pedigree, he could not personally manage every matter. He needed to cultivate a few trusted and powerful individuals to handle various tasks. It was common knowledge that heirs of great powers often had several followers to assist them. Alas, he lamented the absence of the supreme anomalous wind, the heavenly extremity wind, which hindered him from condensing the wind god cauldron. Jiang Luo mused inwardly. The only anomalous wind of use to him was indeed the heavenly extremity wind. Meanwhile, Xiao Feng, relying on great fortune and the physique of the wind god, successfully located the heavenly extremity wind. However, misfortune struck as he encountered Zhou Yeso and his companions. Their anomalous winds had been snatched away by Jiang Luo, forcing them to search anew. After all, one only had one chance to enter the realm of winds. If time ran out without finding a suitable anomalous wind, they would leave empty-handed. "Heavenly extremity wind," Zhou Yeso exclaimed triumphantly. "Ha! We have discovered the legendary heavenly extremity wind. Boy, relinquish it. It belongs to my Gale Sword sect." Zhou Yeso bellowed coldly. Xiao Feng's expression darkened. "Damn it! How did the Gale Sword sect's people arrive here? Talent. Wrath of the Wind God, 7 stars. Wrath of the Wind God summons formidable powers of the Wind God. The higher the realm, the stronger the summoned power. Excellent, excellent. This is a powerful attacking talent," Jiang Luo thought with satisfaction. Boom, boom. Just after acquiring the Wind God powers, Jiang Luo felt intense waves of battle energy surging forth. This tumultuous energy was relentless. Could it be that a formidable, anomalous wind had appeared and people were battling over it? I must investigate. Naturally, Jiang Luo would not miss out on such treasures. Whoosh! After gaining the wind god powers, Jiang Luo's speed surged dramatically. He swiftly arrived at the scene of the commotion. What he beheld left him astounded. The ground was strewn with corpses, rivers of blood flowing abundantly. The disciples of the Gale Sword sect, including Zhou Yeso, lay slain. What in the world had transpired? Jiang Luo gazed ahead, only to behold another living soul, which astonished him greatly. It was none other than the fateful child, Xiao Feng. Truly, a person blessed with extraordinary fortune had encountered tremendous opportunities within the realm of wind. His strength surged dramatically, having annihilated the entire contingent of disciples from the Wind Sword sect. Prince Ning. Upon seeing Jiang Luo approach, Xiao Feng raised an eyebrow, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. The thought of silencing him through death surged within him, for if the Wind Sword sect learned of this, his survival would be utterly impossible. Before he could act to eliminate the prince, a resounding rumble echoed above. The sky of the Wind Realm was torn asunder by a colossal vortex. The sect master of the Wind sect, accompanied by a host of elders, descended with a tempestuous fury. They had sensed the massacre of so many disciples and hastily entered the Wind Realm. What is the meaning of this? The sect master bellowed, his voice laden with rage, that to kill a disciple from the Wind Sword sect was a grave offense. If it were merely a single disciple's injury, it would be deemed a commonplace occurrence and would not incite such wrath. Yet, the entirety of the disciples who entered the Wind Realm had perished. These were prodigies, the very future of the Wind Sword sect. The pain was unbearable. It was I who witnessed Prince Ning slay them. Xiao Feng quickly pointed at Jiang Luo, eager to frame him and facilitate his own escape. Prince Ning, how dare you murder the disciples of my Wind Sword sect? At this moment, the sect master was consumed by fury, disregarding his status, and charged at Jiang Luo, not harm my son. At that moment, Jiang Ning and his wife, Jiang Xiao, also entered the Wind Realm, standing in defiance of the sect master. Prince Ning, competition among the younger generation is a common affair, but must it result in the death of all? The sect master's resolve was unwavering. Today, Prince Ning must provide an explanation to my Wind Sword sect. Jiang Ning's brow furrowed. What on earth has transpired? Though unafraid of the Wind Sword sect, they were, after all, on another's territory. Jiang Luo replied nonchalantly, regardless, I did not slay them. You lie. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Xiao Feng interjected hastily, desperate to save his life by casting blame upon the prince. With my status, why would I need to fabricate lies? The Wind Sword sect lacks the standing to challenge me. Jiang Luo retorted with a cold smile. The sect master, with formidable mental prowess, attempted to delve into Xiao Feng's memories, only to find himself thwarted by an unseen force. Enraged, he shouted at Jiang Ning, Ning Wang, an explanation must be given to my Wind Sword sect today. He presumed it was Jiang Ning obstructing his attempt to read Xiao Feng's mind. Moreover, he was aware that Zhou Yasu and others would not relent, likely challenging Prince Ning again. It was commonplace for conflicts to arise, resulting in fatalities. Jiang Ning spoke with undeniable authority. Your Wind Sword sect does not possess the right to compel the imperial grandson to lie. Yet, he furrowed his brow, realizing he was indeed unable to access the young man's memories. If you do not provide my Wind Sword sect with an explanation today, even if it means offending the emperor, I shall ensure your family remains here. Should a sage from my sect intervene, Prince Ning, even a prodigy of your caliber cannot withstand the might of a sage. The sect master was enveloped in a tempest of wrath. You may be unable to access his memories, but I can illuminate the events that transpired here. That it was not fear of the Wind Sword sect that motivated him, but rather a desire to shield Luo from unwarranted blame. At that moment, Jiang Xiao produced an ancient, circular mirror from her hand, the supreme treasure, the Hao-Yian mirror. The sect master and his companions were taken aback. This the cornerstone treasure of the chaos sacred land. The heavenly realm? How could it be in the hands of the prince's consort? They were utterly astonished. This is not the Hao-Yian mirror, merely a replica. However, it can still reflect and project events from an hour prior. Jiang Xiao explained. The true supreme treasure, the Hao-Yian mirror, can project events from a millennium ago, provided there are no causal or special forces obstructing it. Heavens, a replica of the Hao-Yian mirror. Xiao Feng, you are in grave peril. Today you may not escape your doom. Feng Lao despaired. This statement caused Xiao Feng's heart to sink. The Hao-Yian mirror activated. Its brilliance enveloped the entire scene. Soon, the image of Xiao Feng slaying Zhou Yasu and others in a bid for the title of Supreme Wind was projected within the mirror. So it was you who committed these murders. The sect master glared at Xiao Feng, his heart relieved. If it had truly been Prince Ning responsible for the slayings, the situation would have been far more complicated. Given that he was the emperor's grandson, they sought to kill me and seize the Supreme Wind. Why should I not retaliate? Moreover, your Wind Sword sect's disciples attacked me in numbers, yet I turned the tide. And now you wish to summon the elder generation to intervene. The Wind Sword sect truly lacks successors, resorting to bullying the weak. Xiao Feng taunted, employing provocation in hopes that these old geezers would retain some semblance of dignity. You insolent wretch, cease your flowery tongue and deceptive rhetoric. You have slain over 10 of my windsword sect's talented disciples. Today you must be subdued. If it had merely been the death of one disciple, he would not have acted. However, the demise of a multitude of talented disciples equated to a crippling blow to the foundation of the windsword sect. The thirst for blood surged, leaving no room for dignity. This is disastrous, Xiao Feng thought grimly. Hold on, Jiang Luo called out. What business does Prince Ning have? Do you seek to shelter the murderer? The sect master spoke in a deep voice. Jiang Luo smiled. This individual has wrongfully accused me. I shall not let him go unpunished. Allow me to take action. Very well, the sect master nodded, granting Jiang Luo this concession. After all, intervening in the disputes of a younger generation would tarnish their reputation. So it was preferable to let Prince Ning handle it. Jiang Luo slowly approached Xiao Feng, the corners of his mouth lifting into a slight smile, though he could not eliminate the fated child for the time being. Defeating him and seizing his fortune would still diminish his luck. Xiao Feng, you dare to wrongfully accuse me. You shall pay a heavy price for your actions, Jiang Luo declared. Enough with the idle talk. Let us battle. Xiao Feng was filled with a fervent fighting spirit. Defeating Prince Ning and using him as leverage was his only hope for escape. Observing Xiao Feng's fervor, Jiang Luo chuckled. It seems you are quite confident. Do you truly believe I am akin to those inept disciples of the windsword sect? Upon hearing this, the sect master and his companions flushed with anger, yet they dared not retort. For a mere unknown youth had slain their combined efforts. What face did they have left to argue? You shall soon discover that even the exalted imperial grandson can fall before my might. Xiao Feng sneered, a confident smirk gracing his lips. Now, with his wind-devouring technique perfected, he regarded those lofty powers and their prodigies with disdain. Furthermore, he was consumed with discontent. Why should they be born with boundless resources? While he risked life and limb for a mere fraction, jealousy burned within him. If he had access to such top-tier resources, he would not have to face such perilous risks, and he would stand taller than them all. Life is unjust at this moment, engulfed in a life-and-death crisis. Xiao Feng's heart twisted into madness, his jealousy spiraling into a fervent hatred for those highborn prodigies. If he possessed Prince Ning's status, would he find himself in such peril? In that instant, fueled by jealousy and a warped psyche, his hatred for Jiang Luo reached a fever pitch. With a swift motion, the two ceased their verbal sparring and ascended into the heavens. Poised for confrontation. Make your move. Jiang Luo smiled faintly, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Kill. Xiao Feng showed no hesitation, unstrapping the massive axe from his back and bellowing as he swung it fiercely at Jiang Luo. This strike was imbued with immense power, the very void trembling in response. This young man appeared to be without any notable background and seemed quite youthful. It was astonishing to witness such innate talent. Even Jiang Ning could not help but offer praise. A smile playing at the corners of his mouth, he extended his finger as if it were a sword, unleashing a wave of sword energy that coalesced into a gigantic blade, cleaving through the air and causing the entire expanse to shudder. This was the void sword technique. Jiang Ning was taken aback by how deeply Luo had comprehended it. The void sword cannon was his own creation, and he was fully aware of the considerable difficulties involved in mastering it. Achieve such a level of proficiency in such a short span of time indicated an extraordinary aptitude for the sword. Previously concerned that Luo might be overreaching, he now realized that such worries were unfounded. Boom! The two attacks collided with a cataclysmic force, sending Xiao Feng hurtling back several hundred meters, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. The Crown Prince of Ning was remarkably powerful, yet he was only at the danding stage. Xiao Feng was filled with astonishment. Fight, he roared, employing the secret technique wind movement of the nine heavens, elevating his aura to its zenith. Instantly, a terrifying Dharma form materialized behind him, its power shaking the heavens and earth in its grasp. A colossal axe took shape, raised high above his head, and then it came crashing down towards Jiang Luo. This strike seemed capable of cleaving the very fabric of the universe itself. He had discovered this technique inadvertently while examining a massive axe mark in a relic, and it was through this observation that he had gained enlightenment. The mere presence of such an axe mark revealed the astonishing prowess of its creator. Boom! The swallowing heaven demon cauldron hovered above Jiang Luo, and under his command, it transformed into a blood-red greatsword. Saint's sword intent, heavenly fury slash. Jiang Luo cried out, the crimson sword cleaving through the air. The heavens and earth trembled violently, a terrifying aura of destruction enveloping the entire world. This was the essence of the summoning demon cannon. Had the Crown Prince of Ning discovered the three-sword hall? The members of the Swift Wind Sword sect were utterly astonished. They had been searching for the three-sword hall for years. Rumbling, the clash of blades and axes erupted in a cataclysmic shockwave. Xiao Feng stood no chance, being sent flying, spewing forth a mouthful of blood. Although he was formidable enough to single-handedly slay all the disciples of the Swift Wind Sword sect, he was utterly outmatched by the greater Jiang Luo. I never expected Luo to possess such fortune. Jiang Ning and Du Gu Xiaoya chuckled. The summoning demon cannon and heavenly fury slash were renowned ancient techniques and lethal moves. Swoosh! At that moment, Xiao Feng, gritting his teeth against his injuries, showed no hesitation as he transformed into a streak of light, attempting to flee. Jiang Luo did not hesitate either, pursuing him, though he could not eliminate the Son of Fortune at that moment. He could seize his golden opportunity, severing one of his advantages and diminishing his luck. Master, this distance is sufficient to ensure the capture of the Crown Prince of Ning as leverage, after flying a distance. A wicked smile curled at the corner of Xiao Feng's mouth. He was merely feigning flight to create space, ensuring that the Crown Prince could not intervene in time to save him. With his master's assistance, he could hold the Crown Prince as a hostage, securing a slim chance of survival at that moment. Xiao Feng halted his escape, hovering in the void, coldly gazing at Jiang Luo. Crown Prince of Ning, since you wish to be so aggressive, I shall have no choice but to reveal my trump card. Xiao Feng spoke with an icy indifference. You have a hidden move? Then by all means, unleash it and let this Crown Prince witness it, Jiang Luo replied, his face adorned with a smile, arms crossed as he awaited Xiao Feng's next move as a Son of Fortune. He naturally possessed many hidden cards, a fact he had anticipated. However, with the protection of the Black Lotus mark, he felt assured and unafraid. Even if the Son of Fortune had hidden moves, it was unlikely they would possess supreme-level power. Crown Prince of Ning, you will come to regret your underestimation. Xiao Feng's gaze turned frigid to the extreme that moment. His aura surged furiously, climbing to new heights. 3 distinct winds manifested before him. Heavenly Fury Storm. This was the most destructive move within the wind-devouring technique, while merging the powers of several unique winds and unleashing them. A cataclysmic storm formed, sweeping across the entire realm. The might of this technique rivaled that of apocalyptic forces. The ferocious tempest instantly engulfed the heavens and earth, as if the very void were on the brink of being torn asunder. Crown Prince of Ning, you may be high and mighty, with a powerful background, but do not truly believe you are invincible. I shall make you understand that even those of humble origins can suppress the proud scions of your great powers. Heavenly Fury Storm, I command you to subdue. Xiao Feng's long hair whipped wildly as he shouted in a frenzy, his entire being enveloped by the unparalleled power of the foreign winds. The 3 types of winds fused together, unleashing an exceedingly terrifying energy, a tempest strong enough to tear the heavens and split the earth, enveloping Jiang Luo. He was determined to subdue the Crown Prince of Ning and prove that he, despite his humble beginnings, was not inferior to the elite of the great powers. This your trump card. Then I too shall reveal some hidden moves. Jiang Luo smiled faintly, regarding the man whose expression was twisted with rage. Intent on subduing him. You wish to prove yourself, but alas, you shall soon realize the chasm that lies between us. Jiang Luo mocked. The power of the wind god within him began to awaken. With a fierce gust, the heavens quaked and the earth trembled. A towering, azure wind god Dharma form materialized in the void. In the presence of the wind god, both Jiang Luo and Xiao Feng appeared diminutive. Akin to mere ants, wind god's wrath, Jiang Luo roared. The formidable power of the wind god surged forth like a cataclysmic tsunami, crashing down upon Xiao Feng. It was crucial to note that this was the realm of wind, where gales were ceaseless. In this unique environment, the power of wind god's wrath would be multiplied several times over. How is this possible? Xiao Feng's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to accept that the Crown Prince of Ning could unleash such overwhelming power. With a thunderous clash, the two immensely powerful forces collided, sending shockwaves throughout the chaotic secret realm. I could see that moment. The leaders of the Swift Wind sect looked on in astonishment. They had not anticipated such astounding might emanating from the battle between the two youths. Faced with wind god's wrath, Xiao Feng was utterly incapable of withstanding it. Puffed, a mouthful of blood erupted forth. His body was riddled with wounds, blood streaming from numerous injuries. Boom! Xiao Feng plummeted from the heights. Crashing violently to the ground, his hair disheveled, clothes tattered, and body drenched in blood, utterly disheveled. Is this all you have? You dare to subdue this crown prince, a mere floating leaf attempting to shake a great tree. How laughably foolish, Jiang Luo coldly derided. Puffed. Xiao Feng's confidence suffered a devastating blow, his fury causing him to spew another mouthful of blood. He had been so certain of his ability to defeat the Crown Prince of Ning, to prove himself while using him as leverage to escape. Yet he found himself ruthlessly trampled underfoot, a reality he struggled to accept. At that moment, the talent pearl in Jiang Luo's mind revealed a line of text. Defeat the Son of Fortune. Shatter his confidence. Luck energy recharge. Xiao Feng 5. As long as the recharge reached 99, he could then slay him to complete the final charge, achieving success in luck energy recharge. Indeed, as I suspected, by undermining the confidence of the Son of Fortune, I could deplete his luck. Jiang Luo's heart swelled with secret delight. The infusion of fortune was upon him, promising at least a 10-star innate talent. His anticipation soared. In the previous infusion of fortune, he had obtained the Supreme Divine Dynasty, which enabled him to cultivate the Supreme Scripture. Master, what shall we do? Xiao Feng inquired anxiously, fully aware that Elder Feng was his sole hope of escape. Fenger, I shall channel all my strength into your being. You must seize Prince Ning's heir at the swiftest pace. Elder Feng replied gravely. Thank you, Master. I will surely procure many treasures to nourish your soul in return. Xiao Feng vowed. Subsequently, his icy gaze turned toward Jiang Luo. Prince Ning's heir, do not be so arrogant. Believing victory is assured. Boom! At that moment, Xiao Feng's aura surged exponentially. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of light. Hurtling toward Jiang Luo. Jiang Luo's expression shifted. Indeed, the Child of Fortune possessed many hidden cards that he attempted to evade, but against the now formidable Xiao Feng, escape was impossible. Boom! Yet, in a moment of peril, the Black Lotus Mark was activated, unleashing a formidable force that sent Xiao Feng flying. How could this happen? Xiao Feng was engulfed in despair, fury, and resentment. This was his final opportunity, yet he had failed to capture Prince Ning's heir. Was he truly destined to perish here today? He could not accept it, for his name had yet to resonate throughout the Chaos Realm, and his dreams remained unfulfilled, leaving him to die prematurely. It turned out a powerful remnant soul resided within him, explaining why his memories could not be accessed. Jiang Ning's expression turned cold. The couple promptly appeared beside Jiang Luo to prevent any further assault. Father, eradicate the remnant's soul within him, Jiang Luo urged urgently. That boy's golden finger is actually an old man, the Child of Fortune with the template of the Flame Emperor. If we destroy his golden finger, his fortune will surely diminish significantly. Indeed, Jiang Ning nodded. Without hesitation, he acted to suppress Xiao Feng, reaching for his remnant soul. Elder Feng's anguished cries echoed through the heavens, though he had once been a formidable figure in the realm of laws. How could a mere remnant soul contend with Jiang Ning? His remnant soul was swiftly captured. With a forceful grip, Elder Feng's essence was reduced to ashes. Master, Xiao Feng cried out in torment. The teacher who had guided him toward a celestial path was now utterly extinguished. His heart brimmed with murderous intent and hatred. Whoosh! Jiang Luo charged forward. Xiao Feng, filled with despair, closed his eyes, realizing he could not escape his fate that linger. I can no longer seek you out, he lamented, believing Jiang Luo sought his life. However, Jiang Luo did not kill him. Instead, he unleashed a sword aura that severed one of Xiao Feng's fingers, seizing the Wind God Ring, the treasured artifact of the Wind God sect. Ah! The pain made Xiao Feng scream loudly, blood gushing from the severed digit. The child of fortune's chance to alter his fate was obliterated, his fortune greatly diminished. Fortune infusion. 50. Jiang Luo was elated, never anticipating such a leap in progress. Reaching the halfway mark, that I offer you a chance. Cultivate for a few more years, and then challenge me. Jiang Luo stated coldly. He knew that in the future, he could further deplete Xiao Feng's fortune. Having slain Elder Feng and severed his finger to claim the Wind God Ring, he had no fear of Xiao Feng not seeking vengeance. Xiao Feng stood bewildered, unable to comprehend why Prince Ning's heir had spared his life. You let me go. Are you not afraid I will seek revenge? He spat, eyes filled with animosity. Jiang Luo scoffed dismissively. With your abilities, seeking vengeance against me is beyond your reach. An ant, hardly worth my consideration. Such disdain struck a severe blow to Xiao Feng's pride. Luo, this individual seems extraordinary. Are you truly willing to let him go? Du Gu Xiaoya furrowed her brow. Jiang Luo smiled reassuringly. Mother, I am fully aware of my decisions. Moreover, it is currently impossible to kill him. Attempting to do so could backfire. If it were feasible to eliminate Xiao Feng, I would not hesitate, but alas, it is not. What could possibly be gained by not killing him? At least I have already destroyed his golden finger. Indeed, Du Gu Xiaoya conceded. Since you have made your choice, I shall not interfere. Prince Ning's heir, you shall surely regret the decision made today, Xiao Feng declared. His face etched with hatred, he then gritted his teeth and attempted to depart, but the disciples of the Swift Wind Sword sect had no intention of letting him escape. Whoosh! Whoosh! They swiftly surrounded him. You may have been spared by Prince Ning's heir, but that does not absolve you from our vengeance. You have slain numerous disciples. If we do not eliminate you here, how can we maintain our dignity in the Chaos Realm? The sect leader of the Swift Wind Sword sect fumed. Upon witnessing the encroaching figures of the Swift Wind Sword sect, Xiao Feng's face turned ashen. He finally grasped why Jiang Luo had feigned mercy, because he knew the Swift Wind Sword sect would not allow him to escape. It was a cruel deception. His hatred for Jiang Luo intensified. If death is to come, let it come 18 years from now. I, Xiao Feng, shall rise again, he shouted defiantly to bolster his courage. Swift Wind sect leader. If you wish to kill Xiao Feng, it shall not be so simple. There's a chance it may backfire on you, Jiang Luo remarked with a faint smile. The sect leader retorted, a mere boy? What ill fortune could possibly befall me? I have no doubt he cannot escape my grasp. Since Prince Ning's heir has spared him, this matter is no longer your concern. He truly could not believe Xiao Feng would escape. He thought Prince Ning's heir was merely bluffing, sparing Xiao Feng out of fear. Jiang Luo merely smiled, offering no further words. If they sought death, he would not intervene. Furthermore, he wished to ascertain whether the child of fortune could truly not be killed before his fortune was entirely expended. Boom! The sect leader of the Swift Wind Sword sect conjured a colossal hand, descending upon Xiao Feng. Just as everyone believed Xiao Feng was doomed, a terrifying surge of energy erupted from his being. It rushed forth, striking the disciples of the Swift Wind Sword sect. What is happening? This power is immense. They gasped, their eyes widening in shock. They hastily attempted to defend against it, but against such force. They stood little chance. One by one, they spat blood, and several lower-ranked elders were obliterated at that moment. With the aid of this mysterious power, Xiao Feng tore through the void and fled at breakneck speed. The sect leader, wounded and bloodied at the corner of his mouth, turned to Jiang Luo, his anger palpable. Prince Ning's heir, did you orchestrate this rescue for Xiao Feng? My disciples have been slaughtered, and now even elders have fallen. I have sought vengeance only to suffer greater losses. The depth of the sect leader's fury was evident. Leader, I had only offered a friendly warning, yet you choose to blame me? Moreover, why would I save Xiao Feng? He harbors immense hatred toward me, Jiang Luo retorted coldly. Did he truly believe he could be bullied so easily? He would not shoulder the blame for another's failings. Additionally, his suspicions were confirmed. The child of fortune was indeed difficult to kill, that in moments of peril, some unforeseen circumstance would always arise to rescue him. Jiang Ning interjected, "There is no one in the great Supreme Divine Dynasty we cannot protect. If we truly wish to rescue Xiaofeng, we would not resort to such underhanded methods." The voice resonated with unparalleled dominance and confidence, clearly informing the Wind Blade Sword sect that their desire to rescue others was met with disdain for clandestine efforts. Instead, they intended to save openly and boldly, leaving the Wind Blade Sword sect powerless to retaliate. The Wind Realm would conclude prematurely. The countenance of the Wind Blade sect master darkened, in light of the upheaval. The continuation of the Wind Realm was rendered unnecessary. Lower. How do you know that Xiaofeng cannot be killed? Dugu Xiaoya inquired with curiosity. I observe that he is surrounded by great fortune, which is difficult to extinguish. It would be challenging to kill him, and any attempt to do so may result in a backlash from that very fortune, Jiang Luo articulated, leaving no room for ambiguity. After all, possessing great fortune is not a significant secret in the chaotic realm of Xianhuang. He is indeed the legendary bearer of immense fortune. Now, with Lower as his sworn enemy, how perilous it has become. Dugu Xia furrowed her brow slightly. The terror of those endowed with great fortune was well known to her, as the saintess of the chaotic sacred land, having read about it in ancient texts. What of the child of destiny? I am still confident in my ability to suppress him, Jiang Luo declared with unwavering assurance. And no matter how great the fortune, it pales in comparison to a wall-mounted victory. Very well, my son has ambition, Jiang Ning remarked, a smile of satisfaction gracing his features. There are indeed records of great fortune bearers falling to it is merely more difficult to slay them. It does not imply they are invincible. The so-called great fortune is merely a favor bestowed by the heavenly path, a form of protection. As cultivators, we inherently defy the heavens. If we fear not the heavenly path, why should we fear the child of destiny? As a prodigy capable of suppressing an era, Jiang Ning exuded his own formidable aura. What of the child of destiny? Sooner or later, this very sky will be subdued by me. Upon receiving the news of the Wind Realm's premature conclusion, many expressed their grievances, having paid an entrance fee yet gained nothing. However, in the face of the Wind Blade Sword sect's might, they dared not cause a ruckus, for this was a venerable and indomitable sect. They had also heard that the Wind Blade Sword sect had suffered considerable losses, with several disciples and esteemed elders perishing. At this moment, it was prudent not to provoke misfortune and become a target for the Wind Blade sect's ire. As Jiang Ning, Jiang Luo, and Dugu Xiaoya emerged from the Wind Realm, the Wind Sect Master approached with a smile. Prince Ning, the heavenly extreme wind that Xiaofeng obtained should be concealed within the ring you seized. It is our sect's treasured artifact, and we would be immensely grateful if you could return it to us. They had witnessed Xiaofeng storing the heavenly extreme wind within his spatial ring during the time reversal of the Haotian mirror. This was an extraordinary wind that the Wind Blade sect had sought for countless years. Possessing the heavenly extreme wind would enable them to cultivate the Wind Blade technique to its highest realm, even achieving profound insights. Jiang Luo chuckled. Sect Master, this is my hard-won trophy, and I cannot hand it over to you. That he intended to utilize the heavenly extreme wind to forge the sixth divine cauldron. The Wind Divine Cauldron. The Wind Sect Master's brow furrowed, and he spoke in a serious tone. Before entering the Wind Realm, there was a prior agreement. Any extraordinary wind obtained could be taken away, except for the heavenly extreme wind. This is the most precious wind within the Wind Realm and holds immense significance for our sect that it cannot be allowed to benefit outsiders. Jiang Luo replied calmly. While such a rule exists, I did not acquire it from the Wind Realm, but rather from Xiaofeng. You should seek him for it, rather than attempting to seize my spoils. How could I willingly relinquish what I have earned? That is not in my character. Besides, with my formidable background, what can the Wind Blade sect do to me? You, hearing Jiang Luo's cunning retort, the Wind Sect Master was infuriated. Regardless, you must hand over the heavenly extreme wind. Dugu Xiaoya stepped protectively in front of her son and coldly asserted, what if we refuse to hand it over? Do you intend to resort to violence? My husband and I are not to be trifled with. Her stance was resolute. There was no way she would yield it. The Wind Sect Master's face flushed with anger. Just as he pondered his next move, a ripple in the void revealed a spatial passage. An elderly man, with hair as white as snow and an aura reminiscent of an unparalleled divine sword, emerged. Greetings, ancestor. The Wind Sect master promptly bowed in respect. Qing Feng's sword saint, Feng Qingyang, Jiang Ning, and Du Gu Xiao exchanged concerned glances. This was the saint who suppressed the Wind Blade sect. Little one, hand over the heavenly extreme wind to me, and I shall owe you a favor. Feng Qingyang smiled gently. To favor from a saint is indeed invaluable. Qing Feng Sword Saint, my great Xia Divine Dynasty has countless saints suppressing the entire chaotic realm that we lack a favor from a mere saint. Jiang Ning scoffed. A mere saint seeks to coerce them into relinquishing the heavenly extreme wind. Youngster, while you may be a prince of the Divine Dynasty, you should not treat a saint with disrespect. All beneath the saint are but ants. One must possess a fundamental sense of reverence when facing the might of a saint. Today, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of the Emperor. Feng Qingyang's brow furrowed, clearly irritated. The terrifying might of the saint surged forth. Today, you shall learn what it means to face the undying might. Ning is right. A favor from you, a mere saint, is nothing but a trifle in the presence of my grandson. At that moment, a voice of immense authority resonated from above the 9 heavens. The physical manifestation of the great Xia Emperor, Jiang Luo, descended once more. Boom! The entire starry sky trembled violently. Gradually, a figure took shape, stepping forth as if traversing from the farthest reaches of the cosmos. The very laws of this realm quaked in response to his presence, as though bowing in submission. Radiating an unparalleled and terrifying might, each step he took reverberated through the great Tao, causing the stars to shudder. It was as if he were the sole sovereign of the celestial expanse, the emperor capable of suppressing an entire realm. Even with just a physical manifestation, he could easily overpower a venerable sect. Father, grandfather, greetings, great Xia Emperor. At this moment, everyone present bowed in deference. The various factions that had come to the Wind Realm were filled with terror. Their astonishment. The legendary emperor of the Supreme Divine Dynasty had personally descended. Though they hailed from noble backgrounds, in the eyes of the emperor, they amounted to nothing more than insignificant specks. The elders of the non-imperial clan dared not inquire about Zhang Wei's whereabouts. Hastily retreating in fear, they believed that Zhang Wei's actions in slaying the Prince of Ning had drawn the ire of the emperor of the great Xia, Jiang Luo. The previously imposing Qing Feng Sword Saint now appeared as meek as a grandson. He had dared to disregard Jiang Ning, regardless of his noble status or remarkable talent. Yet he was still not a saint. The belief that all beneath the saint are but ants was deeply ingrained in their minds. However, before the emperor, they dared not even breathe audibly. You wish to teach my son a lesson? The emperor spoke coldly. I would not dare. Feng Qingyang hastily apologized. Humph. The emperor snorted. The heavenly extreme wind rightfully belongs to lower. As it is her hard-earned trophy, if you contest this, I can offer you an opportunity. When my grandson reaches adulthood and begins his trials, should any of the younger generation of your Wind Blade sect defeat lower, you may reclaim the heavenly extreme wind. The emperor's intention was clear, designed to temper his grandson. The great Xia royal family had a tradition. All direct descendants must undergo a 5-year trial after their coming-of-age ceremony at 18 before returning. During this trial, peer prodigies would inevitably challenge one another. Now, at 16, Jiang Luo had 2 years left until she officially reached adulthood. Since the emperor has made this decision, our Windblade sect has no objections. Feng Qingyang smiled faintly. It is certainly better to have an opportunity than none at all. Although Prince Ning's son possesses extraordinary talent, older disciples could still be dispatched to challenge him. Anyone under the age of 50 is considered a peer. 50 years, for a mortal, marks the onset of old age. Yet for cultivators with lifespans extending into the thousands, it is but a fleeting moment. Over the past 2 years, we could have harnessed the full strength of our sect to nurture a prodigy, enabling him to reclaim the celestial wind. Following this decision, the emperor directed his gaze towards Jiang Luo. Lower, you must have acquired the demon summoning sutra within the 3-sword hall, along with the heavenly fury sword. As one who stands atop the pinnacle of the world, just a glance at Jiang Luo sufficed for the emperor to ascertain that the heavenly fury sword was in his possession. Indeed, Jiang Luo nodded. "Grandfather, I have indeed obtained the heavenly fury sword. You shall hand over the heavenly fury sword to me," commanded the emperor. Without hesitation, Jiang Ning surrendered it to the emperor with a swift motion. A grand, blood-red sword, radiating an immense aura of power, flew into the emperor's grasp. The heavenly fury sword. The sword sage of the Gale breathed rapidly. This was the sacred weapon of their Gale sword sect. However, in the presence of the emperor, even if he felt envious, he dared not make a claim. After all, the heavenly fury sword had chosen Prince Ning's son of its own accord, leaving no grounds for demand. Among all sacred weapons, the heavenly fury sword ranks among the foremost in offensive and destructive power. However, it has the drawback of consuming the owner's mind. Hence, you must be vigilant in strengthening your soul's power in the future. Subsequently, as he stroked the sword's body, a series of seals were inscribed upon it. "Luo, I have placed multiple seals upon this sword. With each breakthrough you achieve in your major realms, one seal will be released until you reach the quasi-saint level, at which point all seals will be lifted. Only then will you be able to wield this sacred weapon in battle." Sacred weapons, after all, are formidable tools, second only to imperial weapons, given Jiang Luo's alchemical realm. He could not yet master it. He would need to seal away most of its power to barely manage its use in combat. He then returned the heavenly fury sword. Elated, Jiang Luo exclaimed, "Thank you, grandfather." The emperor nodded before his form vanished. Jiang Ning, along with his wife and child, embarked on a journey aboard the chaotic flying vessel towards the great Supreme Divine Dynasty. Meanwhile, the members of the Gale Sword sect wore grim expressions. They had suffered significant losses this time, with not only lives lost, but also 2 of their treasured sect artifacts taken down. A month later, a grand disciples competition would be held. Whoever emerged victorious would receive the full support of the sect for cultivation. "He shall reclaim the celestial wind and the heavenly fury sword from Prince Ning's son for our Gale Sword sect." The voice of the sword sage of the Gale echoed throughout the sect. At this moment, all disciples began to roll up their sleeves, eager for the opportunity to soar to great heights. In another realm, Xiao Feng was transported by a mysterious force to a dark, ancient forest. Initially believing he was doomed, he was surprised to find himself saved. "Who rescued me?" Xiao Feng inquired, bewildered. Just then, a brilliant light illuminated the entire forest, revealing a hazy, exquisitely beautiful figure, the true visage of whom remained obscured. "Oh, who are you? Why did you save me?" Xiao Feng called out loudly. "I am Feng Ruyan, the Storm Empress." The woman replied slowly, her lips parting gently to reveal her name. "What? You are the Storm Empress?" Xiao Feng gasped, utterly astonished. As the disciple of the last master of the Wind God sect, he was no stranger to the Storm Empress, the founding ancestor of the sect and a formidable ancient power. A being of immense strength, she was on the cusp of attaining the status of emperor. In ancient times, during the Golden Age, countless prodigies emerged, and even in an era overflowing with such formidable beings. The Storm Empress was deemed the most likely to ascend to emperor status. Her prowess surpassed that of ordinary quasi-emperors, making her one of the strongest beneath the emperor's rank. She was a legendary figure. The idol Xiao Feng had long admired. "I pay my respects to the ancestor," Xiao Feng exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion as he knelt before her. "Rise," Feng Ruyan said with a nod. "Ancestor, how have you survived from ancient times until now?" Xiao Feng asked curiously. Feng Ruyan shook her head. "I was once a dead person, leaving behind only a remnant soul trapped within the wind-devouring. It was you who absorbed a vast amount of foreign wind power within the wind realm, liberating my remnant soul. The origins of the wind-devouring art are mysterious, said to come from the enigmatic heavens above. If you cultivate diligently, great success awaits you in the future. Avenging your master and erasing the shame is not impossible." Although only a remnant soul remained, Feng Ruyan's beauty was still unparalleled. "I will strive to cultivate diligently," Xiao Feng declared, gritting his teeth, fists clenched, his gaze resolute. The scene of his master's murder was etched in his memory. "An indelible mark of vengeance that I will not rest until I avenge my master," he vowed. With determination, perseverance, and talent, Feng Ruyan nodded in satisfaction. Though you are the grandson of a divine dynasty, do not feel disheartened. You possess great fortune and the favor of the heavens. In this life, you may even ascend to the throne, surpassing the ancestor of the Jiang family at that time, avenging yourself on Jiang Luo, or even obliterating the entire Great Xia divine dynasty will be within your grasp. From today onwards, I shall personally train you, nurturing your growth. As one who was once on the verge of becoming an emperor, her confidence was evident. Xiao Feng laughed heartily within, though he had lost his master. He found an even greater ancestor. Jiang Luo, I will come for you. The humiliation you inflicted upon me, the vengeance for my master, and the debt for my severed fingers will be repaid manifold. You will not escape unscathed. Xiao Feng's fists clenched tightly. His fighting spirit ignited. He vowed to seek revenge and trample Jiang Luo beneath his feet. It should be noted, the protagonist currently possesses the chaotic divine cauldron, the Emperor's divine cauldron, the Thunder divine cauldron, the Azure Dragon divine cauldron, the Royal Path divine cauldron, and the Sky-devouring demon cauldron, representing the 6 cauldron realm, not the 5 cauldron realm. Meanwhile, Jiang Luo remained blissfully unaware that Xiao Feng's golden opportunity had transformed from an old man into a stunning empress. Even if he were aware, he would not be surprised, as the child of fortune. He was bound to encounter abundant opportunities that, in truth, the child of fortune could be likened to a bountiful and robust chive. Once harvested, it would soon sprout anew. After all, their fortunes were exceptionally favorable, with treasures appearing before them effortlessly. The celestial wind and the wind god ring were but chives Jiang Luo had harvested from the child of fortune. Once this chive regrows, I shall reap it again. After giving the ice storm to Lu Zian, Jiang Luo entered a secluded chamber to meditate. He retrieved the wind god ring, preparing to extract the celestial wind and coalesce it into the wind god cauldron, elevating his cultivation to the 7 cauldron realm. This marked another significant turning point in the 7 cauldron realm. He could manifest his, significantly enhancing his strength. Jiang Luo prepared to extract the celestial wind from the wind god ring. He suddenly felt a powerful surge of wind god energy coursing into his body. This overwhelming force was so intense that it rendered him extremely uncomfortable, his entire being flushed red, radiating a dazzling light. At that moment, the wind god mark upon his forehead shone brilliantly, exuding an extraordinarily terrifying might. What is this? Jiang Luo was utterly astonished, completely unaware of the events that had transpired. He felt as if he were a colossal vessel, incessantly siphoning away the elemental power of the wind god contained within the wind god ring. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. After absorbing the entirety of the wind god's power from the ring, Jiang Luo discovered that the potency of wind god's fury had significantly increased, elevating its rank from 7 stars to 8 stars. Even outside the exceptional environment of the wind realm, the might unleashed by wind god's fury now rivaled that of its manifestation within the wind realm. He had not anticipated that acquiring the wind god ring would bestow upon him such formidable fortune. A radiant smile graced Jiang Luo's face. Indeed, the child of destiny, this sprightly chive, flourished the most abundantly. This was nothing short of an unexpected boon. The transition from 7-star to 8-star talent, though seemingly a mere star's difference, represented an insurmountable chasm, an unfathomable divide. Subsequently, Jiang Luo's gaze returned to the wind god ring. Devoid of the wind god's power, it had transformed into an ordinary spatial ring. Upon inspection, he found the heavenly extreme wind nestled within. Additionally, it housed a plethora of ancestral tomes from the wind god sect, including the foundational technique, the wind god technique. The wind god technique, he exclaimed, realizing he can now cultivate a second technique that perfectly complemented the imminent forging of his wind god cauldron. Jiang Luo was elated. With a dedicated technique to harness, the power of the cauldron would be amplified. His chaos power stemmed from his innate chaos divine body, not considered a cultivated technique. Thus, the Demon Awakening Sutra was his first cultivated technique. While the wind god technique would serve as the second as for other techniques to accompany the divine cauldron, he would seek them upon his return to the Great Xia Divine Dynasty. Given the dynasty's formidable heritage, acquiring these techniques would be a simple endeavor. He commenced his cultivation. Seated in midair, Jiang Luo adjusted his state to its optimum before retrieving the heavenly extreme wind. The rumbling winds emanated an overwhelmingly violent energy. Jiang Luo hastily activated the wind god technique to suppress it, channeling the Supreme Divine Body, Chaos Holy Body, Pure Blood Imperial Bloodline, Battle Saint Body, Purple Gold Thunder Eye, and Primordial Sword Body in unison to exert control. Even the most exceptional of winds could not withstand the might of the four sacred bodies combined with the Supreme Divine Body and the Pure Blood Imperial Lineage. Soon, Jiang Luo succeeded in subduing it. Thereafter, he began the process of refining and cultivating, striving to breach the seven cauldron realm and the Dharma form realm. As he sat in midair, an unmatched aura erupted from his being. Enveloped in brilliant, intense divine light, akin to a blazing sun radiating boundless illumination, he continuously absorbed the energy of the heavenly extreme wind, diligently practicing the wind god technique. Time slipped away unnoticed. Suddenly, with a resounding boom, Jiang Luo's entire body erupted in resplendent, secret patterns, illuminating the surroundings. Subsequently, an immensely terrifying force surged forth from within him, creating a catastrophic wave of explosive energy that surged outward in all directions. Instantly, numerous beams of light ignited around him, inscribed with runes. The protective formation safeguarding the cultivation chamber had been activated at that moment. Above his head, a colossal cauldron began to coalesce, surrounded by howling winds. Its brilliance dazzling, the wind god cauldron had successfully materialized. Jiang Luo had officially entered the seven cauldron realm. His aura intensified manifold, undergoing a profound transformation. Yet at this juncture, Jiang Luo did not immediately conclude his cultivation. Instead, he sought to condense the Dharma form of supremacy. The heavens and earth shone brilliantly as boundless spiritual energy surged towards his back, while radiant secret patterns flickered around him. Soon, he formed a colossal storm Dharma form. Jiang Luo furrowed his brow. Was the Supreme Dharma form not meant to be a storm Dharma form? Although powerful, this form did not meet his expectations. Moreover, having directly cultivated seven attributes of the Divine Cauldron, how could he only manifest a wind attribute Dharma form? He summoned the powers of other attributes, attempting to condense a new Dharma form. Before long, an awe-inspiring thunderclap resounded, and the Thunder Dharma form emerged. I'm not limited to manifesting a single Dharma form. It must relate to the supreme scripture I am cultivating. Jiang Luo continued to condense Dharma forms. Chaos Dharma form, Emperor Dharma form, Azure Dragon Dharma form, Royal Golden Dragon Dharma form, Heavenly Demon Dharma form. One after another, they came forth. Alongside the Storm and Thunder Dharma forms, he had successfully manifested seven distinct Dharma forms. After a brief contemplation, Jiang Luo unleashed all seven Dharma forms simultaneously. An astonishing spectacle unfolded. The Dharma forms began to merge together. In the next moment, a gigantic Dharma form appeared behind him, descending like a deity, exuding an overwhelming divine majesty. The fusion of Dharma forms resulted in the supreme, celestial Dharma form. Jiang Luo was astounded. The new Dharma form had coalesced at that moment. The supreme celestial Dharma form continued to ascend, reaching 10 zhang. 20 zhang. It only ceased when it attained a height of 100 zhang. The towering Dharma form radiated an extraordinary and terrifying pressure, evoking a sensation that the entire chaos realm lay submissive beneath its feet. In the cosmic expanse, I alone am supreme. The supreme celestial form is incredibly powerful. Jiang Luo was immensely shocked. He had merely breached a minor realm within the Cauldron realm, yet it felt akin to a monumental breakthrough. Each minor breakthrough brought about earth-shattering changes, akin to a complete metamorphosis. This was the result of a solid foundation, maximizing the potential of a realm. This also elucidated why unparalleled prodigies often suppress their cultivation levels. The more profound the accumulation, the greater the enhancement of strength post-breakthrough. Whoosh! The chaos-flying boat sped towards the great Xia Divine Dynasty at remarkable velocity. During the journey, Jiang Luo completely immersed himself in cultivation. Since acquiring the Wind God Sex legacy, he had selected two techniques for his training: Wind god legs, a technique of the heaven stage, the undying grade leg technique, perfectly suited for wind attribute cultivators. Moreover, endowed with the exceptional wind of heavenly extreme wind, the power of the wind god legs would be greatly amplified. The Nine Heavens wind movement was a secret technique for short-term power enhancement. He had previously employed it during his battle with Xiao Feng. Lure, you may emerge. We are approaching the great Xia Emperor Star. After what felt like an eternity, his father's voice resonated in Jiang Luo's mind. Thus, he concluded his cultivation and exited the chamber. Young master, I have successfully refined the ice storm and broken through to the human realm. As soon as he stepped out, he heard Lu Zian boasting in his ear. Congratulations on your substantial power increase. Jiang Luo replied with a smile. The daughter of destiny. Lu Zian's talents were remarkable. Now, with the guidance of Dugu Xiaoya, she had experienced tremendous growth. Here is a battle technique. The Pear Blossom Storm, which, when combined with the Ice Storm, possesses boundless might, Jiang Luo stated. The rank of a battle technique was not the most crucial aspect. What mattered most was its suitability for the individual. Thank you, young master. Lu Zian joyfully accepted it, utterly enamored. Just then, Jiang Ning and Dugu Xiaoya approached Luo. Congratulations on your substantial power increase. Jiang Ning remarked with a smile, immediately recognizing the significant progress his son had made. I believe Luo will certainly not be inferior to that Jiang Shenkong, Dugu Xiaoya proclaimed confidently. Behold, this is the great Xia Emperor Star. A moment later, Jiang Ning pointed to a colossal world. It was infinitely larger than the heavenly great world or the heavenly wind great world Jiang Luo had previously encountered. This was truly a behemoth of a world. The great Xia Emperor Star, originally known as the heavenly micro great world, was renamed after the establishment of the great Supreme Divine Dynasty. Boom! The chaotic flying vessel transformed into a streak of flowing light, piercing directly into the great Xia Imperial Star. Who, in their right mind, could be unaware of the prohibition against any ships or vessels traversing the skies of the great Xia Imperial Star? Yet, here it is, boldly entering. At this moment, several formidable auras surged towards the chaotic vessel to assert the might of the great Supreme Divine Dynasty. All aerial vehicles were strictly forbidden from flying above the entire Imperial Star. And the Imperial capital was under a complete flight ban. Are your eyes deceiving you? Do you not recognize the Ningyu, the vessel of His Highness, Prince Ning? How dare you obstruct His Highness's ship? At this juncture, a general clad in golden armor appeared, reprimanding with a fierce tone. Though there was a flight ban, His Highness naturally belonged to the privileged class and could disregard such regulations. Ah! The onlookers gasped in shock, exclaiming, His Highness Prince Ning has returned. This was indeed a peerless prodigy who had once suppressed an entire era. After vanishing for 16 long years, he had unexpectedly come back. 16 years had passed, and finally, His Highness Prince Ning had returned. It seemed the imperial capital was about to be swept by a tempest once more. Gazing at the departing chaotic vessel, the golden-armored general let out a sigh. The entire Imperial Star was aware of the events surrounding that battle, where Prince Ning, despite his youth, had subdued a host of royal elders, showcasing astonishing talent and unparalleled power. Everyone had been left astounded by the might of Prince Ning. How old was he then? Now, after 16 years, how powerful could he have become? Soon, a colossal city appeared before the four individuals. Was this indeed the Supreme Divine Dynasty, the imperial capital of Great Xia? Jiang Luo was utterly awestruck. The grandeur of the city was beyond imagination, its circumference perhaps spanning billions of kilometers, magnificent to an unimaginable degree. Countless divine lights enveloped it, purple qi rose, and brilliance radiated. In the sky above, the sun and moon shone simultaneously, illuminating the entire city. Along the city walls stood rows of fully armed soldiers, clad in armor, exuding an unmatched ferocity. There were even towering giants, standing dozens of feet tall, overlooking the ground and monitoring every passerby. These giants possessed terrifying auras, some wreathed in flames, others with 8 arms, and some with 3 eyes. It was said that long ago. A race of giants who called themselves gods suddenly descended upon the Xianhuang chaotic realm. They sought to enslave the entire chaotic realm, but were ultimately suppressed by the human emperor. These so-called divine giants were reduced to servitude. The presence of giants guarding the city attested to the immense power of the divine dynasty. Moreover, the city walls were constructed from extraordinarily precious and rare stones. Grand and imposing. The value of each brick could perhaps rival the entire foundation of the Xiantian sect in the Ling Xian small world. This was the terrifying heritage of the Supreme Divine Dynasty. The population of the entire Great Xia imperial capital exceeded hundreds of billions. Such a vast and prosperous city was a sight Jiang Luo had never witnessed before. Jiang Xiao, the human emperor from 210,000 years ago, hailed from the Tianwei Star Domain, Great Xia Star Domain, the founder of the Great Xia Divine Dynasty, and was known as the Great Xia Divine Emperor, the Chongkong Emperor, since the era of the Chongkong Emperor. The Great Xia Divine Dynasty had endured for over 210,000 years, with an unbroken lineage, always standing at the pinnacle of the chaotic realm. They possessed imperial artifacts and the transmission of imperial scriptures, ensuring their legacy for millennia to come. After 210,000 years of propagation and growth, the Jiang clan's numbers had reached an unfathomable level. The direct descendants predominantly resided within the Great Xia imperial star, while the collateral branches were numerous, scattered throughout the chaotic realm. The entire Great Xia Divine Dynasty directly controlled 6 star domains: the Great Xia Star Domain, the Black Fog Star Domain, the Zhangxiong Star Domain, the Tiangang Star Domain, the Ziyang Star Domain, and the Tianji Star Domain, governing countless subjects to an astonishing degree. Additionally, there were 7 star domains indirectly controlled by the Great Xia Divine Dynasty. Lower, how do you find it? Are you overwhelmed by the might of Great Xia? Jiang Ning chuckled. You shall live here from now on, gradually experiencing its grandeur. Come, let us return to the Ning Wang Fu. I shall take you to meet your grandfather another day. Whoosh, the chaotic vessel surged directly into the imperial capital, heading towards the Ning Wang Fu. Prince Ning has returned. Quickly relay the news. Jiang Ning's whereabouts were not concealed, and thus, the eyes of various factions swiftly detected his presence. They hurriedly returned to report. They knew in their hearts that the return of this unparalleled prodigy would likely stir a colossal storm once again. The events of those years were still vivid in everyone's memories. This news had to be conveyed at once. This moment. The human emperor within the palace seemed to sense something, but a smile graced his lips. My dear grandson has returned. The tribulations he faced back then would surely be avenged. As a grandfather, I should prepare a grand gift for our reunion. The human emperor did not wish to meet his grandchildren for the first time, but rather to ensure the gift was ready before anything else. Subsequently, his expression hardened. The past decisions made for the greater good did not mean he had forgotten that incident. Those individuals would ultimately pay the price. Whoosh, the chaotic vessel soon descended upon a grand estate. The estate sprawled across a vast area, resplendent and magnificent, adorned with floors of emerald and white jade, exuding an extraordinary aura. At the Crimson Gate stood 2 ancient divine beasts, exuding an astonishing presence. One must understand that a single adult divine beast could reign supreme in an ordinary star domain. Yet here, they served merely as gatekeepers, underscoring the elevated status of the estate's master. After all, in all of Great Xia, aside from the hereditary 9 royal houses, there were only 18 princes in total. The status of a prince was undoubtedly lofty. Once the chaotic vessel was stowed away in a spatial ring, Jiang Ning and the others appeared within the Ning Wang Fu. Even Qing Li, who had been in seclusion, had rarely emerged. Who dares to intrude upon the Ning Wang Fu? At this moment, a group of guards clad in purple and gold armor rushed forward, encircling the group. Upon recognizing Jiang Ning's visage, the captain of the guards was utterly astonished and hurriedly knelt on the ground. Why, Lord, you have finally returned. Greetings, Your Highness. One guard gazed at Jiang Ning with admiration, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Indeed, I have returned. Jiang Ning nodded, speaking with a calm demeanor. At this moment, an elderly man with white hair hurriedly approached. Upon seeing Jiang Ning and his wife, he momentarily froze, then rubbed his moist eyes. Why, Lord, my lady, you have finally returned. Old servant has awaited your return for 16 years. The elder was exceedingly emotional, hastily leading a group of servants to kneel. "Shoubo, you have worked hard managing the Ning Wang Fu these years," Jiang Ning gently remarked. "This is merely my duty, not burdensome at all," Shoubo replied with a smile, shaking his head. Jiang Xiao had cared for Jiang Ning since childhood and had now become the head steward of the entire Ning Wang Fu. And these individuals? Shoubo then turned his attention to Jiang Luo and the others. "This is lower, Du Gu Xiao," you smiled, "a young master." "Have you found him?" Shoubo exclaimed in astonishment, followed by hearty laughter. "Congratulations, my lord and lady, for finding the young master. This is wonderful. Not only have you found the young master, but my lord's aura has also grown significantly stronger over these 16 years. I fear I am no match for you now." He genuinely rejoiced for Jiang Ning from the bottom of his heart. Subsequently, Jiang Ning led everyone out of the front courtyard. The young master has returned. Back then, he was just an infant who suffered the misfortune of blood extraction. It is truly pitiful. Yet alas, having lost his imperial bloodline, he may fade into obscurity, and the possibility of a trio of prodigies from one family becoming reality seems improbable. The inhabitants of the Ning Wang mansion wore expressions of indignation. Had it not been for the events of yesteryear, the heir, endowed with the illustrious bloodline of an imperial lineage, might have already ascended to the ranks of the prodigies. Now, the chasm between the heir and Jiang Shenkong could be likened to the vast difference between heaven and earth. After all, having been cast adrift for 16 years without formidable resources and having lost his imperial blood, how could one expect him to possess any considerable strength? "Luo, wait for your father for a few days. After that, I shall personally seek retribution on your behalf," Jiang Ning declared. He intended to enter seclusion to break through and enhance his cultivation. Regardless of the circumstances, personal strength remained paramount. Only with sufficient power could one attain their desires and accomplish their goals. Jiang Luo nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Jiang Ning departed to enter his training chamber. Tea that moment. Qing Li interjected, "Sister, please find me a sacred place for cultivation that I cannot afford to waste any time. I must begin my training immediately." Born for the purpose of cultivation, Qing Li was now brimming with impatience. The foundation of the great Supreme Divine Dynasty was formidable. Training here would undoubtedly lead to a rapid enhancement of her prowess. Du Gu Xiao smiled and said, "I shall first escort Luo to her residence and then make arrangements for my sister." She then led Jiang Luo to an extraordinarily lavish courtyard. From this moment forth, this shall be known as Luo Courtyard, your private abode. Lower gestured towards the opulent quarters. The Luo Courtyard was vast, boasting over 100 rooms, a dedicated cultivation chamber, rockeries, lakes, and extensive gardens filled with rare and precious spiritual flowers and herbs. Even spiritual beasts roamed within its confines, exuding an air of grandeur. Soon after, Du Gu Xiao summoned a contingent of guards to stand watch outside Luo Courtyard, ensuring Jiang Luo's safety. Initially, she had planned to assign hundreds of beautiful maidservants to attend to Jiang Luo and manage the courtyard. But Jiang Luo declined. "Only Lu Zian will suffice. The more people present, the greater the risk of exposure to my secrets," she reasoned. Following this, Du Gu Xiao departed with Qing Li. Jiang Luo, accompanied by Lu Zian, entered the Luo courtyard and found their way to the main house. "Young master, I never imagined your family background to be so grand. It is truly astonishing. I have realized that I am no match for any of the guard within this royal mansion." Upon entering the imperial capital of Great Xia, Lu Zian had been so taken aback that she scarcely dared to breathe. It was only after arriving at Jiang Luo's exclusive courtyard that she could finally exhale. "Do not worry, Zian. You possess remarkable talent. It is only a matter of time before you surpass them," Jiang Ning reassured her with a smile. Lu Zian replied, her cheeks flushed with warmth. "Allow me to assist you with your bath and attire." "Very well," Jiang Luo nodded. Soon, the two fair figures entwined in the bathing pool. Lower, a voice soon resonated, belonging to Du Gu Xiao. Jiang Luo hastily urged Lu Zian to tidy herself before opening the door to reveal a breathtakingly beautiful woman. Akin to a celestial being descending from the moon palace, the saintess of the heavenly realm, the moon goddess, renowned as the most exquisite beauty of chaos, was indeed deserving of her title. Even while concealing much of her beauty and grace to mask her identity, she still surpassed ordinary mortals, radiating an ethereal presence. "Mother, what brings you here?" Jiang Luo inquired. "Are you adjusting well to life at the Ningguang mansion?" Xia asked with concern. "It is fine. I have not felt any discomfort," Jiang Luo replied. Xia remarked, "Your father is in seclusion. For now, let me keep you company. Having been separated from my son for 16 years, my heart aches with longing. I yearn to be by your side every moment." "Mother, as long as Xian is here to attend to me, that will suffice," Jiang Luo said with a hint of embarrassment. After all, he had not been raised by Xia. Although she was his biological mother, sharing the same space still made him feel awkward and uneasy. Xia affectionately ruffled her son's hair and laughed. "I am your mother. Why are you feeling shy? Seeing how distant you are makes me believe I should spend more time with you to strengthen our bond." A pang of sorrow struck her heart. Had her son grown up alongside her, he would not be so reserved and resistant. Jiang Luo nodded reluctantly. This was indeed the obedient son of a mother. Xia was now as joyful as a young girl, reveling in the reunion. "That child, the heir of Ningguang, Jiang Luo, is it not? The one who had his imperial blood extracted in his youth?" "Indeed, he is the one." Back then, the Ningguang couple caused quite the uproar in the imperial capital over this matter, annihilating the entire clan of the Jade Queen Mother. The Jade King they refer to as none other than Jiang Xiao. With astonishing talent, he was granted the title of king against the odds. His mother was named Lu Qingyu. In honor of her, he adopted the title of Jade King. Possessing the first-class imperial blood, he was destined for greatness. What a pity it is that you think Ningguang will seek justice for the heir. How could he? The Jade King now ranks among the top 3 on the celestial leaderboard. An undeniable prodigy. As he matures, he may very well claim the top spot, being the strongest prodigy of his time. Such a genius enjoys the unwavering protection of the clan elders, leaving Ningguang with no recourse unless the heir defeats the Jade King and seeks justice himself. In peer-to-peer competition, the clan elders would have no reason to intervene. However, after being cast adrift for 16 years, can the heir of Ningguang, now an inconspicuous figure, truly contend with the Jade King? This is an endeavor fraught with greater difficulty than achieving the status of a great emperor, an impossible task indeed. Soon, news of the heir's summons back to the mansion spread throughout the imperial capital, igniting a wave of excitement. The third Wang mansion. The third prince, he has returned, and he has brought back that child. A mysterious figure appeared before an elderly man, whose presence was overwhelmingly formidable, enveloped in the aura of loss. He was a saint. The great Emperor Chong Kong had 9 sons, each designated as a prince, establishing 9 princely mansions. Only these 9 mansions were hereditary. Gradually, the 9 princely houses abandoned their titles, consolidating under the appellations of the first prince. Second prince and 9th prince, they wielded absolute power, second only to the emperor. The emperor Jiang Lan hailed from the 8th prince mansion. Each generation of emperors is selected from among the 9 princely houses. The throne is not directly inherited by the emperor's son. In fact, the emperor's son does not even hold the title of a prince. Rather, a selection is made from the legitimate offspring of the Jiang clan to ensure that each emperor is the most exceptional, capable of leading the great Supreme Divine Dynasty to eternal prosperity. Thus, Jiang Xiao and Jiang Ning emerged as the top contenders for the next emperor, due to their possession of the imperial body. Jiang Xiao's acclaim surpassed that of Jiang Ning. Let him return. A discarded waste poses no threat to Xiao. The third prince remarked dismissively, not concerning himself with Jiang Luo. However, one should not underestimate Ningguang. He represents the greatest obstacle to Xiao's future ascension to the throne. The thought of Jiang Ning caused the third prince's brow to furrow slightly, as a sense of apprehension loomed within him. Days later, Jiang Ning successfully emerged from seclusion, his aura significantly strengthened. "Congratulations, father, on your remarkable advancement in cultivation," Jiang Luo exclaimed with a smile. "Come, my son, I shall take you to reclaim justice and retrieve what is rightfully yours," Jiang Ning proclaimed with great authority. "Where are we going?" Jiang Luo inquired. The 8th mansion. Jiang Ning's gaze turned icy. Years ago, the 8th prince had the power to prevent this tragedy from occurring. Yet he feigned ignorance, tacitly allowing the event to unfold. This infuriated Jiang Ning. This sense of justice must first be reclaimed, for the ancestral figure of the Jiang clan was named Jiang Chongkong. Likewise, possessing the innate imperial Tao sacred body, Jiang Shenkong derived his name from it, even adopting the title of Shun to enhance his imposing presence. This clearly illustrated the extent of his arrogance and pride. Jiang Shenkong's father, Jiang Tiantung, was the biological son of the third prince of the third royal mansion. In his youth, during a perilous expedition, the eighth prince had, in a bid to save the third prince's life, forcibly employed a forbidden technique, resulting in a severe depletion of his yang energy and the loss of his ability to procreate. Consequently, as a gesture of gratitude, the third prince adopted his son, Jiang Tiantung, and bestowed him upon the eighth prince. Thus, in terms of the clan's inheritance, both Jiang Tiantung and Jiang Shenkong belonged to the eighth royal mansion. However, following that incident, the father and son rarely resided within the eighth royal mansion, instead growing up primarily in the third royal mansion. Later, Jiang Shenkong was conferred the title of prince, gaining his own royal estate. In the Supreme Divine Dynasty, power was divided among three entities: the human sovereign, the 9 royal mansions, and the ancestral temple's elder council. Most Jiang clan saints who ascended to the realm of laws automatically became members of the elder council. Thus, the elder council was the supreme military authority of the entire Supreme Divine Dynasty. The human sovereign, with formidable strength, could disregard the 9 royal mansions, yet remain constrained by the elder council. Otherwise, Jiang Lan could have easily quelled all opposition. The malicious matriarch would not have dared to draw Jiang Luo's imperial blood. Soon, the father and son arrived before the 8th royal mansion, the place where Jiang Ning had grown up, which he had only recently vacated upon receiving his title. "Halt! Who goes there?" A heavily armored guard bellowed at the entrance. Jiang Ning cast a sidelong glance at the guard. It seemed I had been away from the 8th royal mansion for too long. Even the guards no longer recognized me, he remarked coldly. After all, a new batch of guards had been assigned, so it was only natural they would not know him. He then directly brought Jiang Luo and stormed into the 8th mansion. "How dare you trespass? Are you not afraid for your life?" The guard fumed. That moment, a towering and robust figure appeared. "Stand down. This is His Highness, the Prince of Ning. He has returned home," boomed the burly man. "Uncle Lin." "It has been a while." Jiang Ning smiled, clearly recognizing the man. "I have seen His Highness, the Prince of Ning, and young master." Commander Lin respectfully acknowledged that I wish to see the 8th prince, Jiang Ning stated without further ado. Commander Lin hesitated. "The 8th prince is currently in seclusion and is not meeting anyone." Jiang Ning's eyes narrowed. "I must see him today." Commander Lin, with a hint of helplessness, replied, "Your Highness, that is truly impossible." Clearly, the 8th prince was aware of Jiang Ning's intentions and had chosen to hide. After all, he was the son of the human sovereign, and there was little that could be done against him, especially given the past debt owed to Jiang Ning's family. 8th prince, Jiang Ning requests an audience. Suddenly, a formidable aura erupted from within Jiang Ning, enveloping the entire 8th royal mansion. The overwhelming pressure shook the heavens, instilling fear in all present. It had only been 16 years since their last meeting, yet the Prince of Ning's power had grown to such an astonishing degree, leaving Commander Lin utterly astounded. "Prince Ning, this is the 8th royal mansion, not a place for your recklessness." At this juncture, a multitude of armored guards surged forward. "Humph," Jiang Ning scoffed, effortlessly sending the guards flying as if they were mere straw, crashing heavily to the ground. Puffed, puffed. One guard spat a mouthful of blood. "Prince Ning, the 8th prince truly cannot see you right now. Please, do not be angered," Commander Lin continued to persuade. Jiang Ning's eyes turned cold as he swept his gaze across the entire royal estate. Shouting, "8th prince, Jiang Ning demands an audience. If you do not come forth today, I shall raze the 8th royal mansion to the ground." Despite the familial ties, Jiang Ning had no intention of backing down. "Come out," he bellowed. The sound reverberated like thunder, deafening and shaking the very foundations of the mansion. Many felt their heads spinning, their consciousness blurring, their faces paling in terror as they collapsed to the ground. Trembling, Jiang Luo couldn't help but marvel at his father's overwhelming presence. A single roar had instilled fear throughout the entire 8th royal mansion. Prince Ning, what are you doing? This is also the place where you grew up. Why act so recklessly? Several semi-holy elders from the 8th royal mansion emerged, surrounded by powerful runic auras, exuding an air of sanctity. Their profound cultivation and strength allowed them to effortlessly dispel Jiang Ning's sonic attack with a mere wave of their hands. What is the meaning of this? It is to seek justice for my son. The 8th prince's inaction and tacit approval of the event from years ago compel me to demand justice today. Jiang Ning stated coldly, his gaze unwavering. Prince Ning, you are being excessively bold. Do not assume that being the son of the human sovereign grants you the right to act with impunity. Withdraw now. And we shall overlook this incident, the elders warned. 9th uncle, 13th uncle, 14th uncle, I must see the 8th prince today. You are all elders. I do not wish to harm you. Besides, that matter does not concern you. So please step aside, Jiang Ning declared indifferently. Arrogant and conceited, we shall subdue you and bring you before the human sovereign to answer for your transgressions. The 3 semi-holy elders roared in fury. Simultaneously, they unleashed a colossal palm to suppress Jiang Ning. Boom! An astonishing force erupted from Jiang Ning, surging toward his uncles. Puffed, puffed. The 3 semi-holy elders were sent flying, spitting blood. How could this be? They gasped in disbelief. Jiang Ning, so young, had defeated their combined efforts with a single strike. This display of power was utterly inconceivable. The others in the 8th royal mansion were left in awe, unable to fathom the magnitude of the Prince of Ning's strength. Prince Ning, he cannot be even 100 years old. Can he? Their voices trembled. Jiang Luo, too, was shaken. It was evident that his father had significantly enhanced his power during this period of seclusion. Reaching an extraordinary level, if you insist on obstructing me, I shall render you powerless. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Jiang Ning's eyes. Jiang Ning, we are your uncles, your elders that you truly intend to be so cruel? Jiang Li shouted, cruel? Who is more cruel than those who have wronged my son? Jiang Ning was engulfed in a tempest of fury. Boundless and formidable sword energy erupted from within him, poised to strike at Jiang Li and the other 2 semi-holy elders. Stop, Prince Ning. You have gone too far. We are all family. Why act with such malice? At that moment, a voice of immense authority echoed throughout the royal mansion. 8th prince, you have finally deigned to show yourself. Jiang Ning smirked, gazing into the distance. The princes of the 9 royal mansions were all formidable beings, albeit only newly ascended saints. Yet they were still saints. Beneath the saintly realm, all were but ants. Jiang Ning sought to challenge the might of the saints. Clearly, he had cultivated several hidden cards during this seclusion, all in preparation for this moment. Family? When you stood idly by and tacitly approved of the malicious matriarch's actions, did you consider me family? Jiang Ning let out a cold, sardonic smile. The author Lao Shu Waman Jitian Fu, you have exiled me to my ancestral land for reflection, has concluded today, telling the story of Jiang Luo's father. Jiang Ning. Interested readers may wish to explore further. Below is the portal. A resounding rumble echoed across the heavens, enveloped by an unparalleled and formidable divine might. In the next instant, a figure bathed in sacred light materialized in the sky. Surrounded by an aura of law, it dazzled brilliantly, exuding an incomparably terrifying power. His presence was so overwhelming that it sent tremors through all living beings, leading to the obliteration of all things. As if he were a deity, this exemplified the terrifying strength of the princes from the 9 royal houses. 8th prince, at that moment, the people within the royal mansion erupted in excited cries. Those who had been suffocated under Jiang Ning's pressure finally beheld their savior. The 3 quasi-saint elders were especially elated, as if they had grasped a lifeline, having previously felt despair. Jiang Luo was taken aback. Was it truly a saint? Was his father really going to battle with a saint? Could he be a match? Even he found it hard to believe that his father could defeat a saint. For saints were undeniably formidable. The power of the laws was, to them, an existence of overwhelming dominance. Ninger, it brings me great joy that you have managed to find that child, the 8th prince remarked with a gentle smile. His face etched with concern. In truth, he had always felt guilt in his heart, which was why he initially avoided Jiang Ning, reluctant to reveal himself. However, Jiang Ning's pressing demeanor left him no choice but to step forward. Yet he never regretted his decision to turn a blind eye to the past, allowing those events to transpire. Now, Conger had emerged in great strength, like a sun breaking through the darkness, illuminating the entire world. He was extraordinarily powerful, dazzlingly radiant, the most brilliant prodigy of the chaotic realm, possessing the bearing of a youthful emperor. To nurture such an astonishing talent, no cost would be too great, though Luo had been retrieved. The events of that year were far from resolved. Jiang Ning faced the saint with calm resolve. Devoid of any fear, 16 years of separation could not simply be brushed aside with a smile and a few words. He felt the need to take action, to release the pent-up anger of those 16 years. Back then, his strength had been insufficient, and his father could not intervene in the internal matters of the 9 royal houses. Now, having finally attained adequate strength, he felt compelled to stir things up once more. Uncle Wang understands the events of that year. I owe an apology to the human emperor, to you, and to that poor child. However, everything has become a foregone conclusion. Shen Kong has lived up to expectations, emerging as a youthful emperor, capable of leading our great Xia to greater heights, restoring the glory of the era of the great Emperor Chong Kong. As a direct descendant of the Jiang clan, what harm is there in making some sacrifices? The 8th prince earnestly advised, attempting to quell Jiang Ning's fury from a moral high ground. The greatest dream of each generation is to elevate their family and sect to new heights. If we wish for the Jiang clan to shine even brighter, we can strive together, rather than resorting to such ruthless measures as sacrificing our kin. If such strength must come at the cost of our own people, then what significance does it hold? Furthermore, I believe I am not inferior to Jiang Shinkong, and Luo is equally formidable. Give us some time, and we shall undoubtedly surpass the glory of our ancestor. Jiang Ning spoke with a resonant tone, exuding confidence and authority. Clearly, he was in complete disagreement with the 8th prince's perspective. The 8th prince lowered his head in contemplation, eventually lifting it again, that he spoke slowly. In my capacity as the head of the 8th royal mansion, I pledge to dedicate the entire strength of the mansion to nurture Luo as compensation for this matter. Can we consider it settled? Feeling guilty, he hoped that making amends could alleviate his conscience. However, nurturing a child whose imperial blood had been depleted and whose talents had diminished seemed somewhat wasteful of resources. Yet, with the emergence of a youthful emperor like Jiang Shinkong, one individual could indeed protect the entirety of Great Xia. If I were to defeat you and become the 8th prince, I could still dedicate the full strength of the mansion to nurture Lu. Jiang Ning calmly stated. This was his primary objective in coming here, to become the 8th prince and secure the greatest resources for Luo. The entire Great Xia Divine Dynasty did not belong to a single individual, but to all the descendants of the Jiang clan. How could he convert the resources of the entire family into personal assets? If it were merely ordinary resources, as the grandson of the human emperor and the son of a Ning prince, he could naturally obtain them without limit. However, when it came to top-tier resources, they could not simply be taken at will. Everything must be conducted according to the clan's rules, in due course. He could position Luo as the most prioritized prodigy of the 8th royal mansion and secure the maximum resources for him. Such authority was possessed by all the princes of the 9 royal houses. What did you say? Upon hearing this, the 8th prince was infuriated. An overwhelming aura of terror erupted forth, illuminating the surroundings like a blazing sun. How could a junior dare to seize his position without inciting his wrath? I said I want the title of 8th prince. I intend to usurp your position. An old fool like you has no right to command the 8th royal mansion. Jiang Ning replied with a cold, resolute voice. Not only would this allow him to vent the anger that had been suppressed for 16 years, but it would also enable him to secure the greatest resources for Luo. Why not seize the opportunity? Very well. Very well. At this moment, the 8th prince's fury was completely ignited. The might of the saint was unleashed in its entirety. At this moment, the entire imperial capital was shaken. What had transpired? Old 8 had been thoroughly provoked. The other princes were astonished. Jiang Ning, a mere junior who had yet to step into the realm of law, dared to challenge Old 8, displaying utter arrogance. The 3rd prince sneered. The unparalleled prodigy from 16 years ago had returned, compelling the eighth prince to take action. It seemed that below the saint, he had virtually no rivals. How old was he? Not even 100 years, surely. At this time, the powerful figures within the imperial city felt a chill run down their spines. Subsequently, powerful divine senses descended upon the eighth royal mansion, eager to witness the confrontation. Ningguang, do you truly believe that being a peerless prodigy allows you to challenge the might of the saints? The eighth prince's voice was frigid and filled with rage. Every saint capable of cultivation was a remarkable genius. The higher the realm, the more challenging it became to battle across levels. After all, everyone's talents were formidable. You are far too self-assured. What the saints? Can they truly not be defeated? I, Jiang Ning, give me time, and I shall stand equal to our ancestor. Today, I challenge the might of the saint with my quasi-saint realm, Jiang Ning declared with immense authority. The resentment he had harbored for a full 16 years was finally set to be unleashed. Father truly intends to challenge a saint? Jiang Luo was equally astonished, now completely captivated by his father's imposing aura, filled with admiration. Very well, I shall grant you your wish. The enraged eighth prince gathered the power of the laws, condensing it into a colossal hand aimed at Jiang Ning in a show of dominance. The brilliance of the laws was blinding, the runes radiant, and the grand Tao quaked, shrouding the entire world in an atmosphere of annihilation. Thud! Thud! Many could not withstand the overwhelming might of the saint, their legs giving way as they knelt to the ground. Their souls felt as if they were being torn apart, on the verge of exploding. Thankfully, I awakened a pure-blood imperial lineage, allowing me to withstand the divine might. Otherwise, I too would likely have buckled to my knees. Jiang Luo thought to himself that, of course, had the saint's might been directed solely at him, given Jiang Luo's current realm, he would still be unable to withstand it. Clang. Facing the saint's wrathful strike, Jiang Ning swung his sword. The terrifying sword intent rent the very heavens asunder, an infinite torrent of sword energy rampaging forth like a tempestuous tsunami. Boom! With a single sword strike, the giant palm was shattered, unleashing a tremendous force that reverberated outward in all directions. In an instant, a multitude of array runes were activated and a series of luminous barriers shot up into the sky, coalescing into a colossal dome of light that enveloped the two combatants within. Without the protective arrays, the residual energy from their battle could easily devastate the entire royal estate. Boom! The eighth prince radiated an endless brilliance. And with a sudden, forceful punch, a true dragon emerged, appearing remarkably lifelike. Its imposing aura was overwhelming, exuding an almost celestial pressure, terrifying in its intensity. The divine ability, the true dragon technique. It became evident that the eighth prince was genuinely serious. The onlookers were astonished, realizing that to compel a saint to utilize such divine techniques was no small feat. Such an achievement was a source of pride even for those on the cusp of sanctification. Though the title of quasi-saint bore the word saint, it merely indicated a nascent understanding of the laws of power, a stark contrast to the true saints, a chasm akin to the difference between heaven and earth. The true dragon let out a thunderous roar as it charged forward, yet Jiang Ning remained undaunted. He was surrounded by a myriad of sword shadows, and a singular sword, chi, pierced through the heavens, cleaving towards the true dragon. While Jiang Ning had mastered numerous martial arts, his greatest prowess lay in the sword. He appeared as if he were born a sword saint, possessing an extraordinary talent for the sword path. This exceptional gift allowed him to create the Void sword cannon from the fragmented remnants of the Void Emperor scripture. Boom! The two attacks collided, erupting with an unmatched force that shook the very foundations of the earth. No! Many spectators cried out in terror, their faces paling as they instinctively recoiled from the battlefield. They simply could not withstand the overwhelming might of this confrontation. At that moment, Dugu Xiao appeared before Jiang Luo, swiftly leading him away from the chaos. Mother, can father truly defeat a saint? Jiang Luo queried, his voice tinged with confusion. Dugu Xiao smiled gently, replying, Lord, you must believe in your father. He is an undeniable prodigy. Jiang Luo nodded, his gaze shifting back to the battlefield. At that moment, The clash between Jiang Ning and the Eighth Prince had escalated to an unfathomable intensity, akin to a duel between deities. Boom! Boom! The sky erupted with powerful energy shocks, leaving the onlookers in a state of utter disbelief. The Prince of Ning was actually battling a saint at such an extraordinary level. This prodigious talent was simply astonishing. The Prince of Ning had become a formidable obstacle for the Divine Emperor. Observing the fierce struggle, the third prince's brow furrowed in concern for the royal path saint body to reach its zenith. It must first ascend to the status of human emperor, acquiring the boundless fortune of the Supreme Divine Dynasty. Had Jiang Luo's incident not transpired, the Prince of Ning might have willingly relinquished the title of human emperor. Yet now, the enmity between them ran deep. One had his son stripped of royal blood, while the other had his maternal lineage annihilated. The hatred had become irreconcilable. How could the Prince of Ning possibly yield to the Divine Emperor Jiang Xiao? Well, the Prince of Ning, taken aback by the astonishing achievements of the Eighth Prince in the Sword Path, resolved to hold nothing back from this point forward, determined to demonstrate the true might of a saint, a force that Jiang Ning could not hope to withstand. As the Eighth Prince, frustrated that he could not subdue a younger opponent, felt his pride wounded, he unleashed a thunderous roar that echoed like a clap of thunder, causing all present to recoil in pain. He rapidly executed a series of intricate hand seals, gathering an overwhelming and boundless power. To the astonishment of the crowd, an immense world materialized in the heavens above, shrouded in an oppressive aura of pure darkness. Exhibiting a disturbing crimson hue, as if bleeding profusely did a fierce and chilling wind surged forth, sending shivers through the souls of all present. The heavenly blood realm, gasped the crowd in unison. This was the Eighth Prince's signature lethal move. Reserved for moments of dire confrontation, N01 had anticipated that the Prince of Ning would be so formidable as to compel the Eighth Prince to utilize his most powerful trump card. Years ago, the Eighth Prince had unleashed the heavenly blood realm to rescue the Third Prince, suffering a backlash from the overwhelming energy, which had drained his vitality and rendered him incapable of procreation, resulting in Jiang Tianting being adopted into his line. Rumble. The vast expanse of the heavenly blood realm unleashed an astonishing might, descending upon Jiang Ning with the intention of suppression. Uncle Wang. I have cultivated my sword for 16 years, forging the mightiest blade, all for this day, to reclaim justice for my son. Jiang Ning's eyes turned icy and resolute. Sword! Come! He bellowed. Boom! A breathtaking surge of sword chi erupted from within him, akin to an ancient beast breaking free from its confinement, radiating terror. The protective arrays shielding the royal estate were pierced, beginning to fracture under the sheer force. How terrifying! The awe-inspiring sword chi coalesced above Jiang Ning into a colossal sword of 100 zhang. This sword was aptly named One Sword Opens the Heavens, Zheng. The divine sword soared through the air, transforming into a resplendent divine rainbow that pierced the void, cleaving towards the Eighth Prince. Rumble. The collision sent shockwaves throughout the world, plunging everything into a cataclysmic atmosphere. Crack, crack. Numerous arrays shattered upon impact. How is this possible? The Eighth Prince's eyes widened in disbelief as he roared in fury. The heavenly blood realm was utterly obliterated, and boundless sword chi surged forth like a tidal wave towards him. PFF. A mouthful of blood spewed forth as the Eighth Prince was forcefully hurled away, crashing violently to the ground, enveloped in a cloud of dust and debris. As the dust settled, the Eighth Prince lay disheveled, bloodied, and utterly defeated. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence, the audience stunned into disbelief. This scene was beyond their comprehension. The Eighth Prince, a saint, had been vanquished. Moreover, as a prince of the 9 great estates and a powerful figure within the Divine Xiao dynasty, how could he possibly be defeated by a quasi-saint? And by one so young, not yet a century old? Such a revelation was nothing short of staggering. The Prince of Ning, with the bearing of a youthful emperor, was perhaps not far behind the illustrious Jiang Xiao. The crowd was filled with fervor, witnessing the birth of yet another youthful sovereign. The Prince of Ning and the Jade Prince stood as the dual pillars of the Divine Dynasty. With both in existence, The future of the Divine Dynasty promised to reach unprecedented heights. Excitement filled the hearts of all present. I could see that moment. The entire imperial city buzzed with discussions regarding the Prince of Ning's victory over the 8th prince. The 3rd prince, however, wore a grim expression. His face shadowed with dismay. Jiang Luo gaped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Father truly did it." This battle ignited a fervor within him, fueling his desire to enhance his own strength. Jiang Xiao smiled. "Lo, your father has not disappointed us." "I concede." The 8th prince sighed, a look of defeat washing over him. He forced a bitter smile, acknowledging that he had been bested by a younger generation. "The position of head of the 8th prince's estate now rightfully belongs to me." Jiang Ning stated calmly, as the legitimate heir of the 8th estate, he was naturally entitled to vie for the highest position. Just then, a terrifying aura enveloped the entire estate. A commanding voice boomed. "Jiang Ning, how dare you? You harm your elders and seize the throne by force. If everyone were to act as you have, how would the Divine Dynasty maintain order? I declare that you are unworthy to become the head of the 8th estate." A dreadful spatial vortex appeared in the sky, and an emaciated, white-haired elder emerged, exuding an aura of unparalleled terror, as if he were the sole, true deity between heaven and earth, presiding over all beings. It was a revered ancestor, Lai Zhu. The 8th prince's face lit up with joy. Jiang Lai, the ancestor of the 8th estate, was not of Jiang Lan or Jiang Ning's bloodline, but rather a member of the clan's elder council. Over 5,000 years prior, he had ascended to the realm of the laws. It was he who had rescued Jiang Xiao. Otherwise, he would have perished beneath Jiang Ning's blade. He gazed upon the approaching figure. Jiang Ning's expression darkened to an extreme, imbued with a palpable sense of hatred. His fists clenched tightly. In the past, when I had yet to transcend that realm, I endured in silence. But today, you dare to bully my descendants once more? Enough is enough. It is time for all to understand that I am the human sovereign. The majesty of the throne is not to be trifled with. Within the celestial palace, the human sovereign, Jiang Lan, felt his gaze turn icy, filled with an aura of impending doom. This time, he would not hold back. Did they truly believe his lineage was easy to bully? It was time for everyone to comprehend the terror that accompanied the wrath of the human sovereign. Ancestor Jiang Lai emerged from the void, standing before Jiang Ning that moment. The members of the 8th royal mansion knelt in reverence before the ancestor. "Jiang Ning, your talent is indeed impressive, even surpassing your previous self. However, you should not harm your elders, nor seize the position of family head. Depart at once, and do not set foot in the 8th royal mansion again." Jiang Lai spoke in a tone laced with gravity. According to customary law, Jiang Xiao belonged to his lineage. "Ancestor," Jiang Ning retorted coldly, "what is wrong with me seeking justice for my son?" A defiant battle spirit surged within him. He had not anticipated that this old man would be so shameless. "Are you truly so obstinate?" Jiang Lai's irritation flared. A junior dared to defy him. This was sheer audacity. "You are that child?" Jiang Lai's gaze shifted to Jiang Luo. "Perhaps it seems unjust to you, but your sacrifice could yield an unparalleled prodigy for our clan, which is indeed a matter of pride and honor. This is an unparalleled glory. Your name shall be etched into the annals of our family history. So harbor no grievances. Everything is for the prosperity of the clan. Have you not benefited from the family's protection and resources? Sacrifice is a natural expectation. Not hold grudges. Assist your cousin. Help him lead the great Xia to the pinnacle of myriad clans. And you shall also be remembered through history." Jiang Lai's tone bore an unassailable authority. Upon hearing this, Jiang Luo's fists tightened in fury. How could one consider their own sacrifice as obligatory? Moreover, to regard it as a supreme honor? It was utterly shameless. If he possessed the strength to suppress this old man, he would undoubtedly strike him down. Nevertheless, this grudge was noted in his heart, and when the opportunity arose, he would deliver 2 resounding slaps to this old coot, making him understand what true supremacy meant. This old man was truly detestable, relying on his seniority to bully others. The idea of sacrificing my son was utterly unacceptable. Jiang Xiao spoke with indignation. "If the royal family of Great Xia truly fails to deliver justice for my son, I shall return to Sword Emperor's city and inform my father of this matter. Let him seek justice for Luo. Until now, the Lord of Sword Emperor's city, Dugu Baitian, remained unaware of Jiang Luo's plight. Jiang Ning understood his father-in-law's temper. He was exceedingly fond of his grandchildren and fiercely protective. He feared that if Dugu Baitian learned of this incident, he would surely seek vengeance against Jiang Xiao, resulting in a bloodbath between their clans and eternal enmity. Furthermore, Dugu Baitian might even blame them for not bringing his grandson to see him. Jiang Ning and Dugu Xiao had no choice but to fabricate lies to protect themselves. They dared not let this formidable figure, who single-handedly defended against the monstrous forces from beyond the realm, and was hailed as the strongest in chaos, learn of these events. Ancestor, have you lost your senses? How dare you utter such shameless words? You are unworthy of being our elder, Jiang Ning exclaimed in fury. Jiang Ning, you are audacious and show no respect for your elders. Jiang Lai's rage intensified upon being publicly insulted that if he were fair-minded and cherished the younger generation, such an ancestor would naturally deserve respect. But you, old fool, are unworthy of such reverence. Jiang Ning's gaze remained cold as he regarded Jiang Lai. The crowd was taken aback. Had Jiang Ning gone mad? He dared to insult even Jiang Lai, an elder known for his volatile temperament. Such disregard for one's elders warranted suppression. In a fit of fury, Jiang Lai unleashed his might, summoning a torrent of flames that engulfed the void that he raised his hand. Aiming to suppress Jiang Ning, an ancient sage, Jiang Lai had traversed the realm of laws for over 5 millennia. His strength was formidable, far surpassing that of ordinary saints. The realm of laws practitioners could be divided into 3 major tiers: Saint, Saint King, and Saint Sovereign. Jiang Lai was a Saint Sovereign, second only to those nearing the Emperor's threshold. This was why he dared to disregard the descendants of the human sovereign. The overwhelming pressure rendered Jiang Ning pale, pushing him to the brink of despair, leaving him utterly defenseless. Ancestor, you go too far. Give me time, and I shall suppress you. Jiang Ning shouted in rage. The elder, to strike against his own kin was infuriating beyond measure. At that moment, a voice of immense authority resonated throughout the imperial capital. Ancestor, you are being excessively tyrannical. Do you intend to suppress my descendants as well? The voice was laced with profound anger. Suddenly, a majestic figure clad in a purple-gold royal robe, surrounded by a 5-clawed golden dragon, appeared at the 8th royal mansion. The overwhelming presence caused everyone to avert their gaze in trepidation, bowing their heads in submission. At this juncture, a wave of fear swept through the crowd as they hurriedly paid their respects. Ancestor, you are utterly shameless, bullying others without restraint, spoke the human sovereign. The golden dragon emitted a thunderous roar, and then the golden radiance surged forth like a tidal wave, crashing toward Jiang Lai's outstretched hand. Boom! It obliterated the hand that sought to suppress Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning immediately felt a wave of relief wash over him as the oppressive weight lifted. I pay my respects to Father Emperor. He quickly bowed. Grandfather, Jiang Luo, also offered his respects, secretly marveling at the overwhelming presence of his grandfather's true form, which was infinitely more powerful than his projection. Jiang Lan, though you are the human sovereign, you have no right to interfere in the internal affairs of the Third Mansion, Jiang Lai said, his brow furrowing in disapproval. Ancestor, have you lost your senses? I have no right to intervene, but do you believe you possess that right? Although you are the elder of this lineage, having joined the clan elders' council, you have effectively distanced yourself from the 8th royal mansion. The human sovereign replied indifferently. Though you are the human sovereign, I have watched you grow to you truly wish to show disrespect to your elders. Do not think that, because you have become the human sovereign, you have gained a sense of invincibility. Jiang Lai thundered in fury that a little brat who had been a saint since birth dared to look down upon him. After all, this world is ruled by strength. Jiang Lan, compel your son to apologize to Jiang Hai and publicly declare that he will no longer pursue the grievances of the past. Otherwise, I will certainly move to impeach you within the clan elders' council and strip you of your title as human sovereign. Jiang Lai threatened coldly. The clan elders' council held the power to depose a human sovereign, albeit with the consent of the majority of clan elders. Jiang Hai was the name of the 8th prince. My descendants have done nothing wrong. The fault lies with you all. If there is no wrongdoing, why should we apologize? As the head of the eighth mansion, to witness the suffering of your own kin and remain indifferent is a grave error. Is it not? Jiang Hai could only become the eighth prince with my support. Just recalling this matter ignited Jiang Lan's fury. Ancestor, feel free to impeach if you wish that my throne is not something you can strip away at will. Jiang Lan declared with unparalleled authority he was no longer the person he had been 16 years ago. 16 years prior, he had been restrained by the ancestors, unable to seek justice for his grandson. This left him feeling an immense sense of humiliation and fury. Consequently, he devoted himself to relentless training and finally emerged transformed. He was no longer the mediocre figure of the past. He had transcended his former self. Even the ancestors could no longer easily constrain him. Today, he would personally seek justice for his descendants. As for you, ancestor, you injured my son 16 years ago and now wish to oppress him. I too shall demand justice from you. Jiang Lan's voice resonated with a chilling intensity. What did you say, Jiang Lan? Seeking justice from me? Jiang Lai asked, incredulous. Indeed, I seek justice from you, ancestor, Jiang Lan replied, his expression unyielding. Ha! Jiang Lai erupted in a furious laugh. I shall witness what growth you have achieved during your reign as the Emperor of Humanity. Calmly, Jiang Lan responded. Considering you are my elder, I invite you to make the first move. At that moment, the entire imperial capital was engulfed in shock. Heaven above, the Emperor of Humanity stood up for his descendants and sought justice from Jiang Lai. The Emperor was still quite young. Could he truly prevail against a saint emperor? This was indeed earth-shattering news. The entire imperial city was set abuzz. After this battle, should I lose, I will abdicate in favor of another, should I, by chance, win. I request that you entomb yourself in a coffin and endeavor to break through to the realm of the quasi-emperor. You shall not emerge unless it is a matter of the family's survival. Jiang Lan stated with composure. Jiang Lai, known for his fiery temper, could hardly tolerate this provocation from a younger generation. Very well. I accept your challenge. However, there is one condition that if you lose, Jiang Lan, your descendants shall no longer contest the position of Emperor of Humanity. With this battle, he aimed to clear the path for Jiang Shenkong to ascend as emperor, removing Jiang Ning, the greatest obstacle. Once Jiang Ning relinquished his claim, Jiang Shenkong would undoubtedly become the next emperor. Agreed, I accept, Jiang Lan replied with a faint smile. Subsequently, an overwhelmingly powerful barrier enveloped the two combatants. After all, both stood at the pinnacle of the chaotic realm. Without the barrier to contain them, the unleashed force could easily devastate a vast expanse. Grandfather, give it your all and defeat this old fool, Jiang Luo urged. Gazing skyward at the imposing figures of the two, this battle attracted cultivators of supreme status from across the imperial capital. The emperor had not taken action for over a century. No one knew the true extent of his power. Curiosity swirled around why the emperor was so confident in challenging Jiang Lai. Boom! Without any further ado, Jiang Lai struck first. His formidable divine abilities erupted forth, aimed squarely at the emperor. Almost instantaneously, the two engaged in fierce combat. Jiang Luo stood frozen, unable to comprehend the battle due to his own realm. Their movements were too swift to perceive that I cannot even see their strikes. The disparity is astonishing, Jiang Luo lamented. Yet within mere moments, blood erupted into the void. Had a victor emerged? Jiang Luo felt a surge of anxiety. When the figures of the two combatants reappeared, Jiang Lan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an awe-inspiring presence that commanded the very air around him. He radiated an overwhelming aura, as if a celestial being gazing down upon mere mortals. Meanwhile, Jiang Lai plummeted from the sky, bloodied and battered, crashing to the ground. Cough, he spat blood, incredulous. How could I be defeated so utterly? Jiang Lan, you are indeed a genius. Very well, I shall honor my promise. With that, Jiang Lai departed without a backward glance, for he could no longer bear to remain in that place. Ancestor, he has fled? Jiang Hai asked, his expression one of despair as he collapsed to the ground. It was hard to fathom. He had once believed there was only a slight gap between himself and Jiang Lan. Yet, after merely a few hundred years, The chasm had widened to an unimaginable extent. He had assumed Jiang Luo would rely on the fortune of the Divine Dynasty to contend against the ancestor. However, from beginning to end, he had never tapped into the power of destiny.